moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
个游戏的玩家，他们在小时候都曾经梦想过，今后有一天能够站在这个世界的舞台上，然后成为一个冠军。
Korea as a region always provide these fantastic mechanically gifted players.
SKT really has a team that knows how to perform on a world stage. MSI gives every other region the chance to show up against FLICKR in the mid lane.
한국에 정말 센 선수들이 외국에 나가서 활동을 하고 있고 그 센 선수들을 만들었던 시스템이 외국에서 지도자를 통해서 보급이 되고 있거든요. 그래서 한국이 과연 세계에서 가장 센가? 이런 많은 의구심들이 지금 생기고 있고
For the first time in a long time, I don't think Korea is considered the absolute unchallenged #1 region in the world.
EDG, they're probably the most deadliest, most aggressive teams right now, coming out of the most aggressive region, which is China, the LPL, and they are dominating it. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to stop them.
AHQ 的选手以及教练团队会在最后给粉丝一个机会，就像在去年对上 EDG 的时候。
I feel like New Blood wants that trophy more. They drive for it harder, and I think that's what we can get out of Fnatic.
外卡区域虽然在他们的经验上面没有跟5大区域的联赛有同样的经验条件，但我觉得他们的那个拼劲是我们可以期待的。
You look at Team Solo Mid, they won the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship.
MSI의 우승은 가장 빠르고 가장 확실하고 가장 권위 있는 여러분의 팀이 세계 최고라는 것에 대한 인정입니다.
Professional League of Legends has come to Florida. Across the world, 6 different teams have been crowned the champions of their regions. And this week, they will do battle in the first ever mid-season invitational. Coming to you live from the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center at Florida State University in Tallahassee, Florida. As you see here, there's a lot of hype in the crowd, a lot of energy in that building as teams prepare to do battle for the title of champions. Best in the world so far this year. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and we have assembled a team of league experts to break down the international action at MSI. Joining me from Oceania, we have Jake Spawn-Tiberi, who cast the English language LPL matches and also covered the International Wildcard Invitational. From the European LCS, we have the coach of the Unicorns of Love, Fabian Sheepy Millant. To give us the player's perspective, we have jungler Alberto Crumbs Rengifo, and finally from the North American LCS is Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me in what is promising to be a very exciting 4 days of League of Legends. Now, the world's top talent is at this event, and just moments ago, Yellowstar and Huni, with smiles on their face, along with their coach Daylor, as they prepare to face off against TSM in our first match of the day. Febvin here, getting in a little time on the Rift before he has to make that stand against Bjergsen. On the other side of things, Lustboy and Wild Turtle, all with game faces on as they make their final plans, and Dyrus, last-minute strategies, of course. Now let's take a look at the tournament format for this brand new event. To start, the 6 teams will face off over 2 days in a round-robin group stage where each match is a best-of-1. At the end of that stage, the top 4 teams will be seeded into 2 best-of-5 semifinals, which will take place on Saturday. The winners of those matchups will advance to face off in Sunday's finals, where one team will emerge as the MSI champion. Competing at MSI are the #1 teams from each of the 5 premier regions and the winner of the International Wildcard Invitational. Things will kick off today with a brawl between Fnatic from the European LCS and Team Solo Mid from the North American LCS. That will be followed by IWCI champions Besiktas Esports Club from Turkey taking on Korea's SK Telecom T1. And then China's Edward Gaming will challenge AHQ Esports Club from the LMS. The teams will then continue to face off against one another through the end of the group stage tomorrow. There's also a new rule here at the MSI. Each team is required to bring one substitute with them, and as a potential competitive advantage, they can sub in a player prior to the start of the next game of a series. Now, to do that, they must notify the head referee right after the most recent game has ended and no later than 5 minutes after the explosion of the Nexus. In addition to our coverage, the action here in Tallahassee will be beamed out across the world and in multiple languages. Covering the games for their respective regions, here's the OGN crew from Korea, Caster Jun, Dongjun Kim, Cloud Templar, and Chobra. The LPL's Mila, Wawa, and Messiah are in-house for China, and Turkish host Ali Khan Atesh is here, and it looks like he's already interviewing Nardius from Turkey's TCL. Of course, we'll have our own casters on hand for the entire invitational, so let's check in with them now.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bisson III, and joining me for the first 3 games today is going to be Trevor Quickshot Henry and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, the top 6 teams from the best regions now respectively are going to clash heads here this weekend. Usually we have to wait to the end of a season to see these types of matchups. What are you looking forward to?
I want to jump in first because I'm super excited to see how Fnatic from Europe is going to match up against EDG from China. I kind of feel like the top teams from both regions have got this super crazy aggressive style. It takes a lot less to start a team fight in both Europe and China, and I want to see when they clash head-to-head, who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, Season 3 World Championship was won by a Korean team. Season 4 by a Korean team. This is almost like a mini World Championship right here. We had the IM World Championship where a North American team, Team Solo Mid, won, and I just can't wait to kind of reevaluate the balance of power between the regions because it's the #1 team who won through the entire split from those regions.
I can't wait to see how these subs really get to affect the series. Something else everyone can look forward to is throughout the mid-season invitational, if a player gets a pentakill or steals a Baron, that will trigger a bonus mystery gift in the store. This bonus will double your chances to gift someone a legendary or esports skin all the way through May 15th. Not too bad. That extends past the tournament a few days. So make sure to keep an eye out for a pentakill or a Baron steal to trigger that bonus in the store. And right now we also have Ifya Shocks Deporter standing down in the interview lounge to get the story straight from the pros. So let's check in with her.
Thank you very much, Riv. Yeah, we are here in the interview lounge where we'll be talking to players, pros throughout the entire tournament and also offering some expert analysis. And for now, I'm joined by Sam, Kobe, Hartman-Kenzer, and Christopher Montecristo Michaels. And well, Monty, as our resident Korea expert, I'd love to ask you about the rule set, the bringing of 1 sub for each team and how that will influence Korea and SKT especially.
Right. Ever since the Korean organizations went from the 2-team to the 1-team system, a lot of great players were still signed with the teams and ended up more or less on the bench. And since that point this season, we've seen a lot of teams attempt to use these substitutes to greater or lesser degrees of success. Najin struggling a little bit, but SK Telecom has, over the course of this season, developed a very impressive strategic play style using EasyHoon for that control mage style and then FLICKR for the more assassin-based mids. So it gives them a lot of flexibility and some more tricky strategies in picks and bans.
I definitely agree. That's going to be a huge advantage for SKT because they've not only been able to diversify their strategic options, but also they've gotten to the point where they can even sub somebody in if someone is just having a bad series or someone's had a mental breakdown. Someone's got, on the opposing team's gotten into their head. They can swap somebody out if they're just having bad games. No other team here has subs of that caliber that they really have that option. That being said, I hope that we don't see SK Telecom sub in all of the games because what people are really looking forward to is Pawn versus FLICKR. After Pawn said he's the best Korean mid laner, and FLICKR himself said he's looking forward to playing Bjergsen, another marquee matchup.
Yep. If that one happens, Bjergsen versus FLICKR, that would be the last game of the day, but there's tons of action coming before that as well. A lot to look forward to, so let's head back over to Dash over at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Shocks. As the teams get ready to take the stage and open the mid-season invitational, I want to turn to you guys and check in on what you're most looking forward to over these next 4 days.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm looking forward to how Korea performs because they lost 22 of their players, really, really good players too. Acorn, Pawn, Deft, Imp, Mata, all over the region. So how are they performing now? Because when you look at that region as a whole, we see space, we see ambition, people who were not really good at their role, like top tier, step up and be third in their role. And now it's like, how good is Korea really right now? And this, I think, is the first time in about 2-3 years that Korea has actually come to an international tournament, not the favorites, and with something to prove that they're still on top.
I'm looking forward to the picks and bans. I mean, in this meta, these teams' champion pools have never been deeper, and each region has their own cemented ideas as to which champions are high and low priority. And being an ex-player myself, I really want to see what region is right. Who's got it down as to which champion should be first picked, which champion is really a counter pick, or which one cannot be picked at all. That's what I want to see.
And what I want to see, too, is the adaptations, because it always happens in international tournaments. It's like, oh, Pawn's playing Jace at Worlds. Everybody has to bring it back out again. And if people are going to adapt to it and give way to that style.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I hope we will see a lot of fighting because so much diversity in the champion, in the strategic diversity. I'm looking forward to a lot of clashes, especially how aggressive the teams are against the control teams. Like AHQ really aggressive, EDG really aggressive, Besiktas really aggressive, Fnatic. And SKT more of like control-y. So I will really see how they match up against each other, and I hope we see some upsets, some surprises.
Yeah, and just piggybacking off the back of that, I really want to take a look at how the junglers and the support step up as a whole, because I think EDG arguably come in with the best jungler at the moment, and in my opinion, the best support as well in this tournament. Mako and Clearlove are going to team up, head around the Rift, and create a lot of pressure. And I think that teams like TSM that use Santorin and Lustboy to create these zones of control might have something to be able to shut them down, but I'm really interested to see how Yellowstar, how Dumbledoge especially, can try and stop these guys from really taking over the map early, because they're absolutely devastating if they get going.
Well, without a doubt, a lot to look forward to in this tournament. It looks like everything is ready to go, so let's head to the stage at the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center for the opening ceremonies of the Midseason Invitational.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the teams competing in the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational. Representing the European League Championship Series, Season 1 World Champions, FNATIC.
FNATIC have an uncontested nexus, and they will finally win the Spring Splits.
Huni, Rainover, Babivin, Steelback, and Yellowstar. FNATIC. From China's the League of Legends Pro League and a 2014 World Championship qualifier, it's Edward Gaming.
The once and future kings ascend again to the throne. EDG, your 2015 LPL Spring winners.
Coro 1, Clearlove, Pawn, Deft, and Mako. Edward Gaming. Representing the League of Legends Master Series and 2014 World Championship participant, AHQ Esports Club. Ziv, Mountain, West Door, and Albus. AHQ Esports Club. From Turkey and winner of the 2015 International Wildcard Invitational, Besiktas Esports Club.
Congratulations, Besiktas heading to MSI.
Valdrin, Theocles, Energy, Nardius, and Dumbledoge. Besiktas Esports Club. Representing League of Legends Champions Korea and the Season 3 World Champions, SK Telecom T1.
The first Nexus turret down, the second Nexus turret down, a triple kill for Marin, and SKT takes the 3-0. GG, we'll see you at the Invitational.
Marin, Bengi, Faker, Bang, and Wolf. SK Telecom T1. From the North American League Championship Series and 3-time NALCS champions, Team Solo Mid.
Turtle a double, turtle a triple, turtle a quadra. The consecutive wins for Team Solo Mid. The Nexus falls, and Team Solo Mid
Santorin, Bjergsen, Wild Turtle, and Lust Boy. Team Solo Mid. Here are your mid-season Invitational challengers.
Your competitors for this year's mid-season Invitational. A lot of veterans alongside a lot of newcomers looking to put their stamp on the League of Legends scene. Smiles on their faces as we scroll by here. Everybody elated to be at this event.
Oh, I'm looking forward to all these plays that are going to come out there. That's a lot of combined ELO up on that stage.
Well, exactly as you mentioned, there are some heavy hitters out there, including some near legendary names in the mid lane. Now, how do you guys see this battle for the mid lane playing out this week?
Now, Bjergsen's coming into this tournament as arguably the best mid laner in the West. He's known for a dominant laning phase, a deep champion pool, and a particular prowess in assassins. Now, due to the meta though, assassins aren't necessarily the best champions to pick, and you're seeing a trend of more so farm heavy and teamfight oriented champions. And assassins just might not be the best pick against somebody like the likes of FLICKR, Pawn, Westdoor, and whatnot. But important to note, TSM has red side all 3 games, which means that Bjergsen can pick assassins in a counter pick if he wants to. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think he's going to go for something more like what they did against Cloud9 in the finals, which you pick a more late-game scaling mage, such as a Kog'Maw or a mage counter pick or a Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and I think that really is to Bjergsen's credit, that he does have the diversity in his champion pool to be able to branch out like that. We talk about his assassins a lot, but he also was able to pull out the Kog'Maw, and he did like 55% of his team's damage. It was an absolute monster play. A person that hasn't really adapted as well is Pawn, actually. We saw that he went back to Jace, which is a very important pick, but from there it has been all assassins for him still. The Fizz, the LeBlanc, Kassadin coming through. They do have some late game prowess, but Pawn hasn't really come through with the meta. Instead, he feels a different role for his team, a lot of early game pressure, transitions it well to the mid game, but from there Deft kind of takes over. But he fills a niche position for his team, and I want to see how other mid laners adapt to that.
Yeah, but I think there's a mid laner that can kind of adapt to that. When we talk about near legendary mid laners, we have to talk about FLICKR. FLICKR Playmaker, he is all over the place. This guy, he adapted. He's playing the Lulu for his team. He's playing the LeBlanc. Those are 2 bans that you expect to be thrown at this guy all tournament long. He makes the plays, and basically when you open up the dictionary and you look at League of Legends mechanics, there's a picture of FLICKR there. And you tear out that page and there's another picture of FLICKR under mechanics, because he is just so good at the game, and he's taught people so much. His time on Season 3 Worlds and at Paris All-Stars, this guy, when he steps onto the international stage, he delivers. His record in international competitions is 24-3. He's the person that all mid laners are looking to beat in this tournament.
Yeah, but one person that has beat him in lane before definitely is Pawn. He's pulled it out.
That's
the
true.
Talon matchup, beat it in the reverse as well. There's certainly someone in the competition that can take it to him, at least in the laning phase.
Yeah, their head-to-head record, I think, is 6-12. So not that great for FLICKR. So I want to see that matchup. That's the one I'm really looking forward to. But right now you can't really talk about FLICKR without talking about the other side of the SKT coin, which is Easyhoon. Now, Easyhoon, if FLICKR's the god, Easyhoon's got to be the immortal, because this guy dies 1.1 times in his games. He's had 16 games, 18 deaths total. He plays the long-range control mages, things that FLICKR hasn't really picked up, and it allows FLICKR to focus on what he is going to be bringing to the table, honing his LeBlanc, honing his Ezreal. And Easyhoon is absolutely incredible. Last year on SK Telecom T1S, he was not this caliber of player. And that's one of the questions that I rose earlier, where how good is Korea? And I think Easyhoon is a good display of a player who's gotten really, really better over time. So that's kind of out of the question for me, that Easyhoon is definitely somebody you have to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, you usually talk about Easyhoon as the control mage type, but we saw him against GE Tigers going for the solo kills as well. I think he's also able to play this kinds of champions and like carry from there on out with the kills on the lane.
Yeah, it's a stylistic thing. Even though he's playing the champion, he can still exploit your mistakes, which I think is really good for a mid laner. So if somebody messes up, some rookie or something like that,
they should not take him lightly.
Yeah.
And we're throwing a lot of these big names around. In any discussion about mid laners at the international level, we got to bring up Westor, the fact that he has performed on an individual level across all regions in solo queue and then has been the person to lead teams to international tournaments. Not so much success. We'll see if he can do that this time with a team that was built around him.
Yeah, Westor's an absolute monster. He's got all of his old champion pools still available. The Zed, the TF, they have to be hit on. The 4-1 split push is so big for AHQ. But then he's also pulled out Cho'Gath and Karthus, 2 control mages, 2 team fighters that people didn't really expect to see. And when you're known for this assassin play, this 4-1 split push, when you can change up on the fly and go towards control mages, it means that you're not really predictable anymore. You can't really counter it without the last pick.
Yeah, I really want to see how he holds up to big mid laners here, because he doesn't seem like the same Westor that we saw at Worlds. He's kind of fallen off a little bit. His CSing has gone out the window, and he's down like 40, 50 CS in his games. So I want to see him step up this tournament, see if he can deliver.
Yeah, that is one thing that definitely his laning phase sub 10 minutes doesn't look to be what it used to be. But in the team fights, he's still the Westor that we know and love.
I feel like when we mention all those big names, we should also take a step back and look at the new rookies, the star rookies. For example, Fabivan, 17 years old, last year still in the Challenger Series, and now he is already the #1 team in the EU LCS, battling it out with the giants like FLICKR, EasyHoon, Pawn. You have to see how he performs, and I really look forward to those matchups.
Yeah, and you can't overlook him either, because he's going to come out swinging with those assassins.
And today he plays the first match against TSM, and apparently TSM's kryptonite is European mid laner, so I'm looking forward to this match.
I think the one thing that has to be spoken about in this tournament is going to be flexibility. These guys, before, some years ago, weren't that flexible. You saw a player and you could say, oh, he's just an assassin player. Just give him the last pick, he's going to counter pick. But now, when you reach this high level of competition, these guys have shown flexibility. They're not just all assassin players. They can play control. They can switch it up. And it shows how much the game has grown. And I really want to see like how flexible these guys can really be in terms of, are they even good at it? Like, they can play it. Can they play it to this level?
Yeah, and I think we can take it a step further. These guys are no longer adaptable. These guys are completely unpredictable. For Bivin, for me, he plays like Ahri and flanks and goes absolutely nuts, but then he pulls out Xerath the next game. Fake is kind of the same thing. Is he going to go the Xerath? He hasn't had much success, but I still think he's a very good Xerath player. Or is he going to go something like LeBlanc, where he's in your face? There's just so much, I guess, unpredictability that comes through from all the mid laners, and that's why they are the key to success for their teams.
Well, definite monsters in the mid lane. We talk about Pawn, who is one of the few pro players at MSI to have hoisted the Summoners Cup, and along with that comes the honor of being immortalized in the game forever with a championship skin. Last week we got our first glimpse of the new Samsung White Town, and here's a closer look while the world champion tells us about his winning moment.
No way. Pawn gets the General's jacket.
와우. 다대형이 점퍼를 얻었을 때는 제가 이제 다대형급의 선수가 된 것 같은 느낌이었어요.
And there is Insect though. What can he do? Surely we'll be able to finish off Pawn. He's actually just left him there, the invisibility. Whoa. And they go down. Samsung White, the 2014 World Champions.
All of the Samsung White skins will be available beginning on May 12th, and we also want to mention that the Legacy Esports skins from Fnatic, the Taipei Assassins, and SKT are currently available in the store right now through June 1st. With all of that out of the way, while the competition goes global, we want you to chime in and let us know which team do you think will win MSI and why. Just send your answers to us at LOL Esports, along with the hashtag MSI2015, and we'll check in throughout the day to see who you're cheering for. While you start drafting those tweets, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll find out if NA is greater than EU or EU is greater than NA with our first game, Fnatic versus Team Solo Mid. On the way out, Bjergsen says it was only a matter of time before Febiven went pro, and he isn't surprised by his spring split success.
I think someone like Febiven was just a player that whenever he really had the chance and whenever he had the motivation, he would break through the scene. He was known in high elo for a long time to just play Riven mainly. He was a Riven main, and he was always in the top 5. He was very, very high elo. And it didn't surprise me that as soon as Febiven came into Fnatic and he adjusted to the competitive playstyle and adjusted to champion pool, that he would do very well. So it's someone I look forward to playing, because the Febiven I know was someone who would wreck solo queue with Riven only, and he's a very different player. He is a competitive player now.
Welcome back to the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational. We are moments away from getting into our first match. The crowd here, as you can see, overcome with excitement, looking towards that EU versus NA battle, which I'm sure is promising to prove to be very exciting. But before we jump into the action, the Mid-Season Invitational is an international event, and we would like to take this time to bring attention to the victims of the Nepal earthquake who are struggling to rebuild their lives in the wake of last month's disaster. If you would like to donate and help with relief efforts, please visit internationalmedicalcorps.com or head to the LOL Esports Facebook page for more information. Let's kick off the action with our first game of the day, Fnatic versus Team Solo Mid. It's the latest battle in a long rivalry between North America and Europe. Now, these are two of the longest-standing pro teams that have the most international experience in Yellowstar and Dyrus, and both of those players really mentoring the young pups on the team up. Fnatic, winners of the Season 1 World Championship, looking to reclaim their title here.
Yeah, I feel that especially now with the veterans in both teams, Yellowstar had honestly one of the hardest splits going in. He started the EU LCS with 4 rookies, and he made it work. He is now #1 in the EU, and I see that he's always been relevant throughout the season. So I think that he's one of the players we should look out, especially today.
Going into this tournament, though, TSM has been super vocal about only caring about international competition. They're only looking for Worlds. They're preparing for it and whatnot. And this is their chance. You know what? They have home field advantage. They have no jet lag. And alongside Fnatic, they have had the most time to prepare because their regions ended sooner. This is their chance to really tell them if the formula that they have been working on to make it to Worlds needs to be changed. I think that it's working for them, and I do think that they might have the edge versus Fnatic.
I still think that Fnatic especially is really hot-blooded. We talked with them before, I talked with them before, and they were really on the poker trophy. They really, really want it. And I think that especially today, it will show off against TSM.
Yeah, and I think a lot of today's battle comes down to their mid laners. You've got Bjergsen going up against Forbidden, and we keep hitting on the mid laners, but this one is probably one of the most volatile matches. Because I think that Bjergsen, he is such a controlled mid laner. He freezes people off waves probably better than any of the mid laners here. He controls these waves exceptionally and always knows when he's going to push. And he has one of the biggest champion pools. Forbidden on the other side of the map, however, is an absolute maniac at time. His flank plays coming through on Ahri in particular. He's willing to go the extra mile. He dives the backline relatively well and plays like that assassin. And I think if anyone can upset TSM's playstyle, it will be this guy. If their ward control slips for 1 second, Forbidden and Huni can be on that backline and really torch TSM for that.
Yeah, and I want to jump off that into the top lane. You talked about Huni. Like, Huni versus Dyrus is the biggest stylistic difference between the two teams, because Dyrus is all about the juggernauts. He's all about the Maokai, undefeated on that this season. Sion as well, undefeated on that for Dyrus in the top lane. And Huni, he's the polar opposite. He plays Rumble. They ban Maokai almost every game, and he's all about getting to that backline. Dyrus wants to protect it. Huni wants to kill the backline and be a carry for his team.
I feel like that, especially if we highlight Huni against Dyrus, Huni has the most solo kills from anybody participating in this tournament, and Dyrus has the second most deaths throughout all roles from NALCS. So we can maybe see a really hard snowball coming from the top lane, and especially playing ourselves against Fnatic before. They do a lot when Huni gets ahead.
Yeah, those are pre-15-minute stats. So like the early game is where Huni definitely tries to take over.
See, I don't think that's going to play too much into this matchup, just because the champions that Huni seems to excel at are bullies in lane. You know, Vladimir, once he hits level 9, you're not going to beat that in lane. Like a Rumble, if he gets going, he's going to just completely wash out the other mid laner. While Dyrus gets almost no attention, is more of utility for his team, right? You know, the Sion can take a hit in the lane, the Lulu can take a hit in the lane, and then eventually when he starts grouping up and making the team effort, then he's going to be able to be very useful, just as useful as Huni can be.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it comes down to their junglers. You just mentioned the fact that Dyrus kind of does get left alone. Santorin more is about securing the vision around the mid area of the map along with Lustboy. Reignover, however, does have the ability to really impact this. I think that if he focuses out Dyrus, there have been situations in the past where they just get Dyrus so far behind in the international stage that he does kind of crumble. I think that the top lane is an area that we will get hit with some bans.
And the top lane jungle combination here is important because Huni and Reignover combined is very aggressive. They're not always playing the tanks, the wall for their team, trying to protect Febiven, trying to protect Steelback, and it's the polar opposite when you go over to TSM. Sejuani, undefeated for Santorin. His Gragas is really good as well. And then, like I talked about earlier, Maokai and Sion. So this is all about, for TSM, keeping Wild Turtle alive, keeping their mid laner Bjergsen alive. And that's what Fnatic's going to be looking for, is trying to kill those backline.
Well, we mentioned the importance of warding here, and that, Santorin and Lustboy do a very good job of that. Statistically, though, Yellowstar is the highest warding support. He places the most wards per game on average with 53.5 in the shortest average game time of any of the teams here. So when you talk about wards per minute, that statistic is through the roof. We'll see if Yellowstar alone, though, can defeat the warding potential of both Santorin and Lustboy.
And that really helps Huni get into the back line. If you're placing so many wards, they're almost impossible to clear out, and that sets up Huni for the flanks that get him to that back line.
All right, well, let's cut to the chase here. Who do you guys think are going to take the win? Spawn, we're starting with you.
Yeah, I think TSM has this game. I just think they play so controlled. They're a skirmisher team, and I don't think Fnatic can force enough to really upset them enough to get the win.
Maybe I'm a little bit biased and like regional pride is talking here, but I really think that Fnatic has the edge at some points and can be strong enough around the top side that they can actually start the TP play, start the flank play, and catch TSM where they really are not prepared.
I'm going to go with TSM, but the reason why I think Fnatic can win this, but I don't think they will, but they can win it, they can win it, is if we're underestimating how good they are in the lane. It's difficult to say if Bjergsen is better than Febiven because they've never played against each other. Is Turtle better than Steelback? Is Yellowstar better than Lustboy? You can't really say that for a fact just because of how the regions play out. So if it gets to the laning phase, even lanes, and it turns out that Huni is way better than Dyrus and Febiven's way better than Bjergsen, and the bottom lane is significantly better, then Fnatic's is going to blow TSM out of the water. But if it comes down to a strategical game, I think TSM's got it.
Yeah, I also have to go with TSM here. Maybe I'm a little biased too.
Maybe.
But I'd like to think I'm not. I feel like TSM objectively is the better team in the meta with their skirmishes, with their tank wall. And I think that's what's going to come out on top here today with the controlled style, taking small advantages. Because Fnatic is a risk-taking team, and I think that TSM's going to exploit that.
All right, well, if we compare that to how the fans are voting on lolesports.com, right now 61% are saying Team Solo Mid are going to be victorious. So a slight edge there for TSM. Surprisingly, not as large as I would have expected given our audience. Well, as the players ready up on stage, Yellowstar compares his longevity in League of Legends to that of Dyrus. Who will be the last man standing?
The way I see Dyrus is that he's a really cool person and he looks really calm. He had less changes than I did because he's still playing with the same guys. They were only replacing 1 or 2 person at one time. And yeah, if he ever retires before I do, then I will be the last man standing and I will be really glad, But at the same time, I know that he's a really strong person and I don't know when he's going to retire, so I have to keep playing, guys.
I like that. He just has to keep playing until Dyrus stops.
Beat him so badly, force him into retirement.
There you go. That's got to be it. That's where you got to come into this game. Well, now let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Fnatic. In the top lane, we're going to have Huni. In the jungle, Reignover. Febiven in the mid lane, Steelback at AD carry, and Yellowstar on support. And of course, over on the red side, it's Team Solo Mid. In the top lane, you have Dyrus, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, AD carries Wild Turtle, and Lustboy rounding it out on support. You've heard from the experts on the desk, and you're probably sick of us already, so we're going to send things over to Riv, Quickshot, and Jat to get us into the game.
You guys could have taken a few more minutes, but we do need to get into the action. The NA versus EU. Trevor, I hope you get some words in on this cast, but no, seriously. This is going to be an awesome matchup to start things off. It's almost like we get a Battle of the Atlantic right out of the gate here. And this game is, I don't think it's really going to be anything about champion select because Fnatic has gone against UOL, the crazy minds of them. TSM has a strong pick ban. It's all going to happen in the Rift this time.
I think so too. I do want to highlight though, as far as teams are concerned, Fnatic is a little narrow when it comes to those picks and bans. We've been looking at some of the stats and things, and over the course of the patches since 5.5, only 9 different champions have been targeted towards Fnatic to ban them. They are fairly linear in their playstyle, but it's won them the European LCS. They are aggressive, they get in your face, and if they get in TSM's face, That's the only way I think they can win.
Yeah, we know Fnatic generally wins by snowballing the game early with mid-game focused champions, and I think heavily TSM is going to target Huni in the ban phase, as we saw European teams do in the playoffs over there. So I think Rumble Hecarim should be gone from TSM's side. I also wonder what Fnatic will ban on the other side. I think Urgot and Maokai are two big bans for Fnatic coming into this one, and we're ready to go.
We are about to get into the picks and bans here to start off the first ever mid-season invitational. Fnatic versus Team Solo Mid. As we heard, TSM would be playing 3 games today, all on the red side, so they can prepare for these last pick instances.
Yeah, and again, there's those top lane bans that we were talking about.
Always, right?
Hecarim is the most banned champion against Fnatic in recent weeks. 12th consecutive ban that we've seen this. Huni wants his hands, he's not going to get it.
Yeah, and this is the biggest stylistic mismatch we've seen between these teams, is the way the top laners play between Dyrus and Huni. Dyrus, incredibly low kill share for his team. Incredibly low damage dealt to champions, because Huni is a damage top laner. Dyrus is more of a guy who stays on an island and supports his team, and 5 top lane bans thus far.
Yeah, and something we do have to highlight, Sejuani open, Gragas open. As far as junglers are concerned, Reignover is a big component in getting Huni going, or Febiven in certain cases.
6 top lane bans.
These guys are going to get the pick of the litter.
So here's the great thing. In the playoffs, when people were triple banning Huni, the 3rd ban was actually Shyvana. He had some bad games on Smite Lee Sin. This pick ban phase is going a little too fast, but I'm going to finish this up. Smite Lee Sin, then he had wins on Vladimir, but it wasn't because of Vladimir. Also in the European playoffs, Urgot was a complete non-factor, yet it was Bjergsen's most played since the Cinderhawk patch, and Fnatic take it away.
The only team that played the Urgot was Gambit, and they fell at the first hurdle against Unicorns of Love. This is something we have not seen Fnatic do, and as a team, we keep talking about that relative, mid-game power, mid-game aggressive style. We need to see if they can make Urgot fit the Fnatic playstyle, or maybe they're going to play something completely different here on the international stage.
Very interesting to see where they will even put this. NAEU, when they do play Urgot, it's in that mid lane position. Not like other regions where Deft has been playing at AD carry and others as well. The Gnar gets picked up. I was wondering if we would see this. Neither Fnatic, neither Dyrus or Huni really went at this season.
This is what happens when you have 6 top lane bans. We've also seen Gnar have a huge resurgence in both the LPL and the LCK. We know that Gnar is going to be a big pick at the MSI right here, so it's not that surprising that either Dyrus or Huni will have played and practiced a lot of Gnar. It is within their capability to play. It just was not one of their picks during their regional playoffs.
Takeaway of the Rek'Sai from Rain over here, his early game pressure. See what he tries to get that back in the game with.
And something I have to highlight, Fnatic won the first couple of weeks worth of games by comboing great pick potential from Reignover on Rengar, plus some sniping power from Febiven. With a number of champions available and all the bans, Huni also played a lot of Lissandra. We got to keep that in mind. We need to see how deep his champion pool goes. If he goes Shyvana or that Lee Sin did not work out very well during the semifinals.
Yeah, and this pick ban phase, Fnatic actually showed their hands pretty early here, and I think it's because they were afraid of Bjergsen playing LeBlanc just straight off. So Urgot is that flex pick that can go in the mid lane or as an AD carry. If TSM would have picked Urgot, it would not have been a flex pick because Wild Turtle does not like playing Urgot, but now it's actually going to be Steelback on that. We were expecting Steelback to have a high priority on Sivir this game because he can press the R button and be successful, but now as far as the laning phase goes, they're going to be kind of more okay, and Urgot's a different type of AD carry champion that I think Steelback will be able to execute.
Well, we'll need to see how Febiven does in that LeBlanc. 3-2 since 5.5 was implemented. Does have pick potential and some squishies on TSM, but it feels like TSM has got that mid-game team fight set up already with the Sivir, with Rek'Sai, and we'll need to see if Fnatic can play for the mid to late. The problem is, when Fnatic go mid to late, they lose.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of an arms race right now as far as mid-game team fighting goes. Fnatic's last 2 picks really have to cement their team composition right here. With 7 top laners already off the board, Huni's getting heavily stretched right now for his top lane champion, especially since he has to go up against Gnar. Whoa.
Huh?
It's potentially a top lane Cassiopeia from Huni right now, which...
Wouldn't doubt it.
That's not something you prep for. I'm going to be honest right now. Yet it could be either, it could be the LeBlanc or the Cassiopeia. The Cassiopeia is much more likely but holy crap.
I feel like they banned everything and then took everything TSM would want to play in this game and said, that's the deal. We'll get everything off the board. Wow. Still looking in this, as they were saying, Crumbs mentioning TSM getting the red side. This is where Bjergsen can now counter the entire composition if he wants to. So far, Azir and Cassidy are being hovered.
Well, we'll see what they decide to lock in. I just want to hit home for Fnatic. This is completely changing the rules. With Urgot, Cassio, and LeBlanc, this is the first time they've played that combination ever, and it's the first time that they've done that in recent weeks. This is a completely different flavor that Fnatic's been putting out, but they have had a little bit of time to play with.
This is so wild. Sejuani and Grog. Sejuani goes completely through the pick ban phase. TSM goes for a mid-game power spike focused team right here. They're gonna have to win this one early, I feel like, because Huni with the damage heavy top laner there in Cassiopeia will have a great late game edge, but it kind of takes away from Huni's mid-game impact already. It's very strange.
And we need to see if they can handle that Cho'Gath. Both Huni and Febiven have respectively played Cho'Gath in the last couple of weeks, and I'm going to be frank, they sucked with it. They did not make it work. However, Bjergsen against High in the finals, he had a great performance.
We'll be using him like an assassinator, right? Just going around, flashing over wall, bite, chomp, take High down in a second. If he gets going like that once again with early pressure from Santorin on Rek'Sai, could be big.
Both games that Bjergsen's had on Cho'Gath, he has absolutely decimated the laning phase. They lost one of them because of mid-game mistakes, but as far as the mid-lane control they will have with Rek'Sai and Cho'Gath is immense.
Absolutely. As the teams take to the Rift, be sure to share your predictions. Tweet hashtag FNCWin or hashtag TSMWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check out who you think will be victorious once we are on the Rift. Compositions are locked in. Very different things here coming from Fnatic, Yellowstar, and his rookies that he's brought to the title for Europe, now against the NALCS champs.
Well, one thing that I definitely want to keep my eyes on is Steelback and Yellowstar as we load onto this Rift. With that tanky, beefy, bruiser duo lane, if they find the 2v2, Steelback has traditionally been incredibly weak in the laning phase, but he cleans up the fights as the mid game rolls around. I want to see how they handle themselves against the hometown heroes.
It's going to be something difficult. You think of Urgot, and you're going to have to clean up from being right in the pit of the fight, in the heat of the fire. We'll see how Fnatic works this one out as we start off our first game in the mid-season Invitational. We'll see where the bar is set.
Yeah, have to talk about the Urgot Nautilus lane. As far as an actual 2v2 lane, that is an absolutely devastating combination, because since Nautilus has the root on his basic attack, it is absolutely devastating. You have to respect every single movement that Nautilus has in the laning phase if you want a chance at staying alive. Luckily for TSM, they have kind of been the masters of lane swaps in the playoffs. Every game in the finals against Cloud9, TSM won the early lane swap game, so they should be looking to swap this unless they've decided that they're okay in the laning phase and they want to throw a curveball at Fnatic for some reason. Almost every single game TSM does a lane swap, they find an experience and gold advantage over their opponents. But this game looks like they might be playing the Dragon Control normal lane phase game, because they're not even looking for deep wards, jungler denial, any of the tomfoolery they were pulling in the NA playoffs. This is a standard start from TSM.
In lane phase, even more. We've seen recently LeBlanc's picking up all these consumables. FLICKR did it game 5 against GE Tiger here. Again, Febiven's going to do it. Not a lot of pressure with drinking all that in your lane. So more lane phase.
No, this is super dangerous for Team Solo Mid right now. They are not starting a jungle camp. It is completely on Lustboy to disrupt these Krugs. If TSM doesn't want a pretty big disadvantage early on, they take one small one, and Lustboy, he can't really do much right here.
Well, I do see that trading back and forth, Steelback and Yellowstar. Going to get this 2v2. You know, we were touching on the warding stats between the respective supports, and Yellowstar has always been a vision control roaming mid. Something he does fairly often is goes and spends some time in that middle lane to help Febiven get an advantage. And considering the matchup into the Cho'Gath with no escapes and the fact that Febiven's not an assassin, we'll see if he can do it as well.
Really early cheese right here by Reignover, because he's done one camp straight to a mid lane gank. This is what other teams do. And there goes Bjergsen.
Hit up Bjergsen, forcing the flash, a rinse and repeat for sure. Once they get more levels on Febiven, Reignover will surely return to that lane.
How many games have we seen in the North American LCS where Lustboy or Santorin do an early gank on a Bjergsen? Fnatic flips it around right here, and This is also why TSM doesn't typically lane in the 2v2. They didn't take early experience. Steelback and Yellowstar get the early level 2.
Right.
Wild Turtle and Lustboy will be on the back foot for almost the entirety of that laning phase, and TSM's flashes burned in the mid lane. This is a great start for Fnatic.
And I have to take a step back and look at Fnatic. We were talking about their relatively linear playstyle. Fnatic going for those early to mid game, fairly almost predictable team compositions, and they surprise everybody through picks and bans, and they've got a small advantage early, but let's see if they can make it count.
Well, there's one thing we have seen about TSM through tournaments is they can't adapt in that game if the change is too big. They can adapt in the series, but the one game is the crush for them.
I am flabbergasted that TSM didn't lane swap this matchup. You can see already off the bat, the bottom lane is pushed in, the top lane is pushed in. TSM is almost relying on Santorin to bail them out of these lanes and create ganks, but the ward coverage is already there for Fnatic. Reignover does have early game presence on Gragas, and they might be looking to take some power out of Dyrus.
Baby, right onto Dyrus, that's first blood, and Fnatic are on the board.
And that's exactly what we talked about in picks and bans. Reignover is an enabler for his solo laners. He very rarely ganks for Yellowstar and Steelback, waiting for the mid game, and he just wants to get either Huni or Febiven ahead. That's a good start.
It's just another example of why TSM should have lane swapped this matchup. We know Huni loves to aggress on the enemy top laner.
Yep.
We know that Reignover is a fantastic early game ganker. And we also know that TSM is great at lane swapping, but this lane game is not something that got them through the playoffs. It's not something their team composition is built to do, and they are paying for it early on in this game.
Really nicely played there by Reignover as well for that top gank. You can see Santorin was mid for what could have been a counter gank, but it went towards Dyrus. Reignover touching more than one lane here, trying to get that snowball going. Nice pressure by Santorin, but nothing really needed by Febiven to get out of that situation. TSM starting to push back in the bottom lane, but you can see what kind of engage, I should say, Steelback and Yellowstar are giving.
Yeah, they were able to push this out for TSM with the Ricochet spam, and Steelback is having some mana issues right here, so they have a bit of control of that bottom side. But right now, Santorin has very limited map presence when compared to Reignover, who's already got off that successful gank despite not even landing his body slam flash. He's coming down to push TSM off that turret.
Yeah, good spell shield keeps Wild Turtle alive on the retreat after pushing that wave out. Standard lanes means we might have that delayed first dragon. Dragon's definitely something more in favor of Fnatic in terms of this matchup, and historically, Fnatic put a bit more emphasis on controlling that objective. We'll see if they continue to do the same as the modified Hook City in Yellowstar and Lustboy.
A little bit of harass down there. TSM has kind of always been that team that's all right with letting dragons go, even since the times of Reginald. If it's a risk, you can pass it up a few times.
Could he be more confident?
Wow. Yeah, could you say that? But honestly, look at what everything Turtle's going to get.
Great play there by Lustboy. He knows he's shopping anyway. He saw Steelback's mana pool. He knows that Urgot wants to back for a tier right now, and he was completely free to do that. Saved a ton of CS for Wild Turtle. And that just kind of goes to show why many people respect Lustboy.
Pulled the
one of the best supports in the world.
They couldn't see him. Just didn't work out.
Well, the minions saw him.
Yeah.
That's the good thing.
So we're 6 minutes into this one. Just the first blood drawn from Fnatic as things have cooled down a little bit and just been between the lanes right now. Not too much jungler intervention other than this mid lane.
Yeah, and something that you have to highlight. We're looking at those monsters of the mid lane stats, and again, since 5.5's come in, Febiven is actually traditionally down a CS at 10 and still down CS at 20. The numbers, let's just look at the 20 minutes. Febiven traditionally 6 CS down. Bjergsen traditionally 20 CS up when you get to that 20-minute mark. That is a scary, scary laning presence, but we'll touch on that in a second.
Kill Dyrus right here.
Oh, kill Dyrus once again. He's been to this dance before, though. We've seen Dyrus go down a lot. Will it be what gives Fnatic the game?
Solo kill right there. Reignover didn't lay a finger on Dyrus's Gnar right there. All those top lane bans are really benefiting Fnatic in the long run right here.
That's a really good point.
You do have to say Bjergsen and Turtle are holding their own in that lane, but the pressure between Huni and Reignover is just crushing Dyrus in that normal matchup that he's having up top lane. I say normal because it's a one-on-one. Top lane Cassiopeia is not something we see often in the competitive scene.
It really makes sense with the way they're working it, though. If Febiven's going to go with all these consumables and Huni's going to be the one with the Doran's ring, why not start to feed him? Because he's the top carry anyways.
Yeah, and you know, something that Huni, I want to see what he does with the teleport ganks. A big reason why Fnatic tends to get ahead and play the mid game very well is thanks to Huni's involvement in the solo or in the duo lanes, or more importantly around the dragon fights. Cassio's not your traditional TP ult to win teamfight champion.
No,
so reliant on positioning. So we need to see how Huni is going to impact once we start getting closer to those teleport moments, which you feel are going to start building up now that everyone has access to their ultimates in a moment or two.
Things are calming down for the time being. Fnatic does have a few good wards placed, but those are also mirrored by the same ones on the bottom of the map here by Team Solo Mid. Both Yellow Star and Lost Boy haven't had too much of a chance to get out of lane, so we won't see too many of those wards just yet. Lost Boy misses, but Yellow Star connects here, and they have great focus on the trade for just Lost Boy. The ricochet from Turtle is going to push the minion wave and give him a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, TSM's been able to play this lane quite well, keeping the lane shoving from Wild Turtle. A lot of that is actually attributed just to the minion control of Lust Boy early on in the laning phase, and the amount of aggro he is taking from Steelback and running him out of mana quite easily to prevent the all-ins. There's also a large gold lead developing in the mid lane. It's about 350 gold advantage for Bjergsen over Febiven. And it is the focus of TSM, typically the mid lane and bottom lane focus, and it's more of a survival for the top lane right now in this early game. That's where 100% of Fnatic's kills have come.
Could be one more here. Rainover tries to come in, pops back Bjergsen. He doesn't have much mana. That flash is down, and he's going to try to fight this one out. Hits Febin with the silence. Is that what keeps him alive? No, it does not. The double distortion. Febiven picking it up.
Yeah, just a nicely timed gank there by Rainover. He knew that Bjergsen was pushed up in the lane, and uncharacteristically, TSM has no backup for the mid lane. A 5 to 10 second series of events in that mid lane with no backup for Bjergsen. Take him down easily, and action in the bottom.
Oh, take a look at this. Steelback's trying to get in. We do see the Death Sentence connect. The hyperkinetic position reverser is on cooldown, so Steelback and Yellow Star using that one to initiate. They traded for both ultimates and the flash on TSM's side, regaining control of that lane.
That depth charge is still up. They have to be careful for the engage down there. Huni now with an advantage in this lane, not even in Mega Gnar form. Can Dyrus think about fighting? Actually misses the ultimate there. Like you said, not really much of an engage ult. Gotta wait on it.
Yeah, last time he was able to land out of the turret. This time Dyrus dodges out, but it's not like he's having a good time in this lane anyways. Down 26 CS. I do want to talk a little bit more about the overall team compositions right here and how critical it was for Febiven to get that kill in the mid lane, because if he does not snowball ahead of Bjergsen before Bjergsen can tank up, he won't have targets here. And again, the focus on the mid lane.
That's that depth charge that was left up. Santorin trying to get something back, but he's not even going to be able to scratch either Febiven or Yellowstar.
And there's the roam that we talked about 10 minutes ago. When there's an opportunity, Yellowstar will go to help Febiven out. And you can see the priority for Fnatic, getting the kills and the advantages on their damage-dealing solo laners. And, you know, Rainover's Gragas, it's what helped Fnatic do so well in the finals against Unicorns of Luck over in Europe. And he's had a phenomenal start here at the mid-season Invitational.
Great job there. Fnatic doing everything they need to do to equalize that CS in the mid lane we were talking about, where Bjergsen has a huge lead. Now they've equaled that up, and first turret going down in the top lane. Huni is just having the lane of his life and has the wards to keep doing it.
Yeah, absolutely crushing Dyrus. And right now, this game is Fnatic's style of game.
Yeah.
And TSM is trying to play that. When we're coming into this, the strengths of TSM was strategic early game, lane swapping, jungler denial, and then pick game with vision control. That's what they are good at, because then they can rotate their support and jungler through mid lane frequently and create that type of mid lane focus for them. Now in this standard laning phase, especially when the top lane is requiring so much assistance if they wanted to help him out,
right?
TSM is completely on the back foot. Fnatic is beating them to almost every move in the mid lane. The pressure is not accumulating enough in the side lanes, and this is the mid-game snowball that Fnatic made their bank on during the regular season, and it's happening to TSM. There may be no coming back from this 12-minute deficit.
And the next step in Fnatic's playbook and style book is force team fights around Dragon. The moment they unlock one of their lanes in terms of getting that outer tower down, they instantly start setting up Dragon control. Look at all the members of Fnatic trying to get vision, and with the lead they have on both Febiven and Huni, they want to look for fights. It's not really about getting the Dragon or starting the 5-dragon counter. It's about getting the kills, getting the engages, because that's what Fnatic likes to do. They like to brawl.
And you can see how much TSM actually want this first Dragon. It's one they usually give away, even the first two. And they're going to go ahead and stick with it this time against Fnatic. Usually Team Solo Mid will get their gold leads by giving up the Dragon and having the lane swap go in their favor and other things on the map, but not this time.
Not this time. They just had to give that Dragon up because TSM has lost control of the match. They normally have a gold lead from the lane swapping and experience advantages, and the other team takes a Dragon as a byproduct of those moves. But this time, Fnatic has just been beating TSM up across the map, and that's why the Dragon was lost. Look at the pink board control, and look at the lanes right now for Fnatic.
And if we step back and think about what the analyst desk was saying leading into this matchup, Crumbs specifically highlighted if Fnatic can beat up TSM in the lanes, with the assistance of Reyno, of course, let's be fair about this. That is how Crumbs felt Fnatic was going to win this game. They've done everything. Each of the lanes is going in their favor. I mean, yeah, it's even in the duo. Let's not discount Wild Turtle and Lustboy dealing with that bully of a lane, but Fnatic, they've earned the lead through some very positive, proactive, aggressive plays.
See if TSM can start to gain a little bit of ground here. Definitely backs against the wall, as Jat was saying. Bjergsen able to keep that CS in the mid lane up, but he has to get big soon. 0-2 is not going to make him play like he did against Cloud9 in the finals of the North American LCS. Fnatic with a good lead on the game here, and Hooney's going to be start taking that blue, not Febiven.
Not this time around. Febiven.
Or maybe Febiven.
Okay, so
they
Hooney's
make me a
pretending to
liar.
be a jungler here. With 2 APs.
Just nice guy Hooney, right? He's huggable. Why not?
Yeah, someone's got to get it. Someone's got to get that blue buff in here. And this game right now, we need to start looking at what are Fnatic's next moves for winning this game, because already Hooney's been able to take that top lane turret, and you mentioned them having 2 APs. They're trying to control those blue buffs. Once again,
successfully,
a complete lack of vision control from TSM right there. Reignover walks up, barrels over the wall, and easily hands off the blue to himself, preventing the TSM blue handoff entirely. This is going to be really tough for TSM to come back from, only because Fnatic has so much lane control, and they're winning the vision battle as well.
And that's what gets me. They're only on single Sightstone right now, and somehow still getting themselves in the jungle. Now on to Lustboy.
They've thrown it back with the barrel into Febiven's waiting hands. 5-0. Europe take the second tower, and I'm sorry, my North American comrades, but Fnatic have landed in Tallahassee.
They absolutely have, and they are making it seem like TSM is jet-lagged, which they clearly are. Bjergsen in the mid lane gets cut as well.
They're going to eat him up. Hooney picks up another one. 2-0-1. Santorin is going to need the ultimate from Wild Turtle just to get out safely.
Now look at the pressure. Fnatic have lost the minions, but they're still looking for the tower. Teleport comes in from Dyrus, and that's going to dissuade Fnatic for the time being.
He just lost so much pressure up there.
Dyrus could have been pressuring the top lane turret, but now TSM is playing catch up, yet only making it have them fall farther behind right here. The lanes are collapsing on the sides. The mid lane has been lost. The roam game is on for Fnatic, and this is turning into a slaughter.
And there's something very scary. The fact that Santorin picked this relatively early to mid-game jungler has had no impact in the laning phase whatsoever. Reignover at 1-0-3. You can argue will outscale this Rek'Sai, and the fact that Hooney's in such a great position. Fnatic have got all the tools they need to completely grab control. The one thing Fnatic cannot afford to do, though, is have mixed decisions when they push the mid to late game. If anybody remembers back to how they played against Unicorns of Love, Fnatic lost both of their matchups to Unicorns of Love thanks to poor decision making in trying to close the game out. We'll need to see if Fnatic can close with this very new, unstage-tested team composition.
Unstage-tested team comp, but definitely stage-tested. If you were to think the rookies would get scared, that would have been in Madrid, right? Huge crowd for them to play in front. We've heard a lot of players get nerves in front of those big crowds. Not these guys. They know exactly what they need to do. And Yellowstar is helping to call those shots. Missed initiation there, but one of the first for Fnatic.
Yeah, but you can see the focus. No Dragon available. Outer towers down. Fnatic are just pitching their tents and wards in the middle lane. They want that last outer turret, and then they want to take control of the jungle. They're onto this turret now, but good wave clear from Wild Turtle, and Lustboy, he's looking for blood. Not going to find it this time.
Yeah, and there's actually not many ways TSM can deal with him right now, but Reignover is caught out a little bit. Dyrus trying to make a Mega Gnar impact. Fnatic goes for the fight.
They don't have the vision to keep following, though, and they all try to disengage. What an ultimate from Hooney to keep 2 in place. TSM trying to re-engage. They're doing good damage to the health bars. They get Steel back where they want him, and Yellowstar's still trying to fight. It may be a little bit of miscommunication, but it looks like they're going to back off as Febiven dives in for one last say.
That was a 4v5 from Fnatic's perspective, and they still tried to go. They lose one, but now we have to see if they can gain a pressure advantage with many TSM members recalling.
Yeah, it looks like they do get the tower. Febiven not able to get any burst down, and I think crucially, Wild Turtle flashed away, but the tower still stands, Jax.
But for how long?
But for how long, indeed.
Whoa! Turret success. Turret success. 3 turrets to 0 right now. Something that is very hard to come back from.
If there was any questions about Febiven's ability to make plays or make decisions on the big stage, on the international stage, with the help of Reignover in the laning phase and that super cheeky tower kill, Febiven's in his elements.
Yeah, and looking at this fight again. So Reignover had to burn a lot of cooldowns just to begin this fight, but the confidence of Fnatic, specifically Huni, knows he's incredibly strong, and now he goes for the flash ult and gets a good amount of damage down. If not for that Mega Gnar stun from Darius onto Huni, that would have been a dead turtle, probably with one more E from the Cassiopeia. At that point, the peel from Lustboy is actually very good. The box covers that entire choke point. TSM is barely able to come back with their lives. If another fight like that happens, I feel like Fnatic gets it. Most things went pretty optimally for TSM now.
Yeah, and of course, with the second Dragon, Fnatic have actually never lost a game after securing the first 2 consecutive Dragons. They are 9-0 after grabbing those first 2. Now, TSM, after giving up the first 2, have actually won 44% of their matches. So it's not a huge amount. You're looking 5-4, but the fact is, they have bounced back. TSM, a team that have given up Dragons in the past, to pull it back, but this may be too much to pull back from.
The pattern of those games for Team Solomid when they're doing that is they have a lot of map control and pressure plus laning advantages. We look at this and they're down in CS into the 3 major lanes. The only CS advantage they have is a 6 CS lead by Santorin in the jungle. That doesn't even count in the context of this matchup. Finally, Darius was able to equalize a turret, which helps a little bit. So what each team needs to do here, for TSM, they need Darius to have an impact with Mega Gnar of some kind. So much of this game has been Darius farming on his side of the map against Huni's Cassiopeia, which has been completely dominant. If Darius can find a teleport in where he transforms Mega as the fight begins and gets a good stun, that is a way TSM could take out priority targets. Outside of that, Fnatic has all of the vision control. They're looking for the picks with Steelback and Yellow Star, plus a Cassiopeia. I mean, that entire team just screams, kill 1 or 2 dudes right away and then steamroll the rest of the fight.
So Fnatic with different picks, but the same execution pattern. They really, really just want to look to get somebody down, and as soon as you have the numbers advantage, play for those objectives. But they snuck a lot of damage on the Nanoterra moving around the map. They're trying to move through the jungle to get access to the next wave of turrets on TSM side.
Credit to the Fnatic coaching staff for finding a new subset of champions here for Huni in the top lane that still allows them to play their same style. And they must be so happy right now that TSM decided not to lane swap, because this is what Fnatic loves to do. It's Huni gets to farm for free, no denial, no weird stuff happening in their own jungle. This one's been easy for Fnatic.
And the one thing that, everybody backstage, all of the casters were debating, where is the priority on bans? The focus was obviously going to be top lane, but we didn't expect 6 of them to go that way. And I think for Fnatic, you've also got to look at the fact, yes, Huni may be the superstar at the moment, but Reignover's Gragas, Febiven and LeBlanc, it's not fake as LeBlanc, but he's still delivering. You have to start looking at some of those threats and try to find out answers to those picks as well.
And that's kind of been what everybody's said about the top lane in general in their picks, is that's kind of the most mismatched here in these lanes. So why not throw everything at it? Huni's been one to go on to more diverse champions anyway, so they knew they were going to get an upper hand there on Darius and then focus it over and over again.
Right now, look at the ward coverage that Fnatic's been able to accumulate on this side of the map. It's great vision denial right here, so they will start the 22-minute Baron. Unfortunately, they weren't setting up a pick, but they just get it because TSM can't make the rotation in time. What a call.
Fantastic, fantastic play, and Fnatic, they now
that Baron died so fast, guys, because of Huni's Cassiopeia just ripping through it. Much faster than TSM expected it to be, and then Darius could scout with the boomerang, but he didn't have anything to place inside of it right now. No upgraded sight totems right there for TSM, but a double upgraded yellow trinket for Fnatic. Vision control and inside of Fnatic.
Depth charge a little farther. Flash anchor toss. Wild Turtle's going to have to spell shield now and use his ultimate to get out of this one. But that's going to hurt. They may get pressure here. Fnatic pushing down the mid.
We'll see if they can use those Baron empowered minions to get up into those
way
towers.
far, though.
For Fnatic, what did they expend? Flash on Febiven, Flash and engage tools from Yellowstar. But look at that burst onto Lustboy.
Again, Dyrus is trapped trying to push out the top lane. Fnatic pushes that so quickly and easily that now they have position on multiple fronts. Huni gets the Baron minions in the bottom lane. Fnatic is still holding strong with 4 in the mid lane. They don't have great turret siege because of the Urgot. That is why Fnatic is split pushing right now.
And they're going to have to be careful. They know Dyrus is about to Mega Gnar out, so they will not initially want this fight. Huni, so much pressure on the bottom, and every member of Team Solo Mid in the mid lane right now.
This is perfect right now for Fnatic. They know how to get the outer turrets without a traditional AD carry right there. It's by splitting and using your strong members on the side lanes.
And on top of that, there are a number of European top laners who were playing Gnar up until recent weeks. So Fnatic timing the back against that Mega Gnar. It's not an uncomfortable opponent champion for them.
No.
They get the mid inner turret, and look at the damage on Dyrus. Fnatic could set up on this bottom lane next as well.
This just feels abusive right now. Huni is completely dominating Dyrus this entire game, and now he's dictating the map for Fnatic as well. European Rookie of the Split really showing up here at the international event. Look at that. They're going to kill him.
Oh! The flash explosive cast. You can see how headstrong Fnatic are right now. Really no care in the world against this TSM composition now that they're in their base.
They do have that one pushing onto the inhibitor on the bottom lane. TSM are scrambling to defend, but without the wave clear of Wild Turtle, there's nothing they can do.
This is how you use the Baron buff. We knew these teams were in an arm race for mid-game power, and Fnatic has won this arm race. Dyrus trying to get an ultimate off. They have no Sivir right now.
They don't have much of anything to do in this fight. Huni goes down only because he pushes too far, but you can see Fnatic low on mana. They have health, and that's enough for him to just kind of hang out. They will finally pull back, though, without any minions on that Baron buff.
All right, Huni was being a little foolish right there. that was a reach too far, but
he just wanted some hugs.
So many of Fnatic's reaches this game have worked out perfectly well. Almost every move Fnatic has made has paid off totally. This is now a 25-minute game with an 8,000 gold lead.
Incredible.
And a downed inhibitor inside TSM base. And guys, this means more than just EU greater than NA in that conversation. Let's watch this real quick again. Huni went for the kill, but he flashed face first into a death sentence. So not the best execution right there. Credit for Lustboy to having that hook prime. Outside of that, it actually allows TSM to come out of the base and maybe pick up a dragon.
Well played by TSM, taking advantage of that. Their first will stall out that 5-dragon counter, but they've got so much more problems to deal with than that one at the moment.
Yeah, there's no way this game... Well, there is a way, but it's very unlikely that this game goes to 5 dragons.
Something I'm definitely watching for Fnatic is that game they had a 20,000 gold lead against Unicorns of Love. They wanted to play safe. They need to end this game.
Well, we do see Febiven pulling the attention of TSM while the rest of the team pushing in the mid lane. Keep an eye on Yellowstar. He's also picked up that Banner of Command after Sightstone. You've got that empowered minion on the mid lane of Febiven. Again, just trying to keep everybody away.
All the clever ways of pushing down these inhibitor turrets without a real AD carry right there. Ban your minion for more time, split pushing with the Baron minions, and now 2 inhibitors down 26 minutes in. Do we see a fight?
Oh, Lustboy absolutely and surgically deleted from the map. This is going to be Wild Turtle now. He tries to get himself out, but there's not enough spell shield to save his life on that one. 2 going in for Febiven, and they're looking for the Nexus turrets.
So carry on pushing through. They find another one onto Santorum Bjergsen in full retreat. He takes the fat man down, but gets taken down himself. Holo is killed out of the Nexus turrets as Fnatic get the minion wave pouring through. They're onto Nexus turret number 1. Dyrus has Mega Gnar charging up, but it's not going to be enough to finish it out. He does get the double Gnar onto the wall, and now Dyrus' attention.
The wallop isn't going to be enough, but is there enough HP after that with Lustboy coming out now? Misses the hook on Steelback. They're going to have to retreat, but the damage has already been done. One more rinse and repeat, and this should be game 1.
This North American heavy crowd in Tallahassee is silenced right now by the precision of Fnatic's chaotic gameplay right here. This is incredible by Fnatic right now in order to take so many objectives and so much power early on.
And this composition doesn't do this all game. They definitely had to make this work immediately, and it has not failed in any spot.
Somebody needs to give Reignover a cookie for his ganks in the laning phase, then Huni a hug for his fantastic performance in Cassiopeia after 6 top lane bans. And you need to take a step back. a lot of people had written Fnatic off coming into this tournament. A lot of people had said Fnatic style, it's sloppy, it's messy, it's not good enough.
Yeah.
27 minutes in, a Nexus turret and 2 inhibitors down from TSM. Fnatic say otherwise.
And it's only the first game of the group stage, but we want to talk about the bracket stage already because we were thinking there was a lot of wisdom around this tournament was thinking Fnatic was going to be competing with AHQ for that 4th spot into the bracket stage. It was like EDG, SKT, and TSM were the ones going in.
Yeah, here comes TSM off Katowice.
Yeah, winning right there. The European teams that went to IM Katowice had a horrendous showing.
Right.
The finals in the European LCS looked incredibly chaotic, and obviously this is just one game, but it absolutely begins a whole new conversation about this mid-season invitation.
Especially because this is Fnatic's style. Regardless of the champions, they've played in the same way and the same manner they have in the European LCS. But TSM have not. Picks and bans different, not lane swapping, decision making early. It's kind of Fnatic did them, they've done what they always do, and TSM you have to ask some questions. They've been even cheeky enough to find Bjergsen in the bush. The Death Sentence connects!
They're trying to use the Fnatic brush against Fnatic. That doesn't work. They go on to Bjergsen. He's going to get locked down, and they are just surveying the fight now. Who's next? No worries. Dyrus is going to be it, and this is when they have the Mega Gnar. Nobody else can actually follow up, and we're going to see this second-tier turret going down.
Steelback continues to push through, and Fnatic set their sights on the last remaining inhibitor turrets.
There are 2 downed inhibitors already, so normally Fnatic would just have to wait for those to push in, but they've already killed 2 people on TSM. This 3rd inhibitor is free.
Definitely sealing the deal as they turn TSM's base into shambles. They're looking for that last inhibitor. They just want to go around the horn and take everything because they have absolutely earned it this game.
And look at them backing off. This is again what we talked about. When Fnatic was overconfident and pushed Nexuses against the Unicorns of Love, it backfired multiple times. Yellowstar was playing Nautilus, trying to backdoor, and it didn't work out. It's very good to see because this is some growth that Fnatic did not demonstrate during the regular splits.
We can call it growth. I think they could have ended this game easily right there, but they're going to go for the Baron. Let's take the 110% certain
Damn it,
victory.
Jad, I am proud of them. They are showing restraint
They did it!
and
All right.
control because Fnatic had not all spring long. Maybe the Baron is a little over the top, but you know what? I'm still on board. I dig it.
Yeah, this next push, they've gone back to base. They're even buying elixirs to go with this Baron. They can Banner of Command to Siege Minion already. There's only 1 Nexus turret living for Team Solo Mid.
There's 7 camps, 1 Scuttle they got to take first as well before they get into the base.
The Dragon's up in a minute
They're
15.
going to go for the Dragon. Here's the Scuttle, so they're going to get Scuttle down. No worries on that. A very, very methodical play
Hang
here
on a
by
second, hang on a
Fnatic.
second. Are the North American classes a little salty that Fnatic are beating TSM so convincing?
I'm not salty. This is an amazing
Absolutely
game.
not. You're pulling salt out of thin air right here, Trevor, because this is Fnatic displaying their play style, working on the international stage. I do have to say, though, TSM is not playing their game whatsoever.
That's fair.
No way.
This is it's an incredibly uncharacteristic style for TSM to open a game. The top lane bans have heavily affected Dyrus. Santorin is playing a jungler he has not had much success on in Rek'Sai, especially in the Cinderhawk patch. 0-2 on that champion. Don't know why they wouldn't have gone with Sejuani. Don't know why TSM went lane swap. They're flabbergasted, though, by this Fnatic team early on because it does not look like they know how to deal with the Fnatic playstyle. Maybe TSM overthought themselves or overprepped themselves because this is going to be their defeat.
Definitely looks like it's going to be soon, just waiting for the mid inhibitor to come back up, but this is now giving TSM more chances to fight, and you can see how safe Fnatic's playing it, staying in that death ball, making sure they get everything they want before they make the final push. Looks like this might be it.
There's 1 tower standing between Fnatic and their first win yet mid-season. Dyrus goes in. Mega Gnar is about to pop it. He hasn't managed to find a target yet. We do see the ultimate throwing down from Wild Turtle. They've killed Bjergsen!
Bjergsen goes down, Febvin with the turret, and then the kill onto Bjergsen. He had a great mid lane against what they thought was going to be an unmatchable set for the mid lane champions here, and Fnatic will take game 1 over TSM at the mid-season Invitational.
Chat, you said it a few minutes ago. Local audience stunned by that performance.
Our letters may be NA, but we're not made of salt, Trevor.
Fnatic, honestly, I did not actually expect that. I think everybody had reservations, but
I don't
what a
think
performance.
many people would not expect this because there were some very surprising things about this game. The 6 top lane bans, the top lane Cassiopeia from Huni, the underwhelming Gnar from Dyrus, the fact that Febvin and the rest of Fnatic made their team the solo mid team here by repeated ganks in the mid lane, completely shutting the rest of the TSM team down. Fnatic played their game, TSM did not play their game, and now they're staring at a 0-1 start to the group stage.
One of the arguable pre-tournament finalist favorites, TSM, tries to fix what's not broken, because you have to question everything in the early game, the decisions, the picks and bans, and you have to be fair about it. Why were those calls made? Why were those decisions made? We might have a chance to find out later today, but we do need to see these teams play because they do have, I think TSM has 3 games today, day 1 out of the 8.
Inexcusable to leave Dyrus in 1v1 against Tuni, Gnar versus Cassiopeia. That was not a matchup he was ever going to win. Urgot, Nautilus in the bottom lane as well, totally devastating. Really questionable decisions from Team Solo Mid, but Fnatic played their game. Great start. Good tournament coming.
Well, we were looking for the bar to be set very high in game 1, and I think it was set at the top. And to help us break down that game, let's send it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. Crumbs, you said you wanted to see picks and bans. You got to see some picks and bans here.
Yeah, I think the hero for this game was the picks and bans for Fnatic. Now, 6 top lane bans. So you got Maokai, Lulu, Sion, and then for Hecarim, Vlad, and Rumble by TSM. Now, the last remaining meta champion out of all those is the Gnar, and they don't first pick Gnar. TSM should have been thinking, you know what? Why didn't they not first pick Gnar? It's the last remaining meta champion. They get baited into picking the Gnar. Obviously, Fnatic had prepared for this. They get the counter pick in the top lane matchup. And here's another thing that I disliked about TSM's draft and really liked about Fnatic's. So they first pick the LeBlanc, and they take the LeBlanc in the second rotation. And that's after seeing the Gnar. So they know that LeBlanc is going to be completely blind. TSM has the opportunity of counterpicking that. Had they not locked in the Gnar early, they could have seen the Cassiopeia top and picked a better matchup for that. I would have liked to see a Kassadin from them. They hovered over it, get a little bit more late game scaling, be safer in the mid lane. Don't try to play against the Rek'Sai, the Gragas LeBlanc in the 2v2. You're not going to win that matchup, especially with a skirmisher saver.
And I want to go after picks and bans because execution was huge. You didn't lane swap against a Nautilus and an Urgot lane, which is extremely oppressive, but also a terrible matchup because Cassiopeia just crushes Gnar. They definitely practiced that. But also, Santorin's a non-factor. Sejuani's open, Gragas is open, Nunu's open. If you want to farm your butt off, go pick a farm jungler. Like, don't pick Rek'Sai away from Reignover and go he's 4-1 on that champion. That's what Reignover's score is on Rek'Sai. Don't pick it away from him. It's fine. Pick your 3-0 Sejuani post Cinderhall. Like, don't try to play their style because you're going to lose doing it. Play your style in an international tournament because you could see Fnatic was like, we're just going to play our book, and that's how they won, with complete chaos.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that game is TSM kind of changed half their playstyle by not lane swapping, but not the other half, which is send Santorin to the top part of the map.
Yeah.
You've got Cassiopeia up there with
Dyrus.
flash teleport, with Gnar, who's got CC pre-level 6. Like, if that's not a gank with the Cassiopeia pushing, I actually don't know what is. Like, you've got a knock-up, you've got a stun, you've got all the damage that comes out of both those champions early game. Dyrus was once again left alone on an island, and if you do that against a team like Fnatic, better yet, a team like EDG, this is going to be a bad weekend for TSM.
I think the picks really scared TSM to playing their own game because you know you can lose every 2v2 in the solo lanes. You got Gragas Cassiopeia on one side, you got Gragas LeBlanc versus Cho'Gath Rek'Sai. You know, it's not the best matchup just because of how mobile Gragas and LeBlanc can be. But the problem was that their vision just was being pushed back. They didn't get aggressive ward for keeping an eye on the Gragas. Reignover had a free map. He didn't care where he was going because he knew there was no wards. All the lines of wards, which are few by that notion, were just very deep within the TSM jungle. So Reignover can just, you get a level 2 gank. You got to expect that when you're playing an immobile champion like Cho'Gath versus the LeBlanc.
He had reign over everything.
Sheepy, this was your call. You predicted the Fnatic win here. It's got to feel good knowing that already you're the only analyst with 100%.
Yeah, I'm off to a good start, I feel. So I will be easy here on TSM. This felt like a déjà vu. When we played against Fnatic, kind of the same thing happened. They picked Hecarim, we picked Irelia. We got like 0-4 Irelia with like double tower dive. So I was watching this game and I was like, oh wow, I know this field, Dyrus. I'm really, really sorry for you.
All right, well, before we jump, we're going to break down the rest of the match in just a moment. But before we do so, we've got Shock standing by with 2 of our winners.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm standing by here with Yellow Star and Febiven after beating out TSM in the very first game here at MSI. And well, Yellow Star, we heard Cheapy talking about it, of course, with the Unicorns of Love beating out TSM at IEM. How much of the fact that you know that TSM sometimes has a hard time adapting went into your preparation for this game?
Well, recently TSM actually impressed us. They won IEM and then they swept the playoffs, so we really expected to have a hard time. We really got a good practice right here. So I mean during those days, so it was really good for us. And, yeah.
All right, well, you guys came out swinging with a very interesting composition. Was all of that set in stone? Did you know what all of you were going, or was there something in their comp that threw you guys off?
Yeah, actually, we had a plan in mind, so it was to ban out Darius. So he basically had almost no champions, and we were prepared, and yeah, we pulled out the Cassiopeia top, and we knew that he was going to be have a hard time.
Did have a pretty hard time, and you guys snowballed very hard off that. Febiven coming in here, very hyped matchup versus Bjergsen. You got your beloved LeBlanc. How was it taking the stage versus him?
I didn't expect him to pick Cho'Gath against me, even though it actually seemed really hard in lane phase, because he was like 20 cubes up and I bought Flask, so I actually lost, but my team was winning hard, so I was just basically getting carried.
Yeah, well, getting carried, you also killed a couple of people who were doing very well. How were you guys influenced by the fact that coming into this huge tournament, you guys weren't put up in the top 3 or top 2 or top 1. It was all about the underdogs, Fnatic. Fnatic might be struggling here. How did that influence you guys coming in?
I think we are not actually the underdogs. I think we are definitely top 4. And our scrims this week were pretty good, so I think we can end top 3.
It actually doesn't go to our mind. I mean, we know what we are able to do, and then we get the scrims and we got the results. So, I mean, we still had to prove that Europe was still a good region. And as Huni said, he said that he wants to prove that Europe is better than NA. So, I don't know. We're looking forward to play against them again, so we'll see.
Well, Huni must be very happy, and you were also in the squad at Fnatic that beat Cloud9 2 years ago there at Worlds, so you have a pretty good track record. Thank you guys very much. Congratulations. Very first victory here for Fnatic at MSI. We're going to shoot it back over to Dash and the guys over at the desk.
Thank you, Shox. Febiven being a little modest there, although credit due to Reignover for his gank pressure. 2 ganks within the first 4 minutes of the game. One which netted the flash out of Bjergsen. The other takes a kill in the top lane. I mean, just completely out-jungled Santorin here in this game.
You were talking about deja vu. That was like IEM San Jose.
Level 2 gank, mid lane, I'm like, Bjergsen, please. And then he survived, so I'm like, okay.
Where did they learn this? But the fact that Fnatic and UOL were both putting resources into the lane to counter Bjergsen is what you should be doing in those losing matchups. You talked about how Gnar Cassiopeia, bad matchup. Throw Santorin into the top lane and win that matchup, kind of turn it in your favor. That's what they did with the LeBlanc versus the Cho'Gath. You saw the level 2 gank, then you saw Nautilus run into the lane and just ultimate and get Bjergsen again. They kept trying to keep pressure on him so he can't open up the map.
Well, in all honesty, with Rek'Sai, throw him into any lane, right? Even if he threw him into the mid lane or into the bottom lane, just show up somewhere, right? And it really makes me pause and wonder what TSM's approach was for this game as they didn't take the lane swaps and then they didn't apply pressure to the straight-up matchups.
I feel like TSM was a little bit confused at some point. Top lane was doing so well for Fnatic, and then TSM like, wow, there's so much pressure on us. And Rek'Sai just ended up farming in their jungle when there was times where Cho'Gath was actually pressuring mid lane. He could have easily snuck into the jungle of the enemy and just ward out. And I think this was something that they should have really done.
And also like losing the blue to a barrel as well. That's like even more pressure on top of it, which is relieved because Bjergsen doesn't get a blue buff then, right? So they're still trying to shut him down. And then Santorin's still doing nothing about it. He's not helping his lanes.
I think Darius would have liked the opportunity to play League of Legends here.
You got to bring that back.
Well, this is the thing about the current patch. match. Like, there are so many things that spill over into mid lane, so you can never treat it as an isolated lane. As soon as Dyrus fell that far behind, you knew that there was just going to open up the rest of the match. Not to mention that Urgot is like the best 1v2 AD carry. And when you've got a Nautilus running around on the Rift, you saw how much impact he was able to make. Like, there was no way, even though Bjergsen got an early lead, as long as Forbidden stayed safe, they were going to unlock LeBlanc in the end anyway. And you saw at like 21 minutes, he had like a death cap of Morella Nomicon, boots too. At that point in the game, even though he hadn't got ahead in lane, he was the strongest person on the map.
And I really have to give credit actually to Darius. That was not his fault what has ever happened top lane, because he didn't have any backup. And he was actually doing really well. The one team fight where it was actually close, or they were coming out even, huge ultimate from him, knocking up 4 people or something like this. So he actually performed really well, but his team kind of left him to die under the tower twice, and then after that it's just, what can I do here? I just need to pacify.
Yeah, massive props to Fnatic though. It's only game 1, but they've kind of turned expectations on their head already. So TSM's matches that are coming up are even more important.
I was about to say, I think some of the big takeaways here from this match in particular is the fact that Fnatic, who a lot of people had already counted out, are showing up. They've made their statement. We're here to fight for the title of champions at MSI. But 2, they've highlighted a pretty large weakness in TSM. Fnatic, one of the more aggressive early game, fastest winning teams against TSM, who takes first dragons, or who takes the least number of first dragons of any team here at MSI in games that they play. They're much more okay with sitting and resting on their laurels in lane. That might not work here at this tournament.
Yep, especially when you're not lane swapping. It was really, like, TSM's really good at lane swaps, right?
They made it really hard for themselves, I think.
Exactly. That's what I think is a big thing. They didn't play to their strengths. Like, they didn't free up Lustboy to go mid or anything like that. So
I really like the Cassiopeia pick. In the top lane. It's a very contested pick in the mid lane right now, but adding that extra dimension to Fnatic, we had never seen Cassiopeia from them before. Pick it now, especially when you're facing SKT1. That's going to come in very handy because both EasyHoon and FLICKR play it. This could be a hot pick for this matchup, maybe even banned. I want to see that matchup now, perhaps a little bit more than TSM versus SKT.
Yeah, and it makes you, I mean, let me start over. I mean, another team that I'd love to see it against AHQ. Very aggressive team when it comes to early dragons. When we watch Fnatic now stack up against teams that don't play like TSM, is this kind of strategy still going to work out when they clash heads with as much pressure as they put on themselves?
Yeah, I think that they'll have a really good time in the lane against AHQ. I think the thing that AHQ won't do that TSM did is refuse to fight them. TSM get behind and then they don't take fights. There's no way that AHQ is not taking that first dragon fight. They're like flashing in on Karthus, like they're picking a Jarvan for some reason still, like trying to dunk people. There is no way that AHQ does not hard engage that second dragon they went for.
All right, well, an exciting game to start the day. We do have to make a quick broadcast correction for you. People looking to aid in the Nepal relief effort can visit the URL internationalmedicalcorps.org, not .com, or check out the LoL Esports Facebook page for more information. And coming up after the break, Turkey's Besiktas Esports Club will take on Korea's SKT in our next match. We'll be right back.
There it is, the famous man, Huni.
And again, the focus on the mid lane.
That's that depth charge that was left up. Santorin trying to get something back.
Fnatic goes for the fight.
They don't have the vision to keep following, though, and they all try to disengage. What an ultimate from Huni to keep 2 in place. TSM trying to re-engage. They're gonna
Fight.
go.
Fight. Go. Silver. Go. Nice.
Ultimate throwing down from Wild Turtle. They kill Bjergsen.
Bjergsen goes down. Febvin with the turret, and then the kill onto Bjergsen. And Fnatic will take game 1 over TSM at the midseason Invitational.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational live here from Tallahassee, Florida, as I'm joined here by Kobe and Monte Cristo. Well, let's start by talking about that last game. We needed a break because, man, Fnatic went hard on TSM. I mean, from picks and bans coming out, did you guys foresee that this was going to happen, knowing TSM's history? Because it was still very risky from Fnatic.
Just seeing picks and bans, I did not expect this to happen. Okay, so Cassiopeia is not a really complex puzzle. Yes, it's something different for the top lane there, but it's something with some pretty easy answers to figure out. She's a very vulnerable top laner. Yes, she's good in 1-versus-1 situation, but if you have a jungler like Rek'Sai, should probably attract some attention up there. And even if you gank her and you don't kill her, you burn summoners, you burn some of her mana. She got mana nerfs like 5 patches ago. If you burn some mana early, then there's no way that she bullies Dyrus that hard, and that's all that you need to do.
Also, you have to consider the fact that you can't run Ghost in the top lane either, so it's only one summoner that you're dealing with, making those repeated ganks even easier and easier. To a certain degree, though, because it was very interesting that we saw the Sion, Maokai, and Lulu bans coming in, because those were the only champions that Dyrus played in the NALCS playoffs, so it was a good test, right? And I guess my question going forward is how well TSM is going to adapt. Are we going to see a situation like with SK at IEM where the same bans kept rolling in and it looked like it had really kind of thrown a monkey wrench into their plans?
I think that TSM will be able to adapt, but I would not be surprised if more teams try to go with that strategy. It's definitely proven to be successful. As for the rest of the pick bans, I think the really strong thing that Fnatic did show was the Urgot being a viable pick for them. That was huge, and the bottom lane also played a large part in this win.
And it wasn't even just the pick and ban either. I think what really impressed me was the precision coming out of Fnatic in executing the strategy. It looked very practiced, very refined, and we saw a tighter team than we saw, I think, in the EULCS playoffs.
Absolutely. Also, just Reignover being fantastic and Yellow Star with that Nautilus roaming and getting things done. Well, this means TSM, who has 3 games today, has a game versus Besiktas coming up, and SKT at the end of the day have something to think about. Before Fnatic, and I asked them as well, well, you know, were you influenced at all by the fact that everyone was calling you as underdogs? Of course, they just won versus TSM, but Febvin said, well, no, I don't see us as underdogs at all. Top 4, top 3. So the question is, do you think that Fnatic looks polished enough if they go standard picks all around and they don't throw people off? Can they beat the other higher seeded teams?
You mean like
SKT?
There aren't seeds, right? Everybody that got here is
yeah, true.
won their finals, but you're obviously referring to EDG and SKT. I still give the advantage to both of those teams, EDG and SKT.
Yeah, I think purely just in terms of lanes, I don't see SKT or EDG losing lane as hard as TSM did that game, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely snowballing out of control in this one. The next game we've got coming up, though, is Besiktas Esports Club up against SKT. This is a David and Goliath story, if we've ever heard one. Besiktas coming in to represent the wildcard region. What should be their plan coming in here, Kobe?
Going versus TSM? I said they should try.
SKT.
Or, excuse me, SKT. Probably try and focus on getting the bottom lane an advantage. Nardius has been a big part for them, and if they can get a good teleport, Theologian has also had some strong Rumble play, you know, a Rumble or a Hecarim. Maybe you have some hope there, but SKT just looks so solid, and especially with Marin. So there's something that Marin does that very few other top laners do, is buy really early home guards on champions that are not Hecarim, just so that he always has his teleport up to prevent things like that snowballing in the bottom lane. I think it's going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, even on champions like Gnar. So he'll actually forego some tank stats just to use the Rage Bar at the exact right time, right? So they play around that very well. I think that Energy has to play safe in this lane because it's going to be hard, but the strongest part of SK Telecom, where the highest percentage of their damage comes, is from their mid laner. And Energy is arguably, I think, the weakest part of Besiktas. And so having that matchup, he just needs to play as safe and conservatively as possible.
And he knows it. He made that Facebook post. He's got a good sense of humor about it. The time spent dead runes for himself.
That's
please have mercy, Faker.
Yeah, that's definitely the key for them to come in here, relax, and just taking this as an opportunity to show what they got in play versus a team like SKT. We're going to go over to the casters to see that game, Besiktas versus SKT, in just a second. But first, Besiktas talks about what it means for them to represent the international wildcard region and how much they appreciate their fans.
Bundan bir hafta önce Türkiye şampiyonuyduk. Ondan sonra 7 bölgenin de katıldığı uluslararası turnuvada, Wildcard turnuvasında birinci olduk. Wildcard'ı kazanıp, daha doğrusu 7 bölgenin birincisi olmak gerçekten güzel bir duygu. Hani hem MSI'ye katılıyor olmak hem de bu 7 bölgeyi temsilen orada bulunmak gerçekten güzel bir duygu. Beşiktaş gibi köklü bir spor kulübünün Espor'da önce olması gerçekten çok büyük bir şey. Bir kere çok köklü bir taraftar grubu var.
Ben çok uzun zamandır sahnede oynuyorum. Yani 2-3 yıldır zaten sahnede oynama tecrübesine alışkın bir oyuncuyum. Gerçekten ilk defa sahnede heyecanlandım. Heyecanlanmamam lazımdı ama heyecanlandım. Yani karşımızda öyle bir taraftar vardı ki sürekli beni heyecanlandırıyordu. 4000 kişinin önünde oynamak ve o 4000 kişinin Beşiktaş'ta olduğunu bilmek, bize desteklemesi gerçekten muhteşem şeylerdi.
The fans are really nice and they're really supportive and just always rooting for us. That's really nice.
So before I got to Turkey, I used to only compete in Czech Republic, and that was like really easy. There was no competition, no nothing. Now I got to Turkey and it's like better players, everything is bigger. We play in arenas and stuff. We can get to Valkar, we can get to Worlds. And it's like really exciting to be here.
Beşiktaş Kulübü Türkiye'deki en köklü futbol kulüplerinden bir tanesi. 1903 senesinde kuruldu. Sayısızca birçok başarıya imza attı. Hatta bu kulübün Çarşı adıyla bilinen bir taraftar grubu da mevcut. Hatta yurt dışında birkaç maçta desibel rekorları kırmışlığı bile var. Hani bu kulübün bir parçası olmak, bu kulüp adına oynamak gerçekten çok güzel bir duygu.
Facebook'a yazdım, hepsine baktım mesela Fanatik'in. Bir tek Fanatik'in çok beğenisi var, 1 milyon üzerinde. Mesela SK Telekom yazdım, 50 bin falan herhalde, daha fazla değil. Beşiktaş 5 milyondan fazla. Ki o sadece Facebook'ta. Yani şu turnuva Türkiye'de olsa onlar bile korkar bence. Öyle bir taraftar kitlemiz var.
MSI'ye katılan bütün takımlar genelinde beni en çok korkutan destek oyuncusu Last Boy diyebilirim. Koridoru çok iyi kontrol ettiğini düşünüyorum. Açıkçası Last Boy'a karşı oynamak benim için gerçekten büyük bir tecrübe olacak.
Benim en çok severek izlediğim, idol aldığım ormancı İnsek. Çünkü İnsek'in ismini bir oyun hareketine verdiler. İnsek diye bir tabir var onun içinde. Bence bu gerçekten gurur verici bir şey. İnsek'in Lee'sin tekmesinin tadına böyle bakmak benim için güzel olacağını düşünüyorum.
3 senedir neredeyse bu camianın içindeyim ve spor camiasının içindeyim. Bu denli heyecanlandığım, bu denli yani gerçekten elimizin ayağımızın kesildiği bir maç oynamamıştım bu Wildcard haricinde. Hani hem maçların heyecanı olsun hem arkamızdaki taraftar desteği olsun. Zaten bunun büyük bir kısmı taraftar desteğine bağlı da hani gerçekten inanılmaz bir duygu ve bunun çoğunluğu Beşiktaş ismi sayesinde olmuş durumda.
And what an incredible feeling that has to be, knowing that many people are backing you kind of instantly. Like they said, such radical expressions coming from their fans, and now it just bleeds over into esports for them.
Yeah, let's not underrate how many teams were at the International Wildcard Invitational, the top in 7 different emerging regions, and these guys were able to come out on top even though it was incredibly close and competitive. Now they're kind of on the next tier of competition.
That's right. Hopefully those nerves are shaken. We're gearing up for our next match, Turkey's Besiktas Esports Club versus Korea's SK Telecom T1. So let's check out the starting lineups with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's Turkey's Besiktas Esports. That's in the top lane, Thaldrin. In the jungle, Theokoles. Energy in mid lane, Nardius at AD carry, and Dumbledoge at support.
Yeah, and of course on the red side, it is SK Telecom T1 with Marin in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, FLICKR playing mid lane for this one, not Easyhoon.
All right.
Bang and Wolf, the AD carry and support. And we'll need to see how they handle themselves. Let's be honest, the expectation here is for SKT to roll over Besiktas, but they need to make sure they get a strong pick and ban phase. They need to make sure they can do that in game.
They got to make sure they can play clean as well. We got to remember that the SKT team that won LCK had Tom and Easyhoon in it for all 3 games. This was also the team, though, that SKT used against CJ Entus when everything was on the line and they were 1 game away from elimination. So it may actually be their A-tier lineup, at least according to them, Bengi and FLICKR.
That's one of the things that gets me about these guys. Some regions kind of put subs in, take them out, make sure they can get the right thing. These guys do it for fun when they want to. Let's put in Easyhoon today. Let's put in FLICKR today. But it just makes them stronger. Whichever way they do it, they find the way to win.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, reiterating what Monte Cristo said earlier today, the amount of depth that the Korean rosters have and the fact that SKT actively use it in series. We'll need to see between FLICKR and Easyhoon, the 6th man for SKT at MSI is Easyhoon as we jump into picks and bans. And the Urgot being taken away from SK Telecom, that's no surprise at all.
right away. SKT also on red side here, so if FLICKR wants, he can last pick and counter. Quite a birthday present for the birthday boy, as it is FLICKR's birthday today.
Also a nice ban there of Ari by SKT. Energy's most played and most successful champion at the IWCI.
Yep.
Taking their time. This is a little unexpected. Definitely going through the notions.
Coaches with definitely a lot to say in this part here. The players letting the bands go to the voices behind them.
A lot of achievements under Koma's belt. That is the coach for SKT over on the right-hand side of your screen.
True.
This is a guy with multiple international event wins, multiple local LCK or previously OGN victories, and now looking for another win. I believe SKT has won every single international event that they have attended, and this will be their first game here in 2015, the Mid-Season Invitational.
Good focus on Bang there with 2 bans. Well, a little bit of Urgot to the mid lane if it flexes as well, but FLICKR gets that LeBlanc ban as well. So you see the priority of where Besiktas really wants to hit SKT.
Yeah, Bang's Callista is undefeated, so it's not a big surprise that they're banning that here. I mean, basically SKT is just banning the champions that Besiktas had the most success at with the International Invitational. Thaldrin loves to play Riven. That's why he's hovering this. It is his favorite champion. We're hoping to somehow see it here at MSI. I'm a little bit skeptical of the Riven, especially against SKT here.
You mean first pick blind Riven is not on your expectations, chat?
This isn't solo queue? I thought we were commentating a solo queue game.
But with a mix of lane bans and all of the junglers up, where do they put their priority? You know, for Besiktas, we know that Energy is one of the weaker players. He struggled, even at IWCI, against all of his respective opponents. And it was Thaldrin and Nardius, to a certain extent, that helped carry Besiktas throughout the tournament. So seeing the Sejuani lock in as a first pick, I think that's safe. It's not giving anything up.
Thaldrin definitely came up big for them. Looking now over to the side of SKT, not too many top lane bans out of anywhere. That means Marin can get what he wants.
We also know that if Besiktas is going to win a game here at MSI, it's going to be through team fights. So the first pick of Sejuani is very smart and sound. It is the best team fighting jungler on the current patch, and a very good first pick for Besiktas.
And currently undefeated in the Besiktas playoffs over at the IWCI, 3-0 for Theocles with a 76% kill participation. Those are very impressive stats. He's going to need to keep that up against the best team from the historically strongest region.
Yeah, and having Marin on Rumble as well as Wolf on Thresher, just 2 incredibly powerful picks for SKT. They have an incredibly wide champion pool. The only question I'm going to have here about SKT's champions is, what type of champion is FLICKR going to play? Is he going to be on an assassin or more of a control mage? FLICKR actually found a lot of success on Lulu. Interestingly enough, one of the better compositions for SKT has been a bit of a Juggernaut, but with a Sivir involved, where they use a lot of mid-game teamfight power to control dragons, which is SKT's main game plan in most games. And those have actually been taken away by Besiktas.
Lulu and Sivir locked in on that side. Protection here for Nardius, someone you said was really a big point for Besiktas coming out of the IWCI. Bengi could be looking at that Rek'Sai for a bit of early game pressure here. Would definitely favor FLICKR in the mid lane if you give him some help. Control that jungle here against Theocles.
Bengi's most played champion in the last 14 games has been that Rek'Sai with 3. But let's also just add in there, there's a number of champions he's played, and it is locked in. What I like from SKT, early to mid game power, assuming you've just got better players, better decision making, just accelerate the game and win before 30 minutes. And that's what I think they can do with what they've got so far.
Specifically about the dragon control as well, it's another reason I think Bengi's best champion is Rek'Sai. They can use that tremor sense to control the dragon better with vision. Even if they don't have wards placed in certain areas, they can sense and get those wards in safely. They're picking just a ton of dragon fight champions right now for SKT.
Interesting here, coming in from Besiktas. A little bit of shielding and fear from a scary SKT composition here, but also a little bit of go-in headstrong as well with the Sivir ult if they can hit it right, and that Glacial Prison coming in from Sej. Looks like they've got themselves both sides of the coin on that one. A great composition to come out against SKT.
I think if they lock these 2 picks in, they've got a lot of strength at multiple stages in the game. They've got a lot of tools available to them, as you've said, Riv, with engage and disengage.
Right. A little bit more there.
A little bit more. I almost would have preferred the Cassiopeia because I feel there's a severe lack of damage now on the Besiktas side if this game runs particularly long. But
FLICKR, happy birthday, FLICKR. It is his birthday, and he is playing Azir right now. This is something that Easyhoon played in the finals against GE Tigers. And many people say Easyhoon's Azir is better than FLICKR's. Well, FLICKR's going to have his own show right here with the Azir. He's not playing the Assassination type champion. He is going for the Azir, which has immense damage and tremendous zone control. It fits SKT's overall game plan. And maybe let's FLICKR show off a bit too.
if there's anything that can help Besiktas, mobility from Siva and Lulu, and the range of engage that Sejuani and Na offer you, there are some tools to get onto that Azir, but they really cannot afford to let themselves get poked down, let themselves get in a position where the Rumble Azir combo can just decimate their backline.
Yeah, I generally like the team fighting team composition of Besiktas if they can keep control of the mid game, but if they fall behind it just a little bit because of that lack of damage and because they have so much built in for their mobility, SKT will just run over them with the Rumble Azir.
Already going to be a tough laning phase here for Besiktas, just in skill in general. Hopefully that does not domino out of control for them. This is going to be our second matchup of the day. We just saw Fnatic versus Team Solo Mid. Set the bar up higher than I can really put my hand right now. And now that you have seen the comps, it is time to show the team some love over on social media. Hit up Twitter, send hashtag either BJKWin or hashtag SKTWin to @LOEsports. We'll tally up your votes as usual shortly once we get on to the Rift. The crowd is ready coming in for game 2. They're loud, they're rowdy, and we're about to start the game.
We'll have to take a look at how Besiktas handle themselves loading up onto the Rift. And Jat, you touched on the fact that Besiktas do not want to get themselves behind.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for the team, they fell behind often at International Wildcard. They did play from behind relatively well, though, and they bounced back. We rewatched their final against INTZ.
Absolutely.
And multiple times we were going, how did they win this game? How did they win this game? And Besiktas, they found ways to steal Barons. They found ways to stall the game out.
Even if they're down to the last Nexus turret, can't count these guys out. They will stay alive. A little bit of FLICKR BM with his soldier, but he's dancing.
It is one thing we have to touch on. Every time we have an international competition like this, players around the world are all very good. The things that separate the great teams from the good teams, or even the great regions from the regions that aren't there yet, is everything that happens before the team fights. A lot of times, the setup for the team fights, the vision control that set up ganks, what actually puts people in unfavorable positions to begin with. Because if Besiktas can actually enter a team fight without any predisposed disadvantages, if they're not getting flanked, if they have the proper vision control, if they haven't had to burn their summoner spells preemptively because of something else, then they're actually quite good. And that's the reason they could come back from large gold deficits against INTZ, is because they were finding fights that didn't start with a disadvantage. But that has actually been SKT's forte throughout League of Legends, is making the fights unfair and then still having the amazing and perfect mechanics.
Really hard to find holes in that defense anywhere in the game. And if they do have one, they patch it up immediately, and you see them take the lead once again. We'll start this off. It looks like we will get a lane swap to start, and we're going to get a nice freeze on the lane as well from Nodius.
So we'll see what Besiktas can do with the lane swap. Things we always talk about, the experience, the goal, the decision-making about pushing those lanes down, and also what you can do against your opponent's top lane. Amaran is already in lane, going to start soaking up as much of that XP as possible, whereas Thaldrin is currently doing the double jungle start with Theocles. And we'll see who's going to have that greater impact.
Yeah, well, this is a little bit strange by Besiktas right now because it doesn't actually look like they're denying Marin in the slightest. Instead, they're going for a little bit of mid lane.
Looks like Theocles and Thaldrin just on the other side, and it's going to be as well. Dumbledoge from the top lane. The hits go in. Oh, 10 points to Dumbledoge. First blood.
Besiktas kills FLICKR 3 minutes into the first game of MSI. FLICKR does get camped when he plays a lot of League of Legends games. I wasn't sure he was expecting 4 people mid, 2.5 minutes
Happy birthday! In. But the thing we have to look at is what does that cost Besiktas? Let's keep a look at the minion numbers, as well as the farm rather, as well as how the next few minutes play out. Remember, Besiktas opted into the lane swap and then made that aggressive play, giving FLICKR a birthday present he wasn't necessarily expecting.
They burned both of his summoners too. Unbelievable right there. FLICKR falls that early on in the game. Honestly, that is what happens in a lot of these games that FLICKR plays in the LCK, is teams will send 3 or 4 people for him. He will actually die sometimes, whereas EasyHoon is a much more reserved player early, so people don't even, they don't think to camp EasyHoon because he's not normally going for 1v1 kills as FLICKR would be. And he also avoids the ganks.
And something you also, I think we have to step back and look at, Besiktas playing in the international wildcard. They barely scraped into the playoffs. Bengi does find Theocles, but no trouble yet. Besiktas went 3-3 in the group stage, and they only qualified in the 4th seed because of a tiebreaker rule, but then they stepped up their game. It does look they're going for Nardius.
Yeah, Bengi and Wolf have the numbers advantage on Nardius. Jana is nowhere near. They can see that now. Teleport has to come in defensively, but that's a teleport burn and a lot of experience denied.
Yep, this is going to be Bang in the bottom lane by himself now. See that it's going to be a back. We'll see if they can get themselves right into the correct position after this one. Just a quick move to save Nardius.
Yeah, just to finish that thought really quickly, a big reason Besiktas improved so much in the playoffs is Theocles improving and making really strong early plays. They're rinsing and repeating, and they're going for Nardius.
Oh, he does have to flash. There it is from Bengi. He gets the knock up, the spell shield just a little too late, and spent. Nardius goes down. Oh! He is able to get a retribution kill for himself on Bengi.
With a 3-man gank, being able to get that return kill is another thing that has gone great for Besiktas early on in this game, but with all of that, with the gank on FLICKR, with the kill back on the turret dive, it's a 1 to 200 gold advantage for Besiktas. They have invested so much in those kills early on.
Thaldren's Gnar is next to non-impact. Like, he's 8 CS to 30 on Marin. Level 3 to level 5. Marin's going to have access to his equalizer. He may even be able to solo Dumble Doge.
Ooh, there's a lot of minions there. Dumble Doge taking a bit too much damage. Good exhaust, but it may have just told him he can go even harder since the exhaust wore off, and he's home free.
Yeah, it's not over yet. We do see Theocles and Energy in trouble. Bengi's looking for the knock-up. He finds it. He's going to get the Wrath down. They turn to Theocles, and that's 2 more kills for SKT.
Revenge for SKT after that start. This is the cost of Besiktas sending 4 people mid to kill FLICKR on his birthday, 2 minutes 30 seconds into the game. The dive, well, the kill in the top lane was because Dumble Doge was level 2 since he did roam mid lane, since he was trying to control the vision early on. Everything else, the mid lane Energy burned his flash for the kill in the first place, so it wasn't up on the return kill from Bengi. And SKT now in control.
6 minutes in, things already getting rough and rowdy, gentlemen. 6 kills on the board. We're going to stick to 1 a minute so far. Very nice Lantern there for Wolf. Something SKT does very well. This Thresh pick allows Bengi to harass all the time like that and get in the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, it does manage to avoid the threat and get out clean. Keep an eye on Thaldren, still level 4 to level 6. Marin's going in, he wants Nardius.
He is just laying down the fire anywhere, knowing Nardius half health really won't be able to go back into lane. He is completely pushing him off of that. And Energy looks to be using that little bit of help he got early very nicely.
Yeah, keeping FLICKR back in the lane right here. I do have to say, though, Marin is going to be a problem.
I think he already is one.
Already has those home guards.
It's because the lane swap wasn't that real. They had a Sivir 1v1 against him early on in the game and allowed him to farm, get the experience and gold. Then he also was the beneficiary of the kill in the 3-man dive, plus the solo kill. Early home guards, he's going to keep his presence up this entire time. And a lot of damage.
Marin is in so much trouble. Does manage to flash the gank.
Yeah.
But SKT are replying to the roam squad of Besiktas in kind and more effectively.
Now with that help back to the top lane, things get a little easy for Nardius. He could not stay up there by himself against Marin right now. As we were saying, home guards already there for him. And we can see SKT with a little bit more knowledge around Dragon. They want to start getting themselves a little bit more ahead in the game. Could see another, now I was going to say invade from FLICKR, but it looks like they are just focused on the objective.
Yeah, definitely something SK2 do incredibly well is Dragon control. Very early, and there's no way you want to challenge, especially considering the strength that SKT have at the moment. But I just want to hit on Marin's Gnar really quickly. Again, he's really strong and really powerful at the moment. 2-0 in their last 2 performances with a 9 KDA. This is a champion that he's super comfortable on, and I don't see how anyone from Besiktas is going to handle him, because yes, they have some survival tools in Lulu and Janna, but a good equalizer can negate a lot of that power.
They did not have to move Marn out of that top lane for the Dragon. They had to do nothing different. Things really
Didn't
going
even
in
need
favor
him.
of SKT.
Teleport wasn't even available.
Not at all.
Yeah, the teleport advantage isn't actually a factor right here because Besiktas is just behind the curve of this game right now. They're still using Nardius and Double Doge in that top lane, yet it's not denying Marn in the slightest. And they're still getting farm in other facets of the game. That is SKT, which is just increasing this gold advantage more and more.
FLICKR still even in CS after that death, after a second time being pushed out of lane we saw from Energy, so keeping very strong in the middle for SKT as per usual.
Marin
That's the overheat.
Up, and we do see Exhaust comes out as well, but Wolf is around. Death Sentence does connect. Nardius in a little bit of trouble as the Equalizer goes down to split them up. The Lantern pulls Wolf in.
Oh, they go right for Double Doge. He's gonna go down. Doesn't have anything to use for it anyways in a great counter hit there by SKT.
I really like the way SKT is actually playing around Marn when necessary. Once the Dragon was taken off the map, the objectives change and they're going to help out their carry Rumble.
FLICKR with the blue buff, Energy not with the blue, and that means FLICKR's going to be spitting out soldiers everywhere. The glitter lance hopefully giving him the space he needs. Shifting sands will put FLICKR closer, but he doesn't have that much mana. Energy trying to get away. Energy throws down his Ignite. FLICKR throws down the cleanse. Oh, it's going to be FLICKR coming up in the 1v1.
So close.
At least Energy tried.
Not
At least he
yet.
tried to take down FLICKR. This is Besiktas losing all over the map right here. Turret dive attempt from Bang. Woo! Played a little close to the chest right there.
SKT playing a little eager here, it feels like, chasing down the kills, but they are coming away with it. Props to Energy for the attempt. He did make that joking room page post, 15% times, spend less dead. We'll see if it works out.
I checked in Champ Select. He is running a real rune page. The 15% time dead rune reduction was but a joke for Energy.
Good branding, good sense of humor at the very least. Keeping up in CS thanks to that very early gank and the fact that FLICKR did give up first blood. But just after the 10-minute mark, Besiktas find themselves 2,000 gold down. And SKT's power with Lucian, Rek'Sai, Rumble is just going to get even more dominant in the next 10 to 12 minutes. And we need to see how Besiktas handle themselves, whether or not they can hold on to their alpha turrets.
Yeah, and now that Marin has his teleport up, it just becomes even more threatening. It's now a teleport discrepancy, and this is something that SKT is going to use to their advantage. When Besiktas had theirs, they had their teleporter in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
No good teleport opportunities. Now the lanes have kind of flipped back to standard, but Marin is head and shoulders above Thaldrn. If he doesn't solo kill him, he's going to use his teleport to go elsewhere and create a pretty big play.
Another thing that's head and shoulders above right now is SKT's wards around the map here. Kind of nonchalantly walking into the dark brush, but after that they have the vision of Energy coming in. Everybody else there to help the fight. A little bit of a disengage there coming out of Double Doge as well, but he doesn't even have that ultimate yet to help out.
Yeah, FLICKR's Morellonomicon there on his ear comes in and does some massive damage, completely pulling Theocles out of that fight, which then just creates all the more safety for Bengi and Wolf to be that roaming ward squad that can now show up 3 people in each lane. Wolf has hardly been a support this game. He's been a ganker.
Absolutely. Helping Bengi out, following him around, allowing for the deep wards and an instant dark passage exit from the jungle. And they have all the vision they need. Marin again, whether it's Nardius or Thaldrn in the top lane, he's just throwing down the equalizer and pushing out his opponent.
40 CS difference and 2 levels. Marin can have his way with anybody on this map. And Bengi now maybe setting up for Energy in this mid lane.
A lot of pain going on to Energy here. Bengi's floating down. I'm interested to see what Bang and Wolf also do in this situation. They're obviously going to start crushing down, put the stranglehold here onto the bottom lane, but it looks like they actually pull off it. They didn't like the setup, and SKT stops that one for now, but it did not look like Wolf and Bang stopped. There goes the Sivir. They're going in for the fight.
That Glacial Prison does lock him up, but as soon as it does, Bengi arrives for the counter gank. Besiktas not going over eager. Nardius no heal and not enough hit points.
A little bit of miscommunication there by SKT escaping that gank. Bang used his dash over top of Wolf's Lantern, but they still had full summoners up so they could burn all of their escape summoners, still escape the gank, and now they're going to be prepping the wards for Dragon number 2.
SKT, 13 minutes on the clock, starting to pitch the vision net in Besiktas' jungle. We've seen Bengi counter jungling significantly this game, over and over, and Wolf, as you said, the ganking partner working out. Death Sentence just goes wide, but the Lantern and the power of Rek'Sai in the early game working in their favor. Now Marin, I think he's going to destroy Thaldrin.
Oh, wow. Hex Drinker popped with 2 spells for Marin's Rumble up there. Still holds teleport, but now the advantage has been equalized. Thaldrin technically has teleport and would be able to TP into a fight, but he has no... Comparing the power of the Rumble and the Gnar isn't really close in any sense of the word. Popped Hex Drinker and more magic resist versus a Rumble who's halfway to level 11 right there on his experience bar.
Yeah.
SKT in great position for this next Dragon.
Yeah, and this is something that we sort of expected from Besiktas. The fact that the laning phase was going to be very difficult for them, knowing the strength of SKT's individual players and their team play. But you have to step back and give some props to Besiktas. They did initiate the lane swap. They did go for that early gank. And they are trying to make things happen. They're just unfortunately missing out on 1 or 2 of those plays, not having the hit points for the fight, not initiating 100% together at times. But props to Besiktas for trying. They're not just laying down.
That's definitely one thumbs up I saw from them at the beginning of the game. Even Energy trying to go one-on-one versus FLICKR once again. Those chances, those opportunities, a lot of teams fall back and wait for their team to try and go for it.
But at the same time, SKT is displaying what it means to be a world-class team. When your mid laner gets 4-man ganked at the start of the game, you don't just let that happen. You take an advantage off of that. And after that 4-man gank, it gave Marin an edge in that top lane, which he has continually extended throughout this game. And now SKT is controlling the Drake.
Oh, Energy's in so much trouble. Forced to use the Wild Growth. A bunch of summoners have been blown. Here's the teleport from Thaldrin. He's already in Mega Gnar. The prison catches Wolf and Beggy. It's another kill to Besiktas, but the Dragon is now taking down the Turkish squad.
They dove right into Theocles, and now they're going to serve him up. Bengi over the wall. Marin piercing the heavens with that equalizer. Now on to Thaldrin. It's going to be Dumbledoge on one side, but now those guys are split. And I don't know if they really want this. The I think I can situation actually falls on Nardius, and he cannot.
He definitely cannot, as he gets taken out by Bengi and Marin. We did see SKT securing the Dragon in and amongst all of that. 3 kills to their name, and most likely a tower if they stick around. A fantastic team fight for SKT. They accelerate to a 6,000 gold lead at 15 minutes.
Bengi and Marin are a killing squad right now. 8 of the 9 kills for SKT on those guys, and they ran around the back of the Dragon pit that time, while the rest of SKT was pretty much just taking the Dragon and crushed that team fight. 6,500 gold now, guys, plus the 2 Dragons. SKT looking sharp.
And it's such an easygoing game for Bang. He was sitting on some 2,200 gold for a while. It just shows you SKT's in no rush to go back, try and force more. They're getting everything they want here by letting kind of BJK play the game they want.
Yeah, Bang had actually set some slightly different itemization. I think they went to Theocles.
Yeah, he had to use Smite for it, so they could not pass the blue buff over to Energy since SKT harassed it.
And I just want to touch on something, Jet, that you mentioned earlier in the game, how individually the gap continues to shrink region to region. Mechanically, these players are okay. Looking at the Energy versus FLICKR 1v1 as an example. But then you contrast FLICKR's positioning around the Dragon fight with Energy's and the way SKT pushed into the objective and played around. And that is exactly what you were alluding to there, Jet, as the game was building up.
So much of this is in the setup and where players get their farm. The awareness of SKT to know exactly what to do in these lane swaps and punish Besiktas for committing to certain ganks has been very strong. And now they just have this monumental gold lead. But they're testing their luck here.
Well, hopefully the monumental fan base of that 47% vote from Besiktas pushes them through here. A little bit of that is what they need. FLICKR with a nice Emperor's Divide, but it put himself on the wrong side. Theocles could have gone down, but he gets the Wild Growth, and I think they're going to continue. Marin comes in with a teleport.
And that equalizer decimated Besiktas. There's 3 members down already, and Bang and Marin looking for more. Dumbledoge is going to get away from the culling, but at what cost? The rest of SKT sticking around to put pressure in the mid lane.
3 down, the 4th out of position. Bengi's going to try and chase him down, keep him occupied. SKT just protecting FLICKR at that point. Everyone wanted to kill him. Dumbledoge. He was trying not to move so Tremorsense wouldn't see him.
Yep.
SKT
not long for that world. Marin actually being in that fight. Teleport is down. My mistake on that one. So SKT was already in position to make things happen and still put the pressure most likely on that mid lane and take down the 2nd tier turret that Thaldrin is trying to guard. 32,000 now to 23,000 just about for Besiktas, and the Baron is going to be coming up quite soon. I'm sure SKT will put the pressure on that as well.
Yeah, and if you step back and look at the game, SKT are not playing safe and controlled. This invade is quite risky for a Raptor camp.
Oh yeah, they're playing with the 7,000 or 8,000 gold lead, knowing they're stronger and almost trying to bait Besiktas into fights because they look like good fights to take. At that point, they had a good Sejuani ult to start. FLICKR came in with the flank. The Emperor's Divide actually used as a nice defense to make sure Besiktas couldn't chase through after he knocked the Achilles back. And then you can tell it's just a difference of priorities. Besiktas really just wanted to kill FLICKR again near the end of that fight, and they couldn't. Everybody ended up dying, and SKT again in the jungle. Poor double doge.
Oh! Yeah, he wins. They can't snipe him this time. He gets out alive on that one. And as we saw in that replay, anybody hit by one person, no matter who it is just getting zeroed out immediately. Everybody has items to kill someone as quick as possible on SKT right now.
Yeah, but what a big signal on the state of the game. Monsoon just to save the support's life. The Glacial Prison just to keep Thaldrun up, who again is still, you know, a level down 50 CS. Morin's got a death cap already. Death cap Rumble is not something a lot of people particularly like. We'll let that one slide because Bengi's been doing it and he didn't have the support of Wolf this time around.
Talking about the hat of magic on Marin's Rumble right there. Honestly, Rumble has very good AP ratios, and if he's never getting aggressed on, he does have the flat magic penetration. That's the way you shred a team with Equalizer as much as possible. That's one of these things you only do with an 8,000 gold lead, but is also not bad to do with an 8,000 gold lead.
That's what I was alluding to. I know the Death Cap first Rumble has enraged many a European top laner, but 6-0-2, and let's be frank, not the largest amount of damage on the Besiktas team composition. You go back to the picks and bans, there was the hover of Cassio plus Lulu. Lulu top with this scenario, less CSS levels, would have offered more than a Gnar top had they gone that route, but that is of course hindsight. And not the state of the current game we're busy playing.
Nope. See the Baron attempt now coming from SKT, or rather, Baron focus. We saw Wolf's pink ward moved up towards the top side now, so the priority is starting to shift here for SKT as their wards are already far enough forward to make this quite an easy Baron.
Wow, yeah. Baron's only been alive for 40
They also have
seconds.
the Tremor Sense and the wards to see where Besiktas tries to come in from. So I feel like they're using this to try and bait Besiktas into a choke and then maybe have Marin teleport in behind. They have a very nice ward behind this fight for Marin to TP in on, and then they already catch energy.
Oh, it does look like Besiktas want to re-engage. Bengi's gone low. The Emperor's Divide already used, but there's the Equalizer, and it destroys Besiktas. Throwing those Sand Soldiers forward. Marin is overheating, but he's got the Flame Spitter ticking. 2-3 more kills for SKT. That's now 10,000 gold in the lead, and anything they want, they can have.
SKT didn't even need the ward to teleport in on Marin, walked through the mid lane in order to pull that one off. Now 16 kills to 4, 10,000 gold. Here comes Rek'Sai, this is Baron.
It's great getting those home guards and using that scrap shield to get yourself out in the lane. We see Marin do it all the time. We heard the analyst desk talk about it, and it has been used to great effect this game. Those home guards came out early and have helped Marin get to that 6-0-4, along with Bengi's help, 6-2-8.
And the second time in the last 5 minutes that energy has been the one that has been caught out of position.
Yeah.
Not really respecting the lack of vision or the engaged power that SKT have, as the Baron was secured and the third Dragon. SKT can just start sieging any lane they want to push that in here.
Yep. Yeah, and with this Baron buff, I don't expect it to take that long. Taking another look at this fight, though, they really blew energy around. But honestly, Theocles, good Sejuani ultimate. Nice bit of boomerang there by Nardes to get Bengi at least low. But at this point, in a choke point against Rumble and Azir, not even a great equalizer. If the equalizer would have hit there, it would have been pentakill, basically, right off the bat. But Marin, as well as FLICKR, get to use all the damage over the wall. And there's not much to analyze left when you're down 11,000 gold for these team fights.
Well, we are looking for the pentakill or the Baron steal.
That's right.
That's how we get that bonus gift.
Trigger the mystery gift bonus in the store. If a player gets a pentakill or a Baron steal, you're going to be able to get the chance to gift someone, to double the chance, a legendary and esports skin.
If anybody could do it, FLICKR with Hourglass Morello and nearly Death Cap, or Marin with Death Cap haunting guys. One of these two could.
Here's the thing, there's so much damage on SKT right now that someone's going to take it by mistake.
I'm a believer, Jets.
Look at that. That's why you build Death Cap on Rumble there. Like 2 seconds of the equalizer on energy, and it takes him to 30%.
Now the split becomes real for Besiktas. Can they control this? It's been a tough game as SKT put their foot down hard. Seeing that Besiktas came out firing as well. First blood to the mid lane with 4. SKT answered immediately.
Oh, definitely a tough game straight out the gate for the wildcard region winners. Remember, they are representing the 7 regions that took part in that tournament. 6 of their opponents fell. And all 6 of them, including likes of Oceania, Brazil, for example, keeping their eyes on. But look at this, SKT, they've cracked open the base. They're on this mid lane inhibitor. And Besiktas, they can't even start a fight. They need a Glacial Prison from Theocles, but their energy's caught out and he's down.
Little too close for comfort, and definitely an inhibitor going down here. SKT is actually running by it right now with focus on the kills for a closeout of the game. That possibility is very much in reach as they now head for the top side.
SKT still has a little bit of Baron left. I feel like they're going to take these 2 inhibitors unless they find a fight recall.
Well, at the moment, Besiktas have got no tools left to them. Lulu is down. Glacial Prison is out. SKT still hanging about. Death Sentence goes wide and finally back off as the Baron ticks out. The base is now cracked. And SKT setting themselves up to close the game out. The laning phase, a little exciting, a little over-eager for SKT, but a lot cleaner. The last 6 or 7 minutes.
Right.
Clear baiting around objectives and just strategic play from the number 1 team from LCK.
Ryan had that big advantage in the top lane.
Oh, yeah.
Could then use that for the rest of it. We do have to talk about Besiktas and their road here as well, though, because for those of you who didn't watch the International Wildcard Invitational, 7 regions, Besiktas actually didn't have the easiest time in that tournament. They went 3-3 in the group stage there. They moved on to the semifinals based on a tiebreaker advantage they held over the Australian team, Chiefs, and then they were able to make that run through the playoffs once they were the number 4 seed from the group stage there to become the champions and represent the international wildcard at MSI right here. They're trying to pull off a miracle in this tournament. Doesn't look like it's going to be this game against SKT.
Yeah, the pressure is on. If they were nervous about the fans last time a little bit, they got to be nervous about against this lead of SKT. That last outer tier turret goes down, and they now have their eyes only set on the base. He Emperor divides him off the wall. He can't get through the gate. FLICKR, playmaker coming up big.
And there's a little bit of personal pride on that one after how well EasyHoon handled Azir in the LCK finals. SKT decide to peel into the base. There's the equalizer down. SKT setting their sights on the Nexus turrets. What can Besiktas do to stay alive?
The equalizer completely zoning Besiktas off any protection of their Nexus turrets. The health bars are falling just as fast for them, and they are putting up one hell of a final fight, trying to get Thaldrin down now. Bang is going to make that final shot. Actually, it's FLICKR's. They focus on the Nexus, and SKT will take game 2 over Besiktas at the midseason Invitational.
26 minutes, 25 seconds. SKT gets their first win. Not a surprise here against Besiktas. The only surprising thing was FLICKR probably giving up first blood in this match when 4 people arrived in his mid lane. Outside of that, though, Marin, FLICKR, the whole crew showed up this match.
If FLICKR's God, that just makes him stronger, right? When you kill him, he just gets stronger. And that is exactly what happened. Coming out strong, the Azir play, he still had 231 to 147 CS and did not fall behind CS when he was dead in his lane.
So the thing is, it felt like Besiktas had this idea of lane swap and roaming ganks that in theory wasn't bad. The problem is they lost so much at the cost of those decisions. They gave up a lot of CS, a lot of experience, and a lot of gold to their opponents, and SKT just played the mid game very well. A little overeager in the laning phase, but I think they were having some fun with that game and just sort of outclassing Besiktas in this matchup.
Marin on Rumble, just relieving so much pressure on the map for SKT, being in that top lane. Always pushing out Nardius, always pushing out Thaldrin. Just Rumble, equalizer, he didn't care. As soon as they walked in front of him, he threw it on him and then won the lane again.
Yeah, and SKT always punishing Besiktas for any positional move they make, even if it's to commit for a kill. They would then use that time to push a lane, get experience where they need to, place wards, and then that always set up the next big play for SKT.
Yeah, and the one thing you also have to keep highlighting is Bengi and Wolf for the first 15 minutes consistently in Besiktas' jungle, almost disrespecting the ability to counterplay. But when you've got that Rek'Sai, when you've got the Lantern, there's a lot of tools to escape. And they were used multiple times and weren't punished for that, which is something that maybe other teams can look to do if SKT make those same decisions later in the day.
We'll definitely keep an eye on if Besiktas as well begins to hone their skills as other international wildcard teams have at these international events. Now, as we finish up that game, we're going to get more insight on SKT's win. We're going to hand it off to our analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. And before we get into any analysis, we actually have our first MSI big play for you straight from this last game. And it comes from @Montress Omen, who says, wait, what? 3 minutes first blood on FLICKR? Here it is.
Looks like Thakali's and Thaldrin just on the other side, and it's going to be as well. Dumbledoge from the top lane. The hits go in. No, 10 points to Dumbledoge. First blood.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely having fun with it, though. That's the thing I love about Besiktas here, is because they're coming in with the right mentality. You can see 4 people mid lane. They don't care. They want to kill FLICKR. They're joking about having a rune page with 15% reduced time on death. Like, they are here for the right reason. Like, they are a top team in the international wildcard, and they're coming in with the right mentality that they're going to learn while they're here and test their style.
Absolutely. Now, remember to keep calling out those jaw-dropping moments from the action all week long by tweeting them to @LolEsports, and be sure to use that hashtag MSI Big Plays, as well as MSI 2015. Now, turning to the actual match at hand, I want to jump off of what Zyrene said here, which is that Besiktas is coming in with the correct mentality here. They're looking to make early aggressive plays, but have fun while doing it and really stretch themselves as a team.
Yeah, I personally had a lot of fun watching this game, and the first 5, 6, 7 minutes where they traded 1-for-1 and went 2-1 up, that was really fun to watch. And
it was awesome.
Then, of course, SKT slowly coming back, what we kind of expected. But yeah, absolutely enjoyed watching this game. And I think going forward, this is something, I'm looking forward to see BJK face off against this other team.
Personally, I'm looking forward more to SKT. And the thing that's really impressive for this one was there's obviously a mismatch of teams. But at 18 minutes, SKT gets a 10K gold lead. I mean, you don't do that on a regular basis versus anybody. Like, that's such an impressive way of gathering gold. Like, they have CS leads across the board. They've denied experience in every right place. They're getting solo kills. They're playing aggressively. They're using the teleport efficiently. And that's something that these other teams have to look out for when they face SKT, because the second you slip up, we know how relentless the Asian teams are at punishing one mistake. EDG does it as well. You slip up once, you're done.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Coming into this, I think it shows us a lot about both teams. It shows that Besiktas, they're not going to be scared to pull the trigger on any play because they're here for the right reasons. They want to learn. They want to test how far they can push themselves. And I think that teams will watch how SKT played against them and take a lot away, because any other team, you can kind of get into the brawly, we're maybe a little bit better mechanically, we'll team fight you, we'll turn it into your kind of the game. And that's where the game deteriorates, and maybe they sneak a win. Whereas SKT, they didn't do any of that. They stuck in their lanes. They farmed up. I actually think the Rumble pick was really interesting. I thought that they would have taken it first pick. Thaldrin plays a really good Rumble in the top lane. And because we kind of know, even before this, when we look at their teams, Besiktas is a team that falls behind early game. They did it against INTZ. They even did it against Bangkok Titans when they played them in the semis of the International Wildcard Invitational. Get something that performs a little bit better mid-game if you can't get that Heck room.
Yeah, when I was watching SKT, I was saying, wow, this is kind of what I saw before. FLICKR was playing Vladimir in one game, and he got 4-man ganked mid lane and gave away first blood. I think this is maybe something teams can actually tackle on with their early aggression and looking for early kills.
Yeah, but while people are like busy camping FLICKR, trying to make him an assault maker, salt shaker, there you go, FLICKR, salt shaker. They're getting other things on the map. Marin's getting a CS advantage top, and that ends up being huge for them because he starts dominating that lane. Every time they threw the AD carry up there, it's like, oh God, push him out of lane. And then it's like, all right, tag team, here comes the top laner. It's like, nope, he gets pushed out of lane. And then Marin just started running away with the game there, and he was able to buy death cap on the Rumble.
Yeah, and a lot of what they do is like, they don't hit back with the big kills and things, but you see as soon as they go up to the top lane, straight away, 2 people are into the bottom side of the jungle. They ward up everything. All of a sudden, you have one less option in the map. You have to clear out the whole side of your jungle before you can go anywhere. So I honestly think that this was a very good technical game from SKT, if nothing else. They controlled the entirety of the map. Maybe not the champions, but you saw that eventually that stranglehold did take place, and then they were just able to sweep it out.
Yeah, and I feel like this is exactly what we expected from Korea or SKT. They have this really standard play, and they see that they get the kill first blood mid lane with 4 people, and they're just like, okay, this is happening. They play their game, they slowly get vision control, and they punish every mistake, and then boom, 18 minutes, 10K ahead. What are you expecting?
Going into the future, I think that the teams have to stay away from what Besiktas did versus SKT because they were having fun. They just want to kill FLICKR. They can say they did it. He's a pillar in mid lane. Even if he dies many times over, he's still going to be able to be super useful for his team. He's shown it on Sindri. He's shown it on Vladimir. He did it right here. Didn't get camped that much, but still was able to get almost a one-shot kill towards the end of the game. Granted, it was a huge gold lead. I think they should be putting a little bit more focus into the top side of the map on Marin. He's shown that when he gets camped, he can struggle to make it back into the game, and he is a little bit aggressive and can be camped out rather easily. So for the future teams playing against SKT, I'd like to see them not so much take what Besiktas did, but look at how SKT plays in the previous game.
I still feel like on the flip side, Energy was at one point 1v1ing FLICKR and was kind of indecisive. And I think if he was more decisive, he could have snowballed his lead way better.
Let's explore this a little bit, though, the idea of what teams can do against SKT, using this game for a little bit of knowledge. Because interestingly enough, as you mentioned, 18 minutes, they have a 10K gold lead. They are the highest average gold lead at 20 minutes coming into this tournament at 2,600. So it's pretty significant how they build these gold leads. And as you mentioned, without you kind of realizing it, they're giving up some kills, but all of a sudden they're coming out ahead in gold. So Marin being one of those possible carry top laners, he did get an astronomical amount of CS in a 2v1. I think if we find teams that are more successful in 2v1s are able to keep Marin down, that might be the window in to beating SKT.
I mean, it's because it's a game of push and pull. You can't put all your resources in one place. They put all the resources into mid lane. Immediately, SKT is not thinking, oh, wow, FLICKR's behind. How are we going to ever do this? It's like, well, no. They're weak in the other areas. Now, let's punish the lane swap. Let's get an advantage while they focused on one side of the map. And they did that. They put FLICKR behind, but they didn't intentionally put Rumble so far ahead. And that's what SKT can do to you. They really need to be careful with the resource management in getting a lead, the teams that play versus SKT.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And I think that one thing that you can take away from that is what do you get off killing someone? So in that situation, if Besiktas then roam into the top side of the jungle and push Marin off that turret by completely taking over the top side of the map, then yeah, you say that's a definitely good move because all of a sudden you've gone to your 2v1. But if you just kill someone recall, then you're not going to get that much off it. So I definitely think we agree on that point. Camping out Marin is an interesting one. I think that they will put him in 2v1s and teams will play the 2v1 a little bit differently, so Marin will be forced into a jungle follow. I think that the way that you really do beat SKT is with a little bit deeper wards and try and catch out Bengi and Wolf. I think that they're two of the more aggressive players, and I think especially with the control style of some of the junglers, that they are two players that are susceptible of just going on random walkabouts, Wolf especially, and he can be caught.
Yeah. And something I want to bring up, you were talking about this game and its implications towards how to beat SKT. When SKT throw in Easy Hoon, it's a completely different team. The dynamic changes, the dynamic shifts, and where they're allocating their jungler is completely different too. Bang gets a little bit more of their gold, a little bit more of their carry potential. So this game, if you're just focusing on this one, it's not actually going to tell you a whole lot about SKT's play style as a whole. It's really difficult to play against them because they're the only team that's really flexing a sub efficiently and using it appropriately. And it's absolutely terrifying to prepare against.
Honestly, when I watched this game, I was really looking forward for EDG versus SKT because what happened after they fell behind, SKT was together with the support in jungle invading the enemy jungle, and this is something we've heard before. EDG is really good at, and if maybe in the early game they have a goal discrepancy, I see that actually EDG can come out ahead and pull forward from there.
Yeah, it will be interesting to watch other early aggressive teams punish SKT maybe a little bit more in those early ganks. We'll keep it tuned right here because when we come back, we'll check in with the conversation taking place on Twitter. Then it's back into the action with Game 3 featuring China's Edward Gaming versus the LMS's AHQ Esports Club. Stay with us.
Thales and Thaldrin just on the other side, and it's going to be as well. Dumbledore's from the top lane.
We have the monster of the mid lane now.
Look at me, I'm the monster now. Bengi's looking for the knockup, he finds it. He's going to get the Wrath down. They turn to Theocles, and that's 2 more kills for SKT.
They dove right into Theocles, and now they're going to serve him up. Bengi over the wall. Marin piercing the heavens with that equalizer.
The Empress Divide already used, but there's the equalizer, and it destroys Besiktas.
And SKT will take game 2 over Besiktas at the midseason Invitational.
Welcome back, everyone. While Edward Gaming and AHQ make their final preparations for the next game, we want to head over to Twitter and see who you guys are predicting to conquer MSI. Our first response comes from @Kiwi Hervio, who says Fnatic will win. Other teams aren't prepared for Fnatic's aggressive play style. Also, Hooney. Our next one comes from @LongHairNoPants, who writes, SKT is definitely going to win. FLICKR, EasyHoon, and the very often overlooked Bang are just too good. A lot of strong players on that team for sure. And finally, @EnergyDrink445 says Pawn will just crush FLICKR mid lane. It's going to be 2014. Again, those are strong words there.
Yeah, that's a very strong statement coming through there. I think Pawn definitely very good laner. He showed that against Rookie, but Wayless gave him a lot of trouble. Seems to struggle against control-style mid laners. I don't know whether it's going to be a crushing, but if anyone can do it, I'd probably give it to
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. When I was talking about mid laners at the start, man, you interrupted me for Pawn.
Well, because Pawn is very good. Pawn is very good, but to say that he's going to crush FLICKR may be considered outlandish. We'll keep hitting us up throughout the day. Remember, we are @LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag @MSI2015. But now let's shift into gear for our third match, Edward Gaming versus AHQ. They are two teams that qualified for the 2014 World Championship, but both of them had their Worlds run cut short.
Yeah, EDG has a history of really kind of dominating China. They had a little bit of a rough road this time, but a lot of that is off the back of Pawn and like going back and forth with the sub. But the thing now is when they go to international competitions, they've always fallen short though. And now I think it's completely different. With their new lineup, I think they have star power in every role. They have really dominant laners and they work well as a team. The only thing here is, can they deal with a multi-threat team? They definitely seem to be able to.
Yeah, the other thing that I really want to look at quickly is how healthy is Pawn. We've seen that he didn't play the series against WE apart from the last game when he flew in on a Cassidy and was kind of the Superman, rescued the show. He absolutely crushed IG. Rookie really struggled against him. And when Rookie loses lane, one of the better laning mid laners, at least in the world, in my opinion, then you know something's going wrong. And then kind of struggled once again against Wayless or Godv in the last series. I think that's more about control laners. So Pawn is a question mark for me. Someone who's not a question mark for me, though, is Deft. This guy, in my opinion, once again, is unrivaled the best AD carry in the world. And he's a straight-up upgrade of where he came from. So they had Name, very good AD carry, one of the best team-fighting AD carries, but Deft shored up his laning prowess. And couple him in with someone like Mako, put him in a lane swap meta. This guy is an absolute monster.
One of the things I don't like about EDG is the fact that they have so much star power with Pawn and Deft. That's hard for the other teammates to really stick out and somebody to look at him and say, oh, that guy's really good. But Koro, as of late, has been really stepping it up. He's been doing a lot of work on Gnar, Maokai, and Hecarim. And particularly the Gnar is the one that I want to touch upon. He plays it better than anybody else. And the argument for Gnar coming back is the fact that, well, Maokai is a very one-dimensional champion. If he falls behind, he still does the same thing. And you can only really root somebody and CC with his arcane smash. Hecarim, TP flanks, does a little bit more carry damage, but Gnar, on the other hand, is a champion that has a really high skill ceiling. And at the highest point, he is more impactful than the Hecarim and the Maokai. He's really good at this champion, and I don't think anybody in this tournament should let that champion go by, or else they'll probably lose lane and lose team fights.
Well, it sounds like a super team, but on the other side of this matchup, AHQ were not the favorites from LMS and finished in 4th place, but they had a huge performance in the LMS playoffs where they took down Hong Kong Esports, the Taipei Assassins, and the Yowie Flash Wolves.
Yeah, if you look at the other side, you have AHQ, who were mediocre in the normal split, and coming into this tournament really stepped up with the 5.5 patch, and as well how they changed up their roster. They put Albus to support, who was prior their jungler, and set in Mountain to the jungle. And I think from there on out it just worked out really well for them.
Yeah, improved their team structure. They put Green Tea into their coaching role, so that gave them a big boost. And it unlocked Ann. This guy, he turned into the real carry of this team, stepped up absolutely huge. He plays Urgot, plays Kalista. She has a similar champion pool to Deft. But in saying that, he is facing off against Deft. So you have this massive challenge. You come out of the LMS, you show that you are a real threat, and then first match you get thrown in to a lane against Deft.
I do have to say, I fear that in this matchup, where we have some of the strongest individual players and laners in the world on the side of EDG against the players of AHQ, who do have a tendency to fall behind in CS, that this could go rather one-sided quickly.
Yeah, it certainly does have the possibility. And, you know, this isn't the first time we've seen Westdoor versus Pawn. It happened at Worlds last year, and Westdoor, even in that stage, was struggling in lane and wasn't really able to pull it together. I think he had like a 1.58 KDA against Pawn in those games, and that's just not going to get it done. Pawn was up around the 15 mark. He was an absolute monster.
Right, so where is the solution then for AHQ? We do know that they excel in the 4-1 split push, but if they can't get out of lane and set themselves up properly for Westdoor to go into the 1v1 scenario, how do they beat EDG?
Now, Westdoor has shown that he's struggling with the CS differential in the mid lane, but that doesn't mean that he can't help his side lanes. And I think the key for them to stand a chance against EDG would be to go with a global champion. They need to go with the Karthus, the Twisted Fate, punish EDG, who may be a little bit over-aggressive in the side lanes, to teleport on them, use your Requiem, get some extra damage in there, something that's a little bit unexpected because, you know, not that many people in China play Karthus as often as AHQ does.
Yeah.
You first.
The other thing you really have to look up in this matchup is the fact that if EDG don't get ahead early on the current patch, they will stall the game. So they'll wait until Def gets stronger. So if at any point you can grab the first couple of dragons, it opens that window where EDG really put the brakes on currently. And it's something that we're not used to seeing out of the Chinese scene. But if they get ahead, expect them to go berserk, Chinese Wrecking Ball, all that good stuff with Koro, Mako, and Clearlove just smashing people. But if they ever do fall behind, they will stall the game out, and I think that AHQ do have a shot there.
Exactly my point. I think this will be either way in the early game, fire fought with fire, and we see a lot of fighting. And AHQ, as well as ADG, is easily a team that goes behind your first tower, trying to zone you away and trying to go for the kills. And they are not afraid to do any risky plays if they know that they have it.
What I find very interesting, actually, is that AHQ has the fastest average first dragon kill at 9.5 minutes, and they generally do try and put a lot of pressure down there and get that 5 dragon counter started. And yet they have the longest average game time in wins at 42 minutes. So it does really, support the idea that they play to the global objective of the dragon being their major win condition.
Yeah, and that signals to me that there's going to be a lot of fights around the dragon, and EDG are really good at playing around spikes and buying for the dragon. They really like to, as you like to call it, thrift shop. They buy like every little piece of gold that they can and potion up for these types of objectives to force team fights. And like you said, if they get ahead, they're going to just continue to try and snowball it and be aggressive.
Yeah, and the other thing that you shouldn't be surprised at EDG is if they try and take the maximum. They're a very greedy team. They win a 20-minute team fight with like 2 people left on the map. They're rushing Baron. They're leaving a person at Dragon to try and take that. They're shoving waves at the same time. So I think they are a punishable team. I just think that their execution at the moment is extremely good.
And I feel like really at this point, they are not afraid to go for an objective. So even if it's 50-50 Dragon because the jungle is around, they are just looking to look for the fight when they know that they are stronger. And they instantly go for it and say, okay, maybe it's 50-50, you maybe take the Dragon, but we kill your entire team afterwards, and you can be sure of that.
All right, well, that being said, I do want to get your guys' predictions on this match. Just really quickly, I have to assume EDG across the board. Yeah. Am I correct?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I needed the confirmation there, Siren. Well, as we throw it over to our casters for the call, Westdoor talks about facing Pawn at Worlds last year.
就是 S4 的时候跟胖他们羽床那时候在神松外，那第一场我们输得很惨，那第二场前面还打得有来有往，但是后来我们处理不小心在龙战被他滚击雪球，希望这次我们会处理得更细腻，然后讨回来。
Well, hopefully what they have in mind is still something that actually plays out a very different time, a different setting, and a different team as well. It might still be Pawn, but it's going to be changed.
I agree, and I think if Westdoor is going to be remembering things, it's going to be nightmares against Pawn, and then a little bit of positivity against EDG. You know, he was the only player on the current HQ roster that got into that tiebreaker. The shot of making it out of groups, it's going to need to be better than that performance if he wants to make it out of groups this year.
And it does seem like AHQ is actually quite confident coming into this one. They believe they have a real shot at winning this tournament, and they are another team in a sense like Fnatic, who is very underestimated coming in here and have a lot to prove, whereas EDG has more to lose than they do to prove here.
All right, we'll have to see. Let's get to it with a quick look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Edward Gaming. That means it's Koro in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Pawn in mid, Deft at AD carry, and Mako at support.
And of course, on the red side for this matchup, it will be AHQ with Ziv in the top lane, Mountain in the jungle, Westdoor from the mid lane, AD carry is Anne, as well as Albus in the support role. Swapped out for Green Tea, the former support player, and really that seemed to be the magic that AHQ needed. Albus bringing in that supportive champion pool and allowing him to play around Anne a little more than in the previous iteration of the roster.
We talk about honeymoon phases with rosters. This has been the best honeymoon ever. They're going to Tallahassee right here. Honestly, it's because they ran through the entire playoffs while they had this roster coming in.
Yeah.
And in the draft, specifically this game, I want to look at who drafts a stronger team fighting team. Because when AHQ made this run, it was mainly through the Dragon Control, and that begins and ends with team fights. Whereas EDG
Absolutely.
has a slightly more reserved early game than the other Chinese teams. Clearlove will gank a fair bit, but he will very rarely invade the enemy jungler, which sets up a lot of team fights. And I think both these teams are willing to throw down, which means the compositions have to play into that.
And also something you also have to highlight, talking about that run and how AHQ got to the finals, AHQ really outplayed all of the respective opponents. They had clear plans, good picks and bans, and good execution. EDG scraped through that final. They were gifted wins against LGD. You know, it was not a clean performance. For EDG, they need to be looking to improve upon those sort of decision makings and that gameplay style if they want to be successful here at the Mid-Season Invitational.
Absolutely. The swap in and out of Pawn maybe hurting them a little bit. I did say in the hype video, I don't think anything can stop them, and then Pawn gets sick. Maybe that's the thing that kind of takes the team down, right? But so far, still playing well with him, and they can still kind of have that same aspect that they had on Samsung, where Pawn kind of goes crazy in the beginning, Shadow's deft, but depth comes out big in the late game. It takes all the kills.
I want to see what's happened to Pawn's champion pool since the LPL finals, because he had some strange picks, though. He last picked a Fizz. He relies heavily on Caston. His Twisted Fate was underwhelming. Yet if I think back to when he was a Korean mid laner in Korea, his Orianna and Ziggs were both actually pretty good champions. And I want to see Orianna at some point in MSI, because I think the champion fits this meta very well. But the people that made it here aren't necessarily Orianna players of late.
Right.
And it would be a control mage, that or Azir or Cassiopeia, that Pawn can add to his pool to make it less of just assassins that he's been playing.
Absolutely. Taking out that phase, like you said, is one of his favorites and still kind of making people scratch their head. But whatever he can get into that lane with comfort with usually means really good things for EDG in that early game.
Yeah, and I want to touch on the Twisted Fate for a moment as well, because both of these respective mid laners played it during their playoffs, and I actually love the way AHQ played a fairly global comp. They had Rek'Sai in the jungle, and they had TP Hecarim top laner, and they just made so many ganks into Anne's lane over and over and over, and executed really, really well. The scary map pressure that type of comp offers you is available, but it has just been taken off the table.
See bans as well. Mako not getting that Annie. Don't think it's anything he's going to be seeing this tournament. We saw that happen all the way through the LPL once he started on that support.
I can't believe that AHQ banned Rek'Sai over Sejuani in this game. I know that Rek'Sai has good early games, but Clearlove's ultimates on Sejuani are ridiculously good right here. Maybe they're trading it for the Kalista pick because that's a heavily banned champion worldwide. But man, that's a terrifying thing to give up.
Very quickly focusing that Kalista for Anne. He did have a pentakill coming out of the league as they won it. So hopefully focus on him. He can bring that momentum into the game and he can go strong against Deft this game. It'd be interesting if those lanes even match up. But it does get that Kalista away from Deft.
Yeah, and just interesting priority. Yes, you are delaying, you know, the Kalista, but Sliver's still available. A lot of these other priority AD carries, allowing a team to get both Hecarim and Sejuani on the current patch with the power that they offer, with the initiating tools, the flanking. This is League of Legends in hard mode if you're AHQ.
Deft's Jinx is still left as well if they decide to go with that type of composition. It could be very scary. We're already going to get Koro, on Clearlove for Hecarim there. It's going to be teleporting in with home guards. So.
Gnar was available, so Koro favoring the Hecarim over the Gnar, despite the fact that it wasn't banned out.
Hecarim is banned so frequently. Sometimes we talk about these Gnar players, they would be playing Hecarim if it's available. Early on, EDG comes out with really good power picks right here. And they're picking well for the team fights as well already with Alistar and Sejuani. AHQ also has their own blend of things, stuff that they have played in the past.
Yeah, and of course, Mountain still playing Jarvan, even on the current patch. One of his most played, especially during the playoffs. And Ziv, currently undefeated on Gnar. He's got a 4-0 record throughout the course of their playoffs. He's going up against Koro's Hecarim. And again, it's just, I mean, you see a mid-game team fight power from HQ, but I'm just scared of all of that front line from EDG.
Well, that Callista pickup along with the Jarvan definitely putting kind of a cancel on the Jinx if Deft wanted to take it. Cannot get out of that Cataclysm Mountain likes to create. Deft getting the proposal, but it looks like he's actually going to go with the Urgot, something we definitely saw him playing over in the LPL quite often, one of his main AD carries.
All right, and the main thing here is Pawn's brought out a new pick here, Cassiopeia in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It's something that he should be able to play because Pawn can show that he plays everything, but it's a break from the backline assassin-focused things that he has been playing in the mid lane. He also had to blind pick this into whatever Westdoor has. Westdoor hasn't really shown a difference from his old classic champions. Maybe we actually end up seeing a Fizz here.
Yeah, he got the option available. The bigger question I have for HQ, how do they plan on burning through all of those tanks with the Callista damage and Gnar? Callista, yes, can do well, but I don't see her getting rid of a Hecarim, a Sejuani, an Alistar, and an Urgot with his shield and his ultimate down. There is so much beefiness for EDG to run rampant.
Perfect,
against AHQ.
perfect. Should have thought of the Karthus right here. Honestly, with these big balled up team fights, look at the short ranges on EDG.
Right.
That is 3 melee champions and an Urgot who swaps himself into the middle of things. If Westdoor can sit in the right spot on his Karthus, or if people can get trapped inside the Cataclysm with the Karthus in there, it is the pick for the team fight dragon-focused game that we are probably going to end up seeing here.
He brought out Karthus in the 3-0 versus TPA, the 3-1 versus Yowie Flash Wolves in the finals, and now he's going to bring it out here at the midseason Invitational. Doing quite well in those games. Karthus is definitely still something Westdoor likes to pick up.
Definitely. The problem is it lost to Yowie Flash Wolves in that very first game. I didn't feel like AHQ were able to find the team fights that they necessarily needed or wanted, but this time round, with the composition that EDG have, it should be a lot easier. Should being the operative word in that statement.
Yeah, woulda, coulda, shoulda could be the names that a lot of people start saying after this one. This is now our first look of the final 2 teams that are at MSI. After this game, we will have seen everyone have their first go at it.
That's right.
Honestly, while EDG did pick up a lot of beef early on, AHQ has picked up a lot of stuff that can just sit in that beef and hopefully marinate a little bit and finish them off.
We'll see what can be served up for us. Once again, we'll be looking to Twitter to see how you think this game will go. Tweet hashtag EDG win or hashtag AHQ win to @LOL Esports. As usual, we'll tally those up and get the vote halfway through the game or somewhere in there. We definitely saw a lot of votes coming up for Besiktas last time. That fan base, very, very big. We'll see whose fans are standing behind them here as EDG takes on AHQ for our 3rd game of the day here at the midseason Invitational.
A lot of eyes on this Karthus pick. As we said, it didn't work in the finals, it did in the previous rounds.
That's right.
And AHQ, they ran that gauntlet as it were. 4th, they beat the 3rd seed, they beat the 2nd seed, they beat the 1st seed. And I think the analyst desk also touched on the story that AHQ had an underwhelming regular season and overwhelming playoffs. EDG the opposite. Overwhelming regular and very lackluster finals. Let's see who will be channeling which performance in their opening game.
Yeah, so a 5-man invade from AHQ. They're trying to get the deep wards in, but it's a blind 5-man invade, so they have no wards on their backside, which basically means EDG can get easy wards into the jungle of AHQ for doing this. Another thing we have to note, Koro picking up the smite on Hecarim against Gnar. If that were to be a straight-up 1v1 matchup, because the smite early on giving fewer combat summoners, the Hecarim and Koro would actually be pushed back fairly easily by Zib. So maybe we end up seeing a little bit of double jungling for EDG, or just a more reserved early laning phase from Koro.
Minions have spawned.
Well, for the time being, Koro currently sitting around that wolf camp. May be kicking that one off. Lane swap not actually being initiated just yet.
Yeah, here's the thing. Even though AHQ was able to place those deep wards, Mako and Deft had actually already ran through the lane.
Right.
So those wards didn't see anybody for AHQ. They have no way of predicting this because no one walked through the lane swap board that it was intended for the scouting.
Looks like we're going to get shared jungle camp on the Krug's top side coming out of Ziv and Mountain, but it's a 1-in-1 camp here. It's going to be Clear Love taking his own and Koro as well. We'll see how this approaches the lane if they can get there to use that level 2.
We did see that Mako was freezing that lane in the bottom. So Anne and Albus with the information and the early Grump camp. So let's see if they do get to that level 2 and what they can do against it. It's just going to be quite difficult against the very beefy Urgot Allison. I think you can see Mako and Def both sort of respecting the range of their opponents, backing off, knowing level 2's on the way.
Level 2, ridiculously important for both of these combos. If you do not respect the Kalista Thresh level 2, you will die. At this point, EDG kind of called the lane swap improperly. They probably would have done both Krugs so they could match the Gromp that AHQ did, but because they only did one Krug and then froze the lane, they had to concede that bottom lane level 2 power spike to AHQ and therefore give Anne and Albus control of the lane.
Gotta feel good for AHQ here. Those first 2 picks were Anne and Albus's Thresh and Kalista, so to get that in a nice strong lane early is going to keep the momentum up for them. Pawn now trading in the mid lane. As you can see, their stats a bit higher for Westor in that, but the kill participation from Pawn a little more grisly.
Mountain going for a gank. No flash possible on Coral. There they go.
He gets a knockup. Cora's in trouble, continuing to run away. Remember, there's no summoner. The boomerang's not enough. Mountain and Ziv unable to get the killing blow.
If Ziv had been able to poke down Coral a little bit more, the idea of that gank was sound, but Coral had an experience edge. He was healing up just enough for the minion wave, and he survives a very bold gank there by Mountain, flashing in behind the turret.
Yeah, cloth armor definitely helping out that one. We do see the death sentence connecting on Miko, but minion wave just under the tower, and Deft gonna have some free time to farm.
Great little play there by Koro to stay in the lane and soak up those minions, even though he got pushed out. Still higher than Ziv in that situation. Back to the mid here, 25 to 21. Pawn looking to get in the face of Westor just a little bit with those miasmas to keep him out of range.
Yeah, I still love the idea of Mountain's early game on the smiteless Hecarim. So infrequently do you see a flashless top laner punished by early ganks, because very frequently you end up lane swapping that. EDG bold enough to lane that 1v1, and Koro doesn't actually get punished for it. I just really like the idea of the gank. Because the gank burned the flash and it still wasn't successful and Koro was able to stay in lane, it's actually to huge benefit for EDG.
Oh, Clear Love picking up the Scuttle Crab in the Do-Si-Do in the river here with Mountain. Could be heading down towards the bottom lane. Doesn't look like they have too much awareness, but they're just going to keep it safe. No pressure there, as both junglers are going to be on the bottom side.
Keep an eye on those CS numbers as we do continue to progress through this very standard laning phase. The sentence goes wide. Clearlove maybe expecting a gank, hanging out just behind the wall. The threat of the Lantern from Albus is very scary.
Nice
and Albus, that is caught out. They're going in for more, but they've turned.
It's going to be Mountain as well coming into this fight. Can he get over the wall? He wants to use it to actually pop somebody up, so he's waiting, and he may just let him walk out. Def very low on mana. He's the one to get grabbed. Forces the flash out. Ignite onto Def. He's chugging the potion, but it's the hit coming in from Albus, and they keep going for Clear Love, but get knocked up by Mako.
Now here comes Pawn. He's instantly exhausted. AHQ fighting a battle on 2 fronts, and looking for Pawn, but it's Mako that's in trouble. He will get turned into beefsteak as Mountain, as well as Westor combo. AHQ with the first 2 kills.
Back and forth and back again right there. AHQ with those 2 kills. Tremendous timing by Mountain coming over that wall. Specifically the split focus between EDG trying to lay a trap for the Kalista, but then the presence of mind by Albus to hold onto his Lantern even while he was going to be someone getting aggressed on, and throwing it to Anne is the reason they were able to reconfigure, group up, and win that. Additionally, somehow, despite Pawn pushing in the turret all that time, Westor beat him to the fight, and that's another big turning point there.
Now the window is also open for that Karthus ultimate to come in, something AHQ, or rather, I'm sorry, EDG has to be aware of when they're fighting around it or within that window.
We'll have to see what Westor can do. Down a little bit of CS thanks to that previous roam, but the kill more than makes up for it. Even Stevens across the board as far as CS is concerned. EDG gonna have to bounce back. Mounted, no early pressure, and again, that Jarvan, there's very few players still playing Jarvan at 5.7. But it seems to work for him.
His damage is going to fall off. The early game is going to be the same as it ever was for Jarvan. In fact, maybe even a little bit easier, because if we think all the way back to when the Center Hulk patch actually happened, there was only 5 AD taken off of Warrior the patch beforehand, and the jungle camps actually started doing less damage. So the early game impact of a Jarvan before he completes his first major jungle item is actually better than it was when Jarvan was in meta.
Right.
So therefore, Mountain can still go around and make those early plays. 2 successful ganks. When he completes his Cinderhulk, it will be a much different Jarvan than the Warrior Jarvan we used to see, who could take 60% of an 80s carry health with a combo. This is more about controlling team fights, setting up walls for Gnar to Gnar people into, or for Westar to AoE team fights. It's very heavily reliant on him actually getting ahead, so the other team doesn't get the damage to break through the Cinderhulk Jarvan when he's in the team fights.
Well, 2 assists in that early team fight. A step in the right direction as far as AHQ and Mountain are concerned. That 1,000 gold lead playing into the favor. We're getting close to the 10-minute mark. And Westar as well as Mountain are traditionally down in CS against their opponents. Mountain down 7, Westar normally down 15.
Right.
He's only 7 at the moment with a couple of minutes to go. So doing better than his regional playoffs as far as CS is concerned.
They mentioned on the analyst desk, AHQ falls behind in that early game. This time they're making up for it in kills. In the laning phase, maybe going towards ADG, but they're keeping it.
The greatest strength of AHQ as a team is their team fighting ability.
Yeah.
And the fact that Mountain, it's one of the reasons Mountain still plays Jarvan is because he tries to get them to that team fighting through some early game pressure. And they've been able to do that here because they were able to beat Clearlove to a gank. Now it becomes about this dragon.
Yeah, and you know, again, Analyst Desk alluded to it. Across all the teams in the tournament, AHQ have the earliest first dragon time on average. In comparison, we're about to hit that time when they traditionally secure their first Drake. There's not a whole lot of vision in the area, and it's actually EDG, I feel, who have slightly better wards, but we'll see what AHQ can do with that.
And we also have to see how AHQ can deal with or use Westar's Requiem at this point in the game. Any gank or any skirmish that happens anywhere outside the mid lane can be added to by the Karthus. That's actually interesting here. Pawn pushed out the mid lane so heavily, and he might actually tilt the scales here by being a mid laner, ganking bot. Interesting roam.
Slow movement by him. It looks like he's actually called this one off, but maybe waiting for Clearlove in turn. They kind of cross paths here. Mountain also may get this ward to spot out Clearlove.
At this point, Pawn wasted so much time on the roam. He has to get back to wave management. And now it becomes more about the dragon. Remember, a Sejuani at level 6 is a terrifying thing if he can land that Glacial Prison.
Whoa!
Right. That's a massive cataclysm.
The Requiem coming down. That's the window they need to not fight in. But AHQ is going to make it happen, and EDG starts to answer very nicely. The home guard teleport coming in. Actually, it's not on the home guard, but the teleport works for Koro. Ziv's a bit too big to keep going on. They should be able to finalize this one out. Koro gets the smite. They're going to transfer this one over to Pawn. Actually, Koro gets it in the end. And a 4 for 2 in favor of EDG.
And they were unable to burst someone at the start of that gank, which is why Clearlove had the time to come up through the lane, land the ultimate, and turn that fight around. Additionally, this time Pawn beat Westar to the roam. Teleports came in at exactly the same time, but at the end of the day, the cluster favors EDG because they were the ones that didn't get bursted out early.
Instantly evening out the scales. EDG managing to balance out the goal. There's the fights again, Jeff.
So one thing, Mountain commits so hard, he uses EQ for no damage but for distance, therefore he can't get the burst. Then beautiful dash ult by Clearlove. Watch the teleports come in. The Hecarim basically jumps in as Ziv gnarred them into the wall, so the follow was a little bit late. Total chaos, and it probably would have been a 3 for 2 if not for Pawn roaming down there at the end to pick up Ziv.
That was an amazing flash by Mako. He put himself, where you say goal side to the Fate's call. That's how Deft flashed out of the Cataclysm, because Mako got popped, not Deft. Very fast thinking by Mako to flash inside the Cataclysm to save his AD carry.
Well played indeed. EDG's team fighting, giving them the advantage, in fact. As again, both junglers have moved into this Dragon Pit to clear out the vision. Several times. It's actually Clearlove that started this, but he did walk straight over an AHQ ward. He's actually going to back away, as I think he spotted Mountain as well. You can feel both teams want to get their hands on this dragon, and they're looking to see if they can find a crack in their opponent's armor to go for that objective.
Well, right now that teleport of Koro is down. Maybe something very helpful if they can get number priorities on the bottom side of this map. But right now we still have quite an even dual lane in the bot, so it's not really decided.
Yeah, and that even, laning phase at 12 minutes is favoring Koro. He's farming up, he's ahead of Zev, he's got kills, he's got time, and he's scaling quite well.
Everything is moving down bottom lane this match as well. ClearLove has been living down here, and it makes the teleport smite top laner almost impossible to punish at this point because we know the dragon is such a high priority. So Koro should be able to basically free farm, and it makes it really difficult for either of these bottom lanes to commit because there is so much pressure from both sides being dictated onto that bottom lane.
Yeah.
And the next person who slips up is going to forfeit the dragon.
And I feel like this is smart play from EDG because if you go back and watch AHQ's playoff run, a lot of their ganks is focused around Anne. Anne is probably the primary carry in terms of helping them win games. Westor's the star, but it's Anne that does a lot of the groundwork and the actual heavy lifting. And you constantly see Mountain going into that lane. You constantly see him crank. When Westor was in TF, he was going down to the lane, and you can see in ClearLove's positioning, Pawn's positioning, they're waiting for that fight just out of sight.
Hopefully it doesn't backfire for them with them going in the bottom lane so much. The kills have gone onto Westor and Ziv. Not too bad. Still going to get pressure out of them. And 3 assists to Anne and Albus. Full kill participation from Mountain as he keeps himself omnipresent in this game.
And we have to note that pink ward down in the bottom lane. It has existed for about 4 minutes there because EDG hasn't pushed through the lane far enough to clear that ward. It's another reason ClearLove keeps seeing these mini opportunities in that bottom lane because he knows that AHQ is relatively pushed. It's just a matter of actually getting ward control in that river so he can take an appropriate route for himself.
Animal Brawl in the top lane. It does not look like these guys are using wet noodles this time. They are throwing some hard punches left and right, and Ziv got a very nice Gnar bar on that one. Mega Gnar was just what he needed.
Definitely working in his favor, and I think some props to AHQ as far as their laning is concerned. Good CS numbers in their top and mid lane, and just marginally behind Def, but he does have a wave and a half, 2 waves there to farm up, so keeping himself relevant as far as that's concerned, which is also something, we mentioned how Westor and Mountain do fall behind traditionally, but they're keeping themselves up this time. I'm just worried about the scaling that EDG does have in their favor.
Yeah, this is an EDG-like game. Here we go, gank on Albus.
Thrown right into the fire. Quite a bit used there, and a save. I don't know why Albus flashed. He definitely wanted the for sure safety there, but EDG is going to have some good pressure now.
It was an Alistair flash burn, but they burn all of Thresh's health bar as well as the Fate's Call, so a bit of a dangerous dragon for AHQ to contest, but Speed trying on depth. He wants to swap.
Oh, he's going to get the swap. Mako knocks him up. Can he get to the lantern? No, because he's knocked away from it. It's not over yet as the teleports come in for more action.
Deft cuts him down. He wants more body parts to attach to that Urgot. Mountain now onto Deft. This didn't work last time, and Mountain's actually forced to flash out. Ziv doing some work on the backside, but he was really being peeled by Mako as EDG starts to scramble and find the members of AHQ. 1 for 2.
AHQ absolutely
1 for 3, sorry.
Like moths to a... What is it, a moth killer? What do you call it? Moth to a flame. A bad idea right there because they'd already lost so much, but they're attracted to that dragon. EDG knew it. There was the speed shrine right there. A disaster for AHQ and a nice play by EDG.
AHQ always fights around dragons. It's one of the things that they consistently do. They want to go for it. They want that objective. And this time around, it cost them. That's the second big team fight in a row that EDG have just simply outclassed them.
Absolutely amazing.
Look, first off, Thresh is super low. Deft uses the position reverser to get in range to kill the Thresh, which is beautiful. Then Mako pushes Anne away from the Lantern, which was going to disappear anyway since Deft was doing his job too. At this point, HQ's already committed, so they're trapped in the fight since they ended up teleporting down. One of those times where you actually have to concede first dragon because EDG was in clear position to win that with speed tride control as well as the pre-fight poke.
All that pressure from AHQ in the bottom lane, and now Deft has 2 kills after those fights. They put so much on him. They tried not to let that Urgot get going, and now he has his 2 kills. Remember, if you want your voice heard, add that hashtag to your tweets on social media as you get through. We got some good games going on, and they're only setting the bar higher here as we are now in a game 3.
Well, Koro's Hecarim, 3-0-1. He's got his Cinderhole completed, got a Glacial Shroud picked up. He's already terrifying and tanky, and ClearLove is looking for more fight, but we did see Mountain just off the side of the screen. Everything is about this bottom lane. Everything.
Why not?
Always.
Why not? Basically, mid lane is a farm off right here between Pawn and Westdoor. Westdoor is almost always conceding turret pressure to Pawn, so unless Mountain was going to gank Pawn, there's no reason for ClearLove to go elsewhere right now. He knows Koro is free farming and will outscale at this point. And here we go. Maybe if ClearLove would have been there, the one time he's not.
Requiem window coming in. Can they make the nightmare? And they do for Deft. Mako's now going to have a tough time getting out of this, but we got a double rotation down ClearLove as well as Pawn is going to stop that fight.
This time, Mountain used the Lantern for distance and the EQ combo for the damage, which allowed him to dunk down Deft. Yeah. And they did find that window where ClearLove wasn't actually bottom lane, so they're able to get something back. This is still a game yet.
Yeah, very important for AHQ. They should secure this tower as well. Alba's playing defensive on the back line. Just trying to deny as many minions as possible. I think all of that focus on bottom lane, all of that pressure, one momentary lapse, one momentary mistake, and all of a sudden HQ get the kills and the tower. And Koro and Ziv continue to trade aggressively in this top lane.
Very, very aggressively. Even with that Skirmisher is not really able to do much against Ziv here as he keeps pressuring it in. A 3-0-1 Koro, however, we have not seen the implications of his home guard teleport in this game. Could be very big. And Requiem's catching EDG off guard. When will the Hecarim Onslaught of Shadows home guard catch HQ off guard?
There's going to be two very powerful top laners in this game. I really want to see how hard Koro is to kill with those 3 kills, plus the Cinder Hulk early, especially when he's able to complete these next 2 items he's going to be working on. He's probably working on Frozen Heart and Spirit Visage as his next 2. Those big 3 tank items for Hecarim make him an absolute menace, which Kalista, while Kalista's a great AD carry, does have a hard time working through some hyper tanks, which is what Sejuani and Hecarim may end up becoming this game. It's that EDG late game scaling we may end up keep talking about, but they are in position to create some very tanky fights.
I'm very interested to see how and wants to handle that front line with that attack speed dagger. If he goes the traditional BT into Hurricane, it's going to take a lot of those spears to rend away EDG's tank line. Well, 20 minutes on the clock will be when Baron spawns, and that's important for EDG because they are the mid-game Baron team. And that's a good gnaw backwards. Koro, even under turret shots, but still has his Onslaught of Shadows if he needed it. Not this time, though.
Healing up, not too much of a problem for him, but a little bit of a funny play coming in. Those guys are on their own island in the top lane for quite some time here, both with 3 kills, so they want to see who can punch harder right now. 30,000 gold pretty much across the board, as you say, Trevor, even Stevens, as EDG looks to even up the turrets as well.
And without Westdoor anywhere nearby, there's not a lot of wave clear or safe wave clear against that sort of front line. So even trade as far as towers are concerned, and EDG take a small gold lead thanks to the CS and extra kill in their back pockets.
Yeah, considering this game is going to be so teamfight focused as well, I'm a little bit surprised by ClearLove Spectre's Cal there on Sejuani. Going Aegis into Locket I think would have been much more well advised, especially considering EDG is going to be a big ball of tanks in teamfights sitting in Karthus Defile if things go well for Westdoor. Basically, by not going the Aegis, they put a much higher priority on getting Karthus out of fights. So, assuming they know what's up here, Mako should be headbutting Westdoor out of teamfights near deaths, or they should be really, really being careful not to stay around in that Karthus Defile.
A lot of pressure then on Mako to make the right call. But we've had a 21-minute laning phase with multiple repeated ganks down into the bottom lane. I think we're in for another long period of play because Dragon is only up in 30 seconds. That's Dragon number 2 at 21 minutes. And for a team like AHQ, who do traditionally put a lot of emphasis on that objective, this is not what they're used to doing. EDG, on the other hand, they're not really the 5 Dragon team.
Well, again, they get the crab right before the Dragon. That's exactly when you want to take it, so they can now try and speed Shrine off to get the swap or an Alistar initiation like they did last time. The river belongs to EDG for the most part. Top lane did go down. Top laner teleport timers have been pretty much identical this entire time. HQ has to be incredibly careful not to get poked down before the fight like they did last time, because they do not want to go down 2 dragons to 0.
The intentions of EDG were to definitely take a fast fight. You could see Koro trying to hatch his home guards on the base, but he finally left to clear this top wave and pressure that top turret once again. Maybe they can get Ziv into a bad spot on entering this fight. Mid also very close to going down here. EDG, quite a bit of options.
There's a lot of options for both teams, and neither of them actually made a committed move towards that dragon yet. I think the fact that the mid tower is so low gives them the opportunity, but look at AHQ from the side. Can Albus get a death sentence? The answer will be no.
It's a lot of damage too. Again, Albus is going to be starting this next fight at very low health. Whether it's the Dragon or the mid lane, EDG now has 2 points with which to take advantages off of.
And look at the minimap. Koro is already in the mid lane. Ziv trying to make his way down, but Meganar's active. That's a smite down onto Westorm. The exhaust is replied.
They're trying to get him down. EDG is on the dragon right now. Grabbed by Clearlove. Koro gets out on that one. Whoa! And misses and gets immediately swapped by Def to save it. He then goes into the fight. Mountain still with his ultimate up, but I think it's all disengaged from this time out for AHQ. There's the Fate's call. He's back in, but it missed. It completely missed, and AHQ actually still wants it.
It's one of those super tank fights that we keep talking about. Def running low on mana, has down in the bottom lane, and has got a kill onto Mako. But here comes the power pony. Koro's got one, Clearlove with another. Mountain is in retreat, but it's not enough. Ziv goes down, and that's an EDG whitewash.
The fight was so long, Koro got to play twice. He was the one that was initiated on. He goes back, recalls, teleports in with home guard, and is the difference maker. Again, that fight was so scattered, but it was Clearlove Sejuani ultimate, and mainly the headiness of Koro to fight twice there.
Ziv not using Meganar. It had procced already on the way to the fight, and I definitely want to hear Crumbs' opinion on this Hecarim versus Gnar, considering how much he was discussing the top lane matches on the analyst desk. But EDG, 3,000 gold in the lead.
One more time.
Here's that fight again.
Yeah, it begins and ends with Koro. Koro burns so much here. Keep in mind, EDG is actually leveraging this mid lane pressure by taking the dragon uncontested. Then, not only does he absorb that, he jukes around the EQ. Then, the fight just kind of breaks into chaos. Back and forth and back again. It seems like HQ always wants to continue this fight. Nice juke, nice flash there by Pawn in order to get out. And HQ feels like they have something, but they're not paying attention to Clearlove's holding of the Sejuani ultimate. Boom, onto 4, and there's a home guard teleport. The turning point, the first pick Sejuani from Clearlove because of his ability to land ultimate after ultimate in team fights. And Koro, the beast he's been all year with the home guard TP.
Holding it for so long on that Glacial Prison, the right decision by Clearlove. One of the junglers that actually a lot of people touting as the #1 jungler at this tournament. Clearlove off to a great start. Look at all the vision around Baron. EDG starting to set up that zone of control and saying, we dare you to face check us, and the support that it'll give to take down this top outer turret. It's the last one remaining for EDG to knock down before they go deeper into AHQ territory.
Already even getting the chance to mitigate against that Requiem. A Banshee's Veil now for Clearlove. It's going to keep him quite protected. Seeing a lot of core items come out on the side of EDG now. They're kind of spiking them very hard. The Frozen Heart now finished for Koro. He's got that along with the Spirit Visage, and he's already been making the plays. 5-0-1 for him on that item.
It's incredibly difficult for AHQ to kill Koro at this point in the game. They have very few tools to do so. They have the 2 items on, and Westor is still working on his major need, the large rod item, and EDG is just looking to get picks.
And that's going to be Mountain trying to dive in. He's got a good collapse on the team, but it looks like EDG's able to assess this one just right. Westor very low, but in a great spot to defile damage. That's the knock-up coming in. Can they get out? EDG, huge damage from the Requiem, and that's going to give him enough time to not really live in the fight. Actually, I am wrong. That is Ziv going down. I thought he was going to be able to take out Mako and turn to another one, but no, EDG micro in and out perfectly.
AHQ will not have a more befitting fight for Karthus than that one, and they still were not able to finish them at that point. EDG with just enough gold lead to deal with all the damage that came through there. Koro, we said they were going to have a hard time killing him. He comes out of that fight with nearly full health after all of that chaos. And that is the difference right there. Westor did everything he could. AHQ had a beautiful Gnar ultimate. Everything kind of went well for them, but EDG still comes out on top.
And keep in mind, the first 2 picks by HQ was Callista and Thresh, who are currently 147, 246. They gave up that Hecarim. It was available for them, and they opted not into it. There's that team fight again.
Yeah, teleport comes in as soon as Mountain begins to get picked off. Mountain still gets off a Cataclysm. And Pawn actually swapped himself to the wrong side of the wall right there because he was trying to create a nice pick. Of course, he swapped it and is able to die right there. But then, honestly, look at them sitting in that defile. It ended up being not quite enough.
Well, not this time around. And as you touched on, Jat, Maiko actually did knock back Westor during the course of that fight. Bluebird picked up, I believe, who was that Pawn. And AHQ looking for more. They're down 5,000 gold, trying to set up a fight.
And now the important thing is Mako has also completed the Locket of the Iron Solari. He started Kindle Gem, but now he's finished it right off. So not only do they get the group Manic Resistance, but they will also get the shield from the active. And they are in position to bully AHQ right now. The confidence they should have after that last team fight.
So Trevor, you were saying a little hard to take down tanks. Got a little excited there at that front end burst, but that's all that AHQ has is that front end burst. There was no damage to follow up after that, and EDG was able to just walk around easy.
If Anne is dead,
right,
there is no way to finish it off. Yes, the burst from Westor in a great position worked, but you need him to clean up, and unfortunately, Callista is not a mega tank killer. Koro doesn't even care about the tower.
No need to. That guy is completely out of control right now. He has 12,000 gold, which is 1,500 more than the next closest player in the game right now. That's including his own team. He gets a local gold as well as a global gold for that next turret.
Absolutely crazy. EDG coming in with a fantastic composition. Pawn going for the Casio this game, playing it safer in the mid lane. 1-1-6. Mako gets an Alistar, plays very much like his Annie, and they can continue to fight the same way.
And I think you have to take a step back and look at EDG's performance this game. Much like we did earlier in the day with Fnatic. Contrast the team's performance versus their most recent local match. Of course, EDG did defeat LGD, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, if memory serves correctly.
Yep.
And they did not look this clean. They did not look this coordinated. The team fights are great. EDG on the right place. They even countered AHQ's favoritism and trend to gank the bottom lane because Pawn rotated multiple times. ClearLab was available for counter ganks. It's intelligent, controlled, calculated from the #1 Chinese squad.
Yeah, when we were watching that series they had against LGD again a couple days back, it seemed like none of the fights EDG took were planned. It was mainly, hey, someone was killing a pink ward, so everything ended up flying off. This time EDG is making the plays, like that flash ultimate from Pawn. And here comes Koro.
Koro come flying in, not gonna have the home guard right away since it's tagged, but they do get a nice ultimate to continue the fight. ClearLove just on the edge of Anne, but he's getting the kite back. He will eventually have to be caught up by this one. Dodges the Arctic Assault, but he wants to stay in the fight. How many arrows does he have? ClearLove rend it. Takes about half his HP on that one, and EDG's trying to figure out who they want. Very scattered, very nice to get the Karthus down outside of the fight, but they're not even afraid to fight in it.
They are not. Anne is our final alive, but what are you going to do against those tanks? He hops over the wall.
How is he still alive?
Cheeky play.
I mean, Anne is playing his heart out right now, but there's not much he can do outside of stacking 1,000 arrows inside of ClearLove before rending because he was hitting him for an eternity, and he still couldn't even take him down. At that point, they lose 2 despite so much being burnt on Anne as he's kiting backwards. It was actually 3 dead. The fight went on for so long, Mountain ended up coming back.
If ever you needed more proof that Callista cannot kill tanks, that was it. Anne had 20, 30 spears, I felt, in ClearLove Sejuani, and it just was not enough.
Still has no Last Whisper is a critical thing right here. He has been pushed back because he could not pick up any kills in those crazy
Absolutely.
fights. With Last Whisper now, he would have a slightly better chance, but it's still going to be a critless build, which is going to diminish his ability to cut through EDG's tanks at this point, and
we draw back.
That's all I can do.
We draw back to the early game again. Even champion select Callista Thresh immediately. Focus from Mountain in the bottom lane to help that, as well as Westor getting a few kills off Requiem. All of those were assists for Anne, not kills.
We actually had our observers go back and double check. He had 15 spears in for that range. So that's at least 15 auto attacks right there on a ClearLove, as well as the damage. No, couldn't get him.
No, he couldn't, but Koro does find Ann. Ann's in trouble, and he is down. Westall gets caught by the Glacial Prison. He's in full retreat, and EDG a running rampage of AHQ.
Ziv not even close to getting a Gnar. They all have to scatter. A triple kill coming in now for Koro. The legendary horse, 10-0-6, and Deft is going to finish off Albus just to boot on the fight. Ziv throwing out some wards to try and stop this, but it is just a grind now from EDG. They have figured out AHQ, and now they're going to be pressuring down with the Baron.
Koro running away with this game.
Absolutely.
As is EDG.
What a statement.
Terry top laners are still here, guys.
Koro has been one. He is a monster of the top lane. I mean, just looking at this one, we talked about Ann needing 15 auto attacks to not even take down Sejuani. Koro takes a swing at him and takes him below half health.
KO'd.
Another beautiful ultimate from Clear Love over the wall right here. Something about these team compositions that is very apparent when both teams are fairly tanky and heavily melee focused, the team fights will be very cluttered. So these games do end up snowballing out of control since both teams are dedicated on just team fighting. EDG was able to win those team fights early, and now they are just hammering their advantage home again and again, and not allowing AHQ a time to recover by farming or picking to equalize the team fights, and they're just forcing team fight after team fight.
Yeah, and regardless of the lead that EDG have built up now, this is one of the most definitive teams at closing a game out. Once they have that lead, they really know how to push down the final objectives. When we were in that replay, we did actually see, I believe, Deft stealing away the blue buff from AHQ. EDG just pushing out the waves. They've got great vision in the top half of the map. Baron empowered minions. There's only one inner turret there in that top lane left to knock down, and EDG instantly group up. Koro doesn't have TP yet, but he's barreling down that mid lane with those Home Guard and Trinity Force.
And their EDG is just so strong right now, able to start surplusing these items. Another Banshee's Veil, 3 Frozen Hearts. Whoever Ann's trying to hit is going to be within that aura in these balled up fights. It is going to be even harder now. Things are only weighing against AHQ. Trying to guard this last second tier turret. They are going to have to catch a big mistake off of EDG to really claw back into this one. 14,000 gold down. They're doing what they can.
And just really nice resistance stacking by everyone on EDG as well. Everyone on their team, when they're in range of the locket, has over 100 magic resistance. More on some people, so not even a Void Staff on Westor. Even if he sits in the middle, they're done.
Goodbye, and the insta-flash from Def. AHQ now scattering. Despite that fantastic Gnar, it's not going to be enough. Koro dives the backline of the Onslaught to Shadows. Westor is down. Requiem starts to get channeled, and here's the damage on EDG.
Still, it's that end damage now, and not enough to keep them alive in the fight. It's really not even tickling EDG at this point, as they have the base to themselves. They ace AHQ.
They get a lead. They know how to hammer it home. They still have the Baron buff. That's a 5-for-1. They're pushing on the Nexus.
We know this is how EDG does it. Once they can go for Baron, they go for the win. It's almost a prerequisite to every one of their games, whether it's at 20 minutes or now at 34 minutes. 28-10. EDG come out strong with a 35-minute game over AHQ, and Def sacrifices himself.
What a fantastic win for EDG.
A lot of skirmishes.
So few risks, though, on EDG's side.
Yeah, measured early game, committing to fights very well, but not over-committing to fights, which has been an Achilles heel of EDG in some situations. Mainly Clear Love just having that huge focus on the bot lane.
Yeah.
Because he knew Koro could deal with himself, and the teleports were greater for Koro than they were for Ziv. It was a battle of top laners teleporting down to join in team fights from 8 minutes on into this game. Pawn pulled out a new AoE damage champion, not an assassin, which was ideal for these grouped up team fights, but it was mainly about a Koro's aggro.
Yeah, and I also have to think AHQ, I feel like they played better than I had thought they would against EDG, and the problem for them was their shot calling this game. Mechanically, they played well. The lanes did not necessarily go terribly against them.
Right.
It was they elected into team fights they should not have done.
We also saw a massive difference once we got into the team fight phase between the Sejuani and the Jarvan.
Yeah.
Jungle pick wise. Yes, you can trap someone in a Cataclysm, but it was nothing compared to Clear Love's Sejuani ultimates again and again and again. Best team fighting jungler here, Clear Love, especially when he's on Sejuani.
brilliant play.
And team fighting is exactly what we got out of this game. 38 kills in 35 minutes. Exactly. These regions love to fight back and forth, and we got that. Also seeing, like you said, Pawn on Cassiopeia, a lot of players, even Fnatic, pulling out new stuff. What are you guys going to ban now? Who's going to be the best at kind of reorganizing mid-game?
There's 5 more games today. Now we see whose support staff that's with them can help the teams adapt. We've seen everybody play once. Now it becomes fixing the problems that we have demonstrated or we've witnessed on this stage.
Absolutely. And once again, we're going to now send it over to our analyst desk to get their thoughts about the match.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now continuing on the trend of picks and bans, we saw the Karthus come out here from AHQ, and you know there was a discussion at the beginning of the day about Westor's champion pool that he does favor the assassins, but has recently extended his play to those control mages.
Now, we thought going into this, he wanted to help the side lanes out, and he's taken a little bit of a hit in the mid lane matchup. You know, he didn't necessarily out CS, even in his own region. So we see the Karthus pick, you're going to focus the side lanes. They do a gank in the top lane. The reason that gank doesn't work is because Hecarim, with the smite, he's able to start Flask, do a camp, not buy potions, TP to lane, and has a cloth armor. Instead of 5 potions on the ward, he's got a cloth versus a double physical of Jarvan and Gnar. Survives the gank, gets away. Now, AHQ can't really focus that lane anymore. Their summoners are down, and he's still in lane, very healthy. So every gank from then on from AHQ is telegraphed to the bottom lane. All EDG has to do is out-rotate them, be there as well, and you saw clearly, just sit around bottom lane, wait for a thing, and you get triple kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, I want to pick up one more time on the Karthus pick because we have seen kind of this Karthus pick like this before, going for Tia Rileys to protect the Kalista, and this is kind of the team comp that AHQ is going for. And what you actually expect was that Karthus is farming up a lot, but what we've seen before from Westor is that he's actually down in CS. In the one game, he played 20 CS by 10 minutes and 50 by 20 minutes. And that's actually huge if you're a Karthus player. So I had my doubt going into it, and I don't think it paid off as well as it should have.
Yeah, I definitely think that the overall team comp didn't really do what it was supposed to do. You're supposed to kite back through, but there was just so many beefy people. They didn't care if they sat in the Karthus in the end. And we saw as soon as EDG were comfortable that they were able to win a team fight, every single time they have an opportunity, ward vision or not, they just set up for it, make sure they're in the right position. Coral in the top lane, by the way, he was equal in kills to the Gnar and just did so much more with it. Went outright tanky with that Cinderhulk. The challenging smart was just able to delete people off the map. As soon as EDG ever get a lead in these games, they're just going to look to take over.
Well, and there's an interesting thing here, Irene, in that in each of these 3 matches of the day so far, we've determined a greater and a lesser team. We've said here's the favorite, here's the underdog, but in all 3 of these games, the underdogs have come out swinging.
Yeah, and I really, really like seeing that because the underdog are playing to their own styles. They're not being gun shy as well. You're seeing Mountain like flash EQ over a wall, level 3 to try and get a kill, to try and make something happen. 4-man gank on Faker mid. Then they get to look at these things, go back and be like, okay, that didn't work. Let's reevaluate. But they're being aggressive out the door because if you try to be something that you're not as a team, you're not going to learn because you're just going to look back and be like, we didn't actually play our style on the world stage, so now we don't know what to improve. So I like that they're coming out and getting the most out of this experience.
And to that end, in my opinion, this was the closest game we've seen so far, which is interesting considering that we're all coming in here probably regarding EDG as the team to beat. So, props to AHQ there for sticking with them so closely through the early parts of this game.
I think that this entire tournament is going to be closer than we had imagined at the start.
I think as well that if you look right now at the meta game, the diversity is just so huge and everything is kind of close. So if you go for a team comp, it's less punishing and less snowbally because you usually don't go for this double assassin that like instantly deletes you or is like fail or like super success. So I think that maybe the meta right now is playing into the favor of, the lesser teams.
Well, before we get into the rest of the match, we are going to send it over to Shox, who is joined by a member of the victorious Edward Gaming.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm joined here by Pawn, who played a fantastic Cassiopeia in that matchup. Also by Homin, who's going to be aiding for the translation here in this one. Great victory, very first game here for you guys at MSI, though. AHQ put up a good fight, had a very annoying compositions to fight against. So how did that work out for you guys?
우선 AHQ전 승리 축하드리고요. AHQ 상대 픽이 되게 상당히 껄끄러웠을 것 같은데 좀 어떠셨나요?
저 상대 픽이 CC가 많긴 했어도 확정 그런 건 없어가지고 고스트를 들면은 쉽게 피할 수 있을 것 같아서 별로 신경 쓰진 않았어요.
Their picks had a lot of crowd controls, but they didn't have any like definite stuns. So I thought if I had ghosts, I would be able to dodge them. So it wasn't a big deal.
It wasn't a big deal. Well, you guys seemed very calm after the victory as well, not really celebrating. Is that because you got the eyes on the prize? How much do you want to prove that you guys are the best team in the world at this tournament?
경기 승리 직후에 되게 차분한 모습 보여줬었는데 혹시 그 이유가 우승하기 직전까지 긴장감을 안 풀라고 그러신 건가요?
일단 저는 대회 때 그렇게 긴장을 하는 편은 아니라고 생각하고 HQ랑 일단 스크림에서 저희가 진 적이 없어가지고 이어도 딱히 그렇게 기쁘거나 하진 않았어요.
Normally I don't get too nervous during tournaments, and we never lost a game during scrims against HQ, so it wasn't that different to me.
Not that different. Now, not getting very nervous. You guys are up against SKT later here in the day, and SKT has chosen Easyhoon to go up against your team the next match. You do have historically a winning record versus FLICKR, so do you think that influenced their decision, and why do you think they want to go with Easyhoon to play versus you?
이제 오늘 나중에 SKT랑 경기가 남아 있는데요. SKT 팀에서 이제 미들라이너로 이진 선수를 기용하기로 했어요. 근데 아무래도 폰 선수가 과거에 페이커 선수 상대로 좋은 모습 보여줘서 그런 것 같은지 좀 생각을 알려주세요.
저랑은 크게 상관없는 것 같은데 일단은 이준 선수가 나와서 처음에 활약을 하고 그 다음에 페이커 선수가 나오는 식으로 좀 많이 봤던 것 같은데 그 한국 대회에서 아마도 이번에도 그렇게 하는 것 같기도 하고.
I don't think it really has anything to do about me, but I think SKT's strategy is about just having Easyhoon play first and then FLICKR come out later. So I think that's the way just do it.
All right, well, good luck in that matchup, and congratulations for the very first win here at MSI. We're going to go back over to Dash and the guys over at the desk.
Thank you, Shocks. Now, before that interview, Spawn, I had to cut you off so we could get there. I want to give you the opportunity to give your thoughts on how that match played out for EDG.
Yeah, I just think everyone was saying it was a really close game, probably the closest game yet. I don't think that game was ever in doubt. That was a very Chinese-style game. They played it exactly how you would, very, very slow, measured. They got the skirmishes that they were looking for, and as soon as those team comps were locked in, like, you cannot give Deft Urgot in this current meta. You saw how decisive he is with his ultimate. Their composition was that tanky that the longer that game went, and that is what EDG has shown on this patch that they want to do, like the more out of reach it was going. Sejuani versus Jarvan, the Hecarim versus Nara. I just think that these champions have that much more upside that the longer the game went, as soon as it hit 40 minutes, it was going to explode anyway.
During the game, Quickshot had inquired about the Hecarim-Nara matchup, and I think that a large part of it came down to the itemization and the pressure that both teams put on the top lane. After the first gank, nobody came top to actually get any kills going on there. So it was an extended laning phase with the exception of just TPing bottom and trying to help out in that, I believe it was a 10-minute skirmish in the bottom side. And Nar itemized a Randuin's first item. That slows the attack speed and movement speed with the active. That doesn't really do anything to the Hecarim, or the Urgot for that matter. Sejuani is not a physical damage jungler, so I thought that was a really poor itemization choice. With an extended laning phase, you can go for a more damage-oriented build, such as the Frozen Mallet, really punish the Hecarim. You know, he gets bonus attack damage from movement speed, constantly slowed, less damage, worse trading. It's also pretty good against Cassiopeia. You know, you hit her once, can force a summoner. She's not very mobile unless she hits the Q. And to prevent the Q hitting, you can go for a Banshees instead of the Spirit Visage. I personally think that the Banshees is a better choice simply because they don't really have ways of poking out the Banshee spell. Just really an Urgot E, which is an important spell to dodge in a team fight happening, or an Alistar combo, perhaps a Sejuani ultimate. So I thought the poor itemization from the top laner really caused Kuro to have a really easy time in lane, and perhaps could have punished him a little bit more.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the lane as an isolation a tad too much for how EDG are playing this game. As soon as they saw that Kalista, it was going to be a Hecarim 10 out of 10 times if it's not taken off the board. Hecarim deals with Kalista so well. If you're a Nara, it's very hard to stick on top of her. With Hecarim, you get that flank, you get the home guards in. Even if she gets landed away, you have that huge ultimate to chase her down. I think that they overcommitted on their bottom lane there. They tried to get them something that they're comfortable and proven that they can play in the past, and Koro really punished them for that with his pickup.
Yeah, I think especially Koro, I think this is where in the end, everything narrowed down to the TP play. This is actually how EDG came out ahead, and
we have a replay, so let's pull that up and I'll let you continue on with your explanation. We're going to go 23 minutes into the game. This ends up being a 4-for-1 in favor of EDG.
Yeah, what you see here is Hecarim coming mid lane, trying to go for Westor, chunking him down about half HP, a little bit below, and then everybody is collapsing onto the Hecarim and he gets really, really low, getting this low, needed to use the ultimate. And now I want you to look out what exactly is happening here. They use not the Sejuani ultimate and they still have the TP on the side. So Koro is like going back to base instantly. Meanwhile, they are skirmishing out the fight and everybody gets kind of lowish. They trade summoners. Fresh re-engages here, and this is the point where EDG is saying, okay guys, we can still fight here, we can still go, boom, TP behind them. What a beautiful ultimate, hitting 4 people, so important, and EDG just going ahead from this point out.
And this is the team that has 3 Chinese players and 2 Koreans. Those comms looked absolutely flawless there. If you just look at that team, the fact that Koro has the TP flank and that the Sejuani ultimate comes and they bait them into this power vacuum where it looks like they're in a bad position, so people are drawn into that spot. And then the flank comes out with just this huge, massive Hecarim TPing into the back, which completely changes the flow
I think that
of the fight.
is a really good display of a longer skirmish and how you actually bait the enemy going into and still having the Sejuani and Hecarim TP. So I think that was really well played.
Yeah.
The big question mark for me here on the side of AHQ is the Jarvan pickup. I mean, I do understand that he is looking for some early aggression and trying to find a way to give his team some gold to work with, but especially when you do pick up the Kalista, Karthus, Gnar, things that can go decently late into the game, but then you supplement it with a Jarvan up against Sejuani, Hecarim, or Cassie, like you're not going to win the late game, and you didn't take early enough laners to win the early game. It just doesn't seem like the composition is there.
I think the Jarvan pickup is always questionable in the current meta. The problem was that EDG went with the first pick Sejuani with the Gragas ban, so the 2 best team fighting champions right now are completely removed off the table, and they banned the Twisted Fate. So if you're EDG going into this, you're thinking, how is Westor going to impact the game? You know, he's the star of the team, he wants to help the team out. Twisted Fate, globals. We talked about the Karthus, globals. Okay, if you pick Karthus, you're going for a team fighting composition. Let's get out one of the team fighting champions, pick the other, and now the jungler isn't the best team fighting champion. If that was a Gragas instead of the Jarvan, it might have been a completely different game. I doubt it, but it would have been better for the side of AHQ.
Yeah, I think Nunu is the optimal pick there. You've already gone with Kalista. You've got the Rylai's on your Karthus to help her kite back. You create another zone with that absolute zero. Nunu completely shuts down Hecarim before he gets his damage item. Once he gets the Trinity Force, he can go through it with a Sheen proc, but up until then, he kind of does struggle against the Nunu. I just think there was better things available.
Yeah, and I know that the Jack questioned the Rek'Sai ban in favor of the Sejuani being picked up. I don't know. I think maybe banning the Sejuani and forcing them to actually play that type of squishier style and then pick up the Nunu for yourself may have been optimal, because they probably would have first picked the Rek'Sai in that case instead of the Sejuani.
I think that they utilized the Sejuani wonderfully. You saw that in the last team fight, and I think if you
take it away from that.
Yeah, just take it and utilize it as you did, and you're totally fine. So.
It is a difficult situation, though, because Clearlove is really good on Rek'Sai.
Yeah. I'm a huge advocate for Nunu, but when you look into the idea that AHQ came in to really focusing the bottom side, it can be quite difficult to focus that bottom lane against the Urgot and Alistar. You know, the only really good gank path that you have on that is ganking him from behind if you're the Nunu. So a snowball, Alistar headbutts you back, gank's already over, nothing's happening. Jarvan offers a little bit more pressure, but, you know, versus a team like EDG, you're gonna get out-rotated. They're gonna get there faster. The TP's coming first.
All right, well, I feel like this is a game we probably could talk about forever. There's a lot to discuss. Very exciting when you see 2 early game teams come up and butt heads against each other. We are going to step away, though, while Besiktas Esports Club and Team Solomid load onto the stage for our 4th game of the day. So don't go anywhere.
EDG takes on AHQ for our 3rd game of the day here at the Mid-Season Invitational. Whoa! Ignite onto death! He's chugging the potion, but it's the hit coming in from Albus, and they keep going for clear love, but get knocked up by Mako! Looks like EDG's able to assess this one just right. Westor very low, but in a great spot to defile damage. Dodges the Arctic Assault, but he wants to stay in the fight. How many arrows does he have in clear love? Rend it!
Goodbye, and the insta-flash from Diff. AHQ now scattering. Despite that fantastic gnaw, it's not going to be enough.
28-10. EDG come out strong with a 35-minute game over AHQ.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational, coming to you live from Tallahassee, Florida. Hello, everyone. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, manning the caster desk for the next 3 games. David Freak Turley and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, and it is wonderful to be here with these guys. It is time for our 4th match of the day with Besiktas Esports Club taking on Team Solo Mid. And TSM will be looking to rebound after a very disappointing first game in which they were soundly beaten by Fnatic.
And it showed us right away teams preparing for the TSM style. They don't pay any attention to Dyrus. Well, in comes Fnatic, bringing in a carry top laner, camping that top lane repeatedly, crushing that matchup, carrying through Huni. Very good by them. Santorin, we didn't see much of him at all. Yeah. We didn't see any counter ganks, no pressure on the other side of the map. 2 things I want to look for in this series.
Yeah, that was a little bit disappointing not to see TSM adapt. But, you know, some things are going in favor for TSM. They're not a team that tilts. They are a team that wins the consecutive games after their first games, usually in best.
If only it wasn't a series.
I mean, the group stage is essentially a big best of 5. You just play 5 games in a row.
That's the only difference.
Yeah, whatever, it's fine. But TSM lost the first game of the series, just like the NA playoffs. Now the 4-0 sweep for TSM. It's written in stone.
What is the same is the period between games where they get to adapt. They get to go talk to their coaching staff.
Yeah,
they get to go talk to their analysts, and they can fill countermeasures, come up with countermeasures.
Yeah, work out the way to get there. But as the players get ready, Tholdren talks about the determination Besiktas Esports Club is bringing to MSI.
The rest of the world thinks that we are gonna do 0-5 in group stage. I mean, lose all the games. But I think we can win 1 or 2. So we will do our best to prove themselves that we are not the underdogs here.
Let's review the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Besiktas Esports Club with, in the top lane, Tholdren. The jungle, Theocles. Mid lane is Energy, and AD carry, Nadius, with the support, Dumbledoge.
And of course, coaching for them is Lethleon. On the red side, though, is Team Solo Mid. Top laner, Dyrus. Jungler, Santorin. Mid laner, Bjergsen. AD carry, Wild Turtle. Supporting Lustboy, and their coach, Loco Doco.
And man, this is going to be a massive matchup. I'm excited to see whether Besiktas can bring out sort of their mid lane killing strategy and try and get one on Bjergsen this time.
I mean, so far, Dumbledoge coming in with first blooding FLICKR, a pretty good way to start a Invitational. So if you have that aggression come out again here, it was shown to be the big weakness of TSM. So that is one thing I do think is a point in their favor.
Yeah, or continue on with target bans at Dyrus, throw 3 bans up at Dyrus, and that has also been shown to be a weak point there for TSM. And really though, Santorin, if all these bans are going to be going towards mid lane and towards top lane, he's going to have his pick of the litter, and he should have an earlier impact this game.
Yeah, and does he pick Sejuani this time instead of the Rek'Sai? Is that a thing?
I mean, it really depends what you want to do. I think Rek'Sai is a good early aggressive jungler. We didn't happen to see the ganks come out, but if you look at those sort of top 4, Sejuani, Nunu, Gragas, Rek'Sai is the one you pick for early pressure. I think we can see that come out here. We've seen Santorin do very well in international competition, right? Reigning IEM world champions. And overall, I think TSM still are the big favorites coming in here. It's just a matter of them executing properly, and I think people expect TSM to still win this matchup.
Well, that is most definitely true, but we are into champs select, ladies and gentlemen. LeBlanc going to hit the bench first, and Team Solo Mid going to answer back with Tholdren's Rumble, which I can tell you from experience is terrifying. I can't tell you that well.
Yeah, no surprise there with the Rumble. Big ultimates coming from Tholdren to get them here to the MSI.
And got also removed away from Bjergsen. Again, these guys, a lot of time to be able to research their opponents. You can watch the playoffs, you can watch the last few games of the regular season as well, understand what's common for these guys so far. Bjergsen taking off a lot of playmakers, one of the tried and true ways to try to push down Team Solo Mid a little bit, and it won't be those Dyrus bans.
Yeah, so Dyrus should be able to pick up, one of the more comfortable, safe champions that he can take in that top lane and sort of take more abuse without dying.
Yeah, and the Urgot ban is interesting to me here as well, aimed mostly at Bjergsen, you could imagine, but Besiktas were sort of used to more playing that against an AD carry playing Urgot.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Wild Turtle has learned the champion. We have seen teams grow the champion pools, right?
Yeah,
Uni brought out Cassiopeia. We saw Urgot come out for the first time as well by Fnatic, so there's certainly growth available to all these teams. They've had a few weeks to grow those champion pools and bring out something surprising. Gragas removed away from Santorin, even though we haven't seen him play the champion yet today. Just Besiktas trying to get rid of what they think is scariest from TSM.
Yeah, and Theocles probably looking for that first pick Sejuani as well. He does love to play that champion, and he'll grab that whenever he can. We'll see whether it's going to work out, though, because they may need to have more early pressure.
Well, TSM happy to play an objective control game themselves, though, and I feel like Nunu would easily be able to stay in this champion pool and picked up early by Santorin if he wants to. Ari removed away from Energy, so another assassin ripped off the pool there. It's always strange to me seeing a team ban champions that they are comfortable playing themselves. Bjergsen's run a number of Ari games throughout the North American playoffs, but apparently TSM doesn't want to run that champion themselves.
I mean, we've seen so many teams target ban Energy with this Ari, and he's kind of a point that teams, especially with middle players like Bjergsen, have been looking to attack. So you take away the Ari from Energy, one of his comfort picks, and see if they can get something. You know, maybe they're going back to their tried and true strategy of, we're going to have Santorin in the mid lane early on, get Bjergsen fed, maybe he's on Assassin or something, and take over the game that way, because that's how they have had a lot of success in the past.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well, as in the IWCI Grand Final, that was the massive contested mid lane pick, was that Ari pick. Tokka's on the side of Ince as well was fantastic on that champion, so making sure that they get rid of that, because that was the contention there in the mid lane. But it is going to be Dumbledore on his Morgana, and this guy was doing work on that champion.
Likely to see maybe a Thresh there from Lesboy then. He's really trended back towards this champion. But as the first pick is support, they don't have to take away early, and TSM get to have 2 power picks. Dyrus could easily take up Maokai, which he's been a big fan of, or the Lulu as well. So I think one of those 2 will go to Dyrus. Santorin going to get his hands on that Sejuani very early, take it away from Theocles. Don't let Besiktas have any sort of, big AoE crowd control to work with.
And of course, a big home crowd here for Team Solo Mid. We saw Besiktas win the International Wildcard Invitational off of a home crowd themselves over in Turkey. TSM now themselves enjoying that benefit. And they will pick the team fightiest champions there. Sivir and Sejuani picked up. 5-on-5, going to be good for them.
Yeah, TSM looking to simplify the game. Just get it so they can have a very strong 5 versus 5, get that dragon control, win the early team fights, and not let this game get out of their hands.
Yeah, Nadius very much loves to play the Sivir as well, so picking that away from him is a very good idea. We'll see whether he goes back to his Lucian. Thinking about Katarina and Zyra at the moment may not necessarily be coming through.
Jungle Katarina, less likely. I feel like Theocles
Jungle
run
Zyra, though, that can work. You got plants fighting plants in the jungle, stuff like that?
Back when you had Lizard Elder, you could have your plants.
Are you guys okay?
Leandri's Torment and Lizard Elder. It was a great choice.
I'm from the Oceanic region, man. Things happen differently.
He's still upside down. Max is actually casting with his hands on the ground. He's, doing handstand in this one.
Give it away, man.
Vladimir does get picked up, though, and Ghost Flash for Energy means he's actually probably going to be playing that Vlad himself. The Rek'Sai does come through here with the Sejuani grabbed away, so Theocles, maybe that ban's slightly hurting them, but the Rek'Sai early aggression is still going to come out here.
Ooh. Bjergsen hovering over the assassin mid. Maybe they will go back to the tried and true. But Vladimir in the early game, if he can get through the early stages versus Zed, then he'll be able to try and be a sustained beast in the mid lane.
You have a lot of
a bit of a foothold.
They do have Rek'Sai, but and the problem is Vladimir is good against Zed anyway. I can't see. I wouldn't, if I was TSM, pick the Zed here. Bjergsen might have his other ideas for this one, but in my mind, it's not a great pickup here for Bjergsen. Hovering for now, but whatever. Sion for Dyrus, I think, is a very good choice. Another big frontline tank. I want to see if Bjergsen does want to play, as Jack keeps calling them, control mages, team fight mages. And it looks like they might even just leave the mid lane pick for last.
And I was going to say, Maokai is a much better idea.
There's
with
the Thresh
Sivir on the hunt as well.
Maokai.
Man, so good.
Yeah, those are the 2 picks we were looking for Lesboy and Dyrus.
It's also worth pointing out, we don't know where that Vlad, or sorry, TSM doesn't know where the Vlad is going. Energy's got the summoner spells here, and we can see that it's going to be mid, but Vlad, of course, would be a flex pick. Thaldrin, a big carry top laner, would play Vlad himself, so TSM making sure they get Bjergsen a good lane matchup.
Yeah, and you may as well just save your mid lane pick till last as well. And Energy thinking about maybe going for a Lulu, potentially, unless Dumbledore is going to pick that one up, because they could give it to Thaldrin in the top lane, but that's not necessarily one of his champions.
Yeah, that would probably go back to Energy. I mean, if we're talking about, how many champions could be swapped around.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. Morgana can stay in the top lane. Oh my goodness.
But really, they're just trying to protect themselves since, Bjergsen does have the counter pick option here.
What is the safest pick? You could say Lulu, probably the safer option here in the mid lane.
I mean, his Lulu wasn't bad. He did, he was part of First Blooding Faker. He almost 1v1 the guy afterwards. Lulu does get picked up in here. And with Energy swapping to Ignite, I think that is actually going to be the mid lane Lulu. The Lucian AD carry coming in as well. So definitely a lot of late game team fight power coming out as Vladimir will scale up. And you expect that Thaldrin should have an easy time farming. The difficulty, though, Vladimir not the best gank assister, so the whole camp and kill Dyrus thing much less likely.
Plus, the team fight from TSM right now is so much more reliable than the team fight from Besiktas. Even though they do have some AoE, so much more crowd control here from TSM. Hard crowd control, easy to hit. And all they need is another strong damage source.
Well, Azir would probably get there. If you're talking about consistent damage, you're not going to get much better than that apart from the likes of a Cassiopeia, you'd have to say. We'll see what he does decide to go with, and Ziggs would be interesting.
Ziggs and Karthus are two of the other big ones that I like as big team fight mages. Ziggs is the champion. TSM boatloads of wave clear and ridiculously good team fighting. TSM all about the 5v5 top to bottom.
So much AoE damage coming through as well, not to mention Dyrus protecting his whole team.
Yeah, I really do like this comp from TSM just because it's so simple and so safe. They have tons of wave clear. They can just hold on, wait for those team fights, force them at the dragon. They have all kinds of AoE. Dyrus on the most reliable teleporter there is. Maokai can easily come in, point and click. There's your fight.
Meanwhile, Besiktas, of course, they're going to hope to rely on Thaldrin as they have all throughout IWCI. Vladimir could always become a huge terror. He'd be pretty hard to kill by this comp as well. TSM really not burst enough to like remove Vlad at the start of the fight. All the point and click CC they do have could be Sanguine pooled as well. So that is a player I really want to look for to see if that can carry Besiktas through these team fights.
And the thing is, yeah, even if, Vladimir does get strong, and even if they do go for maybe a split pushing strategy with that Vlad, Ziggs is so good at denying split push, being able to cover 2 lanes at once.
Yeah, the Mega Inferno Bomb just fantastic. If you don't necessarily have that strong wave control, you just throw your Ziggs sort of halfway between lanes and just clear everything from forever away. It's really frustrating.
And that's going to be really hard. Besiktas, of course, a bit of a newer team than TSM, of course. Been around forever. The shot calling generally not going to be as strong for the teams coming out from developing regions. So if you can get an out rotation, you're like, all right, we got the top turret, and then Ziggs ult comes through, just all the wind comes right back out your sails. Definitely going to be an uphill battle, I think, for the international wildcard team of Besiktas, but there's always a chance they can do it. Team Solo Mid in front of a home crowd, hoping to pull back from a loss earlier in the day.
Yeah, Besiktas also are unafraid to go completely ham against these top-tier teams as well, and it's beautiful to see.
All right, well, let's see if Theocles can make some early moves on the Rek'Sai.
Well, let's see if most of the team can make some early moves on any lane that they decide to choose.
I don't know about Vladimir. He's got a rough time making early moves.
Well, we'll see. He might just flash pull someone. Who knows? Thaldrin might have an interesting idea here.
Well,
they're moving in a stack here. They've left Theocles behind, but they're looking to try and get something down. But a nice ward from Wild Turtle going to stop any funny business from the Turkish lineup.
Yeah, I think that is sort of the name of the game here this time around for Team Solo Mid. They don't want anything to go stray. They don't want any surprises in their game. Just pick a bunch of wave clear, team fighting, everybody defensively ward at the opening. They've been able to answer since they saw 4 people invade on red side. They got mirrored wards over on Besiktas red side.
Interestingly, Besiktas actually got deeper wards in. They've got one between the tier 2 and the inhib to like look for lane swap positions. Whereas TSM don't really show that they invaded, they just have wards all over the jungle itself to pin down exactly where Theocles starts.
Yeah, and their early warding is fantastic as well. It's not the fact that they've all gone in as a stack and sacrificed the top side of the map. They've got early warding to show exactly where Besiktas are the entire time.
And Dyrus doing a smart thing as well. 2 saplings under the Raptor camp. Bjergsen's going to toss a bouncing bomb at 155, get the 3 little mini Raptors. He's going to start the lane halfway to level 2 almost, and an early lane advantage for Bjergsen. TSM don't even have to gank for him to do that.
Yeah, and Dyrus is actually going to be hovering on the top side, going to head to lane instead of trying to double jungle. So he's going to go ahead and soak up experience. Once again, we'll see Lucian on the top side. Looks like on the mini-map, he's trying to group up the minions to try and get it to push against him. But by keeping it so far out in the lane, Dyrus able to walk there and soak up experience.
Yeah, and Dyrus also on Maokai. I mean, he's able to ranged wave clear with that sapling toss, and of course, Arcane Smash not too bad at that either, especially if you're underneath the turret, so he's not going to be too worried on that champion. We'll see what TSM decide to do, whether they want to be fast pushing. It looks like they're trying to freeze.
And the thing is, the texture of these lanes is so much better for Team Solo Mid. Dyrus is not going to be pressured by Morgana for a very long time. The lane is so close to his turret. Meanwhile, for TSM, there's so much threat of Lustboy hooking from the brush that Besiktas have to double jungle with their Vladimir, and Thaldrin's going to be held very far down early on.
And that is ridiculous as well. Darius actually hitting level 2 before the duo lane, not getting zoned out of any experience there in the top lane.
And the thing is for Vladimir too, in double jungling, it really sets him behind in levels, which is the most important thing. He has to get to the point where he can sustain himself in a lane. If he comes out of the double jungle, he has a hard time finding a safe lane to go anywhere. Even though he has a pool, it's still easy to take advantage of an under-leveled Vladimir. Lustboy here, let's see what he's going to do. A little bit of an invade and upset this double jungle.
Going for some funny business. Just face checks two people. There's the knockup as well. Thaldrin not going to have any CC for this one. Santorin making his way around. Lustboy flashes out of the way. TSM are going to be safe for now. That was very aggressive by Lustboy.
He's only got 100 health left. Chugging the potion. I guess he's not in the worst spot ever since he can chug more potions to stay alive. But, you know, a tactic we've seen TSM use before. This one not executed quite as cleanly. Good quick jungling by Besiktas gets them the red buff before they can be meddled with.
Yeah, I guess the fact that Lustboy was just a little bit late, and of course the smite on the red buff giving Theocles a lot of his health back there as well, being very important to that one, because it could have been, you know, a flay, a bit of help by the red buff might have actually helped them net themselves a kill, but not going to happen. And Energy taking a bouncing bomb in the mid lane, but he's not under too much trouble. He's a Lulu.
All right, so for the first 4 minutes of the game, TSM, while the gold is even, TSM got a substantial experience advantage because they basically had 3 lanes of experience income since Darius has been up here leeching. Right now, it's gotten to the more dangerous stage, though, as Darius is fully extended and there's a Morgana as the support. Offers a lot more kill pressure. So the next couple minutes, we'll see how Darius fares because now he has a lead over Vladimir, a level lead. And if they're able to, in the next few minutes, swap it back around that 7-minute mark when the turret defense does go down, TSM could have a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, there's
so
not
far,
really
you know, Darius didn't get picked off yet.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we're looking at the fact that Darius hasn't been picked off, but they've still left that entire top side of the map completely dark on the side of TSM. They still don't really mind whether he gets camped.
Well, that's the thing. It's always a trouble here. You could always chance for that kill. Darius is facing a Morgana. Dark Binding is not easy to dodge without Flash from Maokai. Rek'Sai good dancer as well. Yeah, if there's a minion in the range, but look, right, you can see binds like this. Double Doge can now actually completely zone out Darius. TSM choose to play aggressively. Of course, they can see Theocles, they can see Thaldrin. Nice. And this 2-on-2 is working really well.
Yeah, I would have actually expected Double Doge to play that a little bit more aggressively when he had the brush control. Darius was really hugging the river without any extra vision and still getting a lot of experience, but a lot of it is due to Theocles having to babysit this Vladimir. As I said, double jungle Vladimir under-leveled. Even if he does go to that lane, it's very hard for him on the bottom lane to sustain even under his turret. So he needed a little bit more babysitting.
And the thing is, we're seeing TSM start playing the second half of this lane swap a lot better. Santorin's just running around jungling. He's just getting a bunch of golden experience, taking scuttlers, taking camps down. Theocles, like, sharing XP in a dual lane is not a great use of the jungler's time. We were seeing Lustboy run around and harass the jungle. Thaldrin's getting some CS now, but now it's going to freeze out against him again.
And consider the champions that the junglers are on as well. Sejuani loves it when you lane swap. Sejuani versus Gragas or Sejuani versus Rek'Sai, both of those, the Sejuani player is very happy to have the lane swap and have more time to just farm up. She scales much better. Once she gets her level 6, we'll probably see more action from Santorin.
The question is, where would that action even go? Because right now, TSM happy to play the game exactly as it is. No real turret pushes. Nice play right there. You can see Thaldrin just has to respect how scary this could be. Santorin really aggressive. He's basically 1 versus 3 in this jungle. Gets the camp and gets out.
Confident counter jungling there without the mid lane pressure.
It's the weak side of the map. He shouldn't even be allowed to do this.
And he took no damage as well from the early skirmishing jungler. A hook now onto Thaldrin here on the bottom side. Nice boomerang from Wild Turtle, and Double Doge almost getting ignored there. Gets hit by an afterthought auto attack by Wild Turtle.
All right, so Besiktas finally swamps the lanes back into a 2-on-2, but it's a very awkward 2-on-2. So Darius, and generally speaking, I think, yeah, he's already level 6. He's absorbed so much XP that he's actually out-leveled the Lucian, who 50 CS or not hasn't bought any items yet. Darius is more powerful in this new 1-on-1. Darius recalls hiding away. Like, Darius is getting really massive. And you still have a really awkward 2-on-2 of a low-level Vladimir who can't really do much.
Yeah, and Maokai as well doesn't mind about being a little bit under-itemed, but he wants those levels, and the fact that Darius has been able to just sit in brushes in the top lane and take all the experience that he wants is huge in this. Mega Inferno Bomb, little bit early there by Bjergsen.
Bjergsen trying to grab everything from this mid lane. He's already got a substantial CS lead.
Super huge CS lead.
TSM with over 1,000 gold lead purely from CS.
And this is what we've been talking about. This is what we were trying to mention at the beginning of the Fnatic game, is the fact that this is what TSM does. They lane swap very, very well, and they get advantages just passively off the map.
And actually TSM can take an advantage right now, because of course Mega Inferno Bomb reveals the area it hits. They saw how low it got Theocles, they know he has to recall, they know he just cleared the top side jungle, so Theocles must be running bot side. TSM can push top heavily, taking advantage of that.
Yes, Santorin should capitalize because he has hit that level 6 point. This should be the high impact gank. Let's see if Double Doge can pull off a miracle here.
Going for it. Puddle, the tick, not quite enough.
All right, we do have that 7 to 8 minute lane swap back here for TSM. Wild Turtle's got his BF sword, gonna head up top by himself, and we'll see the early roams from both of these supports.
Lost Boy, skin of his teeth, escaping that one. Bjergsen coming through with a nice knock up there. Energy though, ignoring it just a little bit. Bouncing Bomb gonna find him. Dark Binding not gonna land there by Double Doge, and like ships in the night, they're gonna pass one another.
Well, Let's Play doing a good job of warding. He knows that his team's going to be pushing the top side out pretty soon. It's past 7 minutes. BF sword on the Sivir. Turrets can die very fast, especially against an under-leveled Vladimir. So a ward for the gank paths. Make sure Rek'Sai is not going to get up there and screw everything up. And right now, I think just enough wards that TSM could keep pressuring that side of the map. A lot of good wards on that left side.
All right, well, AD carry up top. The Besiktas go for the crab and get some vision and control around that dragon. The thing is, I don't think TSM are going to force it anytime soon, and Besiktas are not really in the position to start it themselves. So unless they fully cleared it and Rek'Sai knew there was no vision.
And I don't really agree with this by Besiktas as well. They're sending their Joy lane towards the top side of the map when Dragon now definitely something that they need to be thinking about.
Well, if you swap it now, then TSM are...
And that's just when the swap comes back again.
So they did grab the crab before they sent him back up there, but even if you have vision of TSM taking this, the level 6 Sejuani ready to roll. Dyrus is massively out-leveling Vladimir. Vladimir not even level 6 right now. TSM typically not good dragon control early game at all.
Yeah.
And
when it's on a silver platter, you're going to take it, right?
Well, yeah, they are late to get Dyrus at the top lane here, so Nardius gets a lot of damage. He has no ward control, though, because his team was never up there, so he doesn't know he's safe to knock this turret down. Then, like, he has a late recall. It's very awkward how they're playing the Dragons here, but making an attempt for Double Doge.
Yeah, there's a really nice lantern there to get a Wild Turtle in there, but Double Doge actually manages to get the Dark Binding just in time to save his life. Wild Turtle a little bit trigger happy on the ultimate.
Well, they get a Morgana flash instead of starting up the dragon and trying to force something while Besiktas AD carry was in base. The rotation is complete now as AD carry's gone bottom. I don't think they saw that teleport channeled.
They would have to know because he got there so fast. He was just seeing bottom. There's no way they don't expect that to be a TP. Double Doge down to half again, also flashless and not 6. So he's going to be in a dangerous spot. Santorin coming around the backside. I don't think he's been seen yet. It's going to be a close fight.
For something here as the Dark Passage is going to be taken by a Wild Turtle, but Santorin coming around the side.
Shields down.
There's another boomerang. Dumbledore just so low, misses the ult, but it doesn't matter as the Death Sentence comes through. Last Boy flashes out of the way, so close to dead as Nardius manages to escape as well, but it's a free kill for TSM and probably a free turret unless Theocles can get something magical happening. And Energy's going to face check Bjergsen.
And it's going to be a close one. Energy on a half HP. He's got to dodge the minefield away. Bjergsen tries to dodge. Glitter Lance will not do so just yet, but Energy is still happy to trade back and forth. More bouncing bomb, good juke to the right. Nothing else picked up. Lust Boy taking a lot of damage, and he's going to have to back off.
Yeah, TSM there taking a lot of exit damage after that dive. The Cinder Hulk drawing tower aggro as well for Santorin. Took a few hits for himself. But they did get the kill with that zoning Sejuani ultimate, cutting off the exit. They knew that he didn't have flash, remember?
No flash, no black
from
shield.
the early Lust Boy confrontation at the Tribush. But again, this is TSM's lack of focus on the early dragons.
Yeah.
They had many opportunities to take it this game, but time and time again, they do not emphasize these dragons at all. Looking more for the kills, the tower dives, and trying to get the gold from early turrets, but not getting either.
It's very strange. They had a clean pick. They got the kill. No one had to take that much damage during the fight itself. Easy run up to the dragon. Bjergsen already had pressure in the mid lane. This guy's up 40 CS in the mid lane. That's basically free for TSM. They agreed for a dive. That fails. They give up all the advantage they had from that kill. Sure, they're accruing a gold lead. TSM are winning, but it's sloppy.
Yeah, we are being very critical, but they definitely have a substantial lead,
Yeah.
and they don't have to, do anything that is even remotely risky right now.
I suppose not.
If the game continues as is, it looks very solid for them.
And it's not only the fact that Bjergsen has a CS lead, he's taken the turret already as well. With no actual rotation by anyone, he's just naturally destroyed a turret on his own.
And of course, TSM have done a very good job. The one thing I will commend them a lot for is not only their laning phase, but their ward control. They've really not allowed Theocles to make any good plays here. So if your lanes are all winning and the turrets slowly die, you're just going to keep winning the game by kind of staying as is.
Tries to ignore all the TSM members around him, but he's most definitely going to be... What? They're ignoring him, trying to give the kill to Wild Turtle. They'll manage to. Looking for Nadius now as well. TSM, the Omega Inferno Bomb for the epic overkill.
3 ults for an AD carry. Goodbye, Lucian. Bot lane turret,
That's
easy
respect.
to follow.
That is respect right there.
All right, well, that should be a dragon because the bottom lane is gone. They don't even need any extra people to take the bottom turret. Turtle's going to stick around for the local gold while everyone else takes care of the dragon. TSM will get their first of the game.
The good news for Besiktas, though, is the fact that Vladimir has caught up a little bit in farm.
All right, so he's getting some money. The problem is, yeah, all of TSM
So they're taking the rest of the map, but Vladimir doing relatively not quite as bad as he could be doing right now.
And once again, the importance that I put on levels for Vladimir. Levels, levels, levels. He's finally hitting the point, where his transfusion is meaningful. And nobody gets caught.
Yeah. Did get hit by a Prey Seeker, or at least hit out of a Prey Seeker, but look, that was enough to save his life. They're both going to back now as well, as Bjergsen going to clear out this mid lane of both minions and tunnels. It's a decent array of tunnels around the Besiktas map as well, as Void Rush is going to be used to at least make it to his red buff. Such a dramatic sound.
Yeah.
Going to get buffed.
The farm alarm, It's like, guys, I really want some more gold. I guess it lets everyone know I'm full health and somewhere in my jungle. So, gives TSM some knowledge of what Rek'Sai is normally like. Full health and in their own jungle. Yep.
It also gives them knowledge that there won't be any cross-map plays from Besiktas in the near future. So, Wild Turtle and Blessboy up there on the top versus Vladimir should feel just fine.
And I like this from Darius as well. I mean, he knows that he probably wants to pick up that Righteous Glory, but going to be sitting on that Spectre's Cowl for a little while as well, making sure that he can lane as well as ever against the Vladimir, and he has been able to. Now it is going to be TSM rotating around, picking up the last outer turret on the map by the looks of things, but Lustboy wants to find someone else to kill. Oh my goodness, lands the death sentence over the wall. Dumbledore able to get a decent Dark Binding, and Theocles going to tunnel his way out over the wall as well. TSM, they deserve to get something from that amazing hook.
Well, they should get some ward coverage for it.
Yes,
That's worth
vision. Beautiful.
With the mid turret already down, some deep wards should come in pretty quickly here for TSM. And they're already looking to move into enemy territory.
And look, Bjergsen's still here, just able to kill all the minions, the turrets. He's playing PvE, League of Legends.
Well, he's got the Athene's Ziggs in the mid lane with blue buff, constant blue buffs as well. So the barrage of bombs should continue. And the mid lane pressure not punished at all by Rek'Sai.
Not at all. TSM continued a very good set of word control and energy. Actually about to be flanked out by Darius' Maokai here. This might be a little bit risky. Flashes in. There's going to be a couple of knockups as well. Energy does have the ulti onto himself. Still going to take the Mega Inferno Bomb, and a re-engage comes in Theocles in a 1 versus 4. Maybe not where he wanted to be as Rek'Sai running away as fast as possible. Now in comes Vladimir. Thaldrun doing whatever he possibly can. Bjergsen forced away. Nadius picks up the first kill for Besiktas. Looks like mid laners always the first kills.
Yeah, Thaldrun is dead though. Lustboy forced to flash away. Nadius at full health though, wants to find someone to kill. Lustboy might be in a little bit of trouble. There's the dash forward, but Wild Turtle, he's going to tell Besiktas to get away from his support. They're going to happily move towards the top lane.
Yeah, scramble there for TSM. And Besiktas actually quite happy to trade their under-leveled Vladimir for a kill on the Ziggs. Highest level in the game, and it goes to the AD carry. So definitely happy with that trade for Besiktas.
And Nadius is known as a carry for his team as well. If you get him the tools to carry in the later stages of the game, and even when they were in the finals of the IWCI, it wasn't pretty in the early stages. They managed to make this happen towards the later stage, but here's the replay.
All right, so this is the ants marching in one by one. TSM first focusing on energy, then Theocles comes to try and save Lulu. Takes a bunch of damage himself. And TSM basically just taking on all challengers, getting each of them very low, but only being able to finish off the Vladimir there. And as they split up, taking a bunch of tower hits, good kill there by Lucian on the edge, coming in from behind to flank Bjergsen.
We are again going to have solo laners facing off. Of course, Vladimir without a turret going to be in a little bit more danger, and a massive lead for Darius, about 30 CS, as the Void Rush is going to get Theocles very close to the members of TSM. Dark Binding going to land, but they don't want to go against that very tanky Piggy.
No, and it seems like for the next 2 minutes, TSM can happily play to the top side of the map. This Sivir giving so much time to push this top lane down. I think we'll finally neck down the top outer. They can pressure top tier 2 as well, force a lot of Besiktas over, and they can relocate their team to the bottom side, prep that Dragon coming in a minute and a half, and we'll see the switch focus from TSM towards that south side.
Yeah, Nadius is not afraid of Wild Turtle as well, walking past the minions there, knowing that there are 4 members of TSM on that top side of the map. Could have been dangerous. Theocles in full vision of TSM, playing up very far as well. This could be dangerous, but they are going to lose a blue buff here. Bjergsen definitely wants to pick that one up. Oh, that was close. The Culling trying to do some work, but it's not going to happen. Wild Turtle's going to grab that. Bjergsen wants to pick one up as well, but Sivir with a blue buff, that is an annoying thing to deal with as well. Oh, Centauran looking for the Arctic Assault. It doesn't get there.
Yeah, actually, if TSM wanted to go with the 4-1, the 4-1 is extremely strong with Sivir and Ziggs pushing. Even if, you know, they have Vladimir with teleport also trying to match. Oh, there's a Sivir.
Nope. Great bindings though. You're seeing why Morgana was first picked, as well as banned away from them by SK Telecom T1. Dumbledore's definitely some good dark bindings here, but unfortunately TSM, of course, still well in control of the map.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Those bouncing bombs in the minefield doing a lot of work.
All right, so the fight over the wards leading up to Dragon here for TSM. Victory is theirs, and they will be able to litter the red side, so they should be able to continue on with the chain dragons for themselves. Everyone's in position, and once again, even if they go 4-1 and they have Vladimir matching up with Maokai, not only can Dyrus stop the Maokai teleport, or stop the Vladimir teleport if he channels first.
I'm gonna need to stop you because that's a Luden's Echo.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It is.
We haven't seen one yet, and I'm super excited. MSI's first Luden's Echo, and I love this item, and it's on a team.
He's gonna have a lot of poke with that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're talking about, Dyrus can stop the teleports from Thaldrin. Dragon's coming up.
So that means that Dyrus will 100% be guaranteed to have the first teleport into the fight, and even if Vladimir answers the teleport, the impact of that Vladimir coming in is minimal compared to the impact of the flash Maokai coming into the fight. The flank engage, very real for TSM. So their path to finishing out this game should be fairly simple.
Well, they've just taken a free second dragon here as well. Thaldrin able to pull away from the Twisted Advance.
And then his health goes right back to full because Vladimir.
Yep, because just Vladimir takes free.
Well, still Dyrus holding on to the matchup. It was interesting seeing TSM choose their lanes because Dyrus, as you had mentioned earlier, rushed to Spectre's Cowl after the Catalyst. And then TSM kept finding different lane matches, trying to get Sivir to push down against the solo lane, so the magic resist of Dyrus wasn't all that useful, but Nardius not really able to push around it very much, so overall TSM looking just fine. 6,000 gold lead for them 21 minutes in here. As you mentioned, Kobe, going for 3 more dragons, maybe a 38-minute win could be TSM's trajectory here in this one. But I want to see if, because of all this wave clear, because they can make these quick rotations and make these Thresh Sivir sort of pick plays, I want to see if they play a more aggressive rotation-based game and just knock down these tier 2 turrets off of smart plays.
And it just looks like a bit of suffocation coming through as well. This is what they're using their Ziggs for, is the fact that Besiktas can't enter their jungle here as well because these waves are constantly being shoved in. Besiktas need to move where TSM wants them to move, and TSM just can take everything away. It's sort of like the slow loss.
Yeah.
Besiktas. They've got to make a solid move here around the map, change something, because they're just slowly losing this game.
Oh, that's the case. But the one lane that Besiktas are actually getting a push lead in would be that Vladimir lane. Thaldrin is generally killing the minion wave first. Dyrus is typically respecting that. But Vlad's not a great turret killer anyway, and trying to run away from the slow burn of Maokai Sejuani is not easy either. So with the current sort of item set, you're right, there's no good push pressure from Besiktas. TSM do have siege power.
Yep, here's that 4-1 we were looking for. We have the Ziggs and the Sivir instantly clearing out waves. So much zoning power with those two as well. You can see the minefield goes down. Large chunk out of the turret. Dyrus got the top wave pushed up as well. So TSM can easily make a rotation. They have Sivir ultimate available.
And Dumbledore just gets chunked out. They easily take down the turret. Thaldrin now forced to use the pull. Lust Boy gets the flash for his death sentence, but that could mean the inner turret here on the top lane as well, and TSM surgically removing structures.
Yeah, 2 people not going to be part of this fight. Thaldrun knocked well out. Morgana still healing right here, so great rotation by TSM. Darius gets the push. He chunks out the Vladimir, and there we go. 2 more turrets knocked down. Team Solo mid looking like a game faster than 38 minutes.
Yeah, it could even be just move down to the bottom side. They're thinking of warding up this Baron here as well. TSM maybe just going for the risky play.
Well, it's not even that risky, right?
I'm saying risky. I'm saying risky because it's a 23-minute Baron, but they've got full control of the map, so yeah, I guess risky was probably.
And they have such great control over the choke points leading up to Baron that it's very risky for Besiktas to head over to that area because, you know, Zig Sejuani. Oh, looks like they will head over though.
Yeah, there's the flash into the Twisted Advance as well, and Theocles. Yeah, that's 5 members of TSM, dude. You're not going to survive that.
Double Doge about to face 5 as well. Bounce bomb hits the wall. Nardius right in the front, goes for it. Tries to make the big play. Flash the way, still goes down to the critical strikes. Double Doge to the backside, knocked down as well, sniped if you will. And energy also going to get dropped there. 4 for 0 TSM off the back of a Baron.
And Thaldrun there as well, just asking where all of his mates went. They just died in the jungle. The blue buff going to fall down. Bjergsen picks that one up. Baron buff TSM, only a Vladimir. This is very frightening, and 12,000 gold now the lead.
Thaldrun still having a good time though. Vladimir with the laughs. Now this, speaking of TSM's trajectory, not only in this game, but for the rest of the group stages, they did have that surprising to some, you know, loss to Fnatic, which was a very crucial opening game for them, and they took it, you know, fairly heavily, immediately retreating to the backstage to go talk that one over. This one, very obviously, wanting to take it very slow, standard, focus completely on objectives, take it step by step. For the rest of the group stages, and even just the rest of today, they have a very formidable opponent coming up.
Oh yeah.
In which they will not be able to play the game this safe because the pace of the game will be much more quick. So TSM, yes, take this win and recover from the early loss earlier today. And we'll see what they come up with for the rest of the group stage here and the rest of today.
Almost like a reset game or something.
Now we can see the TSM, of course, still good at playing the lane swaps. That was where their primary early lead came from. Bjergsen, of course, had a very strong 1v1 as well and got a turret for his troubles. Team Solo mid now with Baron buff for the next minute, looking to maybe knock down some of these inhibitor turrets. As Baron times out, Dragon will respawn, so a convenient timing there. TSM can stop the siege, rush that down. That 13,000 gold each make it very hard for him to lose any fights here. Bot lane's gonna get pushed down. Besiktas not in position to stop them. It's gonna be the turret kill and the fight begins.
Yeah, and inhibitor turret falling down there as well. Centauron looking for the ult, but doesn't even really need to use it as Theocles takes almost all of his health. Thaldrun way in the backside of the fight is just gonna fall down. Mega Inferno bomb. See you later as the inhibitor is gonna be taken down next. Nardius with some decent footwork there, gonna avoid some of the damage, but man, getting Arctic assaulted. Energy gets death sentenced, and Lost Boy, this Thresh, super aggression, but he's landing these skill shots.
And it's going to be enough skill shots to have TSM push into the base. Still a few slivers left on this Baron buff, and that means they can push right on in to Nexus turret number 2. Nardius, slinks away with the skin of his teeth, but this will be GG. A 26-minute game. Bjergsen forced to still run out, but it's going to be the Nexus. All the same, Team Solo mid pick up their first win of MSI 2015.
Congratulations, and Besiktas, nothing they could do in that game, and that was TSM out with something to prove in that match.
Yeah, Besiktas, they do get some valuable experience against TSM in a lane swap. Lane swap's one of the hardest things to get very good, high-level competitive experience in, so they'll definitely keep that VOD and keep that one for research.
Yeah, make sure that they can assess exactly what went wrong, but it was really surgical there by TSM. This was them just playing out their strengths, knowing exactly what they're capable of, and that was their game the entire time.
Yeah, showing that they were not shaken so heavily just by one loss so far in the group stages, and we'll see what they come up with later today.
Yeah, they won games exactly as you expect TSM to win games. Over in North America, they are one of the best, if not the best team at lane swaps. Got a huge lead from about a couple thousand gold, just from no kills at all, but purely outplaying the laning phase. Dyrus had 1 or 2 levels over Thaldrun. Massive Maokai was online much sooner overall in this game. Santorin actually picked a champion you're okay just farming on. The lane swap helps that as well, but Sejuani came online, got to toss in ults. All these things came together, and TSM started moving around the lanes, trying to pick off turrets, and Bjergsen also 1v1 master. The Ziggs was big, solo kills his own turret, crushes his lane opponent by 40 minions or more. It's the way TSM wins games.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and there's also the fact that Bjergsen was just left alone for the entire game. It was just, we saw the focus on mid lane coming through earlier on, but this is what happens when you leave Bjergsen on his own. He just kills everything.
Yeah, also, earlier versus Fnatic, Bjergsen was on a melee champion, so he's much more exposed, especially a melee champion like Cho'Gath that's constantly shoving. So on Ziggs, much, much safer.
Yeah, that's true. But for more on Team Solo Mid's win, let's throw it over to Dash and company on the desk.
Thank you, Atlas. And gentlemen, there, TSM resorting to relatively safe champions. You have to wonder whether or not they're a little shaken up after that first win of the day, or first loss of the day, rather.
You know, I'm a little disappointed and heartbroken, kind of like when you get to a restaurant and you're 5 minutes late after happy hour is already over. They picked the safest champions you could possibly pick. Almost no skill ceiling to these champions. You got Maokai, Sejuani, Ziggs, Sivir, and Thresh would be the only exception, but they played at the previous game. Like, I feel like they just wanted to have a little bit of a burst of confidence. You'd expect them to win this game. Just guarantee the win. Pick these super safe champions so that you get a boost of morale. Maybe the expectations for them were set a little bit too high and the pressure is getting to them. You know, the entire crowd there wants TSM to win. A lot of people here want TSM to win. And then, you know, they get blown out of the water by Fnatic. They got to get their confidence back somehow, because if they lost this game, they'd pretty much be out of the tournament.
Yeah, I feel like losing to Fnatic is nothing bad, though. I think that Fnatic just played a really strong game. But yeah, I thought TSM was, I don't know, not so polarizing with the last picks, going for the Ziggs, going not for an assassin or anything like this, not going with any great TP plays, just actually beating them standard, and well, that was actually the game.
Yeah, they still looked pretty scared. Yeah. Santorin didn't make any early moves for 11 minutes in the game. He didn't even show himself in a damn lane. Like, that guy needs to have some pressure if he's going to be competing in this tournament against the world's best. And these junglers, we saw EDG, we saw SKT, they're going to be putting pressure on lanes. He needs to step up. And I also think that picking things that are safe like this is fine. Low execution is totally fine. Like, you say it's like getting to happy hour 5 minutes late, but the food is still good. You're still going to get satisfied with what you pay for.
The other thing, right, is where I think you don't have to give anything away in this game. You're going up against like SKT, EDG. These are must-win games now. Like, why are you going to bust out a brand new team composition to beat the international wildcard team? Like, play something super standard, go back into your lane swap. You've played that way all season long. Like, you're not trying to blow these guys out of the water. Like, at the end of the day, a win's a win, and they just picked it up, so fantastic work.
Exactly that. At the end of the day, a win's a win. Solid victory there for TSM, getting themselves on the board. We're going to kick it over to Shox for a word with TSM's man in the mid lane.
Well, thank you very much, Dash. Indeed, joined here by Bjergsen. After receiving end of a lot of applause in this one. And well, 1-1 so far, and today in MSI, of course, the first thing I have to ask you is about that very first game versus Fnatic. A lot of people, as said, coming in, really pinned you guys as the favorites. Is that maybe one of the factors why you guys didn't perform in that very first game?
I wouldn't say it was because we felt like we came in as the favorites. I think we just had some... We tried to pick out Rain over Rek'Sai because he had been doing really well on it, but then he just picked Gragas and he played so well anyway. So I think we kind of came in with the wrong priorities in terms of the pick ban, and then we weren't ready for the Cassiopeia pick, and it was something that Huni just did very well on. So I think next time we play Fnatic, we'll definitely adapt better, but they did better that game for sure.
All right, so clear analysis already of everything that didn't go well in this game, in that game, and a very, very good game versus Besiktas. But last game of the day, SK Telecom versus TSM. That is, of course, the one that you're very much looking forward to. How does the fact that you lost that first game change your confidence going into that one, and how much can you guys realistically do?
I think SKT, we have a lot better of a feel against them. We watched them play very recently in the LCK finals, and we scrimmed against them here, so we have a better idea of what they play. They may have a better idea of what we play, but I think we'll go in with a lot better planning against SKT. And I don't think losing to Fnatic is going to really bring us down in terms of confidence. We still know we're a good team, and we know what mistakes we made and what we need to change.
All right, is SKT a team that you see that might come out with a curveball to you guys, or is that not something that you guys are holding into account?
Of course, they can throw a curveball at us, but they're also blue side, so they can't have the crazy counter picks on something like mid lane. They're probably going to be blinding a mid, so I feel like SKT is going to be playing very, very solid, and I wonder what mid they're going to play.
Yeah, well, we all are looking forward to that one. Congratulations on that victory, Björksen. And as for us, we're going to shoot it back over to Dash and the dudes over at the desk.
Thank you, Shocks and dudes. We're going to have a quick recap of the action we've seen so far today. First up, from Game 1, Fnatic versus TSM, we saw a lot of pressure coming out from Reignover early in the game.
Man, poor Darius here, like getting killed over and over in top lane.
He's used to it, let me tell you. From NA, he's rather used to that.
And then this right here just shows how one-sided this matchup is. Gragas doesn't even get an assist. Cassiopeia gets a full-on solo kill. He's just there as a spectator to watch him die.
But the pressure, and from Game 2, Besiktas versus SKT. Slow start for SKT, but they showed that they were not going to be, put off kilter. And later in the game, dominated team fights.
And their team fight was just so good in choke points. Azir, Rumble, you cannot fight that there.
All right, and finally, Game 3, EDG versus AHQ. 25 minutes for a 5-for-2 there in the jungle. It just shows that EDG, when they do have that slight lead, they're not afraid to fight.
Mountain was looking for that engage, and they saw that coming and just immediately stopped there by make a really good support play.
They were just like bashing heads the entire
the entire night, except they hit each other.
the real definition of shifts in the night, running straight into. I mean, but it shows you too how close this game was in terms of on a knife's edge, where this, another second or two in a Karthus.
Yeah. I think both teams were playing the skirmish game really well, but there was no towers falling down until 80 minutes. There was just fighting, and then...
It's a tank meta.
It's a tank meta where you throw yourself into each other and hope that you survive.
Bumping heads, man. We covered it already. They're just going to keep running at each other.
A fair number of games under our belt. Here's a look at how the teams are stacked up in the standings. Currently, EDG, Fnatic, and SKT are tied with 1 win apiece at the top of the table, followed by TSM, who's 1-1 after that victory over Besiktas. And meanwhile, AHQ and Besiktas are currently winless at the bottom of the table. So, gentlemen, initial thoughts on how this tournament is shaping up.
I like the way that EDG was on top of that table. Definitely agree with that. Clearly,
nothing to do with the alphabetical order.
I liked it.
I think the next game coming up, which I think is Fnatic versus AHQ, is going to be the one that really tells us what's going on with these games. Because if AHQ manages to take this game, that means that they're no longer, as we thought, bottom 2 teams. Like, they can actually have a run for the top 4 and make it into the semifinals, which would be really interesting, because that would mean that TSM and Fnatic, or whoever else starts to lose games, will be in contention for not even making it out of the tournament.
Yeah, flip side of that, if Fnatic run over the top of them, it means their team fight style wins against both aggressive and passive team comps, and everyone has to throw out that they really don't understand the current meta, which is being thrown around a lot, because, yeah, they're going to do it against 2 teams.
Yeah, I feel super excited right now about the game coming up, because I was right in the beginning with Fnatic, and I think they come out really strong. And just to grasp already to the front, I think that Fnatic does really well as well against the playstyle from HQ, and we kind of see fire against fire again, I feel like, and this is just something exciting me.
All right, yeah, well, we've got some great games under our belt, still plenty of games to go. If you're looking to join fellow league fans and watch the mid-season Invitational Finals this Sunday, you're in luck, because Coca-Cola is teaming up with Cinemark Theaters to host viewing parties from coast to coast all over the country. Not only will attendees be able to catch the best of 5 series action on a big screen, but they will also take home a collectible Heimerdinger Cup. The finals will play at 15 different locations on May 10th, and for more information, you can check out lolesports.com/VP. Now, we've only just hit the halfway point. When we return, Fnatic will face off against AHQ Esports Club. Keep it tuned right here. The action continues in just 3.5.
Dumble Doge. This is 10 points for Dumble Doge.
Yeah, that was the most troll comment ever. Another boomerang. Dumbledore just so low, misses the ult, but it doesn't matter as the Death Sentence comes through. Last boy flashes out of the way, so close to dead.
Nardi is right in the front, goes for it. Tries to make the big play, flash the way, still goes down to the critical strikes.
Inhibitor turret falling down there as well. Centauron looking for the ult, but doesn't even really need to use it. As Theocles takes almost all of his health. Aldrin way in the backside of the fight.
Team Silamid pick up their first win of MSI 2015.
Welcome back, everyone. We're jumping right into our next bout, Fnatic versus AHQ. And on the side of Fnatic, we spoke earlier in the day a little bit about their preparation. I want to go to you, Sheepy, because that was a big point for you, and we feel they executed pretty well in their first game of the day.
Yeah, I think they are bringing a little bit of the European mentality in there, going with a off-meta pick against TSM, and we've heard before that TSM is struggling against those kind of unexpected picks and struggling to adapt in the match. And I think Fnatic's prep is really, really great. I'm really good friends with Dale myself, the coach of Fnatic, and I feel like what he's doing is right and their prep is just on point. And we saw that in the TSM game. So going forward, I think it's going to happen again.
Yeah, and I really had to touch on Rainover because I was talking about jungle pressure in that last game from Santorin. He really applied pressure. He ganked both solo lanes, got 2 flashes and a kill within the first 4 minutes of the game. That is a jungler doing his job and opening up the map for his team. So Rainover is a huge part of this game. And you even saw TSM feared him in picks and bans and took away the Rek'Sai, and then they said that was to their detriment as well. So he's causing pressure in and out of the game.
And another thing that we talked about earlier in the day that we saw come to fruition was Fnatic's warding. 98 place wards to TSM's 76. Yellowstar alone, 41 to Lust Boys, only 27. So, vision control definitely allowing for some of those aggressive moves around the map earlier and in a much safer fashion.
Yeah, and allows Huni to make those TP plays that he's all about.
Absolutely. Now on the side of AHQ, though, what are we expecting them to do after we saw them with such an aggressive style there against EDG earlier?
Yeah, if Fnatic play the same kind of game, repetitive ganks, try and camp out lanes, expect AHQ to do exactly the same thing. This is going to be another one of those matchups where we see two teams play very similar styles. We saw it once before with Mountain and Clearlove. Expect the exact same thing. An early game jungler trying to get into the lane, affect it early, and I think that it's going to be very interesting to see who can get their laners ahead.
I think a curious thing about this is the mid lane champion. So Westdoor plays Zed, Fizz, Karthus, Twisted Fate. Almost every champion that Vivian plays gets countered by that. You got the Ahri, you got the LeBlanc, you got the Zed, you got Xerath if need be. This is going to be a lot of mid lane bans tossed around for this matchup. And Fnatic has red side, which means that they get the last pick. So I don't know what Westdoor is going to have to pull out for this match to come out ahead in the lane.
All right, well, this is AHQ's chance to throw their hat in the ring to contend for one of those top 4 spots to go into the bracket stages. As we head over to the casters for this match, Yellowstar shares with us his journey from joining Fnatic to now being the veteran leader with a team of fresh-faced players.
I'm always looking to improve on a daily basis. I mean, what am I going to improve, let's say, tomorrow? How could I be a better person? What do I want to be? So initially, when I joined Fnatic, I knew that they were already doing great, but I knew that I had to step up in terms of shot calling because we had really strong individual players. At the same time, it's not enough because you need someone to lead the team. That's where I started to main this role, and I was really the main voice of the team in-game. PK and Cyanide were in Fnatic for such a long time, so maybe 2 or 3 years. And yeah, that's why I didn't really mind having those deep personalities. And then I wouldn't say, okay, I have to be recognized as the captain, even though I was acting like one. I knew I had my place, and I was just happy as long as everything works out, because all I could wish for is the success of the team.
Fnatic are dethroned as the champions of Europe. The new kings are alive.
For the first time during the summer split in 2014, we didn't get the summer split title, and it maybe started to break the team apart. I felt like we were not respecting each other anymore as workers, even though we were still friends. So the barrier got broken in a sense. Right afterwards, when we didn't pass the group stage, it was a huge disappointment for us because I had really high expectations for Fnatic. For us, not going through the group stage, I felt like crushed. Actually, I was retiring right after the World Championship. I was like, maybe it's not worth for me to keep trying, because if I cannot do this by playing maybe 15 hours a day, then it's going to be impossible for me. Then I was given the chance to rebuild a new team, and I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. I hope it's not going to be a sinking boat, but I'm going to do my best and try to build it for Fnatic. Without Fnatic, I wouldn't have gotten my spot into eSport maybe, so I kind of had the feeling that I had to give them back something. Starting the season with a whole new roster was actually worrying. And then we started practicing 2 weeks prior to the beginning of the LCS, and I was surprised, I was amazed. I knew that we were going to do wonders, but we needed some more time. I know that I had the strength to lead the young players. I feel like I've been through a lot of years in esports and I've learned a lot. And now I have totally new players. They are really young, and I feel that my coach and myself and even the manager have a role in educating the young players, teaching them new stuff in real life, and kind of be role models. I want as a group like to have a solid group, and this is what makes us stronger. So the personalities are going to help us win, but the group is going to win the championships.
Beautiful words there from Yellowstar. Really can feel the passion. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Fnatic with Huni in the top lane, Rain over there in the jungle for Bivin in the mid lane, Steelback in Yellowstar. They're going to be your bottom lane.
And on the red side of this match is going to be AHQ Esports Club, Ziv in the top lane, Mountain in the jungle, Westdoor in mid, and at AD carry, and Albus on support.
And this team didn't look that strong in their finals performance in the laning phase, but their team fight on the side of AHQ is quite scary, and they do it from a deficit almost every time.
And they do it early.
Yeah.
They like to focus on those early dragons and start fights. So that's why I think that looking at the bottom lane and having both of these teams with top laners that have very high impact teleports to teleport to the bottom lane very early on for those team fights is going to be really important in this pick ban phase. I do expect AHQ to continue focus Huni, maybe try and ban him into a situation where he's on the Vladimir or something like that.
We'll see that happens. We get ourselves into Champion Select on this one. Will the top lane bans continue against Fnatic as TSM did, or is Huni going to get to play exactly whatever he wants? AHQ, of course, we know that, as you guys mentioned, another big high-impact top laner in Ziv. Their move's going to be very important. You also talked about ganking for the bot lane. Twisted Fate and Karthus, the global presence mid laners that are common here. We'll see if Westdoor gets those removed from him as well.
And that is some massive historical respect there for Westdoor. Is, of course, best champion across all of the years that Westdoor's been playing League of Legends has been the Twisted Fate. Hasn't been playing it as much recently, but still does pick it up.
Yeah, and again, another target ban here, Maokai for Ziv. Had a lot of success on that champion as well. Can have effective teleports early. For Fnatic, I mean, just their opening game versus TSM, pretty much everything that you think of for Fnatic went right. Huni in the top lane, huge carry. Rainover had a giant presence from the jungle, ganking both mid and top. And then bottom lane, Yellowstar was even freed up to roam around and get kills on Bjergsen in the mid lane. So they pretty much were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, one jungle ban here, and it's going to be 4 mid lane bans so far this game. The top is, like, it's Maokai, but who cares? Like, Hecarim's up. There is, the Nara's available. Vladimir's there as well. There's so many picks. Exactly. Huni can just wait until whenever he wants to pick his champion.
But this is what happens when your top laner is so important to you and they share champion pools. You want to make sure that you're going to have an impact champion for yourself. Hecarim, I think, going to be a very big deal here, but right now Fnatic already want to get the Urgot settled in for Steelback and is greater that champion as well, of course. And we've seen so far teams sometimes shying away from picking Kalista into that matchup, so I think a very smart choice.
I do like it as a first pick as well, because it kind of wards the other team off from taking Hecarim. The teleport ganks from Hecarim not quite as effective against Urgot, who can immediately just point and click on you to take off your home guards.
And again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because now they get to pick up the Sejuani if they want for Rainover yet again, and they've got this super tanky comp in the making once more.
Well, AHQ think they have what's been figured out in this one. You heard Bjergsen say, well, we thought with Rek'Sai off the table, we could stymie Rainover. Okay, well, looks like he can play Gragas as well. Okay, so Gragas and Rek'Sai are off the table. Maybe we can stymie Rainover. Maybe we can keep him from having that same high impact in this game. We'll see as his pool is now getting ever so slightly tested here at MSI 2015. Albus also able to play Thresh for himself, and it leaves the rest of the high impact lanes for grabbing. Hecarim does go through to Huni, and another great hook champion in the bot lane for Yellowstar.
Right, they've got that same bottom lane where they were able to push up and allow their support to start roaming. Yellowstar, famous for the roams. We'll see if he can make it happen again this game. Something, though, that's different this game with so many mid lane bans, this could easily be a forbidden carry game, because this guy in the mid lane as well, so many target bans thrown at Westhor. If he can get a good matchup, we'll see. But Westhor obviously going to hold that counter pick till last, and going to wait for Forbidden to show his hand first.
And Fnatic can go for this full tank comp as well.
Yeah.
If they want to pick up the Cho'Gath, they can grab the Sejuani if they want, but there's other tanky options that they can put into the jungle there. Nunu's available at the same time, but you don't want to pick that one with...
You put a Cinderhulk on anything. Cinderhulk is probably good in this patch. Let's be real about this one.
Look, I'm not going to get that. I'm not going to get that real.
I mean, we've seen Bruiser in Italy all the time back in the top lane days, so...
Hey, that's true. Smite teleport top lane Nidalee could be the new thing.
It's Jungle Hecarim, guys. I'm calling it now.
Innovation on the caster desk.
Well, for this one right now, Huni still has the Ignite comboed with his teleport, so it would be the stronger early impact Hecarim.
Yeah.
And not have to wait around for the Cinderhulk to be completed for him. He could have very, very early on teleport game-changing plays.
Look at this one. Cassiopeia picked up this time, going over to Forbidden in the mid lane, though. So actually still fairly tanky team. Cassiopeia's core build typically has a lot of durability items on it.
Hey, we're in North America. That could be a mid lane Hecarim.
That's a fair point, yeah. I don't think Forbidden turned into Keen overnight, though, so that seems less likely.
Well,
for
he's
me.
here. There might be something in the water. Who knows?
Either way, though, yeah, a good durable team, a lot of slow burn damage output, and definitely a big risk for AHQ Esports Club, who have already picked themselves a team fighting based comp with the Insta-Lock Sivir on their second round. So what exactly is going to put this team comp together?
Definitely going to need that spell shield, because you have Sejuani, Nautilus, and Hecarim to deal with as the AD carry. And going to have a hard
my
time.
goodness, he did it.
Oh, whoa.
All right.
One of our two Fizz players is going to lock in Fizz into Cassiopeia in the mid lane.
All right, Mountain is going to have to do something to try and help Fizz, because Cassiopeia, if you leave Fizz alone with Cassiopeia in a lane without anyone intervening, then Westhor is going to have a very, very difficult time scrapping together any sort of CS for the early game, and even getting to a point where he can even try to go to a side lane.
I don't think he wants to enter the mid lane at all. I think he just leaves.
Well, we've seen a couple different things from AHQ. They've swapped into random locations before, but this is a game I think AHQ really needs a strong laning phase in. If Fizz does get ahead, then life is pain for Featherman. He's got no combat summoners. I mean, Flash Ghost, he can re-maneuver, but as far as dealing extra or getting away from damage, that's much less likely for the man. Also, Gnar picked as a counter pick. Ziv is a very, very strong player. He regularly wins his one-on matchups over in the LMS, and we might see that Frozen Mallet Gnar, one that's a build that's usually used to try to beat up Escapeless Hecarim. There's a lot of fairly gankable lanes here that if they get ahead, AHQ's got a really good chance of splitting up this map.
They definitely need to do it early, because think about who Fizz is going to assassinate in the late game, and it's nobody. Exactly. Cassiopeia
almost
really hard. She's going to have not only her counter engage ultimate, but double escape summoner spells and a whole big tank line.
Yeah, the game's about to go live, ladies and gentlemen, so head over to Twitter and cast your vote for who you think is going to come out ahead. Tweet the hashtag FNCWin or the hashtag AHQWin to @LOL Esports, and we will try to tally up your votes shortly.
Here we go, guys. Fnatic looking to start and end the day 2-0 off a win right here. AHQ looking for their first win. They fought one of the strongest teams at this tournament in Edward Gaming. Here they can make a name for themselves up against Fnatic. Definitely playoff spots could be on the line when you see games this close in the standings. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this game as well because these are such explosive teams. And it doesn't matter how far behind AHQ are, we're still going to get explosive team fights. It may not necessarily go quite as well for them, but it still will be happening. And we'll see whether they are going to be able to get these team fights working at a deficit and going well in their favor.
We will see. Westor on his iconic Fizz, trying to make it work in the Cinder Hulk meta. Early on, already making a move down bottom lane. So as you said, not heading to the mid.
Yeah, doesn't want to be there at all. Steelback might be in trouble. Oh! Up here as well. He's going to flash out of the way, but he's burning down. Terrakapat was taken early, but he's going to die. And it's going to be Albus taking first blood. AHQ did not disappoint.
Well, it went to Thresh, but they did get an early first kill. This is about as early as they're going to start getting that lead.
We wanted
them to snowball early.
Nice.
All right, so they both had Ignite there. I think that Westor ignited first, and Albus just overwrit his Ignite with the Thresh Ignite.
This is AHQ aggression. Light them on fire from all the sources that you've got.
Let's see, but the first blood didn't go over to Westor. Of course, him having an extra Doran's Ring would have been really nice in the laning phase. But 100 gold means a couple more potions. You talked about that lane being pretty rough, but
yeah,
you know, maybe getting level 2 off of actually the first wave, I think it might be enough experience for that. And having a couple more potions is going to be a big deal.
Actually, with 5 health potions and the Crystalline Flask, with the changes to Cassiopeia's mana pool, if she goes aggressive early, then he may be able to just out-sustain her like a boxer, just taking as many punches as you can early in.
Yep.
And Cassiopeia tiring herself out.
And Fnatic once more actually just going to take the little Krug, as Albus was trying to be a bit of a nuisance there as well. So they're going to head back after taking down the Raptors as well.
Mooney just going to start the flash, and that means that you can buy a cloth armor on your first back without purchasing those health potions. All you have to do doing those raids is chug all 3 charges, since you're immediately going to go back to base, and then use your teleport up to lane. So early level 2 here for Hooney. All things going according to plan. Plus, since he does have that Ignite, he's going to have to be very, very careful with this. And the early bully begins.
I can't believe he went Doran's Shield, actually. There's really no impact that Doran's Shield has up against Hecarim. He's got the single target damage of an auto attack, and his only potion already used up here. Already looking a little bit bad for Ziv, who got the counter pick.
Yeah, we talked
Rampage
about
isn't a single target spell either. No. You're not going to be taking away any of that damage.
It does have health regen on it, so like there is some saving grace. Ziv's health will come back up pretty quickly, and Hyper does magic damage, so there's tools still here, but it is an uphill battle.
Oh, Mountain, we're looking for some early moves. Sneaky tunnel through the dragon, and he gets in behind the bottom lane.
Oh, will he have the knock up there as well as the Prey Seeker comes through? Nice death sentence from Albus there, and he's actually going to get Steelback again and picks up the kill this time. Another knock up under Yellow Star and AHQ. They want their thing. Going so do it.
The flash Prey Seeker. But once again, the early game plan here from AHQ, beautiful. Hey, we got our first blood. That's great. You know what? Better return to the flashless Urgot, target him, and a good job there by Mountain. He knew that even though Nautilus was further up in the lane, we're going to take this kill on the AD carry, take down Urgot. Huge, huge return gank there for Mountain.
And it's very smart how AHQ played the lane. Instead of the perma shove that you often get from Sivir, they played it slow. It's almost impossible to ward up all the different routes Rek'Sai could take to gank that lane. Opts to go through the Dragon Pit wall. Very smart stuff. AHQ get definitely this early game lead.
Such a smart opening here for AHQ.
And they actually got Westor some extra experience there as well. He's got a level advantage in that mid lane, or that's sort of a partial level advantage, which is helping him out in this horrible matchup.
Wow.
Whoa, the blue handover.
Awesome, awesome really gank path and jungle path overall by Mountain. Gets to donate a blue buff over, and Sivir's going to have such an easy lane down here. Oddly enough, and recalled for Boots 1 as part of the laning phase, but Rainover's coming mid.
Yeah, and that's the Playful Trickster on cooldown here as well. Westor trying to kite around, but so much persistent damage, and Rainover, he's going to pick up the kill.
Great patience from Rainover there, able to wait in the brush until he sees Playful Trickster used. Mountain with another return gank down here. Can he go while the tunnel is destroyed? Nope. Just wait around.
But he sees Yellow Star going away towards the mid lane. He doesn't know if this tri-match is warded or not, but he knows exactly that both these guys are down in this brush, and soon he'll see that Rainover is coming by as well.
The ward, I don't think spotted him out. He's canceled. Does he cancel the back?
He doesn't know he got warded, by the way.
He is wasting quite a lot of time. Now the lane not shoved up anymore. Ann and Albus could not keep the lane on their side since their cannon was shoving. So this is a much more risky dive. But once again, they can target Steelback. Oh, his heal is back up. For Steelback, he's got a little bit of good news.
Yellowstar's only 2, though. I don't think he even has a point in shield right now. It should be Anchor Toss and the E. Will they get Yellowstar? There's level 3 for him. Here's the engage. Ignite comes on. They go right for Steelback, and down goes Urgot. Immediately, Albus flashed away at the right time, but Mountain will die as well.
The heal was so close as Yellowstar might still be in trouble as Westor's found his way around here as N tanking up the turret. Yellowstar going to go down. Albus just auto attacks for the kill. Bloodthirsty supports. Thank goodness Doe is here to appreciate it.
Uh-oh, here comes Rain over there. Let's see what he can pick up.
He's level 5 with Flash, goes in, knocks a ton of damage into Albus. 1 kill picked up. Now on to Westor. Can't quite get the double. Flash isn't enough either. That's a worth it for AHQ.
When did we ever doubt Westor's fizz? I'm saying it right now was silly.
They're bringing out the classic AHQ. Early kills, compound those with early tower dives, the roaming fizz. Westor now with a pretty good start, and he wasn't even punished too heavily in the early CS. Just the early kill there from Rainover, and AHQ are getting the game that they want.
Yeah, the kill and 2 assists on him is actually going to make him equal gold to Febivin, even though this Cassiopeia is out CSing the lane overall. It's worth pointing out, AHQ, all this money is on the Thresh. He's actually got the most money on the team. He's got Sightstone, he's got mobility boots. Albus needs to compound this advantage with the roaming plays. But the problem is every other lane has all their summoners up. It's going to be hard for Mobies to mean anything in this matchup.
It's going to be the hard carry Thresh. But there is still 1,600 gold sitting on Ann. Can go back and pick up a BF sword whenever he feels like on the Sivir, and has been a beneficiary of the aggression from Albus.
Yeah. So, you know, gold distribution aside, could be a little bit more optimal, but I'm glad that we're seeing the impact of adding Mountain to this team. Been a huge benefit. Let's see Huni coming in with home guards.
Yeah, looking to try and get in the backside here. Nice ultimate there from Rainover as they lock down Albus. He's got a... Oh! Is he going to escape? The Ignite ticking. Oh! Sticking and grabbing a Ziv now. In a whole lot of trouble after the teleport, but he flashes to safety. Westor thinking about coming down, but don't think he's going to get there in time.
And the problem is all these Westor roams, you can see a minion wave crashing into his turret, and he's zoned away from it by Febivin as well. So Westor just lost 100-something gold for the failed roam as well. Fnatic making a lot of great plays.
All of the action down on the bottom side of the map, and we have not checked back in on that Hecarim versus Gnar matchup where we saw the early level 2 from Huni, and he's been able to increase that lead and now affect the rest of the map. Great early teleport with the home guards. Huni able to equalize for his team, and they've clawed their way much closer back towards evening up the gold.
And this is something that happens as well. You're looking at the fact that there is a lack of CS in every lane apart from the bottom lane for AHQ. Of course, mostly because Steelback spent most of his game dead.
Yeah.
But of course, Ziv, fantastic team fighting Gnar, but often doesn't really get all that farm in a 1v1. He's not as strong in that 1v1 situation, but we'll see whether he can make it count in the later stages of this game, whether he can be that Gnar that we've seen him be in previous games.
Rainover about to be disappointed. Hey, oh. Well done by Mountain, of course. Warded it up. Smart timing by him. Sees Febivin clearing away everything else. Sweeps out a ward. And it's also worth pointing out, by the way, that Fnatic, a lot of their kill. Oh, that's a really good one.
In trouble. Forced to use the flash. Petrifying Gaze going to go wide there as well as the poison going to come through, but not really going to find Mountain there. He just wants to take a tunnel home.
Ult for ult, and they get both summoners off of Febivin. So another good move here from Mountain after the blue steal, taking advantage as well of the pathing here from Febivin.
Yeah, that means Boots Mobility Thresh can actually make a play on this mid lane now. Cassio, low summoners available, and HQ have actually shown they're very good at abusing mobility-less mid laners here. I do expect them to make some more good plays. Overall,
oh, Ziv going super hard onto Honey here as well. There's a big minion wave, but he's Hecarim, so it's just not really going to be happening. I don't know why I get excited about these top lane skirmishes.
Well, seeing the way Ziv used to kind of win these matchups, a lot of aggressive pressure onto Fnatic. 800 gold lead for AHQ. The early kills have been equalized somewhat. Fnatic coming back off of great TP plays by Huni. And of course, great ganks by Rainover. He's still trying to clear some wards away. Mountain says, get off my wards. I want this vision. It's all mine.
And a nice crab cake to go with it.
Yum. Delicious.
Let's see, though. We haven't seen the first dragon from AHQ quite yet. They usually do like to get those stacking fairly early. so they can head towards that number 5. Laying the groundwork though, trying to clear out some of the vision. They also have a substantial lead in bottom lane, so if they want to try and take advantage of this cooldown on teleports, then they have to make something happen fairly soon here. And they would definitely want to do that, because Fnatic's definitely their biggest power player is Huni. The jungle you can't really control because Rainover will be roaming around. But the teleport you can work around.
Mountain is going to clear out a pink ward in response to the pink ward removed by Rainover in the bottom side of the map.
The other thing is that
Mountain, you saw that go down, buddy.
Sure. Oh!
Gets splashed.
Whew. Yeah. So with that, I actually make a trade with that. Since they know that this Sejuani ultimate is down, this teleport's just came back up there for Huni. So if they're timing that teleport, then maybe that will dissuade them. But
No,
HQ have this really, really strong opening where it's a double tier comp from Fnatic. They've got Urgot on his tier, plus Urgot's been kept down. So this is a really non-factor AD carry in the bottom lane. And the mid lane, here comes the teleport though. Back off cooldown, here comes Huni.
Yeah, Alba's actually flashing, trying to flare Huni out of it, but Ann is going to get the There's the onslaught of shadows as Huni's going to take down Albus, but Ann makes it to safety. That's a kill on the support, but can they turn it into a dragon?
Man, Huni just carrying this bottom lane. This is the only damage Urgot has
the bottom lane back up.
Is
what he's trying to do.
a long sword versus a BF. Without the intervention of Huni, that bottom lane goes heavily in favor of HQ, along with the bottom territory. Here goes Yellow Star though.
Yeah, Boomerang flashed out of the way of there as well as Dredgeline going to save Yellow Star for now at least as Westor trying to put pressure on the flash into the Urchin Strike as well. There's the fish down and Westor with the solo kill mid.
Taking advantage of both summoners down. Big pickup here for Westor.
And Westor hadn't even bought in forever. That's double Doran's Ring Amp Tome and was just fine
He's had
knocking
that for
down
7 minutes, I think.
Yeah. Worked out for him though. Mountain now trying to play aggressively as well, and with the mid laner missing, no TP up for Huni, who's back in the top lane here. This is AHQ with complete control of how they normally win games. Dragon number 1.
And this is AHQ with a lead at 13 minutes in the game as well. This is unheard of. These guys probably don't know how to win with a lead. It's not how it works.
Well, they normally gank bottom a whole ton. The laning phase might be difficult, but the ganks certainly always seem to work for these guys. Ziv forced to run away from Huni though. Hyper still doing plenty of damage, and Mega Gnar is not far away. Huni forced to respect that.
Huni doing his best to convince Ziv that they do not have a lead. And here comes Rainover. Mega Gnar, though, they're going to have to wait for that one to time out before they go for this dive. It looks like he's going to cut off the minion wave.
And no summoners, no ult for Huni.
They will not wait for it to time out.
Yeah, that's Wallop on cooldown though. There's the Gnar into the wall as Huni is able to get that turret tanked up for him, but Ziv able to survive.
I don't know why they thought that was a good idea.
Yeah,
Rainover should have known there's he's currently Mega Gnar. Ziv hasn't been in a team fight. That ult is up. He baited it out, but it's not like Dragon's coming up either, so there's a lot of health bar lost there.
Yeah, Fnatic actually lose a bit of map control off of that play. So that should free up Mountain. Now he's immediately venturing into enemy territory to try and get some vision down for himself. Utilize the sight zone from Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai, by the way, very confident in the invade because of the passive.
Rainover could be in trouble here. Nice use of the ultimate as Huni's going to come through with the ult there as well. Fibibin looking to try and get amongst it. Ziv, though, just takes down Rainover. He's getting ignored in this one as Mountain trying to get back in. They are going to be able to take down this blue buff. Westor just says, doesn't get taken. Mountain says, no, I did all the work here, buddy. You can find your own blue buff.
Not very good on Rek'Sai. Game. Albus going to get some deep vision of his own down, and
yeah, Westor just getting delivered a kill here on the back of an Earth as Yellow Star going to get taken down with the help of a red buff for Bivin. He's going to force him to take a lantern out to safety. Mountain, though, may have found him. He steps out of the side of the ult as Rainover comes through trying to protect him. Still back in trouble.
And Albus, that hook is massive. In comes the cavalry. Steal back. Forced to run away. Turns us back to the team. And the kill comes in. These fights keep trickling in over and over. AHQ gets the kill. Rainover gets a red buff steal. And a lantern pulls the red team out of the fray.
Oh my goodness, AHQ just forcing fights all over Fnatic's jungle as if it's theirs.
Exactly what they need to do. They have to get these deep wards down and then make picks, utilize the speed from Sivir ultimate, and continue to feed Westor on the Fizz.
And he's now 5 CS behind here as well in what is theoretically a losing matchup.
And he's a level up.
Yeah, he's definitely doing well.
It hinges on the balance of, are your roams successful? And early on in the game, he got a lot of stray gold and stray experience from those roams down bottom. Yes, a couple of them were unsuccessful, but the vast majority he was able to gain advantages outside of the lane versus Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to have a horse with a Trinity Force very soon, and that is going to be a scary prospect. That's a huge power spike there for Huni in the top lane, and we'll see whether he can transition his advantage into the rest of the map, although now he's actually behind.
Yeah, that's the thing. Actually, when you said, oh, he's like got up to within 5 CS, I was actually thinking you were talking about the top lane here. Yeah, Ziv has done the exact same work that Westdoor has. The big solos of AHQ, winning matches they were losing before. A lot of ults come in. Ziv's got to be careful. Ignite is on. He's got no other way to escape. Jump side, take it back. Oh, you're kidding me. Rainover with the Q. Meganar's here. Rainover, don't you dare even try this. Ziv gets a bunch of health.
Not even close.
Can he even go for a counter kill? Oh,
no!
Forced to use the flash.
That's now a flashless Cassiopeia.
Yeah, that's Westdoor saying, okay, prepare to kill for later, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how Ziv survived that in the top lane, though. That was ridiculous.
He saved the hop. That was a big deal. I thought he had popped it very early on, but it was still off of cooldown. Jumps off somebody's head, and out he goes towards the turret. The big thing is actually Onslaught of Shadows missed though from Huni. That was actually the big reason why, is that you expect those ults to land after a stun comes in from Sejuani. So small misplay, good job by HQ.
Yeah. So Rainover, what he's trying to do though is focus on the part of Fnatic that's strong, the lane that's ahead. He wanted to try and continue on with the Hecarim up top lane, try and snowball Huni so that those teleports are even more impactful. But again, with 2 failed attempts top, every time he goes top, they lose more control on the bottom side, more control on the mid side, and Westdoor keeps getting money.
Yeah, Mountain a little bit upset that he put in so much work on those Krogs, but he's going to get them stolen away by Rainover. Yellowstar going to start off the Raptors here as well, just to give Rainover a little bit of a hand. Probably doesn't need it as Sejuani in the jungle at level 10, but he's going to be able to lock that one away.
This bottom lane, and is almost, he's approaching the point where he's looking to double Steelback CS.
Yeah.
And yes, Steelback was a recipient of constant ganks, a constant barrage of attention.
He needs to get some rune advice from Energy, I think.
It also means that, you know, the transformation to try and get to that Murmana point is going to be very, very far away. This Urgot is not going to help out Fnatic in the team fight. And AHQ should take Dragons on cooldown. We're approaching that 30-second mark. They need to get some deeper vision down. Because they want to get towards number 5 as quickly as possible.
But that's happening for them. They've moved their dueling to the mid. Oh, Huni coming in onto the back lane. Great spell shield by Anne. The Fear not really going to do much either. Oh, but that massive hook from Yellowstar forcing flashes away. In comes Mountains going to pop out of the molehill. Look for Huni, look for Fevivin. Half HP down to 200. The re-engaged Cinderhulk Rek'Sai forced to flash away. In comes the Shark. In comes Westdoor from the back door. Takes one down. Alba is going to get stunned up. Anne as well can steal back, find anything. Ziv has joined the fight right now. He's Mininar, but he's not far away from growing. Now out of proportion. Rainover goes down as well. Steelback, the swap's going to miss as well. 4 kills coming through. A double for Anne. 4 kills overall. AHQ crushed the team fight.
Fnatic have no damage to finish anyone on. HQ are going to easily get this Dragon. 4 members down. They are going to snowball this mid-game.
And Westdoor is like a wraith in these fights. It's ridiculous. It's like he's there for a second. Everyone's like, kill Westdoor! And then he's disappeared and everybody else is dying from Anne's damage.
Everyone had their flashes up for that fight. Fnatic constantly, every member they got low, flashed back out. Great disengages there from AHQ to buy time for Westdoor to finally arrive and pick up the low health members.
Yeah, well, this is a nice knockback. It's actually spell shield saved not for the E, but for the ulti in this one, so Anne able to flash away. Alba just buys so much time, and they're still waiting for max CDR Fizz to come through. Mountain is tanky. Fevivin just does not have a lot of ability power yet. This Rek'Sai just tanks up absolutely everything. Westdoor can't be stopped anymore, and of course Steelback just doesn't do very much right here. So yeah, the stun lands, but your only farm member, the mid laner, is out of things to do. Huni has no cooldowns up anymore, pops in the E, but yeah, well, guess what? Your health bars are all gone. An amazing hook, of course, by Albus, but you've got a 2-item AD carry, getting to hit for free onto everybody. That's how teamfights are going to go when Sivir just gets to attack you.
Oh, Westor going for the 1v1 on Huni here in the top lane, meanwhile, and Huni's so strong. He's on Hecarim here. Rampage doesn't land. Albus looking for it.
Whoa! Goodbye!
FLICKR, and he gets it!
Max CDR Fizz is the new build. That's the build Westor uses.
No,
Playful
it's the old
Trickster
build.
has essentially no... Well, the old build was Lichbane into Zonias. This is Morel and Amicon cooldown
Just
boots.
before the change, though, this is the build for Fizz, but it's come back again, even after the fact that the fish is now a little bit different. It's ridiculous. Westor's a god.
He takes it as a challenge. Assassin's no longer in the meta. Fizz will always be one of his favorites.
So AHQ managed to do exactly what they wanted. Split the map up, constant skirmishes. Bruisers by default tend to be less mobile than these Assassin-y 1v1 type champions, constantly getting the skirmishes, working well for AHQ.
With that kill, also able to complete the Zonia. So he can dive into the backline without fear, without any repercussions even, because he has so much time where he can make himself untargetable.
And this is an 8,000 gold lead here at 22 minutes into the game. This is a heavily snowballed map. We'll see whether Fnatic can play less aggressively, try and turtle this one out, because they have to turtle super hard if they're going to stay in this one.
They do, and they will probably look to try and turn around a tower dive. If they get 5 people together, Fnatic can try and chain their CC. During a tower dive, they'll have the extra DPS from a turret to make up for their low DPS from the AD carry. Uh-oh, here comes the tower dive though, but they don't have the members.
He's going to go down. Mountain's going to pick up that kill. Huni just going to look like he threw him out of that fight. Of course, took the lantern, and Huni just watches his support die.
HCO don't give you the time to set up the 5-man defense for the tower dive. They jump the gun and grab a kill.
Very nicely done by AHQ. They're keeping a decent amount of wards up overall. Albus and Ann gonna knock that one down. 200 gold apiece for that turret kill. 10,000 gold lead 22.5 minutes in. And this is very impressive by AHQ. We typically see the first 15 minutes by them plays really aggressively, and then it slows down as AHQ usually just plays for Dragon 3, Dragon 4, Dragon 5, and they'll play a slow game, which they're happy to. They would actually win if they did that, most likely. But also looking for the tower dives, playing them right so far. Impressive game by these guys.
Yeah, Westor's actually found Huni yet again, uses his ult defensively. There's a petrifying gaze though. Fnatic trying to turn this one around. Nice boomerang from Ziv. Gonna do a fair bit of damage as Albus and Ann looking to pick off Rainover, and Fnatic forced to retreat after that was a beautiful ult.
You know, Huni actually delivered that one to Febivin, by the way. The visual. Like, here, have a knockup, thanks. And Fevin's like, I guess I'll flash away from this fight then. Thank you very much for your assistance. And more summoner spells down for Fnatic.
We're definitely seeing Fnatic's linear playstyle. We're seeing the problems that they have when they're the ones who are the recipients of the early pressure and the early snowballs down bottom, the constant dives and ganks under the turrets. They're having a really hard time regrouping here, constantly losing territory. See if HQ can keep up the vision control, especially on this red side jungle.
And I think they will, actually. AHQ have now put their default status as duo lane mid, Fizz split pushes bottom. We've already seen that Westor could win any 1v1 on this map, but having Albus come around the map from the mid lane, it's very easy to ward whatever side of the map he needs to be on, and actually even facing against this magic resist stacking Cassiopeia from Febivin, an easy matchup as well. And they're going to start a Baron.
Yeah, and they watched the fact that Huni did just go back, and Westor's in the bottom lane, but AHQ don't mind. They're going for this Baron. It's below half health now as well. Fnatic have no one in the vicinity. The freest Baron ever delivered to AHQ, and they say, where did everyone go?
And he's got nowhere to run. Unless he runs into that bush right now and starts channeling teleport. Or he could run through the base. Let's see how long he can get away with this.
Yeah, Mountain looking for the knockup, and he finds it here as well, as Devastating Charge has, in fact, ran out. This could be some Benny Hill music needed as AHQ go for the chase.
Well, if they give him too much time, he could always teleport away for 4 seconds. Huni has the ult up as well. And Charge on the mid lane knocks the turret down for his life. Huni gets caught and kills a turret for it. Holt's over the wall, still on the run away. But careful, once Ziv hits him, this guy has a frozen mallet. That will be a dead pony. Turns him into glue. Westor is dominating.
Oh my goodness, Westor though, so frightening. Does have a Sheen now as well, going for the Lich Banners, and continuing to push, and this is what Sivir does pretty well. towards this stage of the game, and he's got another BF slot on top of the fact that he already has his 2 items of choice.
Well, with Baron buff, you know, this team usually has a pretty hard time knocking down these deeper turrets. But with Baron buff, with Huni taken off the field, very easy for AHQ to move in, take over the entire map, clean up these objectives, and they can stack dragons as well. Number 3 here, the speed is going to be quite large.
Albus is really, really good at death sentences but can't hit a stationary dragon.
It hadn't spawned yet, I think. I hope that was the reason why Albus.
It
otherwise,
looked like it was on the right line to me.
You know, either way, it was. You know, he's better hitting champions.
Well, if that's the only one he's going to miss this game, then I'm pretty happy with it.
He was predicting the dodge.
Yeah, he's mad lighting the dragon.
Yeah.
Typical. Outthink yourself. That's how pros work.
It's beautiful. Lichbane now completed here by Westor as well. 3 item Fizz plus boots 2 is a frightening prospect. Probably looking for that Void Stuff next up here. And Vivin does have his Abyssal Scepter completed. What does he go for next? Does he go for a Death Cap? Does he try and get sort of that multiplicative AP going on? Or does he need a Void Stuff?
I think he needs a Zonias. We're talking about Fevivin here?
Yeah, Vivin, yeah.
Yeah, I think he needs to be able to not die to a Shark right here. Abyssal Scepter and the Seraph's active, I think, is not enough durability to survive Westor. So dodge the fish or dodge Playful Trickster. Westor is better than me, but I've spent so many games like landing Playful Trickster at the same time as a Shark and just getting it Zonia'd that if you ever do that, you just like lose all your damage output. Westor supplements that with a Lichbane, so it'll help a little bit here, but I think you need to just dodge some of the burst that comes out from AHQ.
Rainover didn't manage to kill the drone, which is a bit unfortunate. It's running everywhere as well because it really wants to kill Ziv.
It's actually worth pointing out as well that Fnatic aren't really itemizing any magic resist on their really important members. Huni, still no MR, and Rainover hasn't, I guess he got a Spectre's Cowl, but he's still going towards what looks like to be a Randuin's next. So, you know, Fizz getting a lot of time and a lot of damage output really on these big tanks. Oh, you know, Fizz can't kill tanks. Well, then the tanks built MR.
Yep, plus they're continuing to grab the objectives, splitting up with the 1-1-3, utilizing the Baron buff in all 3 lanes, using the split push power. Nobody can 1 versus 1 either of the solo lanes. So a very easy push here from AHQ as they knock on the inhibitor doors.
This has been a shutout here from AHQ. They've gotten every neutral objective in this game. They've only lost 2 turrets. That's the objectives that they've lost on this map.
They're great, as we said, they're great at snowballing these early leads in these early fights.
Yeah, Huni looking for something though. It's a decent land to try and get Ann to safety. He's trying to escape from this horse who's trying to do some work in the back line, but for Vivin, he's in trouble, but manages to get a beautiful ultimate, and there's Westor. Oh, Ziv actually trying to do some work. Albus in the backside trying to peel for Ann. This is on so many fronts, but AHQ just win it everywhere.
4 for 0. One last kill will be Yellow Star. Westor, why not pad the KDA? +1 to you, sir. Gnar gets the kill, but either way, it's going to be an inhibitor turret going down on this one. Ziv taking it about as long as he's able to.
Yeah, that's about as long as he can do it.
They'll be able to finish it. Will Mountain die in the process, though?
No, he's fine.
That's how you juggle turret aggro, guys. When you're very, very aggressive as a team, you'll learn how much damage you can take from a turret, and they're going to take an inhibitor from that one as well. The mid lane inhib goes down. AHQ just with so much control. And man, this team is looking so much better than they did earlier today, and especially in their playoffs.
It's a combination of AHQ and the team that they're playing. Both of them with similar play styles. Whichever one of the teams was going to get that early lead, we thought it would be sort of explosive. And AHQ did a really good job capitalizing. Let's take a look at this spread out team fight.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Huni trying to come in. As we said, the #1 thing you want to look for when you're facing the teleport home guard Hecarim is the first attack to tag him and take away that bonus.
And then the rest of it, it's just cleanup at this point. Honestly, a gigantic lead for AHQ. Fevivin takes a bit too long to focus Mountain as opposed to Ziv, a much tankier target on this one and a lower damage one. But either way, the chase down power is so darn high. Frozen Mallet, Ziv, Sivir ult on for part of it as well. Cleanup is very easy for the highly mobile AHQ composition. So when they get the start of a fight going well, the rest of it is always going to turn into 4 more kills and a turret inhibitor, things like that.
Yeah. They've pretty much got this one in hand. I mean, HQ are 6-0 when they have the first 3 dragons, and it's looking very good for them right now. So we'll have to see what you know, the rest of the teams, if they come out with much more defensive early games versus AHQ, and definitely a protection for the bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bot lane focus works out, and looks so good in most of these games for AHQ. Whenever they win, he's got a ton of pressure from the rest of his team, and he converts it very well in team fights. Looks like more of the same here for AHQ as they look to push on in. 30 minutes in, gigantic lead of 16,000 gold for them. Baron and Dragon both coming up very soon, but I'm not sure AHQ quite needs it right now. Bot lane is the target. TP is up for Ziv's Gnar.
And Mountain's waiting off to the side here as well. There's a Westar waiting in the wings as Ziv's pushing the top lane and wants to hit a turret. He's just wanting to be auto-attacking this whole game. Very, very angry at Structures, I believe. They may have said something about him.
So AHQ could very well play this safe and just continue to keep Fnatic bottled up and wait for the next Baron to spawn. It would be suicidal for Fnatic to try and get out of the base with the inhibitors already down and try and contest the Baron, but HQ, they don't even want to give him any breathing room here. Continue fighting.
Yeah, there's the death sentence to land, but Rainover is going to use that Arctic Assault to escape. And AHQ with 3 members are going to try and take down. Bibbin gets destroyed as he tries to yell at them. As Fnatic now trying to start a fight, but they're a man down. Albus and Ann just going to be taking down the bottom lane. They're taking every objective on this map, and Fnatic, they can't do anything.
They're splitting the team up and they're playing unafraid so far. None of the engagements from Fnatic are working.
Oh,
Ziv Gnar's the back on in. Here comes the knockups. Bounce House in the base right here on AHQ. Pick up 2 kills off that one. Force the flash away. 5v2 now inside the base. This could be the Nexus blowing up very shortly. AHQ gonna crush this one.
Yeah, Nexus turrets falling down, and Nexus gonna follow 24 kills to 5, and AHQ, they win the aggression battle.
That brings them up tied with Fnatic in the standings, 1-1. Of course, here at the Midseason Invitational, top 4 teams make playoffs, but you only play each other team once. So a win like this, tying in the standings, but having the head-to-head tiebreaker actually might be a very, very big deal for AHQ.
That was a very different AHQ, though. This is the thing. This team has shocked me right now. They laned a whole lot better than they have in recent weeks. They looked very, very strong, and they shut out Steelback completely. They came in with a very clear goal this game.
So impressed with Mountain. The addition to this team, he brought a ridiculous amount of early game pressure. Following up with a great plan down bottom. Westar 8-1-8 on the Fizz mid lane, and Ann without a single death down bottom on Sivir.
Yeah, and that's without a single death Ziv there in the top lane. We saw the amount of attention he was getting. He went down to about 4 health. Doesn't matter. I get ganked, I get tower dived. It's fine, I'll survive.
Well, that's the thing. This is typical AHQ. This game looks like almost every other game that we've watched of AHQ in the LMS playoffs, right? Westar plays Fizz. They put a bunch of attention bot lane. Good things happen.
But they're doing it now with good laning phase as well.
Well, sure. I mean, a lot of that is the ganks they got, of course, right? You got a first blood thresh in this. It's going to make it a little bit easier to play the laning phase. But the thing to me that's so important was in the very first game of the series, they looked at TSM, researched them, and had a really good plan. Fnatic this time don't seem like they realized exactly what HQ was going to do here.
Yeah, it's true. But you've heard what we've had to say on this match, so let's send it over to our panel of experts on the desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And we've talked about it throughout the day, but AHQ, no shortage of aggression here in this game.
Yeah, and you saw it from the outset. They blew 5 summoner spells to go for the first blood. And this isn't the first time they've done this. Against Yowie Flashwolves, game 1 in their finals, they did the exact same thing and came up with absolutely nothing. Destroyed their early game, but this time they threw all of it into the bottom lane. They came up huge. They got the first blood. They completely destroyed the Urgot. Like, he was a non-factor for the next 35 minutes of the game until the Nexus exploded, and you really have to hand it for AHQ. They continue to fight. They continue to eke out small advantages, and this team, if they get rolling, is so fun to watch.
Yeah. And once they did get that kill onto Steelback, they kept coming back to that lane. Mountain did not let the pressure up, and he was finding really unique gank paths and gank timings that you wouldn't expect. It's kind of like when he's playing Jarvan. He's like, I'm going to come behind your turret, flash EQ, really overextend for it. This game, he's like, I'm sitting in Dragon Pit for 30 seconds before this gank comes out. And they sensed it too. They're like, all right, maybe he's here. No, wait. And then they kept going back and forth. And then as soon as they walked too far forward, that's really good instincts by Mountain and really good patience as well.
I think it's credit to AHQ, obviously focusing the Urgot, immobile champion, no real peel with the Nautilus, particularly in the laning phase, but a little disappointing from Rainover. You know, Sejuani has impact in the early game. She's got a knockup, she's got the slows, the red buff. She could have been down there bottom lane. They dove so many times and were multiple times. Just somebody needed to be there.
I don't think you knock Rainover that hard. He was 2-1-1 at 4 minutes 50 seconds. He was cleaning up the kills when Westar went down there. he was doing a really good job on
Could have been there earlier, though. I mean, those early tower dives, I mean, like, they took forever to set those up, and they didn't even use the teleport to actually get them going.
Yeah,
so I think
that's the part that I think is bad.
When you have 5 summoners blown, you can, be there. Like, just start on that side of the map, stay on that side of the map. Something's bound to happen.
Well, I would say what was questionable for me was Reignover visiting the top lane so often with Huni and not finding successful tower dives there. Now, before we continue our discussion about this matchup, we are going to send it over to Shox for a first-hand account of AHQ's victory.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm joined here by Westdoor after that very impressive victory of AHQ over Fnatic and helped by our interpreter, Peter. First off, congratulations. Very impressive victory, as said. And you decided to go for the Fizz after having a rough game versus EDG. What made you so confident to pull that out versus Febevan in this matchup?
很恭喜你的胜利。你第一场比赛和 EDG 表现不是特别好，不过第二场你选择了小鱼人。你为什么那么有信心在你的小鱼人里？
第一场我们是围绕着克里斯塔的角色在打，所以我选择用死歌做保护的动作。那第二场我们选希维尔，所以我就用菲斯去做冲牌。
So the first game, our game plan was around Kalista, so I wanted to play a more supportive champion. This game, because we have Sivir, we were very heavy into diving into the other team, so I picked Fizz, which is a great pick.
Quite a lot of diving indeed. Now, Westdoor, you guys, this can be called an upset, taking down Fnatic after their Game 1 performance. Last year when I talked to you at the World Championship, you guys took down EDG in an upset. But does your team have what it takes to be more than that upset team? Can you guys make that work and maybe grab a title here at MSI?
每一次你们比赛，这一次的赢和去年你们和 EDG 在世界上比赛，都是算你们是一个弱的队，然后呢，很容易打败一个很强的队。你现在你们需要做的什么才能证明给世界你们是一个很强的队？说不定能拿到一个 MSI 的冠军。
就是打败每一个对手。
对对对，你需要做什么就证明你是一个强队？
就我们可能前面的处理要再更好一点，然后有些沟通，要再加强。
We need to work on our communication, and we also need to make sure that our early game is flawless. This way we can come out on victory and be considered a strong team in the region.
All right, we'll be looking out for that. Finally, I heard that it's your first time over here in America, and you have a lot of fans here as well. How has the experience been just coming over here and getting to play here with a lot of these great players from all over the world?
听说你是第一次来美国，你来这儿了 MSI 和其他的世界选手比赛，在美国玩，你有什么感受
？I love America.
Well, everyone here loves you. Congratulations, fantastic victory in Western AHQ over Fnatic, and we're going to go back over to Dash and the guys over at the desk.
Thank you, Shox. A lot of applause there for Westdoor. Quite a performance he put up, but I want to return to our point about the aggression between these two teams and throw to you, Crumbs, the replay that we have 19 minutes into the game because we saw all 10 players in this game meet up in the mid lane for an all-out brawl.
Now, Westdoor obviously loves America because this fight was so chaotic, he was the only one that had enough freedom to do anything. Let's be honest, nobody has a clue what's going on here. This fight starts at the most random things. Hecarim TPs, it's a 2v2 and Cassiopeia can't follow up. And you see all members are coming from all corners of the map for this. They get all called down. They disengage now. Hecarim Rek'Sai re-engages. Sivir is staying outside, so now, okay. Cassiopeia ulti comes back in, they're thinking, let's engage. Oh, we didn't realize Fizz was here. Fizz now switches targets away from the Urgot, goes on the Cassiopeia, goes and hides. Now Sejuani gets her, oh, Sejuani, oh, somebody follow, oh, Nara's here. And now there's a fight breaking out on the other side. Sejuani now overcommits, and now they're like, oh, we have Hecarim ulti and Urgot ulti. So now it's just a huge chaos. Like, seriously, I don't think the players knew what was going on here. Like, everybody's just trying to master their abilities and make sure that they can use everything so that at the end when they look at it, it's like, well, I used my abilities. I did all I could.
But in all seriousness, this is kind of as well where Fnatic struggles, and I think where AHQ just excelled really, really hard. Fnatic, usually when they start to float and they're like, can we go for this and can we go for that and do I have to follow up? You see the Sejuani ultimate and they have Urgot ultimate, nobody really follows up and it gets in those stutter steps where Fnatic is like, we want to go for this and instead Nautilus hitting, the ADC, he's going for, instead of hitting the support, he goes for the further away ADC and they just want to eat too much of the cake and, in the end they don't get anything.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, they touched on it, the Westor build, coupled with the fact that was a chaotic fight, he got 4 rotations out as Fizz. That is so much damage, not to mention all the auto attacks. Like, there was always 2 or 3 people clumped together, so Am was getting a lot of damage as well. That was the best way that fight could have turned out for AHQ, and it's because of all that chaos going on.
Yeah, I have to say, it's really nice to watch Westor change up the playstyle here. As he mentioned in the interview, first game plan was Kalista, let's make it a Kalista-centric comp, put you on Karthus, really support him. Here, they throw him into the spotlight, and he does perform, which was a big question for us coming up against some of these top mid laners.
Yeah, I think that he definitely rose to the occasion here, playing the Fizz, playing the signature champion for him, and the fact that he's able to get the flanks like this, and he also pushed out the bottom wave to create turret pressure. So that was a fight that AHQ they were looking at for a little bit, and they were like, okay, if we do bring Westor up, we win this fight because the way it started going after Mountain jumped back in. Or if he doesn't come to that fight, he just pushes bottom turret and then they stall and they get that for it. So I think that his decision making in this game is really good. And we're not seeing the typical 4-1 push that he just permanently seems to do in most games.
I love the adaptation from Fizz. He must have been listening to us in the analyst desk because he had the Hecarim Gnar matchup the first time around, went the Randu and Spirit Visage. This time he rushed the Frozen Mallet. And he was actually able to contain Huni somewhat. I mean, he had some questionable teleport plays around the map, but it was still effective in that last fight as well. It was a little bit hectic and undecisive from Fnatic whether they want to engage. If you're an Urgot and you start getting slowed and slowed, you kind of get the feeling that you need to be doing something and not just staying on the outskirts of the fight, slowed.
On behalf of the analyst desk, I'd like to accept that victory for AHQ. Is essentially what we just said.
For America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
Well,
Chibi.
Fnatic, man, sad. But hey, I think AHQ played a really good game. And I was actually a little bit worried because they let the Hecarim open, which is the Huni champion. This is something you really don't want him to play because it's so scary. We banned it like 2, 3, 4 games against them. And when he plays this champion, he's so strong. And you saw him like stroll around the map, putting so much pressure on themselves. And Fnatic was like, well, we are not that strong. But Huni was like taking mid lane tower.
His TPs.
Yeah.
His TPs were really good at the start.
And we said it in the beginning, like Fnatic is a really flank-orientated team. And what every team fight kind of started off was Huni TPing behind them, going for the carry and either way popping the spell sheet right away from CVR and then following up with ultimate or just hitting the E right away.
All right, I got to jump in here before we hit break. I want to shift gears to our next match, SKT versus EDG. We're going predictions. Spawn, we're starting with you.
EDG are going to win this game. This is going to be very one-sided.
Wow, strong words. All right. Sheepy, do you agree, disagree? Where are we
I
at?
agree. I think that they have EasyHoon and not FLICKR. I'm going to the Church of FLICKR, but if it's EasyHoon, I think that Pawn will have a really good time and will just out-pressure.
My religion is now EasyHoon. He's the hidden gem right now of Korea. This guy is good. He may play these passive champions, but he plays things like Cassidy. I mean, he may not have as much success, but he gets to learn from FLICKR and practice against this guy. So I think he's no slouch, and I was disappointed with Pawn's performance against Westo. He tried to roam a little bit too much and do too much. So I think SKT's got it.
All right. Yeah. Finally to you, Zareen.
I got to go with SKT as well. You can't, I don't even care about Church of FLICKR, Church of EasyHoon here. You have to believe in both to be part of the SKT religion. So I definitely think EasyHoon has this little bit of an edge with his control mages and the meta, and that Pawn plays some things that are a little bit shifted out of it at the moment.
All right, well, split desk at the moment. Let's see who everyone at home is picking in this Clash of the Titans. According to LOLesports.com, 77% are voting in favor of SK Telecom. Rather one-sided there on the internets. Well, the action in Tallahassee continues. Up next on the Rift, it's heavyweights, SK Telecom T1 versus Edward Gaming. You're not going to want to miss it.
Fnatic looking to start and end the day 2-0 off a win right here. He's level 5 with flash, goes in, knocks a ton of damage on the Albus. 1 kill picked up. Now on to Westor. Can't quite get the double. The flash isn't enough either.
Trash.
Trash that.
TP, Gnar.
Mid is here.
He has flash. He has flash.
Mid is behind you.
Rainover goes down as well. Steal back. The swap's going to miss as well. 4 kills coming through. A double for Ann. 4 kills overall. Zip knars them back on in. Here comes the knockups. Bounce house in the base right here on AHQ. Pick up 2 kills off that one.
And AHQ, they win the aggression battle.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational, coming to you live from the campus of Florida State University here in Tallahassee. And what a matchup we've got coming your way. SKT versus EDG, the only 2 teams left that are undefeated right here at day 1. And let's start by zooming in on the mid lane matchup. Pawn and SKT running Easyhoon for this matchup. Why do you think they went for that, and how do you think it's going to turn out?
I think that one of my big questions coming into this tournament, after looking at a lot of the finals and the post-Cinderhulk changes in China, was what is Pawn's champion pool going to be? Because he's playing a lot of low wave clear champions like Kassadin, like Fizz. Now we saw his Cassiopeia earlier today, but if we look at Easyhoon's champion pool, he's
in my opinion, the better Cassiopeia player, the better Azir player when compared to FLICKR. And these are really, really big picks for SK Telecom in the meta.
And even if we're just comparing Cassiopeia players in this game, I feel like Izuhoon's a better Cassiopeia than we saw from Pawn. And honestly, this is also a team fight and by a result, a dragon fight meta right here. And SKT controls that more than anything. It's no surprise here that they've subbed in Izuhoon because he's a better Azir and Cassiopeia player. And I think that translates very quickly into the dragon fights that we're going to see a lot of this game.
Yeah, and mentioning the subs, Izuhoon, but they also brought Bengi here. How much of a factor will he be knowing that they have good dragon control? And on the other hand, Clearlove, also Solov's coming into this one.
This is a really interesting thing because I think Sejuani becomes an incredibly important pick. I also wonder how important the Rek'Sai is going to be for Bengi, or if it's going to be ineffective when we actually get to see the clash of repeated team fights. I mean, there's one thing to have Tremor Sense around Dragon Pit for Bengi, but it's another thing to have Clearlove on Sejuani. Whether or not those are targeted picks or bans, I think have a pretty big sway on this game.
Yeah, and I think if you're SKT, you go ahead and ban the Sejuani here. You really don't want Clearlove having that. It really hasn't been a power pick for Bengi. He's a lot better on Rek'Sai and Nunu, generally speaking. So go that route instead. Ban the Gnar, I think, and ban the Sejuani. Because if you look at a lot of the playoff games from EDG, when they weren't playing these big Wombo hard CC compositions, when they tried to play Juggernaut, when they tried to play poke comps, they looked a lot weaker. So why not try and force them out of their comfort zone and play a different kind of game?
Yeah, and final thought, maybe you mentioned the Gnar already. The Marin versus Koro matchup is also huge in this one. What do you think they're going to end up with, and are they going to get their hands on Gnar at all?
Well, this is crazy. So Koro for Gnar, but then also Marin for Maokai.
Yeah.
Something that's been a little bit outside of norm for this tournament so far in particular is the gross amount of farm the top laners are actually getting. We're seeing a lot of standard lanes. If we're seeing a lane swap, they're not denying the top lane farm, and that sets up these miraculously good top laners in Koro and Marin in order to carry. So I actually feel like the Gnars and the Hekrims and the Rumbles are maybe even higher priority than the Maokai if we're going to see the current trends hold.
Yeah, and even so, yeah, we hit these more high damage top laners, generally speaking. But just in terms of the records, too, Marin comes into this 13-1 all-time on Maokai. Koro comes into this 19-1 all-time on Gnar. So these have been power picks for these players. They are specialists in this area. Will either of them get these picks? I'm not entirely sure.
Some of these records are going to break, too. We're only 6 games in.
Yep.
These are the only 2 undefeated teams left at MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. What a matchup it is. We're going to send it over to casters in just a little bit, but on the way, Pawn tells us about moving to the Chinese team and playing against the Korean team here at MSI.
작년에 삼성 화이트 팀으로 출전했었는데 이번에는 한국 대표가 아닌 중국 대표로 출전하다 보니까 좀 색다른 느낌이 있는 것 같기도 하고 한국 팀하고 붙어야 된다는 게 좀 흥미로운 것 같아요.
And EDG now having to play against, well, sort of Pawn a little bit confused because now against his comrades, but from a different region. It's a little bit confusing there, but let's check out the starting lineups, ladies and gentlemen. On the blue side, it's SKT with Marin in the top lane, Bengi there in the jungle, Izuhoon in the mid lane this time, and Bang & Wolf in AD carry and support.
And on the red side is Edward Gaming here in this one. Koro one in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Pawn in mid, Deft on AD carry, and Mako on support.
And Pawn said he was excited for this matchup. Everybody is extra. This is the matchup.
Yeah.
We finally get to see #1 China versus #1 Korea. Everybody has been wanting a taste of this matchup ever since so much of the top Korean talent left Korea to go play for China, and they've had so many games in the last split to play with these players and incorporate them. Finally, we get to have this taste of the #1 China versus #1 Korea. Yes, it's just one game, and it's just group stages, but yes, you could say we're excited to say the least.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe a little bit excited.
It is absolutely exciting, and I know you've cast the region a whole lot, Max, but EDG, I'm so impressed by their ability to have actually come together as a team. They're playing multiple languages. They type flash timers in English and in-game chat. Their ability to actually jump on the same target in team fights at a moment's notice is actually incredibly impressive. So these players have actually done, as you're mentioning, Kobe, come together so well as a team overall. SK Telecom T1, of course, becoming again, the Kings of Korea, and as we go into Champions Select, we're going to see which team comes out on top, at least in this game.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about EDG as well is this was from the very start of the split. This team looked unbelievable from the word go as well. So actually they're looking a little bit shakier here towards the end. 5.7, not quite the EDG patch that maybe the 5.4s were towards the middle of the season, but we'll see how they go, because of course it has been word on the street that they haven't got quite as much practice as EDG otherwise would have liked before the playoff finals of the LPL, but maybe leading into MSI now. And we saw before against AHQ, a team that can take a game off Fnatic in pretty commanding fashion, looking pretty good. But let's get back into Champions League.
I was jumping out my shoes here. Kalista was left up. Really quick locking here. First pick for SKT. And he can combo that still with enough Thresh already being moused over. Even if Thresh is taken off the board, though, there are still plenty of other good combos. Kennen also still available. But man, the picks coming in very quick. They're taking away the Lulu from Faker very early on as well. Excuse me, Faker's not in the game. Just kidding. Faker's not in the game. Easy Hoon.
Easy Hoon, though, still a very good Lulu, but he can go right back onto Ziggs. I think that's what's next for him with the Cassiopeia and Azir removed from the table. Edward Gaming trying to drop off these team fight mages, but there's actually a lot left here. SK Telecom should be happy to just put Ziggs in the same place.
I'm so surprised with the Gragas ban. You give away Kalista for that. You also give away Rek'Sai. You didn't take that in the first round. The early stages here, as far as the team comp, I'm feeling very good about SKT.
Yeah, picking away the... Oh, well, I guess they didn't need to. Thresh was already locked in here. Koro, though, he might get his Gnar. He's 14-1 on this champion this season. Koro's Gnar is probably one of the best in the world.
Marin definitely expecting the Gnar pick here, seeing as how SKT have not prioritized it at all.
So you're saying that's a top lane Annie, kind of like Lupa thinks is the counter pick to Gnar?
I mean, it hasn't worked yet in China, but
no, it hasn't. It certainly hasn't.
Well, Sejuani either way does get to come through for Clear Love, so he's not receiving many bans and he gets whatever he wants, and that's actually, I guess, yeah, they banned away the Gragas, but yeah, the Sejuani, a very big deal for Clear Love. Team fight power is here. I think we really expect that Lulu to go mid. It's just not Koro's style here. SK Telecom had to make their last few choices, and so far, it's the ability to engage fights very hard, and the question is how much follow-up is there. I still do want to see Ziggs myself.
Yeah, I mean, EDG have locked in a lot of safety here for themselves. Very beefy team so far. A good front line is exactly what you want against Annie. Try and make her engage that much more difficult. Have some big bodies to block her flash engage. But with Kalista, that's ridiculously hard.
And SK Telecom actually going for a pretty squishy lineup here as well, wanting to go for a whole lot of damage. The double AP comp coming through, but so much persistent damage. And we saw Marin's Rumble. This guy is a god on that champion, and the area of effect damage is ridiculous, provided that Annie can get a stun down.
I actually really like the double locking here for SKT for the double AP, because Vladimir can be a very hard to push out of lane. So Easy Hoon can be a very strong point there, just sustaining over and over. And Kalista brings so much pressure to the bottom lane that if you get a Rumble to level 6 and force something in bottom lane, which is almost guaranteed because you have Kalista Annie, SKT can make those early moves,
by the way.
can roll, well then, can roll that into the early dragons and try and chain them. Interesting Tristana here from Def, though.
This is very strange. So SK Telecom, yeah, as you mentioned, low durability, incredibly high damage team composition. When fights start, they're going to end almost right away. Edward Gaming actually lacking very heavily in terms of team fight actual damage output. Tristana actually not a very high damage AD carry. Gnar, kind of mediocre. Lulu pretty low overall, but it's a bunch of really strong lanes for Edward Gaming and a lot of early push pressure available.
Right, I feel like what they're going for here is to try and avoid the fights for the dragon, and it's going to be hard, but try and avoid the Kalista Annie engage and go for turret pushing. Looks like EDG want to shove down outer turrets and trade objectives early on rather than fight the fight that SKT wants to take. Don't want to fight that Rumble early on, don't want to fight the Kalista Annie combo, so they're going to try and gain their gold by trading objectives, using the Tristana very quickly push down turrets.
Yeah, they need to get in and get out here as well, because they cannot stand around for a fight, because they've got Hemo Plague and equalizer to just completely zone them out of everything.
Right, and that's the problem, is that there's a little bit of a mismatch here in the jungle, and that Bengi does get the Rek'Sai. He does get an early aggressive champion, so that when you see Edward Gaming pushing in for all these fights, they can't get caught.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But it's time to head over to your Twitter and share your game predictions. Tweet the hashtag SKTWin or hashtag EDGWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be checking shortly to see how you're calling this game. And man, I don't know what to expect from this one, because I don't know. I'm just excited to see what's going to happen. Tristana in the hands of Deft.
True. Another thing to keep your eyes on, though, for this game is oftentimes Rek'Sai's dragon pressure is really underrated. Not only can she do it by herself if you leave that dragon unwarded, but also you can make cross-map plays and answer, the strategy of trying to trade objectives and quickly shove because she has that global ultimate.
And you can track anyone coming towards that Dragon Pit as well with the Tremor Sense. It's really, really strong there as Bengi going to get a ward destroyed by EDG. The 5-man stack, and they're not stopping. Sentinel as well, more money. This is working out for EDG.
20 gold right away for Edward Gaming. They are definitely winning so far in the early game.
If only Koro had a Spell Thief's Edge, that would have been even more money. Oh, true. Oh, they kill another ward. That is 3 of them taken down. SKT, though, they're looking to set something up. EDG still very deep here. See whether SKT can go for the pincer move that they're potentially looking for. There is a ward in that brush, though.
Annie has also started the W to charge up the stun. So SKT very ready for this early fight, and they're going to force... Ooh, they're going to chase him out.
They're looking for it. Actually, Annie's waiting behind here. Is EDG going to get Marin just trying to flame center the flash into the stun here as well as the flame came through, but not going to quite find too much.
It is going to force bad recalls for Edward Gaming. Minions have already spawned, and Mako, I guess he can survive for now. He doesn't really need a health bar right now. And Clearlove got away without taking too much damage himself, so I think life is still good. However, Clearlove had to start Arctic Assault, so the Q for Sejuani going to make it a bit of a slower jungle clear. He's going to require a pretty heavy leash.
Yeah, it gets the leash though, so it is probably going to be fine there, but it is going to mean that the lane swap is answered very easily by SKT.
Alright, so 2-on-2 matchup is the goal. Early teleport Marin, realizing he needs to get into that one-on-one right away. You should never waste any time when you realize the one-on-one lane down there. And he goes to get a little bit of early experience and gold for himself.
Yeah, it also means that, both duo lanes showing up top really early on and sticking around for that fight.
Ooh.
SKT do have the 2 versus 2. Clearlove, though,
because Wolf 2 gank. Oh,
level 1 rocket
jump. Aggressive play. Beautiful play back here as well. Wolf going down solo. He's burning first blood for Deft as Bang trying to get some damage back, but a level 1 Callista.
Careful. He can rocket jump back in.
Another rocket jump gets a flash. Bang is going to be okay, though.
Again, return to the flashless lane early on here with Sejuani. Clearlove with the level 2 Sejuani gank, able to capitalize, take down the
How many times have you said that? Level 2 Sejuani gank.
This is the first.
All right, Bengi, though, making his own way to the bottom side. Now, the only flash missing for Edward Gaming is that Thrash. Mako's already recalled to get like 1.5 million wards, so I think ganks from Bengi unlikely. He does, however, make the very smart choice of running to the bot lane, beelining it down there, and I don't know if Mako's going to check this to stop the blue buff steal.
Yeah, it is coming through now as Marin continuing to push here on the bottom side. Mako is going to discover the blue buff being taken, and Bengi took a little while to try and get that one down, and he is going to protect it.
Well, Bengi started on the very left-hand side of the map. Smart choice to try to steal the blue, but Mako there in time.
So slow, though, and they waste so much more time. Not only did Clearlove get off the first gank, but he's ahead in levels as well, able to quickly get back into the jungle that was just protected for him and continue farming. Bengi behind on Rek'Sai right now.
And Koro had teleport.
Wow. And Koro just is going to pick up that entire wave here as well.
Oh, wow.
Bengi just lost the last, almost 2 minutes of jungle time here. He's not going to be able to get this. The strong side invade here from Mako. EDG with a huge early game. Oh, he doesn't have...
Yeah, Bengi actually going to pick that one up here as Marin's going to come through as well. Clearlove trying to get the damage down, but Wolf coming through with a stun up. EasyHoon flashes forward. Mako so incredibly low. EasyHoon's going to pull onto Deft. Rocket jump going to be used. Dragon just going to get a bit upset at the EDG members. That is the first time I've seen a flash pull for CC. That is epic from EasyHoon.
Clearlove did not have the smite for the quick steal away with that red. That was the changing factor there for Bengi. That was the lifesaver. Bengi, because he had waited so long, did have his smite back up, and a good collapse here from SKT.
But the problem is, kill or not, Koro had already TP'd to the top lane, cleared a bunch of waves, and Marin only now is walking back up to that lane. So a gigantic minion lead, level lead here for Koro in the top lane. An isolated matchup way up there with all this pressure down here. I don't expect jungle ganks. That's going to be a difficult matchup for Marin.
Yeah, and EDG have already decided that they're going heavily investing in this early game. They've got double Dorans on 3 members of their team. Even Koro in the top lane there on Naya, double Doran's Blade. I don't care, I want to wreck this early game.
It's all, it makes sense, right? The builds make sense after the champion select. Laning phase of extreme importance for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, so it's not quite as bad as it looked with that giant wave up there, just because Marin did get the last hit on the kill, so he at least got that money. So he is going to be at an experience disadvantage for a bit longer, but it's not quite as bad as level 5 Gnar, 33 CS versus this level 3 Rumble here. But that is a very swingy matchup. This is a very skill-based matchup between Gnar and Rumble. And just the smallest of leads is going to mean a big difference, because Koro is going to be able to rush into that Hex Drinker very quickly now and be able to bully the lane back.
But as you can see, EDG losing this 2v2 matchup super hard there on the bottom side of the map. Double the CS almost here for Bang. As Wolf, he just needs too much respect for that stun. There was too much damage possibility there. As Bengi looking to try and come in for something. He's just wandering around here on the bottom side of the map.
Whether it's Lee Sin or Rek'Sai. All right, they found it.
And the wards keep coming back down. Edward Gaming get a little bit of time to farm back up, but it is a 13 minion deficit as the lane resets. Definitely far back.
Yeah, he's struggling here in this matchup so far. We'll see. They obviously had a plan. This is a last pick Tristana. And we've seen it before. We've seen Tristana's picked up in response to Kallista's. We haven't necessarily seen it be obviously successful in any particular way over in the LPL, but we'll see whether it is going to work out this time. So far, not going so well though, as SKT just really, really strong. And the Kallista is something that EDG have been known to ban away from everyone, and so far just haven't really decided to.
Well, the question is if they respected things Kallista enough, and so far they haven't. They're doing an amazing job continually in this lane, and the health bars are just so low that Thresh would normally want to play a little bit aggressive against Annie, tank the stun, and then go for a flay play, but that just can't happen here, so Edward Gaming can't even play the lane matchup the way they would want to.
Meanwhile, though, Bengi making an early move up top. Ooh, he uses
there's
the
a flash knock up there as well, as there is the equalizer. So good at it is Marin, and Koro tries to bounce away. Ziv impression not working this time.
The small little takeaway there for Koro is that his teleport's just about to come back off of cooldown. The thing is, though, that SKT already have the stronger bottom lane foothold, so that early dragon grouping that we prefaced could still very well be on the table for SKT, even though they burned Rumble Ultimate. Koro has to decide between walking back the lane and losing double minion waves and saving his teleport for it, or using it back. So there it is, it's blown.
Yeah, TP's back into that lane, of course. Does have a CS advantage here still. This is sort of what EDG have sacrificed. They've sacrificed the bottom lane to try and get Koro an advantage. It does make sense. Of course, Koro's fantastic. He did almost hard carry their last game on the Hecarim, but it is a different experience now. We'll see whether EDG can make this comp work. They're looking to make a play on the Dragon.
Ooh, and it's right off the recall timing of Bang and Wolf, but spotted out by the Spectre. Seems like that's not going to happen. Edward Gaming unable to really do much. They had a free lane off of this BF Sword recall, and all they will do is clear a wave, clear a couple of Sentinels, and overall SK Telecom looking very good in this Battle of the Titans.
Actually, they're also able to sneak in a recall for Easyhoon here as well. So SKT able to get the purchases, very, very key purchases. Vladimir now at that extremely annoying sustain level in the mid lane. A couple more levels and he'll have the max transfusion with already the spell vamp. So Easyhoon will become that immovable object in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's so close to that Will of the Ancients there as well, so looking to be able to make a play. Of course, very even in the mid lane so far, but no action going to be happening. Of course, a Lulu lane, probably not exactly a high-pressure solo kill lane.
They saw him move.
Clear Love has been discovered in his jungle.
Wanting to take advantage of the level 6 here. Spike from Sejuani.
Good by
Very
Bang,
powerful
he
in the 2 versus 2. Rage bar charging up.
There we go, Mega Knight Bar's almost there. Clearlove does have the ulti. Marin's not going to be able to dodge this. Puts the equalizer down, stunned to the wall. Bangy actually tanks the glacial attack, but it's still going to be a kill picked up by Clearlove. Koro chased out by Bangy, but not enough damage from the Cinder Hulk Rek'Sai. Means a kill still comes through to Edward Gaming.
Yeah, and Marin knew that was coming as well, but didn't react.
He thought they could counter gank it.
Trying to get that counter gank, yeah. I don't think he respected the Gnar ultimate there. Really good job by Koro jumping in and grabbing it. Meanwhile, bottom lane though, left unattended. When both junglers show on the opposite side of the map, it's good. Oh,
this is a very good hook, but the Tiki's already there.
It's a nice buster shot here as well as Defty's as Marin comes through with a beautiful teleport.
He ran back towards the lantern to try and grab it.
He could have just walked back. Big misplay there. Amazing stun comes out from Wolf to make sure that he gets killed for it. Well played, SKT. More advantages coming into the blue team.
And that's exactly what I talk about when it's pretty much a guaranteed engage when you have the Kalista Annie bottom lane. It doesn't even matter if Rumber has his ultimate or not. Teleports right in. There's the exact fight we were talking about for bottom. That should translate into the early dragon for SKT. Check, check, check for early game.
Yeah, and Bang's going to have the rend as well. Barely even needs to have smite as Bangy is Bang able to just to eat that one down. Bangy is going to secure it in the end though, and EDG, nothing they can do. First dragon going down for SKT, and
over the wall.
Oh, actually gets pulled over the wall there as well as Clearlove was tried to be pulled in, but the flash over from Wolf is going to save him.
Definitely a bonus whenever you can blow the anti-flash though, especially at this stage of the game, before he's been able to even upgrade his boots close to getting distortion.
Clearlove, meanwhile, able to continue clearing this jungle. Things calming down just a little bit. Going to be Deft trying to find farm where he can. Still 33 CS behind, but it was moving towards that 50 mark. It was looking very dangerous on this bottom side, and Deft now wanting to sort something out, but it's Pickaxe Avarice Blade versus BF Sword Zerka's Greaves. That's just, that lane's done.
I go back to the beginning of Champions League. I was so ridiculously surprised that EDG did not ban Kalista. They always...
Yeah, they normally do.
They banned it away from Imp every single game in the final, and they won that one. Edward Gaming saying, you know what, Bang, you're not Imp. We'll let you play it.
Yeah.
Ends up being the wrong choice so far.
Maybe if they play SKT again, they won't do that. Maybe. But, of course, the lead continuing here for Bang in the bottom side. Koro does have an advantage here on the top, but this is Rumble. He doesn't mind. He's hit his mid-game power spike.
Yeah, Bang probably not going to hit this turret at all and let it kill as many minions as possible. EDG have tried to leave the area where they know that they're at a guaranteed disadvantage. Never mind, he's just going to finish it off anyway and try and hard shove to the second turret to get that wave all the way into the second turret. But EDG, they did a good job. They left the bleeding, and they tried to move up to trade objectives like what we said we were looking for.
And SKT's not being stopped as well. Bang and Wolf are still knocking these minions down. It's BF Sword, Zerka Greaves, and a longsword on Kalista. This turret still has no defense. Koro, I don't even think he'll get there before this turret falls.
Yeah, Marin is actually doing the same thing on the bottom side of the map, though, as Clearlove's hanging around as well. EDG, they might be able to trade these inner turrets. And when you're behind, I mean, I guess if you're going to go even trade, it's actually working out for you.
This is exactly what you have to do in League of Legends. As we said in Champion Select, when you have a disadvantage, well, it's kill Nexus, I guess, technically. But when you have a disadvantage on one side of the map, try and trade objectives rather than waiting around and watching and slowly losing that map control. So they're trying to get some global gold back on the other side, but SKT can continue to deep ward on that side and continue to chain those dragons, try and force EDG to walk through those jungle corridors where Marin can have the highest impact. If you go get stuck in one of those corridors for a second, the Kalista Annie will make you stick there, the Vladimir Rumble combo will destroy your entire team.
Yeah, and that's not good, having your entire team destroyed.
No, it's really not. And SK Telecom, despite having this lower wave clear team, Marin uses ultimate, the equalizer, to clear one of those top lane waves. Top lane tier 2 was not killed by Edward Gaming. It ended up being a 2-for-1 turret trade overall. Bigger lead for SKT as this game goes on. Marin's ult just about back up. He's got the Magic Pen build there as well. Bang's coming to this side of the map to knock down more outer turrets. SKT playing the battering ram AD carry quite well.
Yeah, and though we haven't really revisited Easyhoon, this Vladimir, as I said, this immovable object constantly shoving waves so quickly, that's the reason that EDG could not rotate Pawn, their main wave clear, over to try and stop some of this hard pushing. Because there's so much pressure here in the mid lane, if you leave EasyHoon around, then he's constantly chipping down this mid turret.
And I think Pawn is expecting a whole lot more action there in the mid lane as well. He's taken Cleanse, which is probably mainly for Tibbers, right? I mean, you can get rid of Hemo Plague, that's going to help a bit up there, but...
Wouldn't even remove that. It would remove the
Tibbers
slow from Rumble, the Ren slow.
No,
I mean, kind of, like the last half second of it. Once you're off of it, it has a duration, but yeah, it's for the anti-Tibbers. He wants to make sure he doesn't get blown up by that. But no Ignite for kill pressure. There's only one Ignite even on the team against a Vladimir. And SKT able to use the battering ram AD carry to knock down top lane outer turret. So SKT 3 turrets to 1 here. Playing a very smart game.
This is an AD carry that we've been hyping this entire time as being one of the best in the world. That's down 55 CS as a matchup that they chose as well. I mean,
yeah. I mean, Kallista's a first pick worthy AD carry. She's known for her laning phase specifically. Bang's a great player, arguably the best AD carry in Korea right now. And, you know, it worked. The Kallista bullied the lane, and, yeah, you know, whether you're deft or not, you're facing Bang's Kallista. Good luck with that, buddy.
yeah, and he got a very early kill at the same time.
True. Got first blood, still lost.
Yeah. Very confusing prospect here, but we'll see how it does work out as we move forward. Tides of Blood starting to do some work now on Pawn here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the truly worrying thing is, as well, since Deft is so far behind, the attack damage threat for EDG is going to be really, really lacking. And just a little bit of magic resist picked up from SKT will be the only defensive stats they have to build. They can focus pretty much purely on offensive stats here and continue to snowball these early dragon fights.
And that's what this comp wants to do with Rumble Vladimir.
Yep, it's just getting better and better for SK Telecom, of course, as EasyHoon continues to scale up on Vladimir, and Kallista staying a few thousand gold up ahead of an enemy AD carry. You're always going to be doing sort of multiplicatively more damage over time until you cap out. So this slow growth is totally fine for SK Telecom.
EDG have to be very careful here. I think they bide their time, give away the next couple of dragons even. Well,
yeah, there's the Tibbers Koro. Does get Mega Gnar, so he's a bit tanky. A nice dodge out of the way of the Fate's Call there as he takes a land to safety. That is a flashless Mega Gnar, and that is the most scared I've seen that monster be.
well, he should be.
Yeah.
Venturing too close to that territory around Dragon. SKT, you know they will be in position for this. And immediately picked up.
But that being said, I mean, it's only close to 2,000 gold, the lead here for SKT. EDG have been known to give up dragons. They don't really care that much about that objective, really. I mean, of course, it still is a fantastic objective to have, but EDG have been known to win without it. But we'll see what they do. BF Sword now completed for Deft, so he at least has a bit of damage.
It's going to take a while for Trish to scale up, and this is not old Tristana. The hyper scaling really not a hallmark of Triz. It's for the turret kills, and so far EDG have found very few. SK Telecom, I think still, they're happy to play a bit of a slower game. They're happy to play for that Dragon 5 and just continue to have wave control. EasyHoon is slowly knocking down this turret as the wards get better and better for the blue side. I mean, they're aware he's not going to die to clear love. Mid lane turret down to 1/3 health just from one-on-one matchups so far. SKT getting farther and farther ahead over time.
There's no burst damage from EDG. Vladimir thrives in this environment. Should be able to sustain himself against the tank line. Definitely.
Clearlove has had time to farm up his jungle, though. It's like a look back of old Clearlove here who just wants to be the agriculturalist, cleaning up every bit of farm possible.
That's such an optimistic way of looking at it.
Yeah, well, look, 20 CS in the lead. These are jungle camps as well, worth a little bit more.
He's got more money than Bengi, so I mean, that's at least working for him. But yeah, right now it's SK2 with map control. That's a very big deal for these guys. Bang.
Couldn't juggle it.
Really the only good blue buff user on this team. Support Annie, not one to cast a lot of spells except in a team fight, so I guess this is the right choice.
And look at this as well. He knows that there's double massive tanks on the side of EDG. He's not building the Hurricane by the looks of things. He's going for what could arguably be a Shiv, yeah.
Yeah, this is how Bang plays it. He actually maxes Q first on Kallista. It gives him really good wave clear even without having to go for Hurricane because he can actually just crush the backline. still gets the AD stat because she's a bit of a caster, and then into the more conventional AD carry auto attack build.
Yeah, and it works for the tank busting as well.
Yep, works just fine. He's going to be pretty happy. Kalista also a nice love with Static Shiv because of all the movement. You stack it up faster, a lot of good things there.
Plus, hey, the early magic resist that we're expecting from EasyHoon, he's finished his Abyssal Scepter. That's even going to help out with your Shiv damage a little.
So does Hemo play. It's more to the AoE team. He's got Lightning, they've got Fire from 2 different champions.
Perfect.
The power of blood.
All right,
Captain Planet.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this Captain Planet now? The Equalizer in the bottom lane, though. Koro looking to try and turn it around, of course.
Meganar, watch out, Marin.
Yeah, there it is. Marin into the wall. Bengi's found his way in. Koro, he's going to get knocked up. Really wants to find the kill. The minions helping out just a little bit as Koro's just wandering around. There's the but doesn't get it as he gets burnt down by Marin.
The Marin baits so far. The first one didn't go so well, but that one was perfectly played because there was no clear love around this time. Another 2 versus 1 here, able to take down Koro.
Yeah, and that, like, go ahead, sorry.
No, that just should mean that they can move on this mid lane here.
Play attempt with the member dead. Of course, teleport is still at Mako. Really wants this on EasyHoon, but EasyHoon still has all of his summoners. Flash comes in, the chain CC coming through. Ignite is on. Clear left wants to finish off the kill, but EasyHoon's going to ghost away. There's a stun from Tibbers. The kill's not going to come through. That's another kill picked up. Now Def wants it, knocks it back, still can't get the kill. EasyHoon picks up one for the team. Edward Gaming starting to get sloppy.
Yeah, you don't know.
He was so hungry for that reset, though. It was so close. Just didn't get there. If that was a crit, because he just finished his Infinity Edge. Unfortunate.
This is a team that's in a hole that's not supposed to take fights right now, unless you have a severe numbers and positioning
Welcome to China, Kirby. Welcome to China.
They had inklings of, you know, rotating around the map, trying to trade objectives and grab gold in exchange for other objectives. But that teamfight win not only is it going to be the mid turret, but very easy Baron here for SKT, and that is heartbreaking for an EDG team that loves to go for those. All right, so here we go. Here's that initiation. So they were going to try and get this 3 versus 2. However, they did not have sufficient ward coverage. They've had no control of wards anywhere outside their own territory. And with SKT arriving for the defense here, pretty easy turnaround. EasyHoon had both summoners available for this fight, able to keep his distance, and then goes in for the last transfusion. Burn won't get him either.
Yeah. This is what happens when you don't have any items in your AD carry, and of course the magic resist stack kind of killing off most of the spell damage that Def had as well.
And Bang now with that Shiv completed. Is it 2 items? There's a beautiful equalizer taking half of Mako's health. Pawn also falling low. Chilling Smite onto Mako. He's going to die as Marin burns him down. And SKT just with so much control over this map. EDG, they can't enter their own jungle.
SKT just have a ridiculously strong mid game, and it doesn't look like they will give EDG the time that they need. With this Baron buff, let's see. Actually, Marin going to go back to base real quick. See if he teleports back out onto the field, because they have prime opportunity for pushing right now.
Yeah, still 50 CS the lead here for Bang, though. So Deft, I guess, keeping it relatively similar to how it's been, but that's a difficult tale to make sound good.
All right, so they're going to play a little bit slow towards the mid game. They send Marin top, and they're just going to try and take this dragon without having to commit their teleport. They're hoping that the vision advantage that they have and the gold advantage will be enough to take a 5 versus 4 dragon and have that split pushing threat. But if EDG decide not to go to that area and head off Marin...
No, this is good. They can jump on him. Glacial Prison use. This is going to be almost for sure a kill. And with 4 members still top lane, they can maybe get even more off. This dragon is up, but SKT switch back to push down the mid lane, and Edward Gaming have to play to SKT's tune.
Yeah, Baron buff is going to help them take this one down. This inner turret is going to fall. Only Deft sort of hanging around with Mako. So Koro trying to do some extra work here on the top side of the map. But EDG, they get a kill. That is definitely something. And you've got to pick up all the positive things you can when you're falling this far behind.
Exactly. They're trying to make these trades. Even though they're so far behind and they have to take, you know, slightly unfavorable trades, they're going to get a kill and they're going to get that top turret in exchange instead of getting nothing while losing the dragon and possibly losing their lives.
Both teams lose a tier 2 turret, but it's a dragon pickup for SKT. Number 3 for them versus a kill picked up for Edward Gaming. Bengi comes to the top side. Looks like he wants to push around Koro. At least gets the gromp for himself.
Yeah, Koro is going to be fine. Does have that Randuin's completed here as well. He's It's going to go back to base, and Bengi going to start off this blue buff, so he's going to reset just a little bit, but there are outer turrets to be taken, and Tristana takes turrets super fast. EDG just need to find a way to get to a turret.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them. I mean, the exchange rate for EDG when you're behind is very bad on these trades.
It's like they're stuck in the airport trying to turn in Korean won for US dollars, and it's just not happy for them. Now, unfortunately, the way the map is set up now, all the turrets that can be taken for Edward Gaming are on the bottom side of the map. Okay, there's a couple in mid, but it's that bot lane's available. Problem is, Tristana doesn't have teleport, and Baron's the next objective up right now. Right, Dragon's gone for 5 minutes. Baron is actually easily killed by SKT overall. And if you send Triss to bot lane, that means Baron's probably killed, and that's another bad exchange right here. So in terms of things EDG can even look for, it's a tough road ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking for Wolf to continue to control the vision leading up to the neutral objectives. Because anytime when the EDG finally have to do commit and they step out to contest, that's where SKT can capitalize on that vision and blow that combo that we were looking for with the Annie into Vladimir Rumble.
Yo, yeah.
In a corridor.
Yep.
Tristana now does have 2-item power spike, so that is a thing. We've got Locket of the Iron Solari completed against double AP, which is huge as well. EDG, they have hit sort of an item timing that they're probably okay with at this stage, but they're still so far behind. We'll just see what they can do to try and claw their way back in, or whether SKT is just going to roll over the top. And you can see now pushing down this inner turret with impunity in the top side, and only Deft and Mako can't do much about this.
Yeah, 3 people top lane, now 4 as Rek'Sai comes on up. Of course, global TPs from their jungler and their top lane means they can have those guys split push. The other ones go and knock real structures down. Turret number 6 for SK Telecom T1. Edward Gaming, just all their lanes pushed in. Even if they wanted to trade objectives, all they'd get would be 2 minion waves.
And the only things that they have left to trade away are inhibitor turrets.
Yep.
You don't want to trade those. The exchange rate's too much for inhibitor turrets. Can't afford that. Thank you, though. Trying to take a raptor here from Clearlove, who says, come on, man. This is my jungle. Stop being mean.
Oh, Clearlove wins the smite more. Maybe an omen of things to come. Don't try Baron Bengi. It's too risky.
Dangerous times. EDG moving towards the top side of the map now as well. Clearlove already up there, wants to be able to clear out some of this farm for himself, but seems like things have slowed down just a little bit as Korra's going to get a little bit of aggression there on the bottom side, but nothing going to really come for it. Bengi looking for something. I don't know whether he wants to find enough.
Yeah. Well, definitely
does now. He was backing on a ward there as well as Wolf comes around, wants to find even more CC as Bang.
Ooh!
Yeah, cute little hop over the Gromp as Bengi trying to come through. There's in fact the Fate's call. They really want this kill as Korra. The Hex Trigger's pop. Nice to stop Bengi from getting anything going, but is he going to be okay? There's a Lantern ignored again, and Mako just wants his team to take one of his Dark Passages. Like, please, someone.
I love how you could just see Bengi getting frustrated. He was waiting for the hop, and he was like, come on, hop, then I'm going to jump, hop, then I'm going to tunnel in. And he was like, oh, you know what? Forget it. I'm going in. And finally, there goes the hop and the escape. But I think right now it's finally time for EDG. They kind of have to make a bush play. They need some surprise factor.
Well, they can surprise factor top lane inhibitor turret. The entire other team is on the bot side of the map, so Baron's not even a problem. In comes the push onto Marin. He's got the equalizer, but it's not going to hit Deft. Oh, maybe a premature ult, and Marin's going to survive it.
Oh, explosive shot not quite doing enough damage as Bengi and Easyhoon looking for something. Preyseeker going to find Clearlove, but he's pretty tanky. Glacial Prison is down, so of course they do not want to turn.
And what is with Edward Gaming 80 carries and underperforming at big international tournaments?
Oh dear.
It's not a curse these guys want to have, but so far Def honestly hailed as the best 80 carry in the world. Not having a great game. It's just one that he's done poorly on, but still it's a player I think the team needed to step up here.
Don't take Tristana into Kalista. Don't give them Kalista.
Yeah,
it's supposed to do something that it just hasn't done this game. We haven't worked out yet.
It got first blood, and then it just failed to push turrets around. Just
I give, maybe I'm biased because I'm a jungler, but I give the credit for first blood to Clearlove. Capitalizing on no flash and coming over.
You mean like getting caught at level 1 and having full flash onto him?
Yeah, credit where credit's due.
Yep. I like it. I could almost argue that I'm good at League of Legends. Credit for being out of position. This is cool.
You're welcome, man.
Finally.
All planned after.
Finally, we have some neutral objectives here.
The Scuttle Crab.
That's the one.
That's the one. right.
Oh, dear.
So here goes the vision battle. In preparation for that bait in for SKT. See how long they will fight the vision war before they can actually collapse. Big wave bottom, you'll notice. SKT have prepped this fight. It's about to crash into that inhibitor right now. Pings now finally go down for EDG. They realized it.
Well, they needed him to get ward control back. SKT, as soon as they realized that this Gnar is left, go right back in to get the wards back. SKT, again, not risking a 5v5 in open field, but a 5v4 they're happy with. Clearlove down a half HP already. They're going to continue the fight. Out goes the Lantern.
Yep, Lantern going to take him to safety, but that's a half-health jungler here, and SKT, they could just get straight on the Baron. It's in fact already been started. Bang doesn't want to waste any time here. Does get knocked up super high into the air, but the Baron has a whole lot of arrows in it. They are going to peel off because EDG have found their way around. Clearlove decided he didn't want to back. Half health is enough. Oh, and Myron actually looking to take something through. Oh my goodness, Pawn somehow surviving that, but not for long here as Bang's found him. There's Koro looking for something, does get the stun against the wall, but instantly QSS as Mako looking to try and catch onto a Bangy, but he's not even sure whether he wants to do that one as EDG are just melting. Bang wants to find a way back into the team fight. Deft at half health. Koro, you are most definitely dead, and Deft forced to use the rocket jump very defensively. Clearlove surviving here for now, but that is 3 kills as EDG were trying to escape that whole time.
Impressive victory there for SKT, and that will be at least one inhibitor. See if they can actually retreat and grab a neutral objective after this.
There's 10 seconds on most of the respawns. Teleport is 20 seconds on Death Timer as well.
They don't
choose Dragon instead.
They don't quite decide to go for that Baron.
But this is 4th Dragon here as well. This is putting a timer on EDG. The 5th Dragon so incredibly strong.
But it puts an interesting timer on SKT as well. They're still rather low, and the big ultis for the team fight are down. Edward Gaming honestly have room to make a really risky Baron play. I don't think it would quite work, but SKT let the guys respawn, stay at low health, now are forced to recall. Edward Gaming gets about 30 seconds to get a bit of map control back and maybe try for something else.
I think the time is actually gone now. EDG is so split up right now. All SKT have to do is return to the Baron and again play the exact same vision game.
Yeah.
Only this time they have got super minions marching up mid, so it's much easier.
Yeah, their pink wards didn't even get cleared. There's still that pink on the Baron itself. No one from Edward Gaming was able to go down and get rid of it.
Clearlove still having a bit of fun here, but that's a Ravenous death cap here on Myron as well. He's got a Zhonya's. He doesn't have the Leandry's completed just yet, but he's got all the flat penetration. This is a terrifying Rumble. He does some serious damage.
Oh yeah, it's going to be absolutely brutal. SK Telecom can cut through all the magic resist one more time. SKT tries again. Come fight us at Baron. Trust me, it's going to be a whole bunch of fun. The ultis are all back up for SKT. Edward Gaming, in comes the teleport. They're going to have to try to stop this one. 5,000 health on the Baron. Koro jumps over the wall to get away, so Hop will be down for a few more seconds.
He has no rage here on this Naba here as well, but SKT not going to be able to start up too much of this fight. They don't have a whole lot of engage apart from Wolf. So the fact that he was trying to take down a ward meant that they weren't really able to do too much, but
EDG's in a good spot. They can clear the mid lane a wave, but of course, Marin is still pushing the bot lane in with teleport up.
Right, they were able to draw out the cooldown they were looking for with that Baron attempt. And so now they've got complete pressure on bottom lane and nobody can go answer without recalling. So SKT keeping up the pressure in the mid lane.
Blink coming in from Marin as well.
Beautiful ultimate from Clearlove. Look at the equalizer in the backside though, on top of the Hemo Plague as well. This is what this comp's supposed to do.
Oh, wow.
And SKT's doing triple kill for Easy Hoon. And SKT, they can win the game. That was stunning.
Zhonya's in pool. SKT is walking forward. Surrender vote comes out. 33 minutes, 33 seconds. SK Telecom T1, 2-0 on the day so far.
That was just such beautiful play. And EDG, they just looked like they had no idea what to do against that comp at all from the word go, apart from sort of first blood and then, oh wait, what do we do now?
I mean, a smart early move, got the first blood. They tried to get out of that matchup. They tried to get lane swap situations so that Gnar could more or less hold on to a 1v2 and Tristana could go knock turrets down. But SK Telecom T1 kept finding the matchup. They used the Callista Annie to completely brutalize that poor Tristana Thresh lane, and Deft never got off the ground, even though he learned rocket jump at level 1.
At the pro level, there's just so much pressure that comes from a Callista Annie lane.
Yeah.
Ridiculously hard to work around. It makes you have to make these really difficult choices.
Yeah, and the Tristana just didn't seem to do what it was supposed to do theoretically, that I'm still not entirely sure what that was.
I think it was supposed to be for a lane swap, and it didn't happen. You saw how hard these teams tried to match that, and I thought there were elements that were so good for EDG. Oh, Marin's TP is down, and they can swap the lanes early because there's so much push power on Tristana with explosive shot. Oh, this could be so good. And yet SKT, they took the licks. Okay, Marin, you lost a wave and a half. So what? These matchups are important. Props to Marin for doing well with the CS and a half a level disadvantage. And SKT just played the laning phase over and over and over again and accrued advantages.
Yeah, they just played it beautifully. And of course, EDG, not a whole lot they could do.
Bad matchups overall. Ever Gaming looking for a lot of push power. Couldn't do it. Great team fights overall by SKT.
Yeah, but now we're going to hand it over to our panel of experts to break down that game.
Thank you, Atlas. Pretty solid game there for SKT. One half of the desk was correct here. Let's dive into it, though. Let's break down some pretty high-level play there by both teams.
Oh, I don't let Spawn off this easy. They're gonna get crushed. It's gonna be one-sided, huh?
Hey, I said it was gonna be one-sided. You said EDG.
Do you have a moment to talk about the Church of Easy Hoon?
I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm just going to say that when we threw up yesterday what the weakness of EDG was, if there could possibly be one, I said pick bans. And you guys all called me insane. Yeah? That was the worst pick ban phase I have seen coming through in a long time. I actually don't understand at what point of the game they thought their composition was stronger.
Yeah, I don't understand the Tristana at all.
Well, you could say that their comp was terrible, but the SKT composition was one of my favorite comps of all time. It's 5-threat composition. Each champion on that team is a huge threat to any team. You got knock-up CCs, a lot of damage, and a thing that goes unnoticed is the fact that these champions have really cheap power spikes. Rumble needs a Haunting Guys and a Sorcerer Shoes. Nar, on the other hand, you know, he might need a Warmogs, might need a Randuin's, maybe even a Maw. A Lulu, by the time that she finishes her Athene's Holy Grail and Death Cap, Vlad's already sitting at 3 items. His item spikes are Will of the Ancients, a Abyssal Scepter. It's really cheap, so they can fight really early. And Tristana needs 2 items, while Kalista only 1. Force these super early fights when EDG cannot even contest at all, and they try to contest, and look at what happened. They got rolled over.
Yeah, but that's not the EDG we're used to seeing. We've seen EDG fall so far behind. They'll give up 4 dragons. They'll give up the first Baron and then fight you at 45 minutes in the game. That EDG that we just saw then realized that their team comp got outclassed and they didn't pick for the late game. Jinx was available. Deft is, and I will stick by this. Bang had a fantastic game, but that is a game. Deft is still the premier AD carry, and if he was on Jinx, they at least have something to fall back on.
I feel like also that was a testament to how well Kalista was played in this game. Like, if anybody wants to learn Kalista, this is the game to look out for, and this is the player to look out for.
Yeah, Bang's Kalista is a little different than what we're seeing in NA, because what he does is he maxes Q first, and he's constantly throwing a Ren stack on a minion, possibly 2, queuing through it, and it does enough damage since he's maxing Q to go through it, and then it hits Deft over and over again, and then he just pops the Ren, and it's so much damage because of the damage of the spear on top of it. And we're seeing his lane partner, Annie, walk up, throw the stun, so he just basically lines it up so he can knock it down after it, and he gets the Sentinel passive on top of it. It's really good because in NA, people are maxing E still and building Runaan's Hurricane. People eventually were like, all right, let's stop building Runaan's first, get a BF sword, but then they didn't adapt the skill order from swapping it over from E to Q. You should be maxing Q first if you're going for the BT.
Clearly a lot of passionate discussion to be had about this game. We'll get right back into it in just a moment. We've got Shox at the interview lounge for a word with a member of the victorious SKT.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Bengi after that victory from SKT over EDG. Congratulations, Bengi. And we heard you saying in the features beforehand that you were very excited to go up against Clearlove and respect him very much. Do you think that you were able to pressure him out in this game, that you had a better game plan and a better game?
그 예전 인터뷰 때 클리어러브 선수를 되게 존경하고 선수로서 되게 존중한다고 말씀하셨었는데 어떻게 이번 경기 때 본인이 좀 더 좋은 활약을 펼쳤다고 생각하시나요?
일단 제가 뭐 그렇게 활약한 것 같진 않고 이번 판에 팀원들이 잘해서 제가 활약할 수 있었는데 탑에서 그 기회를 놓친 것 같아서 아쉬워요.
I think we won this game because of my teammates. I had my chance at top, but I kind of blew it. But overall, I want to thank my teammates for the win.
Yeah, you guys all played very well together. after the finals where Tom did so good for you guys for SKT, how did that affect your mindset coming in and then ending up being selected for this tournament with all the experience that you have?
그 MSI 오기 전에 롤챔스 결승전 때 톰 선수가 되게 좋은 활약을 펼쳤었는데요. 근데 톰 선수의 활약 보면서 좀 MSI에 올 때 좀 동기부여 됐었는지 좀 물어보고 싶네요. 네.
질문 다시요.
톰 선수의 활약 보면서 MSI 올 때 좀 본인에게 동기부여가 됐었는지.
일단 결승전을 올라갔는데 경기를 못 뛴 거에 대한 약간 아쉬움이 좀 커서 이번 MSI에 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줘야 될 것 같다는 동기부여는 됐는데 그래도 여전히 아쉽네요. 결승전에 못 뛴 거.
I was motivated by Tom's play during LCK finals, but I still hope that I could have had my chance at the LCK finals. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you've definitely shown what you're worth here already. 2-0 for SKT today, and you guys are still playing TSM in the last game of the day in front of their home crowd favorites. After what you've seen from TSM today, how big of a chance do you give them that they can beat you?
이제 오늘 마지막 경기로 TSM과의 경기가 남았는데요. 또 오늘 TSM의 경기력 봤을 때 TSM이 SKT1 팀을 어떻게 이길 수 있을 것 같으세요?
일단 저희 오늘 일단 분위기가 좋아서 TSM도 잘하는 팀이라 질 수도 있지만 지금 분위기로는 잘 할 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
I think our team is playing great today. Even though TSM is a really good team, today I think we have an upper hand.
Today they have the upper hand. We will see that as the last game of the day. Thank you very much, and we're going to move back over to Dash over at the desk.
Thank you, Shaks. Now, there was a lot of discussion about which substitutes SKT should be bringing along to MSI. So, Irene, I want to hit you up for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, at first, I was really surprised that they were going to bring Bengi, considering the 3-0 performance that we saw Tom have alongside Easyhoon in the LCK finals. I thought it was actually kind of short-sighted to bring Bengi instead of Tom, because I thought Tom needed the international experience before Worlds if they were actually like being full on with that commitment to bring him into the team. But then Bengi's been stepping up here. Bengi's been showing that his Rek'Sai is still very relevant on the Cinderhulk patch, and he's able to make these aggressive moves and even be relevant in the late game. So I think that I have to rethink my entire thought process behind that, because Tom, he does have some tilty moments, and I think that Bengi being able to keep his cool, it shows that they brought him because they're here to win this. They aren't here to give Tom experience. They're here to win this tournament.
I think you also have to rethink that Easyhoon is pretty damn
good. Dude, the immortal. He didn't
this
die.
Guy is
He is very good. He's very good. And this plays into what I want to go into next, which is that even with this organization having multiple subs and therefore many different rosters that they can throw onto the field, they seem to have pretty stellar communication. These guys do not miss a beat no matter who they're playing. With that, I want to jump into our replay of the final fight of the match. Sheepy, take it away, because this was them pivoting on a dime.
I think this was such a strong team fight. Wolf is going in, hitting 2 people with his ultimate. And what you can see here as well is that he's standing so much in front, and Rumble, perfect follow-up, and then the ultimate from Kalista, that is just such an on-point communication. And they had so much pressure, and then was Bang coming in, slowly putting more and more pressure, and EDG is still all alive, and then everyone just dies.
That was the orbital ion cannon from off screen.
Yeah, you have to note, this is a composition that can eliminate the backline without even looking at it. An equalizer with a Vladimir ulti immediately gets the backline out of the fight. Tristana has to rocket jump away. Lulu has to get out of there because she's cooking up. And they didn't even use spells on them when they died.
I want to get Spawn in here on this one here.
I just want to point out, the entirety of that fight, Deft is free hitting and doing nothing. He was an absolute non-factor in that whole fight. And I definitely agree with you guys. It was well coordinated, well set up. But by that time, the game had kind of already ran away with itself. They could have probably whiffed the equalizer. Vlad ulted no one, and Easyhoon still would have cleaned up the rest of the fight. Their communication's on point, but EDG need to fix their early game.
Well, but that's interesting you point out the early game, because we saw EDG capitalize on the blown flashes with the visits to the top lane. It was the bottom players, the bottom lane support and AD carry, to capitalize on flashes. So they were putting a lot of pressure on the map with that Sejuani, but even so, didn't equate to an early enough lead given the CS disadvantage between the AD carries.
I feel like EDG played a really good early game, visiting the top lane and getting the first blood there. And I really liked as well how it was following up afterwards. What was happening was Koro was getting a lead over Marin, and Bang was getting a lead over Def, both around 10 to 15 to 20 CS. And then you just had the game going 2 versus 2, 1 versus 1. SKT actually initiating lane swaps afterwards. And what happened after 18 minutes was that Koro was still with a 15 CS lead, but Bang was actually 45 CS ahead, and Def was so far behind that he was a non-factor.
And you talked about the very, very early part where they got the kill top. Then they followed all the way through the jungle. Bengi's looking at the blue. He got screwed early game. They're like, we're showing up at your red. He was able to smite it away, and EasyHoon's ghost on the Vladimir really picked them up and into that fight. And I thought that was just kind of a misplay there by EDG, because they had an advantage that they didn't push.
Well, we'll definitely be looking for EDG to step it up individually, because that's what we gave them so much praise for going into this tournament. But SKT, a solid display from a team standpoint, team play standpoint, and as you mentioned, of course, Bang's Callista being absolutely stellar. And that's going to do it here for this game. Don't touch that browser. When we return, we'll dive into our 7th match, which pits AHQ against Besiktas Esports Club. The action continues in just a few minutes.
This is the matchup we finally get to see. Number 1 China versus number 1 Korea.
Oh, level 1 rocket jump. Aggressive play. Beautiful play back here as well. Wolf going down so low. He's burning burst blood.
That's another kill picked up. Now Def wants it. Knocks it back. Still can't get the kill. EasyHoon picks up one for the team.
As Mako looking to try and catch onto Bangi, but not even sure whether he wants to do that one, as EDG are just melting Bang. Beautiful ultimate from Clearlove. Look at the equalizer in the backside though, on top of the Hemo Plague as well. This is what this comp's supposed to do.
SK Telecom T1 2-0 on the day so far.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational taking place in Tallahassee, Florida. It's time for our 7th match with AHQ facing off against Besiktas Esports Club. Let's start off with AHQ. Yeah. How are they going to get a victory here?
Well, right now they need to just play what they've been playing right from the last 2 games that we saw, because AHQ came out of the gate swinging, and they're trying to assert themselves as a top 4 team to make it into the bracket stages and out of the round robin. Didn't think it was going to be that situation coming into today, but they showed that they aren't just here to learn. They're here to actually compete after that last game against Fnatic.
I feel like that BJK really needs to look out for how the early game and the first 20 minutes are going to happen, because they went 10K behind, and losing games twice around 26.5 minutes. They really need to step up their early game.
You know, we know that they're a really aggressive team, but I feel like AHQ is really telegraphing what they're trying to do. They've camped bottom lane relentlessly both these games. Even when they had a Fizz, you'd think, oh, you want to camp the Fizz lane, and Fizz would be screaming, camp my lane. Well, no, he's just going bottom lane himself. All the attention's going bottom. So if Besiktas can actually prepare for that, which should be relatively easy, it's just one lane, they could probably counter it and do really well.
All right, well, let's flip over to that other side. Besiktas, Spawn, how does our wildcard team come away with the victory in this one?
Yeah, well, realistically, this is probably their best shot at the victory. So that's exactly how they have to tackle it. These guys, as well as Fnatic, maybe, but Fnatic are showing that they're really stepping up at the moment, are probably the 2 teams that Besiktas would have targeted specifically. And the reason that this one gives me a lot of hope is because the LMS was attached to the Garena region, and we've already seen Besiktas go through the Bangkok Titans. They did it in the international wildcard, and they did it handily. They actually dealt with the early game aggression really well. Bangkok Titans is a team that lacks the turret dive. You will send so many people. They even have a Lee Sin player on their lineup still, even on the latest patch. That's how aggressive these guys are. So the fact that they were able to get through that, I think that this is a match that Besiktas can really target.
So Sheepy, it seems like for both of these teams, the key lies in the early game.
Yeah, and I think both have the possibilities to do a lot in the early game. I think a lot will come down to the first blood, and both of those teams have the most bloodthirsty supports, Elvis and Dumbledore. Elvis, Dumbledore, I'm just expecting magic to happen in this game.
There you have it. I mean, both of them stellar first bloods on FLICKR in one. But that's the other thing. They took those first bloods for themselves. They weren't willing to give them away to their AD carries.
Thresh, man. Thresh is so easy at getting. The Janna one, I was a little bit surprised, but Thresh is like the easiest person to get first blood on.
They're absolutely bloodthirsty supports, and that's what I like to see. That's how I like my supports.
Well, I'm hoping for a kill-heavy game as well. As we send it to our caster desk, Besiktas' Thaldren talks about his team synergy.
I think our team fighting in positioning is really good. Even without communication, we think in the same way, so we act as a whole without communication. So I can say that our synergy is good, and that is what makes us strong.
Hey guys, welcome back to the caster desk. I am Doa, that's Monte Cristo and Deficio over there, and we are going to bring you your final 2 games of the night. First off, Besiktas versus AHQ. Now this game is actually really interesting now because AHQ took out Fnatic, so another win here could give them actually a really good chance to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, and if we judge the 2 teams here, of course AHQ will be the favorites. Besiktas not really had a good showing so far.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think that HQ really does have to win this, like you said, Doa, and I still have a bit of concern about AHQ. Their Baron stats and their playoff run not going so well so far. They've actually only taken 45% of the Barons in their games back in Taiwan. But beyond that, I think they're a strong favorite. They're a strong favorite.
And there is Besiktas on your screen, of course.
And yeah, let's go ahead and check out the starting lineups for today's games, by the way. So if we can get that up and rolling.
Yep, that would be good. Okay, it's Thaldren up in the top lane, of course. Or never mind, there's HQ.
HQ first, yeah.
Instead, Ziv in the top lane, Mountain in the jungle, Westor, of course, at mid lane and at ADC, and Albus down at support with their coach Backstairs.
And on the red side, it is Besiktas Esports Club. In the top lane, we've got Thaldren, jungle, Theokoles, mid lane will be Energy, AD carry, Nardius, and support, Dumbledore.
Of course, the Dumbledore here, but if we look at this Besiktas lineup, coming into this tournament, we often talk about Nardius being one of the big carries, but Thaldren in the top lane, at least in the wildcard tournament, was a big force. Here, we haven't really seen anything except for maybe the first 5 minutes from the team where they've been doing well. Got the first blood on FLICKR, everyone talks about it. As a team, they really have to adjust in terms of the pick and ban phase. I mean, you cannot first pick a Morgana at this level here and then give away so strong picks. They will be on the purple side. We're going to have HQ on blue side, so we won't get to see a West Door last pick. That's going to be one of the changes. Let's see if he can adapt. He doesn't really play a whole lot of safe champions in the mid lane, except for maybe the likes of a Karthus.
Yeah, or perhaps a Cho'Gath as well.
Could also be one of them.
And it looks like it is time, guys, to move into picks and bans here for our game between AHQ and Besiktas. Here at the League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational, we have the Ahri and Kalista bans right off the bat. And of course, the Albus Dumbledoge matchup.
Yeah, and if you look at the bans coming in from Besiktas beforehand, it was LeBlanc and Urgot when they were on blue side. That's not two champions HQ uses a lot, if they even play them at all. So I'm not expecting those bans to come in from them. They can change that up a little bit. Thresh is a support ban. I think you should aim towards AHQ Esports because it's so good at setting up these ganks in the bottom lane, and we know they just love to camp that bottom lane so hard. Mountain, he comes down there multiple times. I think that has to be banned. LeBlanc is not a champion you need to ban against Westor. He barely plays it.
Yeah, he didn't in fact play it at all over the course of the playoffs for the LMS. He was only on that TF, Fizz, Karthus, Cho'Gath, and Zed. So. Yeah. A little bit of a curiosity there.
Even Zed as well. I mean, Zed in the current meta is not that strong of a pick because it's so hard for him to find targets. The window for him to snowball is so small. I really don't think it's bans you have to use against Westor. If Thresh gets locked in with Mountain getting Rek'Sai as well, you know what's gonna happen. Also, the 2v2 roam they have together into the enemy jungle is so effective. That's what they used against Fnatic.
So first pick Rek'Sai for AHQ. Now, Theocles hovering over Warwick. I don't think we're going to see that locked in.
No, but we may see an Urgot yet. It is a bit puzzling.
Certainly.
That the AHQ pick was the Rek'Sai first. There are a lot of course, priority junglers still on the table.
Yeah.
And Anne is a player who likes to play that Urgot.
Well, normally, at least when we do see HQ, and what they have run quite a lot, is Anne as one of the main damage dealers, and then Westor often even goes, I'm gonna call it a supported role by picking like Karthus and building Rylai's and kind of kiting for Anne in these team fights. So Urgot in that case wouldn't really fit in too well for him. He wants some of these high damage dealers, and also one of these laners like Kalista, if that's the case he goes for, they can snowball with a Thresh.
You can see they've just really got a lot of confidence with Dumbledoge on this Morgana. He did make a big difference with it in their run to get here, but again, you know, is it really worth that early pick when they could have taken something like a top laner as well as that, Sivir? You think?
I think this priority on Morgana is quite odd and quite unnecessary as well.
You're not worried about it getting taken away.
It's very much comfort picks.
Yeah.
You are a wildcard team here. You're just here to basically do your best. We've seen how much fun these players have between games. They know they're not going in as a favorite. So they want to make sure they have comfort picks and maybe something where they can create some picks. And yeah, the Dumbledoge build we saw in the wildcard tournament, was it Hourglass into Luden's Echo, and then he tried to get a death cap as well, and a support Morgana. So clearly it's his kind of champion.
I like that. I like the more AP built on supports, the more damage in general, the better. But it didn't work out so far today for him. Looks like maybe Janna, maybe Gnar for AHQ.
Okay, so they are...
Looks like it will be.
Yeah, they're changing it up a little bit from AHQ Esports here. Not running a Thresh this time around. And then, as we have seen, I mean, Kalista was banned and Sivir was taken away. That's the 280 carries we've seen from Ant today. Maybe they want to go for a bit more late game scaling and have that Janna as the needed protection.
Well, plus with the Sivir coming in as well. And the one, I suppose I'm grasping at straws a little bit, but the one nice thing I think about that early Morgana pick is it at least prevents the other team from taking Thresh. They have to think twice about that lane matchup, at the very least.
That is true. Looks like we might have a Cassiopeia in mid for Energy. Certainly has been a pretty strong pick so far across the board today.
But not one that he has been heavily playing.
Two times Lulu in the mid lane. He has the counter pick potentially for Westor. I would save my mid pick here, because if you look at a champion for Westor, if he looks like a Twisted Fate, you can play a bit of a lane pool against it and try and get a few kills and use that as a way for you to snowball, because we know Besiktas has to make plays in the early game. I'm not sure showing your mid lane pick is necessary already.
Yeah, it seems like against such a strong mid laner like Westor, you need to try to counter him as much as you can. But Energy with that confidence, the Cassiopeia, the jungle Gragas as well coming in here.
And especially also because you've already seen the top lane pick from AHQ, so there's like no surprise left, really. Maybe again, he's just afraid of Westor taking the Cassiopeia, but
maybe.
But it's not a champion he's been
again,
playing.
that's the same thing. We don't really know what's been happening in scrims this week, and obviously these teams don't really know each other too well. But if you just look at the playoff run for HQ, some of the bans and some of the picks here are not ones you have to be afraid of from HQ side.
Well, 2 final picks here for AHQ. Maybe the Jinx. How do you think that would fit into this composition? Pretty decently with the Janna, of course, and always a great late game hyper carry.
Yeah, I really like this. I think this is showing a new dimension to AHQ's play. Obviously, they are coming in as a heavy favorite. And there it is, the Westor Twisted Fate.
It's locked in, and so now, I mean, is this kind of a nightmare scenario for Energy here with Cassiopeia? It's kind of a nightmare scenario in general, because that TF can show up in any lane.
Well, I mean, the matchup itself is good for Energy. He will have control of this lane here and will have very, very good trades against the Twisted Fate. The problem is Twisted Fate is one of these champions who can always play really safe, farm from long range, and then impact the other lanes instead of his own. I mean, you don't really see a TF solo someone out.
One problem with the TF pick right here is he does have a limited ability to gank. There are double spell shields going to be in the bottom lane, so it will be actually quite hard to get onto some of these AD carries if he wants to port into the back line. So that means Energy probably should be taking Cleanse.
True.
We see it often, at least in this case where this one stun can basically ruin your entire day for him. But if he wants to try and completely snowball the lane, he needs an offensive summoner in this case, or at least run maybe a Ghost, because you know Twisted Fate runs Ghost Flash as well to try and catch up with him.
And is this going to be a top lane Diana, or do you think it's going to be a top lane Cassiopeia and mid Diana?
I think it's going to be a top lane Cassiopeia, and the reason why is we know that Energy is a Diana player. He actually had some pretty impressive objective steals, including a Baron with that Diana.
That is true.
Yeah.
Still sticking with the Ignite, though.
I mean, we called how the Cassiopeia mid, if it was the mid lane pick, would have been weird showing it and not saving as a last pick, and clearly Besiktas here fooled us as well and just decided to use it as a flex pick. So I kind of like that adaptation. Diana as well, once she hits level 6, can set up ganks on Twisted Fate so effective. Gragas is one of the best early junglers in terms of the gank and the CC he does provide. He won't match the Rek'Sai in terms of damage, but Diana dashing in, knocking back a TF, and then a Gragas following, that should be a kill for Besiktas.
I like it too, and this is what we were talking about. This is Besiktas trying to take charge of the early game, and they're really going to need to do it against a team like AHQ, especially an AHQ that took out Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. However, going late, that Aegis, that Locket, going to be very effective up against Besiktas' composition. And I'm a little bit worried, but we'll see if HQ can pull it back into the late game right here. Westor will be probably pretty heavily focusing on the top side, so Thaldrin, who really is one of the main sources of damage for his team, is going to have to come up big against a Gnar, a Rek'Sai, and a TF, all trying to take him down.
That's right, and remember guys to send those tweets, hashtag AHQWin or hashtag BJKWin. Who do you think is going to take it here in our second to last game of the night? It's been a long day, but the games have been awesome, and we are ready to move on to Summoner's Rift for AHQ versus Besiktas here at the Mid-Season Invitational. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Look at Westor here, changing up the summoners, not running Ghost on Twisted Fate in this matchup.
Wow.
He will be looking to push it in early on, try and force Energy to sit on the tower and then be ready for these 2v2 trades when a Rek'Sai joins, and that's where the Ignite can be very, very powerful for him, as long as he can spot where Gragas is coming from and he doesn't get instantly gipped in the 2v2 fight.
Yeah, I wonder if, like you're saying, this is an adaptation because he doesn't necessarily have that big gank pressure in the bottom lane. He has to figure out another place on the map to make a play.
Dancing time.
It's like Westor's already here with the gold card.
Huh. He's going to find Nardius in the bush here. Uh-oh, Nardius may be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to burn that flash early. Hit with the gold card anyway. They're going to chase a little ways. Getting that summoner early on, though, is pretty nice.
I really love this level 1 from AHQ. You have your bottom lane take a standard route from the tri-bush into the small bushes, like they normally would do. You know, you don't really expect too much from it. And then the Twisted Fate has run at the tier 1 tower, hogging the wall on the way, and then you just sneak up from the side, forcing a summoner from Nardius here. So good little start from them. We could potentially see an early gank now in this bottom lane. We've seen it a few times already today. Force that flash level 1, have your jungler come down, take red buff, and just go for the first gank.
Well, yeah, I'd imagine, like, especially against a Sivir that isn't exactly the most mobile AD carry in the world, it'd be pretty easy to set something up if they're not careful.
Yeah, not even... Let's see what Nardius wants to do. I mean, Grump would be standard stuff for them and start pushing the lane, but that is, of course, risky. without that flash. So you might have to think twice if you are Besiktas at the moment.
Yeah, pings from HQ going down on that Gromp because they do have that ward there, so they are going to see that this is going to be taken.
I'm a little bit surprised we don't see a lane swap from HQ in the sense that the Cassiopeia is a fairly easy champion to dive in these swaps here. If she's sitting there trying to farm in a 1v2 situation, you just push it into tower, send up your jungler and your top lane, even your jungler alone, honestly, and you kill her in the early stages. But they take the one-on-one lane, so they have to be able to camp this lane now with the Rek'Sai. It's something Team Solomon failed to do. In the first game against Fnatic, when we had this matchup in top, Cassiopeia versus the Gnar, we have to see the Rek'Sai make some plays on the top side of the map. And we have to see Besiktas realize that's going to happen. Get that early Rift Scuttle on the top side, or at least a ward down.
Well, it seems like HQ's plan is to make that earlier assault right here. They're still trading. Well, they just have the level 1 to the level 2, but they did give the Krugs over to Rek'Sai in this instance, so just trying to get a little bit more farm and experience on the jungler. See if they can abuse the...
Look at the move, though. Look.
Yeah, you really need to be careful about pushing up this far if you're Besiktas right now. Here comes Mountain. And, oh man, they are really far up. Nardius and Dumble Doge may be in trouble here. They're backing up now, but is it soon enough? Coming in, the Dark Binding dodge, there's a knock-up on Nardius in trouble. Oh, the Whirlwind doesn't connect though. Is Dumble Doge in trouble? Theocles coming from behind. There's a flashing exhaust. First blood goes over to Albus. Meanwhile, more action. Oh, On goes down from the turret, and AHQ has to retreat. It's a 1-for-1, and dare I say, turning out a little bit better for Nardius there.
Yeah, well, honestly, AHQ knew Theocles' jungle timing from his route, the fact that they had the ward at the Gromp right there, so it shouldn't have been a surprise if they make a gank at around this time that this Gragas could come back for a counter gank and getting just a little bit too deep under the turret.
Yeah, now with Mountain showing himself on the bottom side, the Cassiopeia Gnar matchup is of course heavily in favor of Thaldrin up in this top lane. He's already been pushing down, forcing the first TP. But we just mentioned how you get that flash early from the level 1, then you go for the gank with the Rek'Sai. That's why taking Grom and start pushing the lane was risky for Besiktas, and they did somewhat get punished, but they managed to turn around by simply, dare I say, punish HQ, but then not respecting the jungler. Well, coming down as well.
And now we've got this pickaxe onto this Sivir, and the first blood going onto a support, so it's not going to be great things for AHQ. And even with that a little bit of a faster jungling start right there from the Rek'Sai, trying to camp west.
Really wants to make something happen in the mid lane, but all he's going to get is a gold card and some damage in return.
It's not really a great way to gank that lane right now because Diana can't close unless you use the flash.
Kind of casually sauntering up. That's not a good lane gank idea. Okay, if you say so.
All you want to do for Diana in the mid lane, pre-level 6, is just ward her sides so she can safely sit and farm. She's obviously a melee champion, and she's one of the easiest to gank when you have the likes of a Twisted Fate with a stun card to simply lock her down. So the warding...
the Mountain may be coming through here. Yeah, they're back under turret.
At full HP, this is going to be a risky one from
I don't
HQ.
know if you'd want to dive this. This seems like a bit of a risk. Well, dodges Fermented Soil. Dumbledore is going to investigate, going to find the Rek'Sai. There's a knockup. He's going to take some serious damage. Remember, no flash. He'll be able to back off without taking too much, I suppose.
Honestly, showing there as a jungler just I don't think was worth it at all because that's going to inspire some play into the top lane. A little bit more aggression probably from Thaldrin.
Especially also because if you look at the top side jungle for Mountain and AHQ, there is everything up at the moment. He's not been taking anything, so it's going to be a delayed blue buff coming in when it spawns the second time, unless they want to give the very first over to Westor in the first situation. And also there's been no pressure on top side.
That would have been a hilarious Gromp steal, but we've seen stranger things. We've seen Dragon Soul with Whirlwind. It does happen. And Mountain may be making a play on the mid lane here, but I think he wants his mid laner there first. He's going to go in. Are they going to catch Energy here? There's a Chilling Smite. Energy making it out. Having to burn that flash, though.
Fisho, why will no one gank the top lane Cassiopeia today?
Leave them alone. They're just trying to lane.
Really don't know. I really don't know. Is it because she has like 5 jumps? No, wait a minute.
They're just weirded out by it.
Run away from people. And you have a knock-up and a slow from a Gnar.
Oh, well.
My prayers may be answered.
You shall receive. Westor, he's level 6, isn't he?
It's going to be a 3v1 in the top lane. Westor is not spotted by any wards in his mid lane.
I think the snake may be in trouble. There's a teleport coming in. Thaldrin, can he escape? There's a gold card. A lot of damage coming in. That is an easy kill for Ziv there.
And you have to prepare for that. As
Oh,
a
yeah.
jungler, if you know Westor is going to be hitting 6, we did see the recall from Diana after the flash was burned, and Gragas moves into mid lane to cover to make sure they don't lose a whole lot of farm. But at the same time, that TF leaves the lane. You got to back way the hell off that tower.
Well, it looks like they're going to be able to take a dragon here. Maybe. We'll see how much pressure on and Albus want to put on this. Looks like they're just going to let him have it.
Yeah, trading the top kill and a lot of damage on the top towers. There's no teleport for Besiktas here for that dragon. So AHQ definitely saying here, we don't mind losing the first dragon in trying to get an advantage in our top lane, the one-on-one, gank that immobile Cassiopeia as well. Mountain now getting a red buff for himself. We'll be able to give the first blue buff over to Westor as well once he goes down to that bottom side or his own top side of the jungle with the grump and everything. We're gonna have to see from Besiktas now wards around this mid lane, because first of all, you want to make sure Energy can start playing aggressive against Westor, and you also want to spot next time he has ulti when he's moving to these lanes here. One thing is calling, oh, he's missing, but if that means you have to play passive every single time TF just leaves the lane, then you end up giving CS in lane, you end up losing a lot of pressure just by this Twist of Fate going out of his lane. So you need these wards here on the sides to spot when Westor is moving.
That said, I think that the overwhelming likelihood is that he's going top side. So in this particular game, due to the Sivir and Morgana, and here we go, Mountain coming back in.
Yeah, there's a knock up on the Thaldrun. Ziv coming in. He's about to go Mega Gnar fairly soon. Can Thaldrun get away? There's Theocles coming in, and it looks like they'll be able to push HQ in. In fact, they might be able to get a kill. The turnaround. There's a stun onto Ziv. That he's still in trouble. There's a kill for Twisted Fate. Meanwhile, Energy tries to make something happen as well. Westor comes in. Another gold card lands. Will it be another kill? Oh, not quite. Theocles manages to take down Westor. Energy on the run now, but I don't think he's going to make it out. That Boomerang says no. Meanwhile, more action down in the bot lane. Albus trying to get away, but the damage, oh, it was going to be too high, but he used that flash, made it out. Teleport for Ziv just to make sure things are safe. Meanwhile, a bit more jungle v jungle in the top lane.
So much action right now here. And AHQ, they're putting the focus on top lane. We talked about it earlier in the game, how they were ignoring the lane, but now 2 ganks in a row. Mountain ultied up there, another one onto the Cassiopeia. 0-2 now for him, but at least Besiktas did get a kill in return.
Going to be stacking that tier relatively slowly, however. Not a lot of item buys yet for either of these teams, but Mountain pulling a little bit ahead in the jungle, although not opting for that Sightstone immediately. Westor going to go ahead and grab the blue buff.
Yep, a little bit of a lead early on for AHQ, but you know, where do you go from here? How do you start to snowball this?
I just keep diving Cassiopeia over and over again.
There you go.
You can just see what Westor was doing right here. He placed the pink on the way back from the blue buff. As you can see in your map, right next to the mid lane. So it's very easy for him now to move that way through the lane, knows he's not spotted by anything, and just ulted to that top lane over and over and over. Besiktas has to clear out this pink ward you see on your screen now, otherwise Westor will always be able to get the gank off.
And Theocles has to start playing more to the top side. If you look at all of the Rek'Sai tunnels in the top side jungle right now, with these double globals, it's an extremely easy setup for AHQ.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing actually that all those tunnels have been able to be set up without taking down. That's like a real lack of attention from Theocles.
Well, every time Theocles walks topside these days, they keep scrapping with him in his own jungle.
That's true, yeah.
So I think a bit scared of a rather tenuous position up in that side of the map at the moment.
Oh, Mountain just going through some of his own jungle, grabbing that red buff. But a passive moment here. Oh, never mind. We're going to find Theocles right away. Energy coming down to lend a bit of support here. Mountain knocked against the wall by that ultimate. Will he be able to get away here? That's a lot of damage coming from Energy, and that's a kill for the mid laner. Meanwhile, some more action down in bot lane. It feels like whenever there's a fight elsewhere on the map, that's like the cue for the bot lane to just immediately start fighting too.
So we've seen now how Theocles and Energy together roaming into the jungle of AHQ. They had the wards on the bottom side around this mid lane, and simply just by finding Mountain near the red buff can take him out. No response from Westor. Super easy pick for them. That's one way to get back here, because you might not be able to save this Cassiopeia in the top lane because she will die every single time they do this.
Here we go.
Maybe you focus on the bottom side instead.
Again, TF coming in to help complete this game. Thaldrun gets the double stun off, but he's still in big trouble. Another easy kill for AHQ. Meanwhile, again, more action down the bot lane. Dumbledoge getting a little bit low, and they actually got the kill on too.
I think it's fair for Besiktas now to say, Thaldrun my friend, you're 0-3, you're on your own. You're not even worth that much gold anymore. Just try and get the farm you can. We're going to control Dragon instead, and we're going to try and take over the mid and bottom lane and push those 2 lanes in and try and simply get some gold for you.
So is Thaldrun kind of just relegated to teamfight stun bot at this point?
For now, at least.
If he's lucky.
For now, at least.
If he can get close enough, I think, without getting stunned and dying himself.
That's going to be tough. Meanwhile, turrets going down across the map. Looks like Besiktas might be able to get 2 of them right here.
And that's a super, super good response. HQ keep investing a minimum of 3 guys to killing the Cassiopeia in the top lane.
Let's watch this action down the bot lane.
Just a nice binding into an all-in, I would assume from Dumbledoge.
Yep.
We do see it.
So walking up right there.
Yeah, maybe getting a little bit too far.
Binding number 2.
And yep, there's
There
the
it
stun. There's the pool, and so much damage coming in from Nardius right now.
It's a great black shield right there, too, on the Whirlwind.
And you can see the way Dumbledoge and Nardius was playing the lane. As soon as they saw the ulti from Westor, they were waiting, because saying, okay, I don't want to risk going all in, and he then teleports down behind us. But when they saw a top lane, then you could go for the all in with Dumbledoge and pick up the kills. So Besiktas, despite having a 0-3 top laner, is making plays on the other side of the map.
And funny enough, like Thaldrun has kept up in CS as well, too. So it's bad, but it could be worse, I suppose.
As long as you can keep making plays. Jinx is 0-2 as well. That's the thing we have to remember.
Yeah.
Dragon is spawning. That can be the second one for Besiktas. Let's see on the map here. No teleport for Sif in the top lane. So this can be a 4v5 for the Turkish team if they do to start this one up. They have good wards around it as well.
Yeah, they've got good position on this Dragon. We'll see if they can follow up, though.
Yeah, however, HQ has a pretty strong hold on the center of the map right now.
Yeah.
Getting some of those wards behind the pit also. And they have to clear that minion wave out, but looks like HQ thinking about that top lane one more time, but they've been giving up a lot of objectives, like you were talking about, Divicio, for this, and Besiktas making the correct plays onto the bottom side of the map every time they have that attempt.
Yeah, they should just go Dragon now. No reason to chase for any kills up here in the top side. Obviously, they worry a little bit about losing a tier 2 tower as well, but this Dragon, HQ is not even close. You have double ping, you got the Rift Scuttler. You have the perfect setup to get 2 dragons for 0, 14 minutes in. So suddenly, this 5th dragon becomes a thing you have to worry about if you are AHQ. And just constantly ganking a Cassiopeia, while it is the strategy you should use in the start.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Energy in the mid lane. He's caught Westor. There's Goldcard. He's going to try to teleport away. He may... Oh, he didn't make it. Close call, but the Ignite finishes the job for Energy. Nice duel there. Westor maybe not quite as invulnerable as he may seem at times. That's 2 deaths. He's actually a little bit behind.
Well, this is the thing where AHQ suddenly is on blue side and don't have that last pick for Westor, so they do risk getting in matchup that can snowball in favor of the other team. And with the Cassiopeia even tricking us on the caster desk.
That's true, yeah.
Besiktas did manage to then get Diana as a pick, get to level 6 from Energy, and he's been playing very aggressive together with Theocles into the jungle, look for trades, look for skirmishes all the time. Gragas is such a fantastic jungler in the early stages, and he has that great scaling, obviously why he's such a strong pick in the current meta.
Dumbledoge too. I mean, I don't agree with the priority on the Morgana because I think they can always get it later in the draft, but at least he's justifying it a little bit here by landing all of these skill shots, by setting up the plays, and by getting Nardius ahead.
Yeah, clearly a very good Morgana player, and one that his team puts a lot of faith in as well, too. Right now, Besiktas, they really want to take that final outer turret. We'll see if they can. They tried putting a bit of pressure on, but it's not working too much.
So what HQ have done now is if you look at Jinx and her items, despite being down 0-2, you have the BF sword, you have pickaxe, and then you upgrade your boots to get some extra attack speed, and you start becoming a bit of a tower killing machine. What they want to do now here is look towards this Diana with her, I'm not going to say complete lack of wave clear, but very risky wave clear, because she's sitting in that melee range of the minions. She has to stack it up to 3 with her passive as well, so she won't be able to instant clear waves. Twisted Fate and Jinx together can take down these towers so fast, so they can put focus on the mid lane if they want to, but more fights in the top lane.
Yeah, Thaldrun turns around, gets that Sun Off Mountain, and Big Trouble flashes over the wall. Theocles unable to follow. We'll see if Thaldrun can catch him. Meanwhile, Sif in a little bit of trouble, but not too much. He's going to be able to hop to safety, maybe, yeah. They might dive this, actually. Energy going in, grabbing that kill now. More trouble for AHQ. Ziff in a little bit of trouble. There's a nice ult, though, from Albus that might save him. Meanwhile, Westor coming in, gets a lot of damage onto Double Doge, who barely gets taken down. Turret helping out a little bit there. Another gold card loaded up. Can they catch Theocles? They're going to try. Ziff goes Meganar. Another kill for AHQ. They're going to chase for now, but Nardius entering the fight. Big Gnar out though, comes in. Nice double whirlwind as well. Westor with another kill. Looks like they will. Oh! And from downtown, and with the Jinx Rocket, manages to end this fight for now. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon though. Nardius still has a lot of damage, but he could get CC'd here enough. Westor throwing some in. They force the flash. And is this the end? Dare I say it? Yes, it is. Meanwhile, OAN manages to do a lot of damage. Probably takes down the spot turret.
That was close to the best fight HQ could have gotten right there. Despite even losing out in the start, not winning that 2v2 trade, Besiktas came in like one after one, diving onto the turret, didn't respect the Meganar and also the Westor with the ulti. While Jinx was just sitting bottom lane, free farm, tower. Suddenly, despite Besiktas doing so well in the start of the game by trying to get plays on the bottom lane,
That's right, and here a little bit low under the turret, so that prompts this dive from Energy. No chance of that Gnar going into Mega Gnar form quite yet. And here comes the TP. I love the teleport placement right here. Does catch Dumble Doge in a relatively safe location for Westor. Still flashes back out to not take any follow-up damage. And then the chase is on right here. There's the Gnar at the right time, and he'll turn it around to get a two-man ult right here, actually.
And Nardius kind of walked into that one, didn't
Both
he?
Thaldrun and Nardius kind of walked into that one.
And the kill. Yep.
I mean, that kill was obviously all Jinx. She had to take
Oh yeah, of
that's
course.
how it is, come on.
Yep. She did all the work.
She killed some minions, got a tower.
Aimed, pressed R, and sat back and waited.
Really just Besiktas here, diving onto that tower. Feeling very confident at first.
Yep, Ziv.
Now we want to kill Ziv.
A little bit of damage. There's a knockback with the ultimate. Thaldrun doing tons of damage. I don't think Gnar's going to make it out of this one. Easy kill.
He's worth gold now.
Oh, Westor coming in, or is he? Oh, wait, he's going to the bot lane. Energy trying to fight him off, though. Mountain gets a knock up. There's the Zonius from Westor. Is it going to give him enough time? That's still a ton of damage from that Diana. He backs away. Oh, man, Elvis nearly saved him, and Energy managed to pick up that kill anyway. But now he's in a bit of trouble. No summoners available. Can he make it out? Albus trying to help out. There's a kill for Mountain. Hello, Rocket. Goodbye, Rocket. Hello, Nardius. Goodbye, Nardius.
We really see how strong Diana can be, even after completing just 1.5 items for the Abyssal first item. So Westor's damage against Energy here is not very high. So in a 1v3 situation, he trades anyway, gets a kill for himself. And meanwhile, up in the top lane, Sif went down. The ulti, or the jump, sorry, got interrupted by the ulti from Theocles.
And Thaldrun as well, in spite of being behind early in this game, in spite of having to stack up this tier, is going to be getting up there in Cassiopeia stacks pretty soon. And if we look at his build, the tier into the Rylai's here, you can see how much work the Rylai's does. Ziv was simply unable to get away in a long lane.
Yeah.
If he gets caught out right there, even though it's a lower damage build compared to a lot of Cassiopeia builds that we see, it can stick you there, and there's no way to play around it long enough. You're just going to eat a million Twin Fangs, and that's the end.
Well, yeah, he kind of needed a way to be able to participate in team fights, even though being down and getting a little bit more tankiness, getting that slow really helps. Mount trying to go through the wall, gets knocked back out by Theocles. There's that chilling smite to try to escape, but Dumble Doge, oh, he hits a max range binding. Is Mountain in trouble here? There's the ult from Theocles to knock him back, and there's a kill for Besiktas.
Yeah, Mountain just warding on his own here. Meanwhile, Westor and Ant, they want to get this mid tower. We mentioned this earlier, how you can move that Jinx to the mid lane with a Twisted Fate and take down towers super fast.
Yeah.
So they did get the last outer turret down at least. Really opens up the map. But they gotta worry about these dragons because once again, they're going topside to get a kill.
Well, Westor popped his ult. They're going to go all in on the Thaldrun. There's the ultimate. Doesn't help him out, though. Those Krugs never saw that ult coming, man.
Well, the wild cards were already in the air by the time the stun hit, so ain't no thing really for Westor to finish that off. Now, Westor, it's like he may be going for a Sheen and perhaps a Lichbane as his next item. And when you have the Jinx and you have the Twisted Fate in this game, I think you really need to start taking that gold lead here. Start playing to a more split push style where if they don't defend a turret, you could kill it in a wave.
And that's really gonna be the thing here. If you're AHQ and you go late game, you're not necessarily looking for the big 5-on-5 team fight against the Cassiopeia, Diana, and so on. Instead, you got that split push because you got triple global even, Twisted Fate, you got the Rek'Sai ult, and you got the teleport from the Gnar. So you can do a 1-3-1 setup very effectively. from AHQ side, where you can either decide to have Twisted Fate already in a side lane pushing in on his own, or you leave him in the mid lane with the Jinx. You have Rek'Sai one lane, Gnar in the other lane, and you simply play around these minion waves so well, and you get onto these towers and just take them down so fast.
Nardius ulting, they're going to try to get a kill on Gnar here, but that's a lot of damage. Okay, ultimate for Dumbledore has to get flashed out of. That's 2 ultimates used for no kills, just a summoner. Meanwhile, they're going to try to take a little bit more jungle, but here comes the rest of AHQ. Gold card loaded up, hits the Achilles. That's a lot of damage coming in from Jinx. Goodbye, Gragas. Another kill for Anne. And they're not done yet. Wow, this fight may continue, actually. Dumbledore gonna get a little bit. Nardius slowed down.
Have TP in the ward now.
Yeah, they do, and they're gonna come in. Ziff already Mega Gnar, it's almost run out. Meanwhile, a lot of damage on energy. There's another kill for Westor. Nardius and Dumbledore backing off. Can Thaldrin escape here? I don't think so. Turns around, gets the ult. It's not enough though. A double kill now for Westor. Nardius on the disengage. There's another kill for Anne, and another huge fight. It's gonna be an ace for Besiktas.
They should just turn right onto Baron right now. No reason not to go for that objective. That's what they're looking for. 22 minutes in this game. I mean, we talked about some of AHQ's Baron struggles, but they actually are going to pull it off this time around with a good call. They did only get 45% of the Barons throughout their 9-1 playoff run. So this has not been a team that's been playing around Baron particularly well.
It's been all about Dragons for AHQ. Typically not even that strong in the laning phase, but then they set up Dragons really well, create some picks before a big team fight, and use that to get the 5 Dragons. So this is once again Besiktas invading in and somewhat over-chasing on AHQ, and then being caught out once AHQ decides to group up as a team. We see the TP coming in with the ward just being placed, but it's already a 4v5, and energy just gets instantly bursted down, stunned from Westor, and now the Jinx is gonna go crazy. The TF, there's no threat really for AHQ here.
Yeah, just another great fight for AHQ. Besiktas, just from the very beginning, not a lot they can do.
Yeah, Westor managed to pop a wild cards there right before going into Zhonya's as he started to get focused, and then just getting excited cleanup from that point forward. Baron goes over to AHQ.
I gotta say, Anne's ultimates for the most part have been really spot on.
One thing about the current meta game of League of Legends is that while 1-3-1 compositions are very hard to pull off because of the emphasis on team fighting around objectives like Dragon and like Baron, if you can actually get a Baron with one of these comps that is more skirmish-oriented and based around split pushing, all of a sudden it becomes immensely, immensely strong, because there's not really a good way to defend against it from most team compositions right here. So since they can actually push all 3 lanes simultaneously, and they've got that very rapid kill pressure on towers with Jinx and TF, this is a really dangerous situation.
Yeah. And that's also why AHQ has decided in this game to value getting towers down to open up this map even more.
Right.
Than taking dragons. Even the 3rd dragon when it spawned, they could have gone down and contested it, but they decided to gank the top lane again, get a kill, get a tier 2 tower, simply so they get all these lanes pushing so far down with minions. You always get that Baron threat as well once you have these tier 2 towers down, almost down from them. So there's so many split pushing options.
Oh boy. Thaldrin trying to defend that top lane. Westor did TP in there with that ultimate. Theocles taking a lot of damage. Oh, Ziv over the wall. Misses his stun though. He might live to regret this, or not live to regret this actually. Gnar ultimate doesn't save him. A kill for Thaldrin. Ziv getting a little bit overexcited there.
He might die to regret this. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
That's true, yeah. I mean, the player lived at least, right? We hope. I'm getting excited over that one, and I would imagine the AHQ fans are as well. Meanwhile, more pressure in this mid lane. And here comes Theocles. Mountain may be in a little bit of trouble here. There's the stun, another Dark Binding. Comes in, Dumbledore locks him down with that ultimate. It's gonna be maybe, yes, another kill for Nardius. Oh, but answered right back by Anne. I know, right? Jeez, these ults.
Anna's been on fire.
He really has, man. He's hit so many rockets west.
And Dumbledore.
Yeah.
We need some large rods on this Anna here.
That's right.
Hourglass first, Luden's Echo second. If we ever get to that point, sadly, you also get so late in the game where magic penetration is super important. So even though you have all that AP, you do no damage.
It's a little bit trickier, yeah. But here's the thing, though. If we do get later on in the game, and Besiktas does threaten that 4th and 5th dragon, is that maybe their only kind of key to come back at this point?
It will be, yeah. At this point of the game,
yeah.
That 5th dragon, where they're hoping to force HQ down to a team fight, is gonna be the way for Besiktas to get back. in terms of stopping this split push, it is so hard because if you look at the members, okay, Diana is very strong in a one-on-one. The Cassiopeia has the damage, but she will get ganked by Rek'Sai, Twist of Fate, whatever. Will come up and just turn it into 2v1 and kill Thaldrin again and again. So he cannot sit and hold the split push. It's only Energy who can do it.
And you can see AHQ putting a lot more priority on this dragon now. They don't want to let Besiktas get that fourth. And so far, so good.
You've got enough gold, you have an item advantage, you got enough towers down.
One thing I'm a little disturbed about with AHQ is the lack. Well, they've got the locket on the support right here, but maybe
the dragon.
Maybe wanting just a little bit more MR, especially on the jungler here, a little bit late for Mountain, going for that Warmogs instead.
That's actually a pretty big boost, too, to get that first dragon at this point in the game. That 6% AP and AD really actually is a lot more now. And so
good for HQ. And also just, as you just mentioned or asked before here, how can Besiktas win the game? Well, there was a 5th dragon potentially. That's now gone. For another 6 minutes for AHQ, so...
That's 6 minutes that they don't have.
That's a very, very smart play from them. And they've, honestly, if you look past the first, let's say, 15 minutes, they have been in control. The start was where Besiktas tried to trade bottom lane kills and objectives for the fact that AHQ was always ganking the top lane. And that worked.
This was certainly the closest game that Besiktas has played yet today. And it's not over yet, but they did look pretty good early on. But AHQ, man, especially on the back of the rockets from and the teleporting from Westdoor, those Twisted Fate ults, there's a reason this guy's not allowed to play that champion very often.
You have to give credit to Thaldrin, too, for coming through in an incredibly gank-heavy lane.
Mountain trying to escape the enemy jungle. Theocles says no, he dodges the ult. There's a double knock-up here as Mountain just tries to engage, waiting for that team to come in. Here comes Westdoor, teleporting in. Doesn't really get a gold card off on anyone that I saw, but they might be able to get this mid lane tier 2 anyway, so it doesn't really matter a whole lot. There we go.
Spell shielded the gold card.
Ah, okay, yeah. There you go.
No stun actually landing.
Yep.
But Thaldrin, he did get a lot of empty lane farm. His team definitely helped him out after he came to that big deficit. But since that point, he's played defensively, actually managed to get a pretty substantial farm lead here and keep himself relevant in this game.
Yeah, sadly for him though, he probably won't get to have a big team fight where he can use all this farm he just picked up because AHQ have control of the map and there's no reason for them to stop 1-3-1ing and just looking for picks.
Yeah, they can just split push and then disengage whenever things get a little bit too dicey.
Every single time. So they are basically deciding now, when do we want to make a play? Because they can just wait for Baron as well. Ward up that top side jungle completed from Besiktas' side and then just have a pink on the Baron itself. Push in every single lane at once. And you can even just put down your Rek'Sai and your Jinx and Janna and you take that Baron super easy while the TF is like pushing around, trying to be annoying. So AHQ has so many different ways of playing out this game.
Yeah, so far they're doing it pretty methodically too, but looks like they may start clearing things out around this Baron right away.
Scumbag Westdoor just honest the Rift Scott.
You gotta use a card on something, right? The Rift Coward, you mean?
Oh, you can hit the Baron if you're a man.
Why don't you don't do that? Elvis is in there, man. You gotta protect your support, you know? Make sure they get a lot of kills. 109 this game for Elvis, actually. That's not bad.
Certainly not, but those recalls right there actually cost them quite a bit in terms of vision. They allowed Besiktas to get into the river and take the Scuttle Crab. I think that could have been a little tighter in terms of not having a mass recall right there.
They have the wards placed in the jungle of Besiktas here, so they gotta use the timing. You can see Westdoor, as we mentioned, he doesn't need to be at the Baron. He can always just push the side wave and he will have the ulti to join in time, as long as he moves from the bottom lane, because obviously he won't reach all the way to Baron.
But that's the problem, right? Because he doesn't have Ghost this game. And a lot of the time, if you want to split push bottom lane with the Twisted Fate this late, where Baron is a major objective, it really helps to have that Ghost so that you can get into position to get your port off. So there's still an opportunity here, I feel, for Besiktas to actually punish this.
That's a good point. Well, Besiktas trying to just get as much presence around the Baron pit as they could for the moment, but now backing off. You know, again, at some point you do need to deal with this split push. Mountain also just taking everything in their jungle, so Besiktas kind of torn between a bunch of different locations at the map at the same time. And here we go, Westdoor popping that ultimate, a flash used for Dumbledore. He's gonna get caught anyway. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming in from TF. Meanwhile, Energy comes in, gets taken down. That's a double kill now for Westdoor, and they're not done yet. AHQ moving into the enemy base. Nardius trying to stay alive, can't quite do it. I don't know, you watch these team fights at this point and doesn't look like there's a whole lot that Besiktas can do unless they're the ones getting that great engage themselves. They can't fight reactively.
No, they're just completely split up here. Dumbledore was on the other side of the wall around the Raptors and just got caught out instantly from Westdoor. So it's too easy for HQ to simply decide when do we want to fight and can we just get a very quick pick when the fight starts to make sure we have the advantage. So just another good setup, and honestly, they're just playing it very slow. They're waiting for Besiktas to move out of the base to try and ward up that Baron, and then they look for these picks. They've been controlling the side lanes nearly all game long. This is the first time I see Besiktas minions push down to a tier 2 tower of AHQ, and they're now obviously just going to run straight up there, clear it out, and go back to bait around the Baron.
That's right. Don't forget next, guys, SKT versus TSM. Feels closer than ever. That's going to be an awesome game. But first, we need to decide HQ versus Besiktas. Let's just take a look at that fight one last time. Again, Westdoor coming up big once again.
Yeah, they use the Sivir ult to disengage, but Westdoor has so many items right now that it's not even a problem for him to basically one-shot the Morgana right there.
Yeah.
They're able to catch up nearly immediately as well. Westdoor throwing wild cards from the back, but even that disengage from the explosive cast and can get up and on top of Nardius.
Yeah. And a Cassiopeia teleport is just not very effective.
Yeah, that's
I mean, that's obviously one of her problems as a top laner when you do teleport into a fight, because typically you want to be there, you want to sit in the backline already when the fight starts. Together with your team, you have that ulti there to defend, and you have that insane amount of single target damage. You have to realize to kite out targets. Like, you don't want to be the guy teleporting in the middle of a fight as a Cassiopeia.
Unless you have a Zhonya's.
That can be the only one.
Right? Because if you have the Zhonya's Hourglass, at the very least, you can teleport in, get your ult off, perhaps, in a theoretical world.
Yeah, you're just not using her effectively at all.
I agree, but
in any way,
that's about the best option you have for a TP.
And that's just another one of these problems for Besiktas in terms of stopping their split push. Because if you put that Cassiopeia in the side lane, she has to use that teleport into the fight. She's not there with your AD carry sitting together and making it super hard for HQ to dive onto them. And you never really get to use that high single target damage you do have from Aldrin here.
No one's scared of Cassiopeia flanks either.
That's true. Westdoor,
very effective.
enemy jungle. Nope, he's going to come in
Oh!
onto Thaldrin. Oh, gets stunned immediately. Oh, he's Zhonya's the rocket, though. Thaldrin, oh, actually, Thaldrin would have been hit by that. There we go. A kill for Thaldrin, managed to outplay Westdoor. And meanwhile, another fight happening in the enemy jungle. Mountain Albus trying to push people away. Where is On? He's doing a lot of damage to Dumbledore. Going to be able to get a kill there at least, but he needs to get to the rest of his team right now. Mountain actually manages to take out Nardius on his own, and Theocles goes down. Another double kill for Anne as they push into the base. This is going to be another inhibitor. This might just be the game right here.
We just don't get to see that 5-on-5.
Not a lot.
There's always someone being split up here, and therefore either Westdoor or Anne can just be the big carries in the team fight in terms of damage from AHQ here.
Yeah, whoa,
Oh,
Energy wants the big
Albert.
revenge. Ignite, it does the job, and Energy manages to get a little bit of a pride kill there. That helps a little bit. Makes me feel a little bit better, you know?
And playing a pick comp when somebody has to be back defending super minions is one of the easiest things in League of Legends. Yes,
pretty much.
Westdoor did get soloed right there by Thaldrin, but the intention was absolutely right, just to keep on pushing this game towards its conclusion.
Yeah.
And AHQ honestly should just go back to this Baron here.
Yes.
Because that's how you force Besiktas out of their base, and you know they're going to be split up because like the support is trying to clear ward over the Baron wall while your AD carries like trying to push out the mid lane, and like they will always have multiple things they have to do around that Baron to stop HQ from simply just taking it. And that's just going to create that easy pick, and meanwhile, nobody's going to stop the push in the bottom lane, properly at least.
Mountain manages to find himself some action in the enemy jungle. Westdoor coming in onto Nardius. Nardius taking a lot of damage. Oh, actually, Westdoor taking a lot. There's the Zhonya Ziv coming in to try to support, but here comes the rest of Dumbledore comes in with a pretty big ult. That's 3 men. Gonna Zhonya's. Who's he going to catch? A couple people. Meanwhile, Westdoor goes down. The ult from Theocles cleans that one up. Meanwhile, war action in the mid lane. Ziv brings in the ult, but is enough energy with that Zhonya's and Albus coming up with and as well. That's a double kill now for Jinx. There goes energy, make that a triple kill. And Thaldrin, is he going to give him the quadra? Not quite. Mountain takes that one, and that is an ace. And I think that may be the end of the game right there. And so Besiktas, a valiant effort early on, but it looks like AHQ is going to end the day 2-1 and really position themselves well to make it into the playoffs.
I'm still a little bit worried about AHQ. Yes, they got that Baron.
It's a good start. There goes the Nexus. That is it. GG, AHQ takes it. So Besiktas, for them, their AD carry, the Chronicles of Nardius, has been a tragedy so far. But there's a couple books left, so we'll see what happens.
That is true. Just simply once Besiktas start falling behind in terms of towers, it became really hard for them to do anything because they never got to use the comp in the 5-on-5 team fights. I like the start, honestly. I like the adaptation, saying we can't defend this top lane. He's gonna get killed 1v3 nearly every single time. So we adapt and we start going for bottom lane on the bottom side of the map. I like that adaptation at least. Problem was, by that time, AHQ had already gotten down out of turrets and could really start using West Door to get onto tier 2 towers and impact the map even more.
And while I really liked how we saw AHQ play out those skirmishes and play out the split push, like I was saying about that Baron, the time they got Baron early, it was off of that ace, right? And then from that point out, they didn't know how to play with the vision properly. They didn't know how to really ward around the Baron or control that area to continue snowballing off that objective. With that kind of composition, it's very easy to get the wards and continue to make picks as they have to face check things, and you could just TF ult back in. So for me, that's what I want to see AHQ improving on as we go forward.
I think this Jinx pickup for An2 is starting to look like a real threat that other teams may need to watch out for. Not just his mechanics, not just his positioning, but those rockets, man. It's nearly every time connecting in a very meaningful way. And so at this point, guys, for more insight into the match, let's toss it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Doa. Another win here for AHQ, bringing them to 2-1. So all of a sudden, they are, deep into the discussion for moving into the bracket stages of this tournament. Let's talk about how they got there, though, in this game. And we saw so much prioritization in killing and diving Thaldrin over and over and over in that top lane, all with the knowledge of the fact that he's one of their major carries and their shot caller.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense. We spoke about how we thought that they were going to go bottom lane. They looked like they tried that. Then all of a sudden, it just got to a point where TF had the Destiny available and they repetitively dove top lane. What was impressive was the response, though.
I think it was a lack of pressure from the mid lane by the Gragas. They tried to gank the Twisted Fate a little bit, but never really ensured having proper vision control. You have to group with your Diana, deny the pink wards. Twisted Fate has pink wards on both sides, allowing him to just roam back and forth and back and forth. You're going to lose to Twisted Fate every time he goes off the map. Everybody has to play safe. It's like, oh, is he going to gank us? Well, yeah, actually, he is going to gank you. And that was a mistake. And that's something that not the top tier teams have, that they can just really recognize where the vision needs to go and where the vision denial needs to go. So that's something that BJK can actually take from this game and use it moving on, because vision's going to take them a long way in this tournament.
And I like that about looking at games and taking something from it, because I hope TSM was watching this game, because it was Cassiopeia Gragas versus Gnar Rek'Sai, which is the exact matchup they had, and they didn't camp the top lane. Cassiopeia ended up 3-7-2 this game just from pressure in the top lane and then not allowing her to make plays later, and then just having small skirmishes off on the side. I thought that was the just brilliant play there from AHQ, and TSM needs to take a lesson from that.
I feel like what MSI is showing, that there's a stylistic point to ganking top lane and going for the tower dives. In the beginning, we've talked a lot about those mid lane giants, FLICKR, Pawn, battling it out against each other. Easyhoon, okay. The term Easyhoon is not. And he's still the immortal Easyhoon, so I agree on that. Easyhoon definitely. And it was a lot about mid lane, but I feel like everything is shifting more towards the top lane. Who is unable to get the TP ganks off? And like, so many games were decided by the top lane. 6 bans in one game towards the top side. So I think that's slowly shifting the focus more to the top side and opening up the map like this.
And then we're seeing more and more of the home guard first, so you save your TP for that. And I think that's actually going to come out on top in this tournament as a huge strategy that teams should be picking up.
I want to jump back to something that Spawn was going to mention is, though, how Besiktas responded to that top lane pressure. Because they, in turn, yes, they may not have focused mid. They put all of their pressure into that bot lane, as we've noticed they've done, and controlling the objectives on the bottom side of the map.
And I thought it was really smart because realistically, they didn't lose this game until the Jinx got rolling. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Gnar. The TF got soloed out twice in the late game. The person that really destroyed this game was after that downtown rocket took someone else, gave the nice boost of gold over to the Jinx, and then all of a sudden Jinx was just doing so much damage.
He did that like 4 times.
If they had continued the pressure in the bottom lane instead of repetitively going top, I actually feel like they could have got more out of it because they were repetitively shoving them out of lane. They had a 2-0-0 Sivir that was doing a lot of work down there. In the end, it was really Anne that got AHQ over the line.
Yeah, but it's important that you shut down the Cassiopeia so she doesn't crush that Gnar matchup. I think that's like so the boulder doesn't roll over your top lane.
I thought a problem of that not just came about from that downtown rocket, but an overcommitment from BJK and going for kills. I remember specifically a Rek'Sai flashing over the wall in topside, and Gragas can either flash and get the kill immediately, but it's a tough wall, you know. That's not the easiest flash to get. So they wait for Diana to tower dive from behind on a kill that takes about 20 more seconds because you got to wait for the Diana to come. Gives AHQ the time to react, set the counterplay. TS like, oh, yeah, I got 15 seconds to TP top. TPs perfectly, then the downtown rocket in the follow-up. So overcommitment from that, but you make a good point with the Jinx just being able to being the actual carry because Twisted Fate did get
and what you
out.
saw exactly with the ultimate flying in. Meanwhile, Jinx was just bot lane having a field day, CSing all the way up and getting the tower on the bottom side, and then Jinx was just so strong who was shut down in the early game. So I think that they should have put more pressure on the bottom side, especially because Anne was the only one being able to carry on later.
And I actually don't think they shut the Cassiopeia down. It had a 45 CS advantage and had 2 turrets. Cassiopeia was completely fine. They shut down that side of the map, but I don't think that the actual Cassiopeia was ever in danger, still pumping out major damage.
She ends up with 100 CS advantage at the end of the game, but if you didn't put pressure on it, it would have been much higher, I think is the point that I'm trying to make.
Right. Even still, she managed, as you mentioned, to burst out the TF. We saw the 1v1. Maybe if the gold card came out, it would have been a little different instead of the red card. But regardless, I think what this kind of then narrows us in on is as we go through the mid and the late game and we finally start to see these two teams stack up in the 5v5, AHQ is coming out on top. And I think that points to just a little bit more cohesion within the team, communication that's falling short on Besiktas' part.
Yeah, I feel like AHQ just in the end showed why they are such a strong team. They find the pickoffs, they instantly kill Dumbledore and just snowball on from there on out. And you saw that multiple times. So I think this is a strength going forward.
All right, well, with that out of the way, I do want to turn real quickly to our final match of the day, SKT versus TSM, a much-awaited matchup here. Quick thoughts from you guys as you give your predictions. Spawn, I'm going to start with you.
Yes, SKT. I'm actually going with TSM this time. And the reason is I actually did my predictions beforehand, and I thought TSM were a really strong showing in this tournament. And after one bad game against Fnatic, I'm not willing to jump off the hype train. I think this is one of the teams that they would have prepared for extensively game one, and I really do trust their coaches and analysts in getting this one right.
All right, I have to caveat this with the fact that FLICKR is playing.
Oh, well, even easier.
Confirmed play, even easier. My goodness, Spawn here. Just never pulling.
Yeah, and I think
punches.
This is the point. I'm a strong believer of the Church of FLICKR, so my guess is SKT, and I feel really strongly about them.
A convert!
I'm not a believer of Easy. Well, I'm slowly becoming a believer of Easyon, but FLICKR is still my point.
I mean, you speak of bandwagons, and I'm just going to say that I'm pretty much like a hobo. I'll jump on any bandwagon. I'm going on the SKT again because I think that the showing they had against EDG was really impressive, and I was a little... didn't like the TSM picks that they had in the previous match, but I think that they're going to change that completely. Might not be enough, though.
Yeah, and I drive the bandwagon, so you are welcome aboard. I'm also going SK Telecom on this one.
All right, well, there you have it. 3-1 in favor of SKT on the desk. Let's check in with the fans voting on lolesports.com. And right now, 52% are going with SKT. So by the narrowest of margins, we'll see how that works out. We'll see who is right, of course, after the break in our final game of the day, SK Telecom T1 versus Team Solo Mid. Stay with us.
Another win here could give them actually a really good chance to get to the playoffs. Tries to make something happen as well. Westdoor comes in, another gold card lands. Will it be another kill? Oh, not quite. Can Thaldrin escape here? I don't think so. Turns around, gets the ult. It's not enough though. A double kill now. Mountain actually manages to take out Nardius on his own, and Theocles goes down. Another double kill for Ann. With that, Zonias and Albus coming up with Ann as well. That's a double kill now for Jinx. There goes Energy, make that a triple kill. AHQ is going to end the day 2-1 and really position themselves well to make it into the playoffs.
Welcome back, everyone, to Tallahassee, Florida, and our coverage of the mid-season Invitational, as we're just about set for our final game of the day, featuring North America's Team Solo Mid versus Korea's SK Telecom T1. Well, TSM so far 1-1 today, SK Telecom 2-0 already. What are we looking for here? A couple of things out of TSM's first games. Lane swaps, not their best day.
Yeah, I mean, I was flabbergasted that TSM did not lane swap against Fnatic. Even TSM was surprised that TSM didn't lane swap against Fnatic. I actually got a chance to talk to them before the SKT game and asked them why they didn't lane swap. They said, we don't know. We just forgot about it in the game. We absolutely should have lane swapped. So
fair enough.
All right,
Okay.
then. They had a very safe strategy when they played against Besiktas, and now they're against the favorites of the tournament, so they better bring their A game.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things. Like, there are so many checks and balances in this game for matchups that are like the one Darius was facing. Darius got counterpicked. Cassiopeia is a very aggressive counterpick, and her vulnerability is the jungler. That is your balance for these matchups where one of them can play very aggressively and try and punish the other matchup. I'm looking for a lot more from Santorin in this game, because even in their victory, he didn't have to make very many moves.
Yeah, and I mean, matchup for matchup, you'd think, oh my god, this is the time where FLICKR gets to play Bjergsen.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it is, Jet. You think that it is.
But we're going to talk about the top lane right now. Only because the top lanes have been the deciding factor in so many of these games. Marin has played Rumble 2 times in a row now and absolutely dominated with it. Darius's Gnar blind pick was not good. If there's no lane swap in this game, I think a lane swap favors both teams here. So I am incredibly surprised if it doesn't happen. TSM wants a lane swap to dodge the laning phase from Darius. SKT wants a lane swap so they got bottom lane dragon control.
I think the problem is that when they come out of the lane swaps, SKT has shown a much quicker pace for the game than TSM is very comfortable with. So especially if TSM plays the way that they've been playing so far in the group stages, they're going to have a very, very rough game.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Mentioning the top lane and the mid lane, it is still a huge matchup, Bjergsen versus FLICKR. And actually, moments ago, the crowd right here, they sang happy birthday to FLICKR, as it is his birthday today. Very nice of them. I do think we have a little video of that. There we go. Don't know if we can hear it, though.
Happy birthday, dear FLICKR. Happy birthday to you.
We're in Paris as well. It's his birthday, and
and it was Santorin's birthday a couple of days ago. You can
doesn't really count,
bundle them
does it?
together.
It's close. There's FLICKR and Santorin is what people were saying a little bit during that song. Yeah, I mean, it's convenient for FLICKR that his birthday always falls during these mid-season tournaments we have. I think SKT is the big favorite coming into this one, but SKT is going to be looking to pull an upset.
Yep, for TSM.
You're calling for TSM. No, we touched on a lot of things already. I do want to get you to elaborate a little bit more about Santorin and his play in general, and Bengi, who we've seen being so dominating for SKT in his previous games as well.
So I really do feel like Santorin can shine. We saw it before at IEM in San Jose, where he kind of locked up and played a sort of safe game similar to what we've seen so far. But he can make those early moves. And I think that Bengi is a very attackable jungler, especially in the pick spans. Rek'Sai and Nunu, the two very prominent junglers for him. If TSM go after one of those and maybe pick away one of the other ones.
I specifically want to see Santorin play Sejuani. I want to see TSM ban Rek'Sai and take Sejuani whenever possible at this point. I think it just works better for TSM's control game and might throw SKT off a little bit of their early pressure, vision control, pick dragon game.
Yeah, especially that dragon control will be immense in this one. Let's talk about the bottom lane a little bit. A lot of pressure on them, and Lustboy will definitely want to perform here, and they have to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Turtle and Lustboy did terribly in their 2v2 lane phase, and Bang on Kalista almost solo carried SKT through the beginning of that game. This is a matchup where both AD carries can play Kalista, so that's another one of those priority picks right here. SKT with the blue side would be willing to first pick Kalista.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it will be banned. Bang is still 6-0 now on Kalista, still undefeated. So yes, I think that one will be banned.
Kalista will be banged.
That's a lot of bans we're already talking about right now, because we have FLICKR, who's undefeated on LeBlanc, Bang, who is undefeated on Kalista, Marin, who has one loss on Maokai. Rek'Sai is another thing that one might want to be banned. You're running out of options very quickly against this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was the same thing I was asking Bjergsen. You guys got caught off guard by Fnatic, but SKT doesn't seem like the kind of team that even has to pull out anything weird, because just systematically they are a much better team than TSM.
Well, they're a very versatile team. Right? So, quote unquote weird, they can use so many different champions and strategies.
Well, we'll see what will happen. And as we send it over to our casters to get us into the game, FLICKR shows some respect for the North American mid laners.
저는 일단 해외 대회를 좀 최근에 많이 챙겨봤는데 제 생각에는 북미 선수들이 미드 라이너의 기량이 좀 뛰어난 것 같고 나머지 중국이나 유럽은 한국이랑 비슷한 수준인 것 같은데 제 생각에 한국 미드 라이너보다 좀 북미 미드 라이너가 메카닉적으로 뛰어난 것 같아요.
All right, guys, Doamonte, Cristo, and Deficio back at the caster desk, and it is time, the moment we've all been waiting for, TSM versus SK Telecom, and let's take a look at the player lineups on the blue side. Of course, is going to be SK Telecom, Marin, Bengi, FLICKR, Bang, and Wolf, and of course, Koma, their coach.
Yeah, and on the red side, we have Team Solomid, of course, Dyrus. He's gonna be in the top lane. We have two Danish guys, obviously, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle as the AD carry, Lostboy in support, and Coach Loco Doco.
I am so excited for this match, man. Monty's speechless. He just he can't grasp the incredible momentum of hype that has brought us to this point. It's going to be amazing.
It's about to hit me, Doe. Once we get into picks and bans, that's really what I want to see here. And of course, SK Telecom, just looking at the Dragons, because that is going to be a lot of the story of this tournament. Very interesting that we do have a team that really values those first Dragons. I mean, we have, in the Champions playoffs, we saw that SK Telecom was taking the first Dragon 79% of the time. And of those first Dragons, if they got it, it was an 85% win rate for them.
That's insane. That's actually crazy.
But the interesting thing is that while TSM didn't have that many Dragons and didn't prioritize it, they still had a 67% win rate if they lost the first Dragon. So they were very good at coming back from that objective.
Yeah, it's very often the lane swap, obviously coming from Team Solomid, going to that top, like giving up first Dragon. I think that's super risky. I mean, Jab was talking about how Team Solomid, they like to lane swap because they want to dodge around some of these lanes that have with Dyrus being camped in a one-on-one. Problem is, this matchup is so much about who has control on the bottom side of the map, in the river, near that Dragon. Both teams like to early pink ward around the mid lane on the bottom side to set up both FLICKR and Bjergsen to play really aggressive in the laning phase, to have both supports being able to roam from that bottom side, and of course create picks from SKT to then give a Dragon later on. So we're gonna see two teams here fighting for this river control. Problem is for Team Solomid, if they swap top lane, they give up that edge early on at least.
That's right. Well, here we go, guys. Picks and bans. SKT versus TSM. And there's a ban, of course. Banning out Dyrus seems to kind of be the order of business, but there's a ban thrown at Marin.
Team Solomid has to be careful here. They already see the Sion ban, so they must either expect Maokai to be a ban or a first pick for Marin, who's of course a fantastic Maokai player himself.
Yeah, he's something like 13-1 on Maokai right now.
Decides to ban their way, but they should expect this to happen. So by banning out top laners themselves, you might end up in that situation where Dyrus also runs out of a few picks. Kalista has to be the last ban for Team Solomid now.
And interestingly, SK Telecom, so they are going to go with the same bans that we saw against TSM by Fnatic. Earlier today, those are the three champions that Dyrus played over the course of the NALCS playoffs.
And will Team Solomid try and leave Kalista open until SKT? Either you take the Gnar as a first pick or you take the Kalista. We take the other one on our side, because in terms of jungle here, there's both Rek'Sai and Nuno for Bengi.
You take Kalista and then you take Hecarim in response.
Oh, I agree. SKT should take the Kalista pick, but listen, what TSM is trying to do is say, you make that trade. Because whichever top laner you don't get, or whichever pick of Gnar and Kalista, we will grab the other one. That's at least what I'm expecting. Kalista has to go in for Wild Turtle in this situation then.
Oh, okay, so we got the first pick of SKT.
That's risky, man.
For Team Solomid, yeah, it certainly is.
Then again,
go with that Rek'Sai though.
Then again, we normally don't see FLICKR play Urgot.
No.
So they might keep this one and say, okay, we know this is going to go to the AD carry position, and we get the Kalista now from Team Solomid.
However, even though we don't see FLICKR play Urgot, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see him play it in this particular tournament. When he goes to international events, he frequently pulls something new out of his bag of tricks.
One of the problems if you do run Urgot mid lane and a tank top is you have a lot of physical damage. It would mean we have to see Corki coming in for Bang as an AD carry then to provide some magic damage. And we're going to see if they do log in Gnar, at least Team Solomid would say, okay, if it's going to be Urgot mid lane, Corki would be the expected AD carry for them. But TSM here clearly very happy with this start. They got Hecarim for Dyrus and of course Santorin and Gragas, where he can be very effective in the early game.
The problem with playing Hecarim into Urgot is if you play Urgot properly, it's nearly impossible to get a good teleport flank off, because he will just get swapped out the instant that he tries to hit your team from the side, and he'll lose all of his speed and all of his damage.
We've seen SKT handle a Hecarim really well in the past.
Hecarim is also one of these champions who rely on being able to like one-shot an AD carry. you won't do that against an Urgot building a Frozen Heart, having that shield as well. So he's able to stay alive against the Hecarim, meaning there's going to be less targets for Dyrus to one-shot. But I like the way this pick and ban phase has been going. At first with SKT that's taking Urgot first pick, Team Soulmate knowing, okay, we don't have to pick Kalista then in first rotation. That was pretty smart from them. And this lane, Kalista Thresh, it's just so strong overall. The fantastic gank pressure you have in that lane 2v2. Late game as well, when you can throw in that Thresh here. You just have so many ways of playing around with these two champions.
It's also worth noting that Bengi is up until this point professionally undefeated on Rek'Sai, 5-0 record so far. So it's been a very effective pick for him.
Looks like it will be Kalista Thresh locked in for TSM, a pretty devastating bot lane for Wild Turtle and Lustboy. And what are the final two picks going to be for SK Telecom? Hovering over that Alistar right now, and we've seen SKT do this in the past, pulling back, just playing ultra tanky, and it's worked really well for them so far in Korea.
And we often see Urgot Alistar as a lane. That does tell me we will get a different mid lane pick for Faker, not the Urgot for him.
Yeah,
obviously need some AP. Azir and Cassiopeia will be the two obvious ones.
Right.
For Faker, he did show Azir already today.
Cassiopeia
goes for it himself. Obviously a blind pick for him, and what can Bjergsen pick into it in this situation?
This is really kind of ideal for him, you know, being able to pick whatever you want that you think will work best against Faker's Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I quite like Azir into Cassiopeia as a lane matchup if Bjergsen wants to play it. Obviously very skill focused in there, but I will give the edge to Azir because of the fact he can outrange the Cassiopeia. And he has that all-in potential with the ulti as well.
You gotta be careful though, because you know Faker's gonna run that Ignite. He doesn't know that Cleanse is a summoner spell, I'm pretty sure.
Very true. Well,
he will be the target though in team fights. I mean, you're not gonna dive the Urgot if you're the Hecarim. It's gonna be straight at Faker every single time.
It's another thing to keep the Hecarim from coming in though, you know?
That's very true. That's very true. So Ziggs,
I might see him take that a little bit safer.
I've been playing quite a... This is honestly a very good pick into Cassiopeia. What I like about Ziggs in this matchup, or against Cassiopeia, is the fact that Ziggs offers so much zone control with the minefield, with the satchel, and obviously Cassiopeia is a fairly low-range mage who has to get close, constantly be able to spam her Twin Fang. You can stop that in teamfights if you have proper minefields and satchels from the Ziggs here. And basically also the backline threat you do have with your ulti, making it very tough for Faker to position himself, because he's gonna be the guy Dyrus is gonna jump towards. The ulti from Bjergsen is gonna fly there. You might even see Lostboy being thrown in the face as well to try and take him down and start the fight.
one thing that I'm looking at right now is Dyrus is opting to go for the Ignite on the Hecarim here, and I almost feel that if you can get that exhaust or the smite down onto the Cassiopeia, you may have a better shot here, considering that there's one major damage threat on this team.
It seems a bit dangerous too, you know, for having no flash, no way to really escape things. And we've seen a lot of other League players liking to spend their summers at Camp Dyrus, so we'll see if that continues.
I'm normally a very big fan of Ignite Hecarim because I feel like you can do a lot more in the early game and in terms of mid game. However, in this case, Smite would have been super effective for himself. Also in terms of the late game scaling on Hecarim with that Cinderhole.
And if we're going to see the lane swap as well. Now, TSM probably won't be looking to lane swap here.
I don't think we'll see a lane swap simply because I don't like Urgot in lane swaps, and I see very few teams ever opt to do that. Normally when they run like Alistar or Urgot together, they just sit and farm, get the tier on Urgot, then they start being a bit of a bully, and then they take standard lanes instead of swapping the Urgot around.
All right, and of course, tweet at us who you think is going to win. Hashtag SKT win or hashtag TSM win. It is time, guys, to get into the game. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. SK Telecom T1 versus Team Solo Mid. Our final game here in day one of the mid-season invitational.
Yeah, and as keep talking about the two top laners, Marin and Dyrus here. Obviously, Nara has a pretty good laning phase against the Hecarim, and therefore there's one little thing you can do with the Hecarim. You just start Flask, no potions, you do a camp at level 1, and then you go back to base and you buy a cloth armor. That's gonna help you a lot in the early stages of this lane. You will also get that level 2, and you can go pretty aggressive and trade with your Ignite. It's something a lot of Western Hecarim players like to do.
Very cool, can also TP right back to lane if he wants to. Meanwhile, a fairly safe level 1 from both sides here.
30 seconds until
Yeah, looks like a pretty standard fan. Dyrus taking a look at the Krugs up on the top side.
Hey man, for these teams, there are no standard fans. The best, right? All right, they don't agree apparently. I tried.
Bengi, a little bit interesting position on the side, but doesn't look like we're going to see anything too interesting out of this level 1. No one grouping up, and Wild Turtle and Lustboy looking to take that Gromp and start pushing in very aggressively early on with the Kalista.
Yeah, Kalista into Urgot is a pretty good lane for Kalista herself. Not one where she will necessarily completely destroy the Urgot, but the fact that if you get a few spears down, you can take some very easy trades and you can dodge around that E of the Urgot fairly easily with your jumps as well. So Turtle and Lostboy definitely looking to play aggressive in the lane. And I like the fact that pick a strong 2v2 lane, because we just talked about this before we even went into champs, like how control of the bottom side of the map is so important for both teams. SKT wants to control so they can create picks around it and take a dragon for it. And Team Soulmate obviously wants it because they never really seem to gank for Dyrus himself, and they want to stop SKT from getting these early dragons and roll towards number 5, which is a thing they've used so often in Korea to win games.
Very true.
Bang and Wolf going to have to play back right here after the Gromp is taken by Team Soulmate. FLICKR and Bjergsen.
Wow.
Playing pretty aggressively. And, as we saw earlier today from the Besiktas game, FLICKR plays pretty much at 1 speed, and that is extremely aggressive in lane. It does make him vulnerable to ganks, but got a lane swap coming in, it does sometimes get a little bit harder.
Yeah, well, level 2. Gotten a little bit earlier for TSM here, and we'll see if they can press that advantage.
Look at Dyrus. Boots.
Oh, boots, okay.
After. I think cloth armor is so much better against Gnar in the lane, just to have a bit more sustain that way through the armor. The boots itself doesn't really offer him a whole lot. I mean, he is obviously Hecarim, so he does get a bit of extra damage from it. And maybe he's just looking to try and close the gap on the Gnar, but the problem is he's going to get boomeranged every single time he tries to go forward.
Yeah.
And Marin is just going to try and kite him anyway.
And pushing so far up in lane, too, without any sort of escape summoners makes him a little bit vulnerable, as Bengi may demonstrate right now. Coming through, Dyrus already low. There's a knockup. Dyrus in big trouble. First blood goes to SKT. Bengi, he was a bit too far up, wasn't he?
So if we take a look at the pathing right there, starting on the red buff, going right for the blue buff after taking the Raptor. So he was a little bit fast right there, but even so, Dyrus caught a little bit unawares, and you have to be so considerate about that gank path as you push up to the turret.
Yeah.
But Marin gets him right where he wants him.
Well, Marin baiting really well, too. Even got the ignite out of Dyrus, kind of in a little bit of desperation, too.
And we didn't get to see the early start in this lane between Dyrus and Marin, but typically on Hecarim, you don't want to push the wave because obviously you're not running a flash.
Yeah.
And Rek'Sai has so many ways of getting over certain walls to gank you. Bengi might try another one in the mid lane. We talked about Dyrus before here or after.
No
this
flash,
one,
though.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to take the Raptors as he kind of mulls it over.
But typically, again, for the Hecarim top, what you want to do is you run to the Gnar outside of the minion wave and you start trading. You don't push the minion wave yourself. You're going to be happy that Gnar is going to try and auto-tech trade with you and push the wave back instead, and you just sit fairly safe.
Oh boy.
Now he might die a second time because Bengi is not spotted. He's going to come around.
Oh, Dyrus. Dyrus going on to Marin. Now he tries to... Oh, no, he's not fleeing yet.
Just waiting for some poke.
Man.
He wants some poke from the Gnar first so they can take down Dyrus because he's obviously not going to move away from the minions.
And they want that rage bar.
Coming in. Dyrus in a little bit of trouble.
Look at FLICKR moving up.
Fleeing FLICKR. They're trying to cut him off. Dyrus running into the enemy jungle. He's deep behind enemy lines now. And I don't know. I don't think this is going to end well for Hecarim. Looks like he's trying to get to the turret to maybe get an execute, but nope, no chance there. Just going to run right back in, and we're off to the races. Hecarim, he's going to win like a one-man horse race, but in the end, he's still going to get taken out by SKT. There is 2 kills. Whoa! Thanks, Grunt Bro.
And right there again, if you look at the setup on that, they had a ward that had been placed by Bengi right at the Raptor, but we've got...
Smacked in the bot lane, nice grab onto Wolf. Wolf taking a little bit of damage, but that pulverize looks like it'll keep him safe. Yeah, getting low, but not getting killed.
I really want to talk about that because the setup was so good. There was no way for Bjergsen to help in that top side yet. FLICKR had the angle onto the top side of his lane. They had a ward right there, and Santorin has not been playing the top side of this map at all since he started off at his Krugs. There's no counter ganking for Dyrus as he's coming forward. He's not in the lane brushes in order to make a play.
This is awkward. Bengi a little bit lower health, but now taking a big chunk out of Santorin. He's getting hit by the Raptors as well, but Santorin not wanting to stick around there. Finding it a bit too dangerous as he gets chased back to his side of the map.
And as much as we can talk about Santorin and not helping Dyrus, he's been misplaying the lane itself. by pushing it twice now and being caught out from it. I mean, that's not how you can play this matchup when you don't have a flash. And you know the enemy team likes to tap you.
Bjergsen tried to pop that up, but FLICKR flashes out of it. Escapes there, but Bjergsen with a little bit of a win in lane.
Yeah, has to burn both summoners to get out of that as well. So FLICKR playing aggressively. Dyrus now trying to get in.
Revenge of the Dyrus FLICKR. Can he get away? No more summoners now taking a lot of damage.
Good bait from Dyrus.
Yeah.
Coming in, saying, okay, I'm going to be caught on the tower. Nope, just going to turn around and obviously just get an ulti away from FLICKR here. So try and clear out the wave. So Bjergsen, some very effective trading. We mentioned how this Ziggs into Cassio is a fairly decent matchup. Not too much for the laning phase, but more how it's going to end up in team fights with Bjergsen going to try and really zone out FLICKR with Minefield and Satchel. And then have that, obviously his ulti and the long range bounce from his Q to try and get onto this Cassiopeia with some damage.
And the fan vote going pretty heavily in TSM's favor right now.
I'm curious what Marin is going to do here. Looks like he's not going to go for the fastest home guard boots available to him, but Marin, a player known for going early home guards on this Gnar, and we saw it so many times in the finals up against the GE Tigers because they really know how to manage rage and make some plays.
Yeah, speaking of making plays, Lustboy coming down here. Doesn't look like they will be able to catch people. No, he's going to bring Santorin in on the Lantern, but it may be a little bit too late already. We'll see if maybe Wild Turtle throws him in with the ult. Nope, no chance there.
There's no ults yet.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
No ults yet. There's a very low chance that gank, I think, works, especially with how conservatively Bang and Wolf have been playing this, considering that they went for, of course, that tier first. You have to wait to stack that up.
Well, that's what threw me off, man. I mean, because that kind of gank, you really kind of need some ults for that.
Santorin.
He's going to find Santorin right before the Dragon Pit. Looks like he's going to try to get over the wall. Not going to work, though. Oh, Chilling Smite. Santorin in a lot of trouble here. Lustboy. Headbutting it back out of the Lantern. Wow.
Twice, man. First, Bengi moves in front of the body slam to stop him getting over the wall, and then Wolf just follow Lustboy up here.
Sick.
Headbutt him back.
Well, and even then, Bengi had another tunnel. They're calling out a Wild Turtle.
Bengi there as well, too. Lustboy in trouble in the back lines. Wild Turtle pulls in Lustboy. There's a knockup. Dyrus comes in. Exhausts immediately on top of him, but Bang in trouble. There's a kill, though, for Wolf, though. A big melee in the bot lane. Wild Turtle still getting lower. Bengi, though, under threat. They'll get another kill. Dyrus manages to take down Wolf, but it looks like Marin and Wolf will be able to actually maybe finish off.
Will they?
Looks like Bang went down. Wolf knocks him away. No, they have.
Dyrus is angry. He's smashing.
He's coming back. Oh, man. Lot of action here in the end. 1 for 2, I believe. And from TSM.
Right there, the big problem was that SKT didn't have their ults available to them yet at the start of that fight. So they couldn't really make too many plays right there. They got a bit over-aggressive. And let's take a look at this one again.
This was an awesome play.
We talked about how SKT likes to have these early ping wards around the mid lane as well. Here's one of them spotting Santorin. That's why those know they can take this fight. And look at Wolf. Lantern for Santorin, just headbutts him back in. You're not going anywhere. And gets the kill for himself, and then sets up another play in the bottom lane.
Wow, are they going to spot Bengi with that ward? Now it's all about Dragon.
And what we didn't mention, too, was FLICKR actually was getting chunked out of the mid lane during that entire process. So he's actually falling relatively far behind Bjergsen in terms of farm at the moment.
It's getting a little bit risky for SKT here.
It is so hard when you just want to move forward and spam Twin Fangs on this Yordle in the mid lane, and then there's a minefield under you.
Yeah.
And it looks like Marin is going for the home guards into the mallet build. So they're going to try and extend the laning phase right here.
Kind of sad we didn't get to talk about this before because the fight broke out, but this something we see quite a lot from someone like Koro from EDG in this Hecarim Gnar matchup, and also Marin pulling it out.
Oh,
it's simply super good in the one-on-ones.
Santorin coming in, nice flash play, there's a box, Bang manages to get out. It looks like Wolf may be in trouble. Meanwhile, action in the mid lane. Bjergsen in a lot of trouble. FLICKR gets the kill with the Twin Fangs. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, looks like Wolf and Bang were able to escape successfully. So SKT managing to get a kill in mid finally.
Look around this mid lane here. Oh, let's talk about because there's more action.
Again. Look at that, Bang! Knocked back out from under turret, getting low. Position reverser gives him a little extra tankiness. Is it enough? The dive still so
FLICKR's
powerful.
coming.
Bang is still there. Here comes Bengi too. Bang is still alive. Glitz hasn't killed him yet. Bengi gets the kill on the Lustboy. Meanwhile, Santorin forced away. I can't believe Bang is still alive. You know who's not going to be though? Wild Turtle. Goodbye. A double kill for Bengi and FLICKR claims another victim. Santorin goes down in the jungle.
Everything is going wrong for Team Solo Mid at the moment. That gank in the mid lane first. SKT has so many wards set up around FLICKR here. He can play aggressive. There was nothing to spot Bengi coming in as well. And that was a losing matchup at first for FLICKR. And then the bottom lane. Bang staying alive. Obviously you roam from the mid lane after Ziggs is already dead. You get Dragon, first Dragon for SKT. Monty, you love your stat with it. Such a good situation now for them.
Yeah, if we take a look at this too, Bang gets knocked out, but immediately position reverses. Santorin has no more mana here. Wolf gets the exact right headbutt in this situation. They'll lantern him back in, but he has that shield that he's going to pull back up, and Bengi coming in at the right time as well. Turtle doesn't actually manage to get the lantern. He stays too long on the other side and gets separated from his team. He got too greedy for that kill on Bang.
We'll probably jump right into Bengi and FLICKR anyway. And ended up dying for himself. I didn't get to see when he used the rend, but clearly didn't get the kill on Bang when he did. So I'm not sure if he just tried to pop a little bit too early and therefore lacked the damage for it, or were expecting to get the reset at first and then go for the second one as Santorin.
Getting harassed more in the jungle, gonna take the lantern out. Man, I gotta say, you know, people were calling Wolf the weak link on this team coming into this event, but he has not been that this game.
And now really the problem for Team Solo Mid is, at first, they were trying to make a few plays on the bottom side. They got a kill with Dyrus coming in. That backfired completely. So now SKT in every single lane has gained some sort of advantage, except for maybe if you look at the two AD carries, but then everyone else has just gotten the kills. And because Marin is building Frozen Mallet, and he's gonna be just one-on-one against Dyrus over and over, Dyrus won't be able to touch him because of the Frozen Mallet.
Now, this Frozen Mallet, it has to be said, isn't the best for early game team fights. We see FLICKR
getting chased into his own jungle. Here comes Wolf from behind. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught here. Going to go on to Santorin anyway. This pulverized. Lustboy headbutted into the red buff pit now. FLICKR. Oh boy. Lustboy in a little bit of trouble. Drops that box, but I don't think it's going to save him. Just trying to delay to get the rest of his team involved. FLICKR still gets that kill on a rampage now. Bengi comes in, chilling smite onto Wild Turtle. Kalista in a lot of trouble. Headbutt pulverized onto Wild Turtle, and he'll get taken out. Bengi manages to pick up another kill. He was such a hero in SKT's match against CJ in the semifinals. Really making plays here today as well.
And I mean, really, SKT just pretty much comprehensively outplaying TSM across the map at this point. Nearly a kill a minute for SK Telecom in this game.
Pretty wild.
And this is the problem too, is that we're talking about two-tier champions. We're talking about Cassiopeia stacking the tier, the Urgot stacking the tier, Marin building the Frozen Mallet first. The longer this laning phase goes, these are not fights that they should be winning right now. They are in a power trough. Once those tiers come online, it is going to be a very bad situation for Team Solo Mid.
Well, Lustboy trying to defend that bot lane turret as well as he can, but still so much pressure from SKT. Bengi just doing a little bit of farming as well. And man, Wolf, I am just like in love with his Alistar play in this game. It has been so good.
So Dyrus going after this Trinity Force as well.
It's going to take a long time to get there.
Yeah, and the problem for Dyrus in this lane is going to be the fact that because Marin is building for the one-on-one and not for the team fight himself, because obviously Frozen Mallet is not the most gold efficient item in a team fight, he's going to be able to kite the Hecarim around nearly all the time. So the impact Dyrus will have has to come from teleports, where he needs to dive FLICKR and just kill him with this Trinity Force. That's the only thing he will be able to do at this point in the game.
And the scary thing about that Frozen Mallet onto Anar, as we see Bengi.
Oh, Dyrus gets caught by his Krugs. Marin comes in, he's got the red buff as well. That's two red buff champions. Dyrus in a lot of trouble. Ults away, will he make it? Looks like they'll let him go for now. Oh, or not. Santorin comes in, forces a flash out of Bengi. And it looks like, unless Santorin can catch up, they may have to leave it at that. They've got the ult from Bjergsen to maybe help take this one. Bengi, though, on the run. Dyrus is going to teleport back in. They're going to try to make a play here. He catches Marin and Bengi. Bengi goes down immediately. And Dyrus, he wants another one. A lot of damage onto Marin, but he becomes Meganar just in time. And I think he's going to keep going. Yeah, you don't want to get dove under turret with that. Ult comes in, looks like, just to clear that wave by turret, so FLICKR can't do any more damage to it.
All right, so well played here from Team Solo Mid. They get the kill and they defend the mid lane at the same time. Bjergsen returning to lane.
Dyrus proxy farming a bit though, and that's going to prompt a teleport from Marin. Here come the home guards.
And the Frozen Mallet is completed.
He's still got that red buff too. Wow, flashing over the wall. Meanwhile, Rek'Sai gets behind him. FLICKR coming in as well. Dyrus in big trouble. Marin may just go ahead and give this one over to FLICKR. We'll see. Marin, nope, takes it for himself.
You can't proxy farm in that situation when FLICKR has pressure on the mid lane and the teleport is up. And the Void Rush is up as well. There's too many ways to get collapsed on in that situation. Extremely unsafe move. Especially like you're saying with that Frozen Mallet finish and the red buff still on Marin. There's almost no way you escape from that.
No, that's really been a problem for Dyrus. He's been playing very, very aggressive and very greedy, honestly, in this lane phase from the start.
Yeah.
From getting in the lane level 2, pushing it instantly, and just getting ganked.
It just seems like there's this desperation from his play right now that doesn't need to be there.
I agree. Tiers are going to be fully stacked soon, and that means they will be
both physically and metaphorically. Well, Santorin manages to spot that ward, so they'll get a little bit of vision back in their own jungle. The next dragon is up in about 40 seconds now.
Yeah, let's look at here what's going to happen. So SKT next objective for them is obviously the dragon. They keep having these pink wards on the bottom side in the river. SKT has been controlling that nearly all game long. Team Soulmate has not been able to do anything, and every time they walked into that river, they would get caught out and simply end up dying for it. So next dragon is a fairly easy setup for SKT. They have timed the recalls. Naj just gone back to base. Bang gets a bot tower for himself and mid tower, so they get so much extra gold as well. And this entire map is now open to even get the deep wards in around the blue buff of Team Soulmate, and you can just set it up perfectly. There's no TP for Dyrus, so he's out of this fight, and he's the only guy who can kill anyone in the backline of SKT at this point. Rest of Team Soulmate is looking more to like kite backwards with the Ziggs, try and control where FLICKR is moving, zone him out and poke him a little bit, and then maybe you turn around and go for a kill if someone drops low. But as long as there's full vision control, that's never gonna happen.
Yep. Looks like another dragon again, and meanwhile Dyrus continues to get harassed by Marin. In a little bit of trouble. Dyrus trying to escape. There's the Gnar ult. Another easy solo kill for Marin as Santorin comes to mourn the body of his favorite horse. That horse was amazing.
It was, and so is the Frozen Mallet.
Yeah.
Against the horse.
It's pretty good.
Always chasing him down like over and over. So it doesn't even matter if you set yourself behind in terms of your tanky items for team fights, because you can just keep being a bully in the one-on-one lane. Now, last point, we just talked about how whenever they show the river from Team Soulmate, they get caught out.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then they get pulled in.
Yep. Wild Turtle saving his support there.
They're still going for this one, though. Wild Turtle is still really far. He's going to try and recall. He's going to get...
wrong part of the brush. Oh, he canceled his recall. Saw Bengi coming in big trouble now, doing a lot of damage to Bang, though. Bengi manages to make something happen. Position reverser, and he gets out on the Lantern, but there's Wolf right there, getting a bit bloodthirsty. Bang gets the kill anyway, and now Lustboy with that exhaust on him is in a lot of trouble. SKT getting another easy kill. It's 15-3 now. Bjergsen finally able to get the first turret of the game for TSM, but things are still really looking grim.
I'm surprised to see TSM playing so recklessly in this game. They've been overextending time and time again. It's not characteristic of their play.
Yeah.
And when I think about TSM coming into this, as Bjergsen gets found by Marin.
And Marin knew exactly where he went to, and Bjergsen's still in a lot of trouble. Tries to enlist some help from the Wolves, but they're not coming that far, man. They live in that little den. Another kill for Marin. And Dyrus continuing to try to take that top turret. Looks like he might be able to now, but
TSM has been such a methodical team over the course of the NALCS playoffs, and the risks that they're taking in this one are just getting punished left and right.
Dyrus. Well, we know how this one's going to end up. Marin gets another one. He's now 6-0-1 on this Gnar, and you're right, I mean, about TSM. They've been so good, so methodical, all spring split, and in this game right now, I feel like the nerves are getting to him a little bit.
Yeah, Marin's going to start a glue factory soon.
He's got enough dead horses, it's true. Bengi coming in. And so, more pressure from SK Telecom.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Marin is just going to keep straight pushing.
It's kind of clean up from here on out, huh?
All game long. Well, it's like for Team Soulmate, in order for them to come back in this game here, they got to try and have a situation where Dyrus can sit in the one-on-one lane with Marin and just sit there, not fight or anything, just sit under his tier 2 tower, go back to base when they want to force a fight around, let's say, a dragon if you are Team Soulmate, get that home guard engaged, and then you need to rely on Bjergsen being able to land poke. He's going Lute and Zeko to maximize his poke damage as well. That's the only way for Team Solo Mid to start winning fights, but it's going to be very, very hard.
The problem with relying on that home guard engage is the fact that there's an Urgot. And when the home guard engage comes in, all Bang has to do is press R and click on Hecarim, and he loses all of that speed, all of that burst, and then he gets put in the front line, and there's no longer any kind of flank.
And even
it's a very powerful pick against Hecarim.
And even if you don't have home guards, you're going to have an Alistar who's going to get CDR, who can just headbutt you away as well and completely stop the same thing from happening from Dyrus.
He turns around immediately onto TSM. Look at that nice headbutt. Pulverized Santorin trying to help his teammates escape. Lustboy pulled over the wall by Wild Turtle, but SKT continues to chase. Wolf, can he get there in time? Bengi, they caught Wild Turtle. There's the position reverser, and there's a dead AD carry. And SK Telecom, oh, nice flash pulverize onto Bjergsen. He's in big trouble now as Bang comes in with the big damage. The ult does nearly nothing as Bang picks up the double kill. Lustboy trying to get back to the base, but Bengi says, no way, I'm coming in there with you. Santorin just hanging out right now, checking out the Rek'Sai, waiting for that tunnel cooldown. There we go. Back out again. And that is much happier music than I think Santorin would really choose to listen to right now if he could.
And if one hammer works for you on an R, why not get a second one?
Yeah, man. The
Phage
Mario brothers have
for
shown
him as well. And Wild Turtle deciding to go Hurricane is a thing that
this is
dislike a lot versus tanks.
You can't do this in this situation because in order to actually effectively use the Hurricane, you have to hit more than one target. And if he's hitting more than one target, he's going to get Cassiopeia ulted, pulverized, position reversed, or Gnar ulted.
Yeah. It's also the fact that you have a build now where you don't run any crit, and you're going to have to be able to take down some tanks if you want to break through the front line of SK Telecom. Without any crit, you're gonna need like 20-25 spears on a target, and that might not even do enough before you get like the third item of a Last Whisper. So you just don't have any single target damage from the side of the Kalista at this point.
Let's take a look at this fight one more time. I mean, TSM just on the defensive from second one on this one.
Yeah, and Marin just teleporting into that fight as well. Wild Turtle caught trying to take the Lantern right there by the position reverser. There's the flash pulverized from Wolf, just zoning out in front of Bjergsen right now. Bang, able just to pretty much solo Ziggs right there as the rest of the team follows up. Bengi with the flash over the wall into the knockup through the base gate.
Yep.
And it's just so clear to see the game plan for SK Telecom and the way they like to play around the bottom side of the map. Typically, in terms of, again, the warding, they've used it so well to punish Team Solo Mid every single time something happened in the early game. And then with the early ganks on Dyrus, who was overextending, Marin just got so far hit on this Gnar that he could get that Frozen Mallow fairly early and use it just so SK Telecom would say, we're going to win top lane no matter what at this point because we got Frozen Mallow completed, we have a good head start from our Gnar, so we just focus everything bottom side. And that was just too much for TSM to handle.
SK Telecom just moving around the map now, taking down turrets. The next dragon is live, and you know they took a very easy Baron as well. FLICKR just going and soloing the dragon. That's number 3 now. SKT with total map control. And I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised that this one ended up being so one-sided.
Yeah, I will admit I was expecting a more defensive approach for Team Solo Mid, also with the way they wanted to control their own vision, like have very defensive warding to try and spot if any roams were happening for SKT, and then try and play a fairly slow laning phase where you would expect, okay, we know Dyrus often gets camped, so we try and play around that one. Also, you have the Ziggs, so you can slowly just sit and chip away the mid lane.
Here we go. Dyrus trying for a flank from behind.
Here's the flank, yeah.
Onto FLICKR. FLICKR takes a lot of damage, actually. Gets very low. Nice lane from Lustboy. Can he do it? Wolf coming in for the pulverized. Lustboy in a lot of trouble. They do get FLICKR, but now Marin comes over the wall. There's a flash trying to take out the support. Meanwhile, Dyrus on the run as well. Bang took a lot of damage from the turret. Oh, Bjergsen took him out with the ult, but SKT still, even without their carries, is doing enough damage. They're tanky enough. The double kill for Bengi, and SK Telecom just unstoppable at this point. 4 kills, only Bjergsen making it out.
It was a really good call by TSM though in that situation.
Oh, there's the ace.
It's the only call you can make, and had it been even gold, that team fight could have been won by them by getting such a good engage.
Oh, but they would have crushed it.
They took the fight where Bang wasn't there to just stuff the flank immediately from the Hecarim. So they were able to get onto FLICKR in that instance and take him out early. I think TSM had the right idea.
Oh yeah.
It's just unfortunately they're a lot too far behind.
A lot. It's true. Well, with an engage like that, I mean, that was pretty much the perfect engage for TSM. And, you know, we even had Bang coming in and pretty much dying to the turret in there, too. Well, double brutalizer for Bang now. All right, well, I mean, the more limbs you have, the more brutalizers you can hold, right?
Well,
it's a lore
that'll
build.
help
It's a lore build.
once he gets Ghostblade, but that's,
That's true.
bit unorthodox right there from Bang.
Why not? The Wild Turtle is going to try to pick up his red buff here. Wolf may want to try to prevent that. Cowboy Alistar is disturbing right away. Are we supposed to believe he's like hurting his own species? Like farming his fellow cows? That is a disturbing skin right there. Freaky.
He's babysitting.
I guess so.
He's the bull, got to babysit all the cows.
The less said about this, the better.
All right, love the Mikhail's pickup for the cow. Now we're talking about him. That's basically the only way FLICKR's going to die is if he gets locked down, then Mikhail's is going to prevent that from happening.
Bengi gets spotted in the jungle here. We'll see if they make anything happen. Wild Turtle forced to retreat into his own jungle. He's going to run right into Gnar, though, isn't he? Yep, there's Marin right there, and Wild Turtle trying to hop backwards. He's got that red buff. He's going to take it onto the Lantern. Oh, Marin chasing deep, gets hit with that death sentence, so needs to be careful. He's so tanky, though. And again, this build from Kalista just doesn't do a ton of damage.
Very unfair situation also for Wild Turtle, being as Team Solo Mid is so far behind.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, as an AD carry right here, you feel very, very useless against so many tanks.
Yeah, look at Bang.
For himself.
Jeez.
He will have a little bit of extra wave clear with the Hurricane, but that's about it for him, honestly. And you already have the Ziggs, so that shouldn't be your priority.
Right.
For Team Solo Mid. Bjergsen with the loot and Seiko, obviously just trying to maximize whatever damage he can get from that Q. If he does a full rotation of spells.
Coming in, there's a knock-up onto Wolf. Looks like they caught him. Bengi coming in. Wolf still very, very tanky. Tyrus ults. He does manage to connect with FLICKR, but now he's on his own with FLICKR. I don't think you want to be there. Meanwhile, the rest of SKT has invaded the base. Tyrus still running from FLICKR. Looks like he might escape. Will the poison be enough? Meanwhile, Lustboy goes down in the mid lane. And Marin still putting all that pressure onto bot. And will FLICKR actually find Dyrus? I think he will. Oh, no. Dyrus actually made it out.
FLICKR actually opting not to use Ghost on that chase right there. A little bit weird. He definitely could have caught him if he had wanted to use his summoner, but instead holds onto that one for a little bit longer. Ziggs ult still clearing out these waves, so SK Telecom hasn't actually really cracked this base yet, but they will on this one.
Well, yeah, there goes the inhibitor turret right now, and it looks like the inhibitor is pretty vulnerable at this point. They're going to back off, just playing it safe. Bengi coming in to one of his tunnels basically right at TSM's front door, but Dragon up in a minute 30, Baron up in a minute. SK Telecom, this is the time for them to pull back, play it methodically. You don't want to give any chances to TSM at this point.
Yeah, just wait for Baron to respawn.
Right.
Play around it once again. You had such a good pink ward setup before near it, and then you warded off the jungle of Team Solo Mid.
Now chilling smite onto Dyrus. They're going to try to slow him down. Marin about to go Mega Gnar as well, too. Not a lot of members of TSM there. Lustboy could come in to help with the Lantern. Nope, everybody from TSM coming down to support that. But again, it's just chunking people out. It's just keeping them back and trying to help keep control of the map to easily go back and take a Baron or a Dragon a little bit later.
Always keep every single minion wave pushed up.
Yep.
So you know that there's 3 lanes they have to defend, and if they ever show without a teleport, without a global, well then you just go straight for this Baron, which is spawning in 10 seconds from SKT's side. And I mean, worst case almost for SKT is that Team Solo Mid try and go out and stop it, and then you just get an open fight, which is also what you want, because you want to get the Ziggs away from these towers, so he doesn't just sit and wave clear. So there's barely any win-win situation, except Ziggs ulti, stealing Baron, calling it right now.
All right, you call it, Deficio. I'm holding you to this. Oh, Marin coming in. You don't expect them to come from your own base, do you? Bengi in a little bit of trouble, or Bjergsen rather. Marin, look at how tanky he is, just kind of 1v4ing at this point. Bjergsen getting so low, out of the fight already. Marin still chasing. He's about to go Mega Gnar. Bjergsen dodges the building, and Marin ults in for the kill. Bang comes in. There's just nothing that TSM can do against SK Telecom. There goes the inhibitor, and SKT, they want to try to get the win here. Will they be able to do it without one carry on TSM? Looks like it might be easy. There goes the first Nexus turret. TSM, perhaps a desperation fight, Or will they just let the base go down? Dyrus trying to swing around the outside here, but second Nexus turret gets taken down. Now the Nexus being taken out as well, and SK Telecom with a dominating victory over Team Solo Mid. GG.
And this was really the playstyle SK Telecom has used back in Korea so effectively.
Same exact game plan.
Complete control of the bottom side map from the get-go of this game here. Marin gets a good start in his own laning phase, starts winning one-on-one, plays super aggressive on the Gnar, and you just focus the other 4 members. Whenever Team Solomid try to make a play, they would always be spotted at first, and there would always be a response from SKT.
And that's what's scary about them too. They've been kind of pioneers in this post-Cinder Hulk world in terms of their picks and bans, and this isn't all they have to offer either. Of course, they do like these very tanky Urgot compositions with a Cassiopeia or a Vladimir in mid, but they also play that Lulu and play around Bang as the primary carry.
And we did see a few changes, pick and ban wise here. Urgot came in as the first pick, so Team Solomid decided not to ban Kalista, even though it's been such a must ban against Bang so many times. Simply just to say there are plenty of power picks at the moment. Whichever you don't get, we're going to take 2 of them. So they got Hecarim, they got Gragas. They could save the Kalista because they were expected Bang to play the Urgot. So I quite like the way they handled the pick and ban phase. It was just once again the execution that simply didn't work for them.
Yeah, they have looked a little bit off all day. Like I said, we know TSM looks so calculated over their course of the NALCS playoffs, and we weren't really seeing that team today, which surprises me quite a bit, actually. And so I hope that tomorrow they can turn it around, because the reality is that TSM right now, with a couple losses already, is, they have to win one more.
They have to beat HQ, otherwise you're out of top 4.
That's true. It's pretty crazy. I mean, that is not the TSM we're used to seeing. We'll see what they can bring back tomorrow. For more information, for more analysis on that desk, let's send it back to the desk of analysis itself and see what they have to say.
We could analyze the desk too. It's really nice.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have to echo their sentiments there, which is that we had much, much, much higher expectations of TSM coming into this tournament, and they just simply are not delivering.
Yeah, I especially had much higher expectations of TSM, apparently, because that wasn't a great showing. And a lot of it has to go, the obvious one is, throw Dyrus under the bus, but Turtle and Lustboy had a very poor showing in that game. Collectively, they were caught out in the jungle on the bottom side of the map specifically on 2-3 occasions. I understand that Lustboy was trying to save Santorin, who was also just doing his best, I'm going to call it his best wolf impersonation, and just roaming around the map randomly, but that was a very sloppy game.
Yeah, I feel like Santorin and Lustboy's synergy that game was really off. Santorin was walking up to lanterns that were about 5 feet away from him, or 5 Teemos away. He was body slamming into the lantern for the gank, and the gank was so telegraphed. When you throw a lantern behind you in the middle of the lane and then walk forward and flash forward, you know it's coming. That was so predictable.
A curious thing about this game for me, as an avid Rek'Sai player, is the fact that they pick Rek'Sai so much. And why does Rek'Sai work against these tank junglers? Well, she has innate sustain from her passive, which Gragas does have that, but it's gated by mana. He has to chug abilities so that his passive goes off and he can heal himself. Rek'Sai does not. She just burrows back, no mana, can constantly be ganking, non-rely on any abilities, and she can clear faster than most junglers, allowing her to get there before anybody else with more creative paths. For instance, a Gragas can take the same routes that a Rek'Sai can, but he has to use the body slam, which is a main engage tool, so he has to take more conventional paths. You see Bangi ganking left, right, and center. He can gank whenever he wants. It's the strength of the champion, and it's played perfectly. And, usually the games that he has on Rek'Sai that he runs away with it, the early games, it's a complete washout, and we saw that here.
Yeah, I think he did whatever he wanted in this game, and I think there were just a lot of executional mistakes. We see a top lane, Dyrus getting ganked early, what a great gank by Bengi, and also just getting baited in really, really hard, and that just snowballs over to the bottom side of the map. I think that Bjergsen actually did really well in the mid lane. After 6, he was 15, 20 CS ahead, and then there was just a lot of questionable play from TSM.
Yeah, and I think that's twice that TSM's shown that if they get behind in the early game, they make questionable decisions. Because this is twice their stall has been completely fine. You're running... Alistair's a fantastic diver, so that is probably the one saving grace of SKT's comp, but they cannot siege. They have an Urgot, they have Cassiopeia, they have Gnar. And then everyone else is melee, so the Rek'Sai and the Alistair. So they can dive extremely well if they're ahead. But you have Gragas, you have Ziggs on the other side. They should have been able to stall that out if it was only Dyrus that fell behind. That's why I'm a little bit more upset with the bottom side of the map, because that game was salvageable until they started invading and doing really crazy things.
I want to jump in here real quick. We've thrown a decent amount of shade towards TSM for their performance so far. I do want to hop over to SKT because although, they may not have been up against the best performance of TSM, they did play it well in that they camped that top lane on Dyrus and then they systematically dismantled all of TSM. I mean, their pressure played a big role in TSM making incorrect decisions.
My favorite part about the entire game, I'd have to say, is the draft where it began with the first pick Urgot and the Lulu ban. SKT is known for playing a lot of Lulu, and so is TSM. And we were thinking to ourselves, oh, TSM has to ban Lulu. You can't give this champion away to FLICKR. What do? They ban it themselves. So when you think you have them figured out, nah, they just throw something else at you. But another interesting thing was that they locked in the Urgot first and then followed it up with the Rek'Sai Nart. So triple physical composition already. That's a very obvious Urgot to the AD carry position. The only possible pick that you can make to have your team comp make any sense would be a Corki and an Annie, any magic damage. But TSM had locked in the Hecarim and the Gragas. Full on tech, you're going to get outscaled. I think TSM could have taken advantage of the situation, recognized it's 100% the Urgot going bottom lane, pick a stronger lane into the Urgot, and try to punish it a little bit more than what they did.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the only other thing you can point out is that they just rotate around the map much quicker than anyone. Like, their calls, especially into the top lane, like you saw Dyrus trying to dirty farm. It was a little bit over aggressive, but like straight away, as soon as they see it, they make 3 members automatically respond. As soon as TSM had maybe caught FLICKR out in the jungle, all of a sudden the Alistair's there, another 2 members are collapsing from the bottom. These guys are so on point with how they move around the map, and we touch on it a lot, but they always take the inside lane. Their vision is always set up that they are the ones that can safely move through every jungle path that they want to, and TSM always has to walk around the outside, meaning that either they cut through and get cut off like Turtle was, or everyone's just going to be too late.
Well, and there you have it. Those are our 8 games of the day. Let's take a quick look at the group stage standings. In first place after a perfect day 1 performance is the LCK's SK Telecom T1. Behind them in second is the LMS's AHQ Esports. Tied in the number 3 spot at 1-1 is China's Edward Gaming and Europe's Fnatic. And rounding out the table in 5th and 6th are the NALCS's Team Solo Mid and international wildcard Besiktas Esports Club. So, gentlemen, I mean, this was not what we had expected. If you had asked us to, detail what the standings at the end of the day would be, it wasn't this.
No, not at all. The fact that TSM came out with this type of performance is really a little disheartening, especially on home turf as well. That was something that I was not expecting. That's the biggest upset here today, at least for me. I didn't vote for him, though. So.
0-3 on the day. Mighty impressive their spot.
It's really impressive to get them right, but to get them all wrong.
It's just as impressive,
yeah.
Really.
The reverse prophet coming there.
I feel like that. I think AHQ had a really strong showing, and I really like their team, the style that they are playing. They're playing really aggressive. We saw a lot of kills, and we saw a lot of crisp executions in those skirmishes. And that was something, I was looking forward in the beginning of the day where I say, I want to see those surprises. We saw Cassiopeia top lane counterpick. Those was also a really great surprise. And I think everybody is like stepping up their game in strategical play from the teams we didn't expect would perform so well.
What made me the happiest the entire day was that last game, the first minute, as a jungler, Bengi got a 4-man leash on red buff. Cassiopeia throws a Q out, Alistar helps it out, Urgot throws some more help. That's so nice. That's how he was able to get the gank on top. So guys, when you're playing solo queue, give your jungler a big fat leash.
Yeah, who would have guessed it? The 4 junglers on the desk are all very excited by that.
It throws off people's timers. They're like, he'll gank here at like 3 minutes, 10 seconds. It's like, no, he's three seconds early, and that actually really does affect things.
All right, well, that's our 8 games of today. We've got a bunch more games tomorrow. When we come back, the matches will be starting off with China's Edward Gaming versus Europe's Fnatic. After that, Team Solo Mid will battle AHQ, followed by Edward Gaming returning to the Rift against Besiktas Esports Club. And in Game 4, it's SK Telecom T1 versus Fnatic. Now, gentlemen, a lot of games on the docket for tomorrow. What are we looking forward to most?
TSM versus AHQ, because TSM has to win that game to make it out of the round robin and into the brackets. Because if they lose that one, the rest of the games that they have against EDG just don't even matter.
First game of the day, Fnatic EDG,
I chime in.
Well, we can both be excited for it, but
absolutely.
I mean, both of these teams had a great performance and then a disappointing one. So which of these teams is actually the good one and the bad one? Well, let's not say that these two teams are good or bad, but which one is better compared to the other?
I'm going full holo here. I believe in Huni, and I believe that they have what it takes to beat EDG. They have a kind of similar style, so I also expect a lot of the skirmishes, and that's just my kind of team fight.
Yeah, I think when you put the first two games together, you get like the whole picture, and that's what we're looking for here. I think that we're in a position now where we can kind of piece together exactly how it's going to work out, but TSM really needs to bounce back. I'm actually looking forward to their game, because if they can't piece it together, then there's a lot of questions to ask about the NA scene right now.
Yep, I'm right there on that train with you guys. TSM versus AHQ tomorrow going to be very exciting with a lot on the line, so I expect them all to come out swinging. That does it for day one of the mid-season invitational. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I just can't wait to kind of reevaluate the balance of power between the regions, because it's the #1 team who won through the entire split. Fnatic goes to
They
the
don't
fight.
have the vision to keep following, though, and they all try to disengage. What an ultimate from Hootie to keep two in place. Fnatic will take game one over TSM. Looks like Thakalis and Thaldrin just on the other side, and it's going to be as well. Double doge from the top lane.
Who is the monster of the mid lane now?
Look at me, I'm the monster now. They dove right into Theocales, and now they're gonna serve him up. Banky over the wall. Marin piercing the heavens with that equalizer. And SKT will take game two over Besiktas. Oh, right onto death. He's chugging the potion, but it's the hit coming in from Albus, and they keep going for clear love, but get knocked up by Mako. EDG come out strong with a 35-minute game over AHQ.
Another boomerang. Dumbledore just so low, misses the ult, but it doesn't matter as the death sentence comes through. Lost Boy flashes out of the way, so close to death.
Team Silvermid pick up their first win of MSI 2015. Brain over goes down as well. Steelback, the swap's going to miss as well. 4 kills coming through, a double for Ann. 4 kills overall.
And AHQ, they win the aggression battle.
We finally get to see #1 China versus #1 Korea.
This is what this com's supposed to do.
Oh, wow.
SKT's doing triple kill.
SK Telecom Team 1, 2-0 on the day so far.
Tries to make something happen as well. Westor comes in, another gold card lands. Will it be another kill? Oh, not quite. AHQ is going to end the day 2-1. Not going to work though. Oh, Chilling Smites and Torn in a lot of trouble here. Lust. Headbutting it back out of the lantern. Wow. Still alive. Klutz hasn't killed him yet. Bangy gets the kill on the Lust Boy. Meanwhile, Santorin forced away. I can't believe Bang is still alive. SK Telecom with a dominating victory over Team Solo Mid. GG.